A mysterious answering system has emerged in the ninja world. By answering questions correctly, one can receive astonishing rewards. The questions pertain to events that will transpire in the future. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. What? Am I about to die? Itachi Uchiha. I will annihilate the Uchiha clan in the future. Obito Uchiha. Is it false? The Eye of the Moon is merely a deception? Danzo. It's over, my secrets have been exposed. What should I do now? Chapter 1. Awakening the System in Konoha. In a land of fire, within Konoha Village, the recently concluded Third Shinobi World War saw Konoha triumph against 4 adversaries, securing an ultimate victory. However, beneath the surface of this apparent glory lies a reality of despair and scarcity. Konoha, despite its strength, finds itself overwhelmed. Mere fists cannot combat the might of 8 adversaries. Facing the remaining 4 of the 5 great shinobi countries simultaneously, the pressure is immense. Were it not for the timely conflict between the Cloud and Rock villages, Konoha's victory might have been uncertain. Although a victory was achieved, the rewards were scant. War is merciless. The village's ninjas have suffered grievously over years of conflict, with even the reserve ninjas, the students of the Ninja Academy, forced onto the battlefield, suffering losses. Of over half their numbers, gazing at the sparsely populated classroom, Yi-chan felt a deep sense of helplessness. As a traveler from Earth, he had perished on the battlefield in his previous life. Why do the protagonists in those novels possess various golden fingers, effortlessly defeating Uchiha Madara and kicking Otsutsuki Kagaya? Why am I merely an ordinary person? Moreover, I am an orphan, relying on my parents' pension for sustenance. Yi-chan's parents had also fallen in battle, leaving him to survive on the meager compensation from the village. Yet, how much could this pension truly provide? Once spent, how would he, an ungraduated young ninja, manage to live? The thought of the hardships he would face in the future filled Yi-chan with anxiety. Countless dangers loomed ahead. As the son of an ordinary Chunin couple, devoid of any special advantages, surviving itself felt like a luxury. The Nine Tails incident, the plan for Konoha's collapse, the assault by Pain, and even the Fourth Shinobi World War, each event more perilous than the last, claiming countless lives in Konoha to live through to the conclusion unscathed would be akin to the arduous journey to the west, fraught with trials. So, when will my golden finger finally arrive? Yi-chan lamented internally. Recently, a new generation of Hokage had officially taken the reins. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had retired, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had assumed leadership of Konoha. To Yi-chan, who was well aware of the entire plot, this signaled the imminent arrival of the catastrophic Nine Tails incident. The teacher of the Ninja Academy, despite his injuries, earnestly conducted the class. With the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha found itself in a state of disarray, short-handed. Many ninjas, severely wounded and disabled, were still compelled to return to work. Yet, Yi-chan's mind wandered to irrelevant thoughts. Why Yi-chan? Daydreaming during class? Stand up. Answer me, what seal is this? If you get it wrong, run 10 laps on the playground. Yamato, who had lost his left hand in the war, was diligently teaching when he noticed Yi-chan staring blankly at the blackboard, clearly lost in thought, and he became incensed. Hey, don't be angry. Teacher Yamato. Why Yi-chan stood, wearing a smile meant to placate. Teacher Yamato had always treated him kindly, knowing he was the orphan of a martyr and thus tended to his needs. Glancing at the blackboard, which bore a familiar hand seal, Yi-chan struggled momentarily to recall its name. Just then, a clear voice whispered in his ear. It's Tiger. Someone had discreetly provided Yi-chan with the answer. Elated, he responded. Teacher Yamato, it's the Tiger seal. Nodding, Yamato warned Yi-chan. Correct. Never daydream again, understood? Understood. Teacher. Why Yi-chan sat down, flashing a grateful smile at Itachi Uchiha, who had provided the answer. However, Itachi remained impassive, his demeanor as calm as ever, as if he had said nothing at all. Why Yi-chan chuckled, unconcerned, for this was Itachi's nature. They had developed a good friendship, and after discovering they were classmates, Yi-chan had made a concerted effort to befriend Itachi, eventually forming a genuine bond rather than a superficial acquaintance. Why Yi-chan sought to cultivate this friendship with Itachi for future preparations. His memories revealed that the Nine Tails incident would engulf all of Konoha, resulting in countless civilian and ninja casualties. As a 7-year-old student of the Ninja Academy, he had no means to defend himself against the Nine Tails. To survive, he had deliberately befriended Itachi, hoping that when the day of the Nine-Tails incident arrived, he could seek refuge within the Uchiha clan. After all, his current residence was quite close to the Uchiha compound. Once the Nine-Tails emerged, he could simply run there. The Uchiha clan was brimming with powerful ninjas, and on the night of the Nine-Tails, they would be confined within their compound, minimally affected. Having gone through such lengths merely to safeguard his own life, Yi Chen realized he might need to continue this strategy. If only he had a means to grow stronger. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Beep! The Ninja Quiz Live system has been activated. Host, Yi Chen successfully bound. At last, my golden finger has arrived. Yi Chen's spirits soared, nearly causing him to exclaim aloud. With great effort, he suppressed his excitement and began exploring the functionalities of the system. The Ninja Quiz Live system, as the name suggests, required Yi Chen to pose questions to certain targets, compelling them to provide answers. If they answer correctly, they would receive rewards. Simultaneously, Yi Chen would receive even greater rewards. Moreover, if Yi Chen influenced the narrative arcs of the characters in this world through the quiz, diverting them from their original storylines, he would accumulate energy points. These energy points could be exchanged for even more wondrous rewards within the system's shop. The more Yi Chen affected the original plot, the greater the deviation and the more energy points he would accumulate. As he absorbed this information, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. He had finally encountered an opportunity to alter his destiny. After comprehending the system, a peculiar smile spread across his face. The questions within the system were intriguing, all linked to iconic moments from the Naruto storyline. Each pivotal point in the plot could serve as a question. So, to become a harbinger of spoilers? Hee, no one can touch me for revealing spoilers. Importantly, if I can deftly utilize this quiz to divulge information, the effects could be astonishing. Yi Chen envisioned the repercussions of revealing spoilers to significant characters, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Let me contemplate how to maximize the impact of my first live quiz. After some silent reflection, Yi Chen arrived at a conclusion. Chapter 2. Presenting choices to Minato Namikaze. At the heart of Konoha Village, within the Hokage Tower, the newly appointed Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was diligently engaged in his duties. Recently ascending to the position of Hokage, he found himself inundated with a plethora of responsibilities, leaving little time even for a meal at home. That be why his side stood his most trusted subordinate, the chief Hokage advisor, Narashiko. Knock knock. Come in, spoke Minato Namikaze without lifting his gaze from his work. Fourth Hokage. This is a bento prepared by Lady Kushina, announced a silver-haired Umbu ninja as he entered, presenting a meticulously crafted meal. I've told you, you can just call me sensei in private. There's no need for such formality, Minato replied, setting down his pen and flashing a bright smile. But thank you, Kakashi. You arrived just in time. I'm nearly starving. As he watched Minato enjoy his meal, Kakashi's face, hidden beneath his mask, revealed a hint of a smile. He'll refrain from interrupting you further, Hokage-sama. There are many matters to attend to. Shikaka nodded at Kakashi, acknowledging him. Turning to the ravenous Minato, Shikaku continued, I hope you don't mind my intrusion. Both Nara Shikaku and Hatake Kakashi shared a strong camaraderie as loyal supporters of the fourth Hokage. Shikaku was Minato's friend and chief strategist, while Kakashi was his disciple and the captain of the Umbu Black Ops. They were undoubtedly among the staunchest allies of Minato in Konoha. Don't rush, Shikaku, Minato said, swallowing a mouthful of rice. Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you, and it'll be done shortly. Shikaku nodded in acquiescence. Just as they awaited Minato's completion of his meal, a sudden burst of blue light erupted within the Hokage's office. In an instant, the blue glow exploded outward, forming a circular barrier that enveloped the trio before they could react. The abrupt occurrence startled Shikaku and Kakashi. Minato, however, set aside his nearly finished bento, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Having emerged from the trials of war, both Minato and Kakashi instinctively shifted into a combat stance, ready to utilize their body flicker technique and Flying Thunder God technique. Although Shikaku rarely engaged in frontline battles, his strength was that of a seasoned Jnin, and he too reacted swiftly. Yet the barrier expanded too quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves ensnared within it. An enigmatic force pervaded the air inside the barrier, thwarting their attempts to escape using the techniques they had just employed. Realizing their predicament, Kakashi swiftly positioned himself in front of Minato, grasping a kunai and remaining alert for any impending threats. Sensei, my body flicker technique cannot breach this barrier. It feels as though an invisible wall is obstructing my escape, Kakashi murmured to Minato. Minato nodded, having come to the same conclusion. My flying thunder god technique is also ineffective against this barrier. It appears we are in serious trouble. What's your take on this, Shikaku? Minato inquired gravely, instinctively seeking his chief advisor's insight. Shikaku, holding a kunai defensively in front of Minato, contemplated the situation before shaking his head. That I am uncertain, but the ability to infiltrate Konoha so silently and ensnare us within a barrier indicates that our adversary possesses formidable strength. The best course of action now is to await reinforcements from the village, he concluded. Upon hearing this, both Minato and Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the barrier surrounding the Hokage's office will not go unnoticed by the village, Kakashi affirmed. Soon, we will coordinate a response, and this intruder will surely be apprehended. The trio held unwavering confidence that no one could challenge the entirety of Konoha single-handedly. However, Minato's thoughts diverged. His main concern was not his own safety, but the well-being of the village. He sensed an unforeseen crisis looming and felt a twinge of anxiety. Minato realized that while his own entrapment was manageable, the fate of the village hung precariously in the balance. As the Hokage, one of the most powerful figures in the village, he had been easily ensnared. What about the others? What if there were more enemies? Would the village be plunged into dire peril? After a moment's wait, the anticipated enemy did not appear. Minato exchanged a surprised glance with Shikaku. Had this sudden adversary merely sought to ensnare the three of them? Minato pondered briefly before addressing the unseen foe. May I inquire as to who you are and your purpose in stealthily infiltrating Konoha? Your ability to penetrate the heart of our village speaks volumes of your prowess. If you have intentions, why not discuss them openly? Though Minato's tone was calm, his resolve to fight had already begun to take shape. Despite Shikaku's counsel to await reinforcements, Minato could not remain idle. The village was at risk, and, as Hokage, he could not simply sit back. An response came to Minato's inquiry, as if the enemy had merely cast a barrier to trap them and then vanished. How could that be? Shikaku furrowed his brow, struggling to discern the enemy's motives. Perhaps we should attempt to breach the barrier from within, Minato suggested. Sensei, we should wait for the third Hokage and the others to arrive, Kakashi urged, concerned. Minato shook his head and swiftly moved to the edge of the barrier. This barrier resembled a vast blue orb, enveloping the entirety of the Hokage's office. Raising Gan, Minato concentrated chakra in his right hand. Forming a swirling sphere of energy, he thrust the chakra sphere toward the barrier. But to his astonishment, it was absorbed upon contact, as though a droplet of water had plunged into a vast ocean, leaving no trace. Behind, can it truly absorb chakra? What kind of barrier is this? Kakashi exclaimed, wide-eyed as he witnessed the phenomenon. Even the four purple flames formation lacks such an ability. This is an unprecedented barrier, Shikaku remarked. The three men exchanged worried glances, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office growing heavy with silence. Chapter 3. Establishing Authority. Kakashi's disgrace in the Hokage's office. As Narashikaku's words faded, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the space, followed by a glimmer of golden light. This luminescence expanded, transforming into a colossal screen that entirely cloaked one wall of the office. Within this radiant display, a magnificent palace emerged above the clouds, resplendent in golden hues. As the image zoomed in, the opulent interior of the palace came into view, adorned with intricately carved dragon and phoenix motifs that appeared almost lifelike, with the dragon roaring and the phoenix singing. The walls were inscribed with indecipherable runes, faintly glowing and leaving an indelible impression. At the center stood a long table, behind which was a solitary chair. A figure materialized unexpectedly, seemingly having always been present. Dressed in a flowing black robe and wearing a feathered crown, this ethereal being exuded an air of tranquility and grace. This was, of course, Yichun, who had donned an impenetrable guise through the power of the system. Who goes there? Minato Namikaze was the first to react, his voice booming. In an instant, Nara Shikaku and Kakashi Hatake positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Observing their tense demeanor, Yichun allowed himself a subtle smile, pleased with the dramatic entrance he had crafted. It was clear they regarded him as a formidable adversary, treating him with utmost caution. Yichun chose to disregard Minato's inquiry. Bound by the system's constraints, he could not engage directly with the trio, but could select 5 questions for them to answer, interjecting only as permitted by the system's framework. It was somewhat gratifying to witness the renowned 4th Hokage approach him with such trepidation. A sense of satisfaction stirred within Yi-chun, nearly inflating his ego. With a composed demeanor, Yi-chun settled into the chair and announced, "Welcome to the questioning space. I am the chief examiner for this session. As the name suggests, this space has been created solely for the purpose of answering questions." He intentionally altered his voice through the system, adopting the tone of an aged man, resonating with an authority that echoed in the ears of the 3 participants. "Hold on. Might you first clarify your identity?" Nara Shikaku interjected coolly. "You have intruded upon Konoha and ensnared the Hokage within a barrier. What are your intentions?" Conversely, Kakashi exhibited less patience. He swiftly pushed his forehead protector up to reveal his crimson Sharingan, radiating an aura of menace as he threatened, "You, sir, have committed an unforgivable crime by infiltrating Konoha and attacking Lord Fourth. Withdraw this barrier and surrender, or face the consequences." As the captain of the 4th Hokage's bodyguard, Kakashi's duty was to shield the Hokage from any threats. To him, Yi-chun's actions were tantamount to an act of war. In response to Kakashi's menace, Yi-chun sneered. Unfazed, empowered by the system, he felt invincible within the questioning space. In this realm, all of the ninja world, from the formidable Uchiha Madara to the ordinary citizens, were mere pawns on his chessboard, subject to his whims. "Enough with the banter," he declared. In an instant, Kakashi's arm, which clutched a kunai, severed at the shoulder as if struck by an invisible blade. His arm fell, blood gushing from the wound. Kakashi stifled a grunt, instinctively using his uninjured left hand to staunch the bleeding. Fear coursed through him. He had sensed an overwhelming danger just before his arm had been severed. With no time to react or comprehend the method employed against him, "Kakashi!" Minato exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself to shield Kakashi, hastily retrieving bandages to apply pressure to the wound. He had witnessed clearly that the injury was not inflicted by a physical weapon, but rather by an unseen force that had cleanly severed Kakashi's arm. Regaining his composure, Minato asked gravely, "Sir, if this is merely a questioning session, why resort to violence?" Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku was already tending to Kakashi's injury. None of the 3 possessed medical ninjutsu, and in this urgent moment, they could only rely on traditional methods to stem the bleeding. Upon hearing Minato's furious query, Yi-chun shook his head dismissively, responding, "I have brought you into the questioning space to grant you an opportunity. Do not misinterpret my intentions. This is merely a warning. Should there be a next time, the consequences will be yours to bear. I pose the questions, you provide the answers. Correct responses yield rewards. The rules are quite simple. Spare me any further trivialities, and upon completion, I shall take my leave." Just moments ago, Kakashi had boldly declared that Yi-chun would face the consequences. Now the roles had reversed, and it was Yi-chun who dictated the terms. Amused by the shift in power dynamics, Yi-chun relished the sensation of being the puppet master, understanding why Uchiha Obito cloaked himself in mystery. Nara Shikaku, having staunched Kakashi's bleeding, inquired solemnly, "Might I ask, what are the nature of the questions and the rewards? If rewards exist, surely there must also be penalties. What are they?" Yi-chun had only mentioned rewards, and Nara Shikaku was not naive enough to believe that only benefits were at stake. With a smile, Yi-chun replied, "Given that this is your first questioning session, no penalties will be enforced this time. They will commence from the next session onward." "Another session?" Minato's heart sank. He exchanged a worried glance with Nara Shikaku, both apprehensive. Yi-chun's sudden appearance and his cryptic statements defied their understanding. How could a mysterious figure suddenly emerge and demand a question-and-answer session? What were his true intentions? Such questions lingered in their minds, yet no answers materialized. After all, the concept of a system was beyond the comprehension of the denizens of the ninja world. Chapter 4. The Ninja World Rankings. Kakashi's alarm observing the 3 bewildered individuals before him, Yi-chun revealed a hint of a smile. With a grand gesture, he summoned rows of text to materialize before them. The Ninja World Character Rankings. The progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Otsutsuki Himura. Otsutsuki Ashura. Otsutsuki Indra. The demonic warrior of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Obito. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Might Guy. Uzumaki Nagato. Hatake Kakashi. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The third Raikage, A. The second Tsuchikage, Inoki. The second Mizukage, Yagura. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, Shikamaru. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The first Raikage, A. The second Raikage, A. The fourth Raikage, A. The first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. The first Mizukage, Kurahana. The legendary Sannin Orochimaru. The sage Jiraiya. The legendary Sannin Tsunade. Hanzo the Salamander. Konan. Yahiko. Kisame. The third Mizukage, Yagura. The first Kazekage, Shaman. The second Kazekage, Sandame. The third Kazekage, Koa. The fourth Kazekage, Raza. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura. The Ninja World Power Rankings. The Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire. The Akatsuki Organization. The Hidden Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning. The Hidden Stone Village of the Land of Earth. The Hidden Sand Village of the Land of Wind. The Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water. The Hidden Rain Village. The Ninja World Event Rankings. The Planting of the Divine Tree. The Acquisition of its Fruit. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Sealing the Progenitor of Chakra. The Distribution of Tailed Beasts. The Dissemination of Ninjutsu. The Betrayal of Brothers. The Warring States Period. The Establishment of the Hidden Leaf. The Coexistence of the Five Great Nations. The Allocation of Tailed Beasts. The Valley of the End Battle. The First Ninja World War. The Second Ninja World War. The Third Ninja World War. The Nine Tails Incident. The Uchiha Clan Massacre. The Leaf Village Destruction Plan. The Capture of Tailed Beasts. The Annihilation of the Leaf Village. The Fourth Ninja World War. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of these rankings, the three individuals were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, they were struck with astonishment by the words displayed on the lists. What is this? The Leaf Village Destruction Plan? The Annihilation of the Leaf Village? Why do such events exist? What in the world is going on? Namikaze Minato's gaze was immediately drawn to those two phrases on the event rankings, causing his heart to tighten. Nara Shikaku and Hitachi Kakashi were also taken aback. The Leaf Village Destruction Plan and the Annihilation of the Leaf Village. Nara Shikaku's expression darkened as he scrutinized those two phrases. With his extraordinary intellect, he quickly grasped the implications of the so-called rankings. The character rankings comprised powerful ninjas, including the leaders of various villages. Many names were familiar to him, while others were entirely unknown, including figures from myth and legend, such as the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He knew of the sage, as every child in the ninja world grew up hearing tales of him. However, this was the first time he learned the sage's full name. Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths truly existed? Were myths and legends real? Pondering this, Nara Shikaku turned his attention to the power rankings. This list was much simpler, consisting of the major villages and forces, with only the Akatsuki organization being unfamiliar to him. However, its presence on the list indicated that it was a significant entity that warranted caution. The event rankings seemed to chronicle historical events in line with myth and legend, containing many incidents known to Nara Shikaku, but even more that were entirely unheard of. Just like the phrases that had earlier caused Minato to exclaim, the Leaf Village Destruction Plan and the Annihilation of the Leaf Village. The public appearance of these terms left him, as a senior member of the Leaf Village and the Hokage's chief advisor, utterly bewildered, having been completely unaware of such occurrences. As Nara Shikaku continued to contemplate, Hitachi Kakashi fixated on a particular name on the list, exclaiming, "Teacher, that's Obito's name. How could he be ranked so highly? And my name too?" As Kakashi's closest friend, Uchiha Obito's name naturally caught his attention. However, it was perplexing that all names on the character rankings belonged to individuals who had either once or currently stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Kakashi found it baffling that he had made the list, let alone Uchiha Obito, who had lacked even the strength of AJ Nin at the time of his demise. Obito? Minato, upon hearing Kakashi's words, also noted Uchiha Obito's name. He shook his head, unable to comprehend the situation, and chose not to dwell on it, as his mind was entirely consumed by the events concerning the Leaf Village, the Leaf Village Destruction Plan, and its annihilation. Such occurrences were utterly unfathomable. Minato slightly shook his head. He had no recollection of such events ever transpiring. Logically, the Leaf Village, being the strongest force in the entire ninja world, brimming with elite shinobi and abundant resources, both economically and militarily, stood unrivaled. What force or individual could possibly bring about the collapse or destruction of the Leaf Village? Such a notion was simply inconceivable. "Shikaku, what are your thoughts?" Minato inquired, having been startled upon first seeing the rankings. After regaining his composure, he noted numerous inconsistencies within the rankings, deeming them unworthy of trust. Minato, considering the current situation, some aspects are indeed true, but the majority is likely untrustworthy. Nara Shikaku replied, shaking his head in response to Minato's inquiry. He believed that the rankings contained both truth and falsehood, particularly concerning the mythological elements and events he had never heard of, which were likely fabricated. However, he was further perplexed by the question of why Yechin would present such rankings. Was it an attempt to mislead them, or perhaps to orchestrate some nefarious scheme? After a pause, Minato spoke. May I ask, what do these 3 rankings signify? Why have you shown us these lists? Yechin began to elucidate. These 3 rankings are arranged according to specific criteria. The character rankings are ordered from the highest to lowest based on strength and influence, capturing individuals at their most formidable moments. The power rankings, as the name suggests, list the strongest factions within the ninja world. The event rankings chronicle major historical events in the ninja world from ancient times to the present. These 3 lists are automatically generated by the system. They are not personally curated by me. If I were to arrange them, I would likely do so according to my preferences. Although I am familiar with the original storyline, many characters only appeared briefly, and some, like Otsutsuki Himura, never made an appearance. Thus, it is impossible for me to arrange them objectively and impartially. However, the system possesses great power, enabling it to provide a fair and just ranking. In truth, I found the rankings puzzling, as many placements deviated from my expectations. This must be reflective of the timeline prior to the events of Boruto. If the Boruto timeline were also considered, both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would likely find themselves significantly lower on the list. Reflecting on a certain combustible material, Yechin silently grumbled. Chapter 5. The Leaf Village in Shock. The Nine-Tails incident within the Leaf Village. As soon as the barrier appeared, guards from the Umbu stationed at the Hokage Tower took notice. After some attempts, they discovered they could not breach the barrier to rescue the Hokage. The Umbu swiftly relayed the message to the higher-ups of the Leaf Village, including the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, former Hokage advisor, Mito Kazumi, and Tsunade. Upon receiving the news, the higher-ups were astonished and immediately rushed to the scene. After trying various methods and exhausting all means, they found themselves unable to dismantle the peculiar barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to order the Umbu to surround the entire Hokage Tower while simultaneously bolstering the village's defenses and dispatching shinobi to search for the mastermind behind the barrier and any potential enemies. Is Hiruzen and Minato all right? Tsunade expressed her concern, worried that the newly appointed Hokage had been trapped by the sudden appearance of enemies. When did the Leaf Village's defenses become so inadequate? You know Minato's strength well, don't you? He will be fine, Mito Kazumi asserted confidently, displaying unwavering faith in Minato's abilities. In the illustrious realm of the strongest nation, the Hidden Leaf Village, the victorious entity of the 3 great ninja wars, a profound humiliation has befallen them. The Hokage, their own leader, has been ensnared within a barrier at the very heart of the village by an enemy. How disgraceful! Doesn't Minato possess the Flying Thunder God technique? Why hasn't he utilized it to escape? Inquired Kurama Chikage. It must be this barrier. It possesses sealing power, preventing those within from escaping, speculated Mito Menon. The immediate priority is to identify the adversary who set this barrier. It is utterly shocking that an enemy has infiltrated the Hokage's office and imprisoned the Hokage himself. What are the barrier core and the Umbu doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his pipe in hand, anxiously puffed away, his demeanor increasingly agitated. Minato, the successor he personally selected, had perfectly inherited his political inclinations. Even Minato's charm was something he himself lacked. This man could undoubtedly achieve more than he ever could. Yet at this moment, with Minato trapped by a mysterious foe, no one felt more urgency to rescue him than Hiruzen himself. Outside the Hokage's office, the village was enveloped in a colossal barrier, visible to all villagers. They witnessed their 4th Hokage and the chief strategist of the Hokage, along with the Umbu, confined within the Hokage's office. A situation unfolding in the very center of their village. Instinctively, all ninjas rushed towards the Hokage's building, while the villagers were thrown into a state of panic. At the home of the Namikaze family, Kushina Uzumaki, upon seeing the barrier, was filled with an overwhelming urge to rush to the Hokage's office to save her husband. However, as she stepped outside her door, she was halted by Umbu stationed nearby. This umbu had been specifically assigned by Minato to safeguard Kushina's safety. Please, madam, I must insist that you remain here. The umbu implored, kneeling solemnly. Let me through. Minato is in danger. I must assist him. Kushina retorted angrily, her heart racing with impatience, wishing she could simply shove the umbu aside. My duty is to protect your safety, as the fourth Hokage has instructed me. In any emergency, your safety is paramount, so please do not make this difficult for me. The umbu continued to plead. As the Hokage and other high-ranking officials arrived at the Hokage's office, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily. Kushina understood well that as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she was never permitted to enter dangerous areas. Even during the Third Great Ninja War, when chaos reigned, the higher-ups had not allowed her to the front lines, underscoring the value they placed on the Jinchuriki. Kushina realized that if she forced her way out, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Thus, she could only suppress her anxiety, anxiously watching the shimmering barrier, silently praying for her husband's safety. In a secret underground base not far from the Hidden Leaf Village, Shimura Danzo observed the scene through a luminous screen. Listening to reports from root ninjas, he often secluded himself in this base, manipulating events from the shadows. After receiving the report, he knelt silently, a cold smile spreading across his aged face. I knew it. How could that young Minato possibly handle the role of Hokage? The reputation of the Leaf will surely suffer a tremendous blow. Sarutobi, you will come to regret this, he murmured, commanding all root ninjas to remain on standby, forbidding any assistance to the Hokage. In the answering space, Minato listened intently to Yi Chen's explanation, his brow furrowed. However, Your Excellency, as far as I know, many of the events listed have not occurred. What is the meaning of this? Yi Chen, anticipating such inquiries, feigned an air of mystery and replied with a smile. Because that is the future. The answering space, enigmatic and grand, encompassed all manner of figures and histories from antiquity to the present, even predictions of the future. The future? Minato exchanged glances with his companions, and the shock in their eyes was palpable. With a serious expression, Minato asked, if this truly pertains to the future. According to the sequence on the event list, following the recently concluded Third Great Ninja War, does this lead to the so-called Nine Tails disturbance? Is the Nine Tails incident something that will occur in the future? If Yi Chen's explanation held truth, then the Nine Tails disturbance was indeed a forthcoming calamity. Yet, the Nine Tails was securely sealed within his wife. How could it possibly wreak havoc? Minato isn't the Nine Tails. Nara Shikaku interjected. Aware that Kushina was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Minato nodded, refraining from elaborating. Such sensitive information about the Jinchuriki could not be disclosed in front of someone of Yi Chen's uncertain identity. Kakashi Hitaki, as the captain of the bodyguard squad, was equally aware of the need for discretion. He was very familiar with Kushina, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and his mentor's wife. The exchange of glances between the three men did not escape Yi Chen's notice, but he dismissed it, responding, the answer to this question lies within the answering space. You may choose to answer the questions. If correct, you shall receive the answers you seek. Yi Chen was restricted by the system's rules from directly revealing the future plot to them. They had to uncover it through answering questions. Should he divulge spoilers, he would forfeit his rewards and risk causing the system to crash, rendering it inoperative for an extended period. Thus, he could not directly respond to Minato's query. Chapter 6. Custom Wishes. Reviving Obito? Minato, Shikaku, and Kakashi exchanged glances, contemplating whether to answer the questions. The choice was not theirs to make. Ever since Yi Chen had ensnared them in the answering space, they had no other options. Yet, Yi Chen's cryptic words caused them to hesitate. At this moment, they could not bring themselves to trust Yi Chen's claims about the future. They viewed him as a scheming adversary, concocting some sinister plot. However, with no immediate hope of escape and no sign of support from the village, they had no choice. Deep within, a burgeoning curiosity about this future began to surface. Although they did not believe Yi Chen's story, they felt compelled to hear it to the end. Very well, then. What sort of questions will we face? Nara Shikaku inquired. Intrigued, Yi Chen pondered for a moment before responding. There will be no false questions in the answering space. The correctness of your answers will be determined by established rules. Once you begin answering, everything will become clear. I need not elaborate further. Such a response was insufficient to satisfy the three men. You pose the questions and determine the answers. Aren't you simply the examiner? They protested, seeing their interest wane. Yi Chen dropped a tantalizing piece of information, Anyone who enters this space must dutifully complete the questions to exit. If you succeed, you can choose to witness scenes of the future. Moreover, you will have the opportunity to receive any reward you can imagine or even those you cannot. You may even resurrect your deceased friends, brothers, or loved ones. Yi Chen's words stirred a tempest of excitement within Minato and his companions. Rewards for answering correctly. The chance to glimpse the future. Even the dead can be resurrected. Could I possibly bring back Obito? Kakashi Hatake felt a warmth surge within him. The loss of his dear friend had remained an enduring pain in his heart. A glance exchanged between Minato Namikaze and Kakashi indicated that they understood his thoughts. Minato also held deep feelings for his disciple, Obito Uchiha. Meanwhile, a spark ignited in Shikaku Nara's heart. Every individual harbors desires. Every living soul, to varying degrees, possesses different fantasies. These impractical dreams often remain unspoken, as they seem unattainable. However, today, Ichin boldly declared before them that he could fulfill all wishes. Even if reason whispered that this was incredulous, a flicker of hope began to blossom. What if it were true? Pray tell, what sort of questions do you propose? And what is their difficulty? Kakashi inquired eagerly. Since the deaths of his father, Tsukumo Hatake, his dear friend Obito Uchiha, and his companion Rin Noara, Kakashi's heart had been shrouded in silence, devoid of motivation to live. Yet, Ichin's words offered him a lifeline, akin to a drowning man seizing a piece of driftwood. Regardless of whether this plank could save him, he clung to it desperately. Observing Kakashi's eagerness, Ichin felt a thrill as he noticed the other two also stirred with interest. Finally, he had successfully hooked these three individuals. He would not let this opportunity slip away. With a subtle smile, he proclaimed, "All the questions in the answering space will be well within your capabilities. You need not worry. They will not exceed your understanding. Furthermore, all questions are drawn from 3 lists, and you may freely select characters, forces, and events to answer." Upon hearing this, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Minato and Shikaku also found the task acceptable. Shikaku, as the most intelligent person in Konoha, answering should be your forte, right? Minato asked with a smile. "I wouldn't go that far. I'll do my best," Shikaku replied modestly, though confidence brimmed beneath his words. The Nara clan is renowned for its intellect, and Shikaku, being a rare genius, had been recruited by Minato as the chief strategist at a young age. "Sir, I accept the challenge. When may we begin?" Kakashi asked with urgency, eager to resurrect his fallen friend. Ichin smiled. "If that is the case, I hereby declare the first Ninja World quiz officially commenced. Please select the scope of your questions." The 3 exchanged glances, and Shikaku decisively stated, "I choose the Nine Tails incident." Answering questions was indeed Shikaku's specialty. His daily work involved sifting through a multitude of intelligence reports to uncover clues and derive accurate answers. He chose the Nine Tails incident, as it occurred shortly after the recently concluded Third Great Ninja War and was clearly an impending event. Understanding it sooner would aid Konoha in responding effectively. Furthermore, as the timeline approached the present, the questions would naturally be easier to answer. Selection confirmed, the question read, "During the Nine Tails incident, did the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, engage in battle against the Nine Tails assault on Konoha?" Answer options: yes, no. Upon seeing the question, Kakashi, who had previously felt a twinge of anxiety, relaxed. This was practically a free point. As the 4th Hokage's student, how could Minato not engage during such a critical moment? He glanced at Minato, who wore a bright smile. Reassured, Kakashi thought to himself, the answer from someone like him was undoubtedly affirmative. Shikaku shared the same sentiment. Having known Minato for many years, he was well aware of his character. In the face of danger to the village, Minato would surely be the first to step forward. Without hesitation, Shikaku declared, "I choose the answer, yes." Chapter 7. Unmasking Danzo. The Death of Minato? Upon hearing Shikaku's response, Ichin smiled slightly. "Congratulations, you are correct." Shikaku exhaled in relief and exchanged a glance with Minato, who also appeared pleased. Observing Minato's joyful expression, Shikaku thought, "As expected of you, Minato, you have never let us down." Correctly answering the first question provided a promising start, and the trio eagerly awaited the next question. "Now, let us proceed to the second question," Ichin gestured, causing the first question to slowly dissipate. A myriad of tiny light points rearranged themselves into the second question. In the Nine Tails incident, there was a high-ranking Konoha official who did not participate in the battle and ordered his subordinates to refrain from fighting. Who is he? Answer options. 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hokage Advisor Hamura Mitokado. Hokage Advisor Koharu Uchiha. Root Leader Danzo Shimura. Upon seeing the question, Shikaku furrowed his brow. It was not due to the question's difficulty. He already had an answer in mind. The critical point was that this individual had chosen to hide in the shadows during such a perilous moment, commanding his subordinates to stand down. Did he not comprehend the magnitude of the harm the Nine Tails could inflict upon the village? What a detestable figure. Shikaku glanced at Minato, who bore a serious expression tinged with a hint of anger. To Minato, the 4 individuals listed as possible answers were all powerful figures in Konoha. Those in positions of authority must contribute significantly in times of crisis. Enjoying their privileges in peace while allowing others to face peril was utterly unacceptable. Could it be that individual? Minato, in his frustration, chose not to utter the name, simply referring to him as that guy. Shikaku nodded in agreement, asserting, "It must be him without a doubt." Even setting motives aside, the 3rd Hokage is now retired and has entrusted the Umbu to you, leaving him without direct combat units. Hamura and Koharu lack the authority to mobilize the village's forces. Only Danzo, with his root, operates solely under his command, thus possessing the authority to issue such orders. Minato nodded, signaling Shikaku to answer. Danzo had consistently interfered with Minato's administration, and his root, operating independently, treated Minato with utter disdain. Although Minato was magnanimous, he could not tolerate someone akin to a faction that threatened to divide the village. Having only recently taken office, he had yet to address this issue. Moreover, Danzo and his root were established under the guidance of the 3rd Hokage. To act against them would require consideration of Hiruzen's perspective as well. However, Minato's resolve to eliminate this malignant presence was growing stronger. Upon receiving the command, Nara Shikaku did not hesitate and decisively responded, "I choose the answer, Shimura Danzo." Yichin nodded with delight. The more answers they provided correctly, the greater his rewards would be. It was as if they were laboring on his behalf. Congratulations. Your answer is correct. Following this, the 3rd question was presented. With Yichin's words, the luminous points dispersed and coalesced once more, revealing the 3rd query. Question 3. During the Nine Tails turmoil, there was a Hokage who sacrificed his life to protect the village of Konoha. Who was he? The answers were 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. The 3 individuals were taken aback. Was it truly the case that a Hokage had perished during the so-called future Nine Tails turmoil? The answers lay between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. Teacher, this question. Kakashi Hatake could not help but turn to observe Minato's expression. Upon seeing the question, he instinctively discerned the answer within himself. In his view, anyone willing to sacrifice their life to protect the village must undoubtedly be his mentor, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Although the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had diligently safeguarded the village for decades, he paled in comparison to the charisma of Minato. When danger loomed over the village, it was certain that Minato would be the first to step forward. Yet, could it truly happen? Did his mentor actually perish during the Nine Tails turmoil? Just after ascending to the position of Hokage, while still so young, could he truly meet his end in such a crisis? Kakashi found it hard to accept. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku's thoughts diverged. As a seasoned jonin, he had interacted extensively with the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, unlike Kakashi, who had always been by Minato's side. Though Shikaku acknowledged that Hiruzen had made some less-than-ideal decisions, his unwavering dedication to protecting the village and the responsibilities of a Hokage were undeniable. Importantly, in contrast to Minato, Hiruzen was considerably older. If a sacrifice were necessary in a moment of crisis, it would be most prudent for Hiruzen to shoulder that burden. However, this particular question was evidently not as straightforward as the previous 2. He instinctively glanced toward Minato, only to find Minato gazing back at him, as if urging him to choose him. "Pick me, my intuition tells me it must be me." Minato had not given this question much thought. He simply believed that as Hokage, he ought to bear responsibilities and obligations that others could not. If a significant crisis necessitated a sacrifice, he would undoubtedly step forward. Without question. But, teacher, Kakashi hesitated. Minato noticed his turmoil and smiled reassuringly, saying, "The question does not specify which year the Nine Tails turmoil occurred. Perhaps it is decades in the future. By then, I will be quite old, and may have many sons and daughters. I would willingly sacrifice myself to protect them. To safeguard Konoha, protect its villagers, and even my own descendants. What worth is my life to me? The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Kakashi lowered his head, murmuring, but the third. Minato observed Kakashi's pale visage and reminded him, Kakashi, do not entertain such perilous thoughts. I am confident that the third would gladly make the same decision as I would. After all, he was once Hokage. He would risk his life to protect the village. But how could one truly weigh life against life? Chapter 8. What wishes should be made? Kakashi bowed his head in silence, recalling his father. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, was once one of the most esteemed ninjas in Konoha, known as the White Fang of Konoha. He wielded a ninja blade with distinction on the battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War. This was an era before the legendary Sannin had risen to prominence. Tsukumo's achievements on the battlefield were so remarkable that his reputation rivaled that of the Hokage himself. Many villagers even regarded him as a candidate for the next Hokage. Regrettably, during a mission, the team led by Tsukumo fell into a trap, and many comrades were captured by the enemy. To complete the mission, he would have to abandon these comrades. Conversely, rescuing them would likely result in mission failure. In the world of ninjas, the mission held paramount importance. It was their duty to fulfill it. One would have expected Tsukumo to prioritize the mission over his comrades. However, to everyone's surprise, he chose to rescue them. As he charged into enemy territory to save his comrades, they were ambushed, and the enemy had set a trap awaiting his arrival. The squad met with disaster, with only Tsukumo and a few others managing to escape. After the war, rumors began to circulate in the village, maligning Tsukumo and accusing him of abandoning the mission, making a grave error that led to significant losses. Driven by his volatile nature, Tsukumo eventually took his own life at home, tarnishing the legacy of his illustrious life. He left behind a sorrowful Kakashi. This incident etched a lesson into the young Kakashi's heart, the rule that a ninja's foremost duty was to complete the mission. He grew to be extreme, cold-hearted, and unfeeling, viewing his comrades as mere tools. It was only through Minato's gradual influence that he returned to the right path. Now, a similar dilemma presented itself before him. The aged, lesser-valued third Hokage versus the youthful, more esteemed fourth Hokage. When faced with these two options, Kakashi instinctively leaned toward the more valuable choice. Yet, Minato sternly reminded him, life cannot be quantified. It was evident that Minato held this belief deeply. When Nara Shikaku solemnly declared, I choose the answer, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, and Yichin smiled and nodded in affirmation. Kakashi felt as though a small hole had been punctured in his mind. A fresh and fervent realization penetrated his thoughts, taking root resolutely. It dawned upon him that comrades truly held greater significance than missions. You were right, father, he silently affirmed, opening his eyes to a clearer world. The inner transformation within Kakashi was unbeknownst to Minato and Nara Shikaku. They began to anticipate the fourth question. Yichin noticed Kakashi's restlessness, but chose not to dwell on it. The spotlight of this round of questioning was evidently not on the silver-haired individual. With a wave of his hand, the luminous points coalesced once more, revealing the fourth question, question 4, in a moment of urgency. What sealing technique did fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato employ to seal the Nine Tails? The answers were, 4 symbol seal, 8 trigram seal, diamond seal, Reaper Death seal. Sealing techniques? Was he sacrificed because of sealing the Nine Tails? Minato pondered. It seemed plausible. After all, with his strength and the Flying Thunder God technique, it was improbable that the Nine Tails could claim his life. Thus, using the sealing technique to bind the Nine Tails, leading to his own sacrifice, logically made sense. He contemplated the answer to this sealing technique that resulted in his demise. Among the 4 options, aside from the diamond seal, he was familiar with only that technique. After all, it is the secret sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Only those with the bloodline of the Uzumaki can easily wield it. For outsiders lacking this heritage, mastery is exceedingly difficult, and even if they succeed, their prowess pales in comparison to that of the Uzumaki. His own wife, Uzumaki Kushina, is exceptionally skilled in the adamantine sealing, while the remaining techniques, 4 symbol sealing, 8 trigram sealing, and corpse demon sealing, are also areas of expertise for Namikaze Minato. Among these, only the corpse demon sealing poses a fatal risk to the practitioner. Thus, the answer is evidently clear. Hatake Kakashi, feeling puzzled, glanced at Namikaze Minato and inquired, Sensei, since you sealed the Nine Tails, why did you still perish? Because that technique exacts a toll of the practitioner's own life, Minato sighed, beginning to explain. The corpse demon sealing is a secret technique passed down within the Uzumaki clan, summoning the Shinigami from the Pure Land at the cost of the practitioner's life, using their body as a vessel to seal the target. It is an exceedingly perilous forbidden art. Nara Shikaku nodded in understanding. He had never heard of this sealing technique before. It seems that only the Hokage could learn such a forbidden art. I choose the answer. Corpse demon sealing. Nara Shikaku declared. After answering 3 consecutive questions correctly, Yi-chun beamed with delight, nodding approvingly. Congratulations, that is correct. Next came the 5th question, the final inquiry. Answering it correctly would grant them a wish, the fulfillment of any desire. You may take a moment to contemplate what wish you would like to make. Yi-chun smiled at the 3, igniting a spark of hope within them. Previously, during the questioning, the atmosphere had remained somewhat subdued, but now, as Yi-chun articulated the weight of their potential wish, the trio felt its significance. Sensei, Obito. Kakashi's voice trailed off as he raised his head. His gaze toward Minato filled with yearning. The opportunity to resurrect his dear friend was tantalizingly close, and he was determined not to let it slip away. However, given that it was a singular wish, it needed careful consideration. Nara Shikaku spoke hesitantly, feeling that emotionally, he should refrain from interjecting. Yet, as the chief advisor to the Hokage, he felt compelled to provide sound judgment on such a critical matter. Using such an opportunity to revive a member of the Uchiha clan who was not even a jonin would indeed be a waste. Minato, observing Kakashi's fervent gaze, refrained from responding immediately and instead asked, Shikaku, what kind of wish do you think would be most appropriate? This posed a challenge for Nara Shikaku. He had merely felt that reviving Obito was not worth it, yet he had no concrete ideas for what wish to propose. Wealth? While Konoha may not boast mountains of gold, it is situated in the bountiful land of fire, receiving substantial military aid from the feudal lord annually. The village's economy is sound, consistently ranking among the top in mission allocations. Could they truly lack for money? Power? Not only is Minato one of the most esteemed figures in the ninja world, but Shikaku himself also wields significant influence as the chief advisor in Konoha. Power merely serves as a burden upon one's shoulders, not a goal to be pursued. Beauty? Such a notion is too pedestrian. Both Shikaku and Minato are already married, and Kakashi is merely 14 years old. None among them seem inclined to covet physical allure. What remains? Life? They are all still quite young, with life ahead of them, thus not feeling an urgent need. Strength? Minato has already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world and does not possess an overwhelming desire for further power. Shikaku, being more of a strategist, does not excel in physical prowess either. Kakashi is undoubtedly a prodigy among his generation, destined to rise to the top of the ninja world with time. So, what exactly should they wish for? Chapter 9, It's You. Uchiha Obito. After much contemplation, Nara Shikaku could not identify any urgent desires that needed fulfilling. He inevitably turned to Minato, offering a wry smile. It's indeed not an easy choice, Minato. Kakashi felt a surge of anxiety, but recognized that now was not the time for him to speak. He and Shikaku could only offer opinions and suggestions to Minato, who ultimately would decide. Sensing Kakashi's gaze, Minato turned to him with a reassuring look and then addressed Shikaku. Since we currently lack a solid idea, perhaps we should first complete the question. Otherwise, if we finalize our wish and then fail to answer the question correctly, all our deliberation would be in vain. Minato's words reminded the other two of their task. Indeed, there was still one question left unanswered. They had been so preoccupied with debating what wish to make. Shikaku composed himself, sheepishly scratching his head and chuckling. You're right, I was too hasty. Please, sir, present the 5th question. Unbeknownst to him, his growing respect for Yi-chun's mysterious abilities had transformed his address from Your Excellency to the more reverent Sir. Yi-chun inwardly reveled in this acknowledgement, maintaining a calm demeanor as he nodded and said, Very well, let us proceed to the 5th question. With that, the glowing text shifted once more to reveal the 5th question. Question 5. Which of the following 4 answers is not the reason Uchiha Obito initiated the Nine-Tails attack? Answer: revenge against the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Answer: the capture of the Nine-Tails. Answer: the execution of the Moon Eye plan. Answer: being manipulated by Kaguya. Upon the appearance of this question, it was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated, leaving the two present in a state of bewilderment. Even Nara Shikaku, who was not particularly familiar with Uchiha Obito, turned pale. The information contained within those few lines was overwhelmingly significant. The trio found themselves momentarily unable to process the revelation. Uchiha Obito. The mastermind behind the Ninetales attack was none other than Uchiha Obito. In an instant, Kakashi's eyes turned red, and he bit his lips beneath his mask. Although his left eye had always been crimson, now his right one mirrored it as well. He struggled to fathom such a shocking revelation. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Obito is dead. His emotions surged, causing him to tremble uncontrollably as he glared at Yi Chun, his throat emitting a primal roar. No matter who you are, I will not allow you to tarnish Obito's name. He sacrificed himself on the battlefield. He is a hero. Memories flooded back of Obito in his final moments, handing him the Sharingan and imploring him to take care of Rin. Kakashi's heart ached painfully. The cruel irony was that he had ultimately failed to protect Rin, even having to take her life himself. This was a truth he could not bear to confront. In the face of Kakashi's uncontrollable fury, Yi Chun remained unfazed. Anticipating Kakashi's reaction upon presenting this question, Yi Chun was not surprised. Calm down, Kakashi. Minato, while initially shaken by the question, quickly regained his composure. He grasped Kakashi's shoulder to restrain him, preventing him from losing control. No, Sensei, it cannot be Obito. Obito is dead. Although Kakashi Hitaki was captured by Minato Namikaze, he remained in a state of agitation. With a heavy sigh, Minato delivered a swift blow to the excited white-haired ninja's neck, rendering him unconscious. After all, Kakashi had already lost a hand for offending Yi Chun, and in his current emotional state, any further rash actions could lead to his demise at Yi Chun's hands. Thus, it was prudent to incapacitate him. My apologies, Your Excellency, Minato said, bowing slightly to Yi Chun as an apology on behalf of Kakashi. Yi Chun graciously waved his hand, signaling them to continue with the questions. With a sigh of relief, Minato turned his attention back to the fifth question. However, upon reading it, he found himself utterly perplexed. The terms Eye of the Moon Plan and Black Zetsu were completely foreign to him. Among the remaining answers, he was most inclined to choose the option that implicated himself. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This was because he could not fathom any hatred that Obito Uchiha might harbor against him. Since rescuing Obito from the Ninja Academy and mentoring him as his guiding Jonin, Minato believed he had treated him well, despite Obito's notorious reputation as a perpetual underachiever. Even when Obito's strength and temperament often caused trouble during missions and wars, Minato had endured it all, hoping for his growth. Even the tragic outcome of the Battle of Canopy Bridge, where he was unable to protect them and lost Obito, was due to the larger context of the war and could not be a reason for Obito to harbor resentment against him. Oh, if it truly is out of hatred that he seeks revenge against Konoha, it would be a profound disappointment. Obito, Minato sighed. Shikaku, which answer do you think is correct? I can't say for certain. The Eye of the Moon Plan and Black Zetsu leave me utterly bewildered, Nara Shikaku replied, equally troubled. But I do have some ideas. Let me share them with you. The answer implicating revenge against you, Minato, I find difficult to assess, so I will pass on that for now. The options likely have strong connections to one another, as the question states that only one of the four options is incorrect. Therefore, the remaining three must pertain to Obito's attack on Konoha. The logic of capturing the Ninetales to execute the Eye of the Moon Plan seems sound. As Shikaku shared his deductions, Minato's expression softened slightly. This line of reasoning effectively eliminated the possibility that Obito attacked Konoha out of hatred for him, which led to the Ninetales incident. Seeing Minato relax a bit, Shikaku calmly reminded him, "This is merely my conjecture. The answers could still connect in other ways." Chapter 10, Correct Answer. A customized wish due to Black Zetsu's manipulation. Obito hates you, Minato, and ultimately seeks to capture the Ninetales or execute the Eye of the Moon Plan. Alternatively, it could be that he harbors hatred for you, Minato, which leads him to execute the Eye of the Moon Plan and capture the Ninetales, which is also a coherent logic. Shikaku remained exceptionally composed, laying out all possible answers. Per the question stipulation, 3 of the 4 answers are correct, leaving only 1 incorrect. The most plausible answers amounted to 3 or more. After hearing Shikaku's insights, Minato began to feel a headache coming on. He was indeed a highly intelligent individual, as evidenced by his ascension to Hokage. But his brilliance lay primarily in the realms of battlefield tactics and strategy. Problem-solving and deciphering such questions were not his forte, especially since he was still unclear about the meaning of the Eye of the Moon Plan and who Black Zetsu was. Oh, I never expected that the one who instigated the Nine Tails incident and attacked Konoha would be Obito, Minato lamented. Noticing Minato's introspective state, Shikaku refrained from pressing him further. If the Hokage did not wish to share his thoughts, it was not his place to pry. Shikaku only had a vague understanding of Obito, knowing he was once a member of Minato's team and his pupil, but nothing more. Given Minato's character and integrity, Shikaku found it hard to believe that his student would harbor such deep-seated hatred for him to the extent of assaulting Konoha and unleashing the Nine Tails. In his mind, Shikaku analyzed the implications of the Eye of the Moon plan, which evidently represented some sort of conspiracy, likely tied to the Nine Tails. It was clear that the release of the Nine Tails and the subsequent turmoil was orchestrated to execute this nefarious plan. He silently reminded himself to remain vigilant against this conspiracy and ensure it never came to fruition. The option of capturing the Nine Tails was almost certainly one of the correct answers. Each logical chain that held water included this option. Furthermore, the recurring mention of the Nine Tails incident since the beginning of the questioning further validated this hypothesis. As for the answer involving manipulation by Black Zetsu, it seemed to have a higher probability than the hatred towards Minato. Shikaku could almost visualize the scene during the Battle of Canopy Bridge. Obito sacrificed himself but did not perish. He was later manipulated by Black Zetsu, leading him to buy into the Eye of the Moon plan and the desire to capture the Nine Tails. Capturing the Nine Tails was undoubtedly part of the Eye of the Moon plan, and Black Zetsu was certainly the mastermind behind it. Having clarified his thoughts, Shikaku promptly conveyed his conjecture to Minato. Minato, if I am not mistaken, the answer to the fifth question should be. What do you think? The only uncertainty lay in the answer. If Minato held no deep-seated animosity towards Obito, then the answer would likely be the incorrect one. Minato nodded but suddenly turned to Yi Chun and inquired, Your Excellency, could you enlighten us on the meaning of the Eye of the Moon plan? And who is Black Zetsu? Yi Chun, hearing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation. If I could tell you, I would have done so already. I meticulously selected this question to bring the mastermind, Obito Uchiha, into the spotlight. The answer is evident, so why are you asking me all these questions? Yi Chun retorted curtly, no comment. If you wish to know, you can use your wish opportunity to ask me once you answer the question correctly. A spark ignited in Minato's eyes, and he felt stirred. Compared to power, wealth, and beauty, he was far more intrigued by the answers concerning the reasons behind Obito's attack on Konoha, which could potentially unveil a colossal conspiracy brewing within the ninja world. If he could grasp this conspiracy sooner, he might evade it, or even counteract the mastermind behind it. Nodding, Minato turned to Shikaku and said, Then let's make our choice. Shikaku, I believe Obito does not harbor hatred towards me. He is merely under the influence of Black Zetsu. I knew you would say that, Shikaku replied. Exhaling deeply as he addressed Yi Chun, I choose the answer. Hatred for the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. When Shikaku finally made his choice, Yi Chun was nearly bursting with joy. Although they answered 5 questions correctly, allowing them to customize a wish, Yi Chun would undoubtedly reap greater rewards than they. According to the system's rules, each correct answer accumulates a reward. Answering 5 questions grants the ability to make a wish. However, as the questioner, Yi Chun is also the host of the system. Thus, his rewards are doubled. In essence, while Namikaze, Minato, and Nara Shikaku can make 1 wish, Yi Chun can make 2. Indeed, the disparity between laborers and capitalists is striking. The latter can earn significantly more even while reclining. Regaining his focus, Yi Chun nodded with a smile and said, Congratulations on your correct answers. Having answered all 5 questions, you may now make your wishes. Any wish can be fulfilled. Minato and Shikaku felt a surge of joy. They had truly answered correctly. Through these 5 questions, they had also witnessed Yi Chun's enigmatic abilities. Both believed Yi Chun to be an extraordinarily powerful individual, whether it was the peculiar spatial barrier or the instantaneous defeat of Kakashi Hatake, which left Minato momentarily stunned. They held a firm belief in the prophecies Yi Chun spoke of, particularly regarding the impending Nine Tails turmoil. Exchanging glances, they recognized the mutual understanding in each other's eyes. Sir, my wish is to know all information pertaining to the Nine Tails incident, Minato declared. He wisely refrained from mentioning the Moon Eye plan and the Black Zetsu, knowing that if Yi Chun required 2 wishes for 2 phrases, it would complicate matters. Moreover, the Nine Tails incident likely harbored undisclosed details. Thus, requesting comprehensive information was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Yi Chun smiled, thoroughly impressed by their intellect. Wasn't his intention to divulge secrets? Revealing information could alter the perceptions and thoughts of the original characters, steering them away from the narrative's trajectory. This was, after all, his ultimate mission. Chapter 11. The Shura of the Ninja World. Uchiha Madara Yi-chun gently nodded, his voice calm as he said, "In that case, your wish shall be granted." This tale begins with the Third Great Ninja War. With a wave of his hand, the text on the screen slowly faded, giving way to a vivid scene. It was a blood-soaked battlefield, where ninjas fought fiercely and lives were extinguished with every passing moment. A collapsing cave left a small ninja trapped beneath a massive rock, half of his body pinned down. A silver-haired ninja struggled desperately to move the boulder, but to no avail, it remained unmoved. Another short-haired female ninja wore an expression of disbelief, her gaze vacant. That was Obito, Rin, and myself. This is the battlefield of the Kanabi Bridge, where Obito met his end. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi Hatake awoke, his eyes wide as he beheld the scene before him, involuntarily recalling that painful memory. Minato and Shikaku exchanged glances, but remained silent, merely nodding. Minato even placed a finger to his lips, signaling Kakashi to remain quiet. Reluctantly, Kakashi acquiesced. In the scene, just before his death, Obito smiled and bequeathed his Sharingan to Kakashi, entrusting him to care for Rin. In that moment, despite harboring regrets, Obito faced death with courage. With another collapse, the boulder buried him once more, and Kakashi could only depart with Rin. At that moment, Yi-chen's voice resonated. The conclusion of the Kanabi Bridge battle saw Konoha claim victory. Yet countless Konoha ninjas were entombed in this meat grinder of a battlefield. Among them, Obito Uchiha should have been counted, but here, the narrative diverges. Everyone believed Obito had perished, yet he awakened once more, confronted by a peculiar old man possessing a Sharingan. Obito smiled, asking, "Did you save me, old man?" "Thank you." But the elder replied, "It is too early for gratitude. You will repay this debt in due time." Obito did not perish? Who was this elder that saved him? Was he a forebear of the Uchiha? Kakashi's mind raced with questions. Yet he dared not speak due to Minato's command. Meanwhile, Minato and Shikaku exchanged looks, both reflecting surprise and confusion. Who was this elder? Why did he possess a Sharingan? Yet the scene continued, leaving their inquiries momentarily buried. Obito hesitantly said, "I'm sorry, but I cannot remain here. I must return to the village." He gazed at the elder with confusion. The elder's Sharingan sparked infinite curiosity within him, yet he had no recollection of this figure. Sensing Obito's doubt, the elder calmly stated, "I am the spirit of the Uchiha, Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara? Shikaku gasped involuntarily. The Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. This name once echoed through an era, leaving behind numerous chilling legends. He was the man who had once suppressed an era alongside Senju Hashirama, ultimately defeated by Hashirama himself. Aside from Hashirama, no one could face this name with composure. Let us continue, Minato thought, suppressing his astonishment and choosing to proceed. Obito clearly struggled to believe that this elder was his ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Bound in thick bandages, he writhed like a maggot, determined to escape. Madara observed him coldly, merely stating, "Your body has just been pieced together. Do not rush to your demise." With that, he returned to his slumber. Obito, still recovering, soon fell into a deep sleep as well. When he awoke again, two peculiar, pale humanoid beings appeared before him. Subsequently, these two white beings guided Obito toward gradual recovery. At this juncture, Yi-chen paused, the scene freezing. Shikaku, perceptive as ever, sensed Yi-chen's intent and promptly inquired, "Sir, was that truly Uchiha Madara?" "Just as I awaited your question," Yi-chen's heart rejoiced, though he maintained a calm exterior. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, that is Uchiha Madara. However, the records state that he was killed in battle against the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, correct?" As Hokage, Minato was privy to such secrets. Yet, he could not comprehend how Uchiha Madara, once thought dead, had survived and lived into the Third Great Ninja War. This query clearly fell outside the purview of the Nine Tails incident. Even if Yi-chan were willing to answer, he could not. Thus, he simply said, "That question is beyond your current understanding. Let us proceed." The scene resumed, and within an underground chamber, the pale humanoid suddenly addressed Obito. "I just ventured outside, and the Rin and Kakashi you spoke of seemed to be surrounded by Mist Village ninjas." Obito sprang up impulsively, throwing a punch at the cave door. Eager to rescue Rin and Kakashi, Yet, his recently restored body fell apart under the force of his strike. The speaking pale being then said, "Where my body?" It then merged with Obito, transforming into a white armor. At that moment, Uchiha Madara stirred awake. Obito spoke, "Thank you for saving me, but I must leave. And I will not return." Uchiha Madara coldly remarked, "You will undoubtedly return, and at that time, I shall accept your true gratitude." Uchiha Obito, perplexed by his words, turned away from the underground chamber, as the crisis involving Rin and Kakashi loomed ominously. Indeed, was the mastermind he referred to none other than Uchiha Madara? Nara Shikaku pondered deeply. It became increasingly apparent that Uchiha Obito's resurrection was intricately orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. From the outset, he had unwittingly fallen into Madara's trap. The mention of Rin and Kakashi being encircled was also likely part of Madara's design. Synthesizing the information at hand, Nara Shikaku swiftly deduced that this was a scheme devised by Uchiha Madara, and he leaned in to share his thoughts with the other two. Uchiha Madara. Hatake Kakashi clenched his fists, recalling the incident. In the Land of Water, he and Rin had been ensnared by the ninjas of the Mist Village, ultimately leading to Kakashi killing Rin. Was this all part of Uchiha Madara's machinations? That wretched fiend. Chapter 12. The Death of Rin. Obito's Descent into Hell. In the scene, Uchiha Obito raced towards the location of the incident. Along the way, he inquired of a white humanoid figure that had been following him, "Where is the golden flash of Konoha? What is he doing?" The white figure replied, "He seems to be engaged in another task, and of all times." Uchiha Obito's expression darkened, his gaze turning cold. Minato Namikaze observed Obito's demeanor, letting out a silent sigh. He could empathize with Obito's current state of mind. However, it was evident that this was a trap set by Uchiha Madara. Minato himself had been ensnared by the Mist Ninjas, clearly also a part of Madara's scheme to destabilize Obito's mental state. Uchiha Obito accelerated further, sensing that Rin and Kakashi were not far ahead. His Sharingan faintly connected with Kakashi's own. Upon reaching the scene, Obito looked up, only to witness Kakashi's Chidori piercing through Rin's chest. His most trusted brother had slain his beloved right before his eyes. Obito had countless words he wished to share with Rin and Kakashi, yet at that moment, he found himself utterly speechless. Obito's painful memories surged back, and Kakashi's eyes reddened. He had grappled with the haunting regret of having killed Rin, as well as the frustration of failing to fulfill his promise to his dear friend. But he was a ninja, and at that moment, he had no other choice. "What has happened, Kakashi? I entrusted Rin to you, and you promised to take good care of her." Uchiha Obito murmured, his spirit utterly deflated. His pupils constricted, and the tomo of his Sharingan sadly distorted. He could not comprehend this reality, nor could he fathom the events unfolding before him. The armor formed by the white humanoid morphed into a swirling mask, obscuring Obito's face. He cried out in anguish, "Where is this place? I refuse to acknowledge that this is my world." The kaleidoscope opened, and would release erupted from within him, shattering the ground beneath. "What kind of Sharingan is this?" And would release, Minato exclaimed, witnessing the power Obito wielded. Was this the handiwork of Uchiha Madara? That man had enabled Obito to possess the power of wood release. The scene continued as Uchiha Obito charged towards the enemy, all attacks passing harmlessly through his form. Wood release, birth of dense forest. He unleashed wood release with reckless abandon, mercilessly obliterating the Mist Ninjas as if they were mere insects. Everything was, indeed, an illusion. Obito murmured, his eyes devoid of light, consumed by desolation. A Mist Ninja attempted to seize Rin, and Obito immediately crushed him into a pulp. The gruesome spectacle terrified all enemies present. Yet it was far from sufficient to assuage his inner torment. "What are you afraid of? What happened to that predatory demeanor just now?" Obito's body trembled slightly as he chanted, "Would release." Hellish chaos. Silence enveloped the scene, and amidst the crimson rain of blood, Obito softly stated, "Ah, I see now. I am in hell." He stepped over Kakashi's body and cradled Rin. The words of Uchiha Madara echoed in his mind. In dreams, everything becomes malleable. Even the resurrection of the deceased is achievable. "Rin, I shall recreate a world in which you exist. As for this world, let it turn to ashes." Obito returned to Uchiha Madara's side and coldly inquired, "Tell me how I can create the world of dreams." A triumphant smile finally crept onto Madara's decaying visage. "Ah, that method is called the Eye of the Moon plan." The scene paused, and Yi Chen's voice resounded, This is the reason Uchiha Obito intends to initiate the Nine-Tails riot. Are you satisfied? Minato and the others exchanged glances, striving to digest the information they had just acquired. Uchiha Madara had not been slain by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He had survived and continued plotting his schemes. Obito had not perished in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. Rather, he had been resurrected by Madara and ensnared in his machinations. Awakening would release and evolving his Sharingan. He seemed to have transformed into a formidable entity. My lord, what does the Eye of the Moon plan truly entail? Kakashi inquired, sensing that it was somehow connected to Obito's desire to resurrect Rin, yet the specifics eluded him. Yi Chun, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "No comment. This involves many secrets, and the time has not yet come for me to disclose them to you." Such a tiresome system. It could have laid everything bare, yet it insists on withholding crucial information. Shikaku, what do you think? What is the true purpose of the Eye of the Moon plan? Minato asked, believing that his chief strategist must have his own insights. Nara Shikaku nodded. I only possess a few conjectures at present, but since you've asked, I shall share them. He cleared his throat, contemplating as he spoke. Clearly, the Eye of the Moon plan is Uchiha Madara's design, and Obito is merely a reluctant participant. From a literal standpoint, the Eye of the Moon is undoubtedly related to the moon. In a dream world, one can exercise boundless freedom, even resurrecting the deceased. It sounds akin to Genjutsu or some mystical ninjutsu, perhaps even a barrier. At this juncture, Nara Shikaku appeared to have made a realization, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, could it be that the moon is utilized to amplify the Genjutsu of the Uchiha Sharingan, thereby creating a world within a dream? Indeed, with just a hint of insight, one could conjure an entire landscape. Yi Chun marveled at Shikaku's deduction. To draw such a close approximation of the truth from limited clues was a remarkable feat truly. Nara Shikaku was the second intellect of the Nara clan, the chief strategist of the Hokage. Noticing Yi Chun's lack of refutation, coupled with his look of admiration for Shikaku, Minato realized that Shikaku's deductions were close to reality. He patted Shikaku's shoulder in commendation, exclaiming, "Impressive. Truly, you are exceptional, Shikaku." Simultaneously, he was profoundly shaken by the implications of Shikaku's deductions, utilizing the moon to activate Genjutsu and create a dream world. What an audacious ambition, truly befitting the demonic Uchiha Madara of the ninja realm. The spectacle is utterly astonishing. Chapter 13, The Chaos of the Nine Tails. You shall pay, Obito. Yi Chun felt a surge of relief as he clapped his hands together. Now, let us view the complete footage of the Nine Tails rampage. Upon finishing, the answering session will conclude. And you shall have your freedom. Is it about to end? The trio of Namikaze Minato nodded obediently, each harboring their own thoughts. In the depths of the night in Konoha village, within a concealed chamber, Uzumaki Kushina was in labor, attended by Sarutobi Bawako and several medical ninjas bustling about to assist her. Outside the door, Namikaze Minato vigilantly guarded the entrance. Not far away, a shadow emerged, a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a brown spiraled mask. This sudden apparition glared coldly at Namikaze Minato. The only visible eye revealed a Sharingan adorned with 3 tomo. It was Obito. Hatake Kakashi recognized Uchiha Obito at once. His feelings torn between relief that his dear friend was alive and fury that Obito would dare to assault Konoha, especially while Kushina was in labor. What a heartless act. Do you possess no shred of compassion, Obito? Meanwhile, upon witnessing the scene, Namikaze Minato's expression turned frigid. Although he shared a bond with Uchiha Obito, how could he not feel a surge of murderous intent when confronted with the assailant endangering his wife during childbirth? In the footage, Sarutobi Bawako finally cradled the newborn child. A baby with golden hair and 6 whisker-like markings on his face, who let out a piercing wail. Namikaze Minato rejoiced and rushed in to share a smile with Uzumaki Kushina. Radiating maternal warmth, Kushina laughed until tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, a shadow darted by. Sarutobi Bawako's smile froze, and she collapsed limply to the ground, while the child in her arms was snatched away by Uchiha Obito. Who dares? Release my child. Minato and Kushina gasped in shock, their voices raised in alarm. Uchiha Obito, cradling the infant in one arm, brandished a kunai and threatened Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage. Step away from the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, I shall slay this child immediately. Minato shouted in haste. Wait. But Obito tossed the infant into the air and lunged towards the downed Kushina. In a desperate bid, Minato leaped forward to catch the child, only to discover a detonating tag affixed to the back. In a split second, Minato discarded the infant's swaddling, employing the Shunshin technique to escape the room. Boom! A deafening explosion obliterated the room where Uzumaki Kushina had given birth, and both she and Uchiha Obito vanished without a trace. Cursed fiend! How dare you act with such madness? Nara Shikaku gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He bore no camaraderie with Uchiha Obito. And should Obito dare to appear before him now, a kunai would swiftly be dispatched. Outside Konoha village, beside a small pond, a colossal cylindrical stone loomed. Uchiha Obito placed Uzumaki Kushina upon a lower stone, binding her to the giant rock with sealing techniques. Who are you, and what do you wish to accomplish? The weakened Kushina mustered her strength to inquire. I shall extract the nine tails from your body, and then I will annihilate Konoha, Obito declared ominously. The scene shifted, revealing Minato tenderly placing the infant on a bed, carefully tucking him in. Naruto, rest here for a while. Father must go rescue your mother. Naruto? My child is named Naruto. Minato was taken aback. At that moment, he had yet to bestow a name upon the child growing within Kushina. He had intended to wait for Master Jiraiya's return to the village to name his child, as the legendary sage of the toads, Jiraiya, was a renowned best-selling author. Then, Minato recalled the first name on the recent ranking list, Uzumaki Naruto, positioned prominently. So my child is destined to become so formidable? Far stronger than I. A swell of pride surged within Minato. In the footage, Uzumaki Kushina was ensnared within Uchiha Obito's sealing barrier, emanating a crimson glow, her body inscribed with eerie runes. A large cavity in her abdomen pulsated with a purplish-black mass. Unmoved by Kushina's agony, Obito formed hand seals, his eyes spinning with three tomo. Come forth, nine tails. He bellowed. In an instant, the purplish-black mass erupted from the gaping hole in Kushina's belly, soaring into the air, swelling rapidly before exploding. A colossal fox, cloaked in fiery red fur and boasting nine tails, materialized. The nine tails landed with a tremor, unleashing a wave of terror upon Konoha. It has begun. Is this the chaos of the nine tails? Nara Shikaku felt a jolt, as if he could already envision the carnage blanketing Konoha. Minato gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly. Is that truly the nine tails? How could such a fearsome entity lie sealed within Kushina? Minato's resolve hardened. I will find this Uchiha Obito and ensure he pays for his heinous actions. Hatake Kakashi felt a profound sorrow as he witnessed the helpless Kushina collapsed against the giant rock. The scene depicted Uchiha Obito coldly observing the rampaging Nine Tails. Commanding, since you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, allow it to eliminate you. Nine Tails, kill her. The Nine Tails, with a menacing visage, raised its paw to strike down upon Uzumaki Kushina. Boom. The earth quaked. The sheer force created a resounding crash, shattering the giant rock. In a critical moment, a golden-haired figure appeared. Minato arrived, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Kushina to safety. Minato, swiftly prevent him and the Nine Tails. They intend to obliterate Konoha. Upon hearing this, Minato's icy gaze brimmed with murderous intent as he cast a glance at Uchiha Obito. Yet, recognizing Kushina's precarious situation, he first employed the Flying Thunder God technique to send her home. Lying on the bed, Kushina cradled the slumbering Naruto, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Minato donned his ceremonial robes, a confident smile illuminating his face. Uchiha Obito re-entered Konoha village. At that moment, the village basked in a festive atmosphere, with all inhabitants immersed in the tranquility of life. Obito sneered, slamming his palm against the ground. Come forth, Nine Tails. Roar. Accompanied by a beastly howl, the enormous Nine Tails fox descended into the bustling streets of Konoha. Devastate Konoha. With a command from Obito, the Nine Tails unleashed widespread destruction. The beast's colossal form and overwhelming power proved insurmountable. In mere moments, the Nine Tails reduced an entire marketplace to ruins, leaving countless innocent villagers dead or injured. Chapter 14. The Sarutobi's Mighty Rise. How dare he? Even though he had long been acquainted with the term Nine Tails Rampage from Yichun, and was fully aware of the catastrophic toll it had taken on Konoha village, the sight before him, of the Nine Tails wreaking havoc and the streets strewn with bodies, deeply unsettled Namikaze Minato. He had always aspired to be Hokage, regarding the protection of Konoha and its citizens as his paramount duty. Yet, He never anticipated that the student he had nurtured would become the very perpetrator of this massacre. Obito, please stop. Hatake Kakashi could not restrain his voice, as conflicting thoughts churned in his mind. One perspective is to comprehend Uchiha Obito's thoughts, to empathize with his suffering from his standpoint. Another is to view him through the eyes of a Konoha ninja, filled with profound rage at his actions. However, the course of events remains unaltered by his will. The scene unfolds relentlessly. In the frame, the third Hokage, clad in armor, commands the Umbu, I shall contain the Nine Tails. You must protect the villagers and assist in their evacuation. Kakashi, Hatake, and Guy, the inseparable duo, prepare to confront the Nine Tails. Only to be halted by the Umbu. We must evacuate the villagers. This is the third Hokage's order. At that moment, every ninja in Konoha springs into action. In the distance, atop Hokage Rock, the figure of Minato Namikaze appears. The Nine Tails detects him and launches a tailed beast bomb directly at Minato. The energy contained within the bomb instills terror in all. If it detonates within the village, Konoha might be utterly annihilated. Bearing the name of Hokage, tasked with safeguarding the village and its people, this is my solemn duty. As the colossal tailed beast bomb hurtles toward him, a grave expression crosses Minato's face. He swiftly forms hand seals, conjuring a massive flying thunder god technique, redirecting the tailed beast bomb to a distant clearing. With a tremendous explosion, an immense shockwave follows, uprooting trees surrounding the village. At that moment, a shadowy hand strikes from behind Minato. Anticipating the attack, he counters instantly, his kunai aimed precisely at Obito's temple. Yet, a twist of fate reveals that Minato's kunai strikes an illusion, devoid of substance. Taken aback, he is caught off guard as Obito delivers a powerful punch. Subsequently, the three tomo in Obito's exposed right eye rotate, emanating a formidable gravitational pull that seems intent on consuming Minato. In this critical moment, Minato employs the flying thunder god technique to evade. Unfazed by his missed strike, Obito sneers coldly. In the Hokage's office, Minato furrows his brow. Such an enigmatic ability, capable of transitioning between the tangible and intangible. When I struck him, he was in a phantom state, yet when he hit me, his punch was undeniably real. Nara Shikaku nods in agreement, pondering for a moment before inquiring. That gravitational force appears noteworthy. If you were ensnared, Minato, it could be perilous. Minato acknowledges, having devised several strategies to counteract Obito's abilities in this brief interval. The uncertainty lies in whether his future self can respond swiftly enough. In the frame, fierce battles rage on in the forests outside Konoha. Minato, the epitome of a civilian ninja, displays exceptional combat intellect. After falling prey to Obito's bizarre ability, he promptly devises a countermeasure. He charges at Obito, hurling his kunai, aimed squarely at Obito's brow. Confident in his intangibility, Obito does not evade, instead rushing forward, one hand reaching for Minato's heart. The intangibility activates, and Minato's kunai passes through Obito's head without impact. Huh, I've got you. Obito rejoices internally. The next instant, Minato's face reveals a triumphant smile. In a flash, he employs the flying thunder god technique, teleporting to the location of the kunai he had thrown. A blue orb of chakra ignites in his hand, as a massive Rasengan crashes into Obito's back. With a resounding boom, the ground fractures, and Obito is driven deep into the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Minato severs the connection between Obito and the Nine Tails. Thus, the Nine Tails is no longer under Obito's control. The scene shifts to a circular platform in Konoha. The armored third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, instructs the Umbu behind him. The Nine Tails' destructive power is too great. It cannot remain in the village. We must drive it outside. Buy me time, and do not let up in your assault. Yes, we shall. The kneeling Umbu respond in unison, charging toward the Nine Tails. A deluge of ninjutsu and tools rains down upon the beast. Yet, the Nine Tails, immensely powerful, decimates half of the Umbu in mere moments. Summoning technique. Hiruzen bites his thumb, forming a seal on the ground. Come forth, King of the Monkey, Enma. In an instant, a massive cloud of smoke erupts, revealing Enma, clad in leather and adorned with a headband. Enma, transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Alright, Enma possesses the ability to transform. The Rui Jingu Bang becoming indestructible, capable of expanding and contracting. Grasping the transformed staff, Hiruzen lunges at the Nine Tails, extending it toward the beast. With a mighty clash, the force pushes the Nine Tails outside of Konoha. Minato's brow relaxes slightly. Indeed, his future self quickly comprehended Obito's abilities and devised a countermeasure. Excellent, Minato. Now, the Nine Tails can no longer ravage the village. Nara Shikaku remarks, revitalized. He had watched the Nine Tails wreak havoc in Konoha, a heavy weight on his heart for those villagers, many of whom may have been from his own clan, lay scattered as corpses. Next, I presume it will be my turn to seal the Nine Tails. Watch closely, Shikaku. We must learn from this experience and thoroughly prepare for Obito's next assault. We shall ensure he comes and goes without a trace. Minato is resolute in his intent to eliminate Obito. While he understands that Obito is under the influence of Uchiha Madara, the tangible harm inflicted upon Konoha is unforgivable. Kakashi Hatake, hearing the murderous intent in Minato's voice, is filled with sorrow. Yet, reason prevents him from pleading for Obito. He deserves this fate. Chapter 15. The birth of Naruto and the death of Kushina in the frame, Obito acknowledges his inferiority to Minato, with his trump card exposed. Continuing the battle could cost him his life at Minato's hands. Thus, he utters a few parting words before utilizing Kimui to escape. Hiruzen, alongside Elite Umbu, struggles to restrain the Nine Tails, yet the situation remains dire. Though the Nine Tails is no longer under Obito's control, its hatred for Konoha remains unabated. Having been trapped within Konoha for decades, confined to the host's body, it is determined to obliterate this cursed village. With a furious roar, the Nine Tails begins to gather another tailed beast bomb. Not again, Hiruzen exclaims in horror, as he possesses no means to counter the tailed beast bomb. In the next moment, a massive toad appears, pinning the Nine Tails to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The fourth Hokage has arrived. The Konoha ninjas exclaim in excitement. Despite being restrained by the gigantic toad, the Nine Tails continues to form the tailed beast bomb. Damn it! Minato realizes he must use the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate the Nine Tails. Moments later, a blinding light erupts from the distant mountains as the tailed beast bomb detonates. Meanwhile, Minato appears before the Nine Tails, cradling his wife and child. Behind Kushina Uzumaki, a multitude of massive golden chains emerge, binding the Nine Tails firmly. The fearsome roar of the beast awakens Naruto, who begins to wail. Thank you for everything you've done for me, Minato. Kushina Uzumaki gazed tenderly at Minato, Namikaze, and Naruto, acutely aware that this might be her final moment. Her expression turned solemn as she bit her lip and declared, I shall seal the Nine Tails using the method of the Jinchuriki. After my demise, the Nine Tails will perish alongside me, alleviating the concern of it wreaking havoc upon the village. The Nine Tails struggled fiercely, increasing the pressure on Kushina. Her voice grew faint. Today is Naruto's birthday. How I long for our family of three to live happily together. I wish to see Naruto grow up joyfully. Despite her waning vitality, Kushina's eyes sparkled with unwavering brightness as she looked upon her husband and son, filled with love and reluctance to part. Uzumaki. Minato gritted his teeth, fixated on the image of his wife. Kakashi Hatake bowed his head, trembling slightly, unable to bear the sight of his beloved mentors facing death. Shikaka Narao observed the sobbing Naruto with confusion. Minato, why did you bring Naruto here? After watching for so long, I can now view this scene with calmness. It is merely a future event. If they prepare and remain vigilant, they could prevent such occurrences. Minato, harboring suspicions in his heart, chose not to voice them. As he listened to Kushina's heartfelt words and witnessed her sorrowful expression, he felt a sharp pain within. His body quivered uncontrollably as he clenched his teeth. Kushina, you made me Hokage, you made me a husband, and you made me Naruto's father. Yet I, Kushina, witnessing her husband's vulnerability, comforted him gently. Minato, I have never blamed you. Being with you is my greatest achievement in life. To be loved by you makes me the happiest person in the world. I only wish to see Naruto grow up. That is my final wish. Wiping away her tears, Minato's expression hardened with determination as he replied earnestly, Kushina, you need not perish with the Nine Tails. I will use your chakra to ensure you see Naruto grow up. I will employ that technique to divide the Nine Tails and seal it within Naruto and myself. Kushina gasped, using that technique will cost you your life. Minato's expression remained resolute as he made a heavy decision. It matters not. The Nine Tails is the village's most crucial weapon of war. I cannot allow it to vanish. A village without a Jinchuriki would be vulnerable in battle. That is unacceptable. Is it that technique? The dead demon consuming seal? Shikaku asked, his face pale. Indeed. It is the sealing technique created by the second Hokage, Minato explained. Minato, did you sacrifice yourself by using this jutsu? Shikaku's face flushed red as he continued. Did you intend to die so that that child, Naruto, could become the next Jinchuriki? Minato shook his head, clarifying, I understand my future actions. The Jinchuriki is the most vital weapon of war, and it must not fail. If Kushina is forced to release the Nine Tails and is on the brink of death, then it is foolish to not allow Naruto to inherit the Nine Tails. Shikaku's expression darkened as he reproached loudly, Fourth Hokage, your duty, your mission, is to protect the village of Konoha and its inhabitants. It is not to act impulsively and make decisions based on your whims. Minato nodded helplessly. Yes, I understand. I will heed your counsel. I hope you can keep your word, Shikaku retorted, crossing his arms as he continued to observe the scene. Yu-chun watched the sudden conflict between the two with amusement, a playful smile gracing his face. He had previously found Minato's actions in the original story rather unreasonable, even suspecting that Kishimoto had resorted to a plot twist without proper resolution. However, upon witnessing the real Minato, it seemed like a hasty decision born of impulse. In the dense forest, a colossal beast wreaked havoc, scattering massive trees and stirring up clouds of dust. The monstrous creature, crimson in hue with 9 long tails, bore a fearsome expression, exuding a foul stench. Kushina unleashed 8 thick chains from her back, binding the 9 tails tightly and rendering it immobile, cradling Naruto in her arms. She watched as he cried out. Before her stood a solemn-faced man with shining golden hair. With steely resolve, Minato formed hand seals and unleashed the forbidden jutsu from the sealing scroll, the dead demon consuming seal. Behind him, an ethereal energy materialized, forming a towering, eerie figure clad in white robes, holding a short blade. The fourth Hokage successfully extracted the spirit of the 9 tails, but the beast retaliated, striking with a claw that pierced through both Minato and Kushina. With a gaping wound in his abdomen, Minato resolutely divided the 9 tails, sealing one half within the crying Naruto and the other within himself. As the chaos of the 9 tails reached its conclusion, the third Hokage and his Umbu arrived on the scene, attempting to assist but were halted by the sealing barriers set by Kushina, forced to stand outside in helpless anxiety. After completing the seal, the immense 9 tails, filled with resentment and fury, was once again confined. Both Minato and Kushina faced their final moments without regret. Kushina gazed tenderly at the young Naruto, her heart filled with a mother-esque concern for her child. Kushina, time is running short. We must activate the 8 trigram seal. If you have anything you wish to convey to Naruto, now is the time. Minato summoned Gamabunta, entrusting the summoning technique to the toad, thereby settling his affairs. Observing his worried wife, he spoke gently. Naruto, do not be picky with your food. Eat well every day to grow strong. Remember to take warm baths daily. Also, do not stay up late. Ensure you get ample sleep. Furthermore, make friends. It is fine if you do not have many. Just a few trustworthy companions will suffice. Even though I am not very skilled in this, you must practice diligently and master various ninjutsu. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, even if learning proves challenging. Do not lose heart. Show respect to the teachers and seniors at your school. Lastly, and most importantly, regarding the 3 prohibitions of a ninja. First, do not lend money heedlessly. Save your mission rewards wisely. Wait until you are 20 to drink alcohol. Excessive drinking is detrimental to your health, so moderation is key. As for women, being a woman myself, I cannot offer much insight. One day, you will inevitably find yourself intrigued by women. Be wary of peculiar ones who may entangle you. Seek out a remarkable woman, akin to a mother. It is crucial to be cautious of Jiraiya-sensei. As Kushina Uzumaki's voice grew increasingly faint, the emotions she conveyed became ever more fervent. Naruto, in the future, whether through joy or sorrow, you will undergo numerous trials. Yet, the most significant aspect is your dreams. You must steadfastly pursue them and strive to realize them. I have so much more to say to you, and I wish to share my life with you. As Kushina spoke, tears streamed down her face. I love you, Naruto. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hitaki was already moved to tears by Kushina's words. Despite his resilient nature, he did not wish for his mentor, Minato Namikaze, to witness his sorrow. So he kept his head bowed, silently weeping. Minato noticed but chose not to address it. Instead, he gently placed his hand on Kakashi's head. Kushina, you will undoubtedly be a wonderful mother. Though Kushina had been pregnant, Minato had not yet grasped the reality of fatherhood. He was preoccupied with village affairs, scarcely finding time to visit Kushina. However, at that moment, having witnessed her profound maternal love, he made a silent vow. I will be by your side, and together we shall raise Naruto. Determined, a glimmer of resolve sparkled in Minato's eyes. As the scene of the Nine Tails chaos concluded, the question and answer session reached its end, with the next scheduled for 3 months hence. Stay tuned. With a wave of his hand, Yi-chun made the screen fade to black, vanishing from view. He smiled at Minato and the others, bidding farewell. As his figure, along with the blue barrier encasing the Hokage office, dissipated into the air, Minato and the others exchanged glances, refraining from any attempt to stop him. The enigma and might of Yi-chun had already etched itself into their minds, leaving no room for such thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Minato turned to Shikaku Nara. Shikaku, prepare a meeting for all senior officials. You shall convene those who need to attend. Shikaku nodded, fully aware that this matter required proper communication with the higher-ups, leaving the specifics to Minato's discretion. Seeing Shikaku nod, Minato then addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, are you alright? At this point, Kakashi's wound had stopped bleeding under the bandaging, yet losing an arm, particularly his dominant one, was undeniably serious. Minato felt a pang of concern. Such injuries were clearly beyond the capabilities of Konoha's medical ninjas. Kakashi nodded numbly, resembling a soulless puppet. As Yi-chun departed and the screen vanished, the ninjas who had been waiting outside surged into the building. Minato soon appeared before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato, is everything alright? Hiruzen inquired with concern. Minato shook his head, glancing at the influx of Konoha ninjas. The situation is exceedingly complex. I cannot explain it all at once. Let's find a place to discuss it thoroughly. Namikaze merely nodded in response. Minato, you finally emerged. Is everything alright? Kohor Uchiha immediately asked upon seeing him. Minato shook his head, pointing to Kakashi, who was clutching his severed arm with his remaining hand. I'm fine, but Kakashi requires immediate medical attention. Elder Koharu, your medical ninjutsu is exceptional. Can you assist Kakashi in reattaching his arm? Koharu's expression faltered as she hesitated. My medical skills are far inferior to Tsunade's. In his current state, I can only manage to reattach his arm, but suturing the nerves is beyond my expertise. We must wait for Tsunade to return for complete recovery. Kakashi remained indifferent to her words, lost in the sorrow of a friend turned adversary. However, Minato frowned and addressed Hiruzen. Third Hokage, please send word to Lady Tsunade, requesting her return to the village to treat Kakashi. Elder Koharu, please begin treatment on Kakashi's arm. Koharu nodded in agreement, leading Kakashi toward the Konoha hospital. Chapter 17, The Lottery. The wood release, such a thing exists. In the Hokage office, Koharu escorted Kakashi to the hospital for treatment, leaving behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, Shikaku Nara, and Mitokaze. The secrets of the question and answer session must not be divulged to those outside the upper echelons. Hence Minato dispersed the gathering of ninjas and umbu surrounding the Hokage building, retaining only these four to discuss the recent events. Hiss! Mito gasped. The news Minato had shared unsettling him. The revelation that Uchiha Madara was still alive and scheming a monumental plot sent shivers through him. Having grown up in Konoha since its inception, he had witnessed the terror of Madara firsthand. This encounter, however, bore positive implications. At least they had gained crucial intelligence about their adversary, allowing for a more composed response. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his aged voice tinged with fatigue. Having diligently served as Hokage for decades, leading Konoha to victory in the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, he had earned his accolades. Now, as he contemplated retirement and a peaceful life, such alarming news would undoubtedly thrust him back into the fray. Lord Third, I believe this vital information cannot be concealed. I propose a meeting for all senior officials to appropriately disclose the details and prepare for action, Minato stated earnestly. That cannot be allowed. Such crucial information, if carelessly shared, could fall into the hands of traitors or spies. Mito countered vehemently. This stark contrast in governance styles highlighted the differences between Minato and Hiruzen's eras. Hiruzen's administration leaned towards secrecy, hoarding power and mistrusting others, while Minato, a beacon of hope, was unreserved in his trust. It is precisely because the information is of utmost importance that it cannot be hidden, Minato continued. To address the impending Nine-Tails crisis, we must reorganize the village's internal forces. Without their trust, Misunderstandings may arise. Shikaku spoke up in Minato's defense. Hiruzen contemplated, smoking his pipe, striving to adapt to Minato's approach before finally conceding. Let us heed Minato's advice and convene a meeting of all senior officials. Shikaku, prepare a report outlining what can and cannot be disclosed. Meanwhile, Yichen's figure materialized in his humble abode, a smile gracing his lips. System, may I receive my rewards now? Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first question and answer task, receiving double rewards. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring random high-level gift pack draw X2. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully divulging spoilers. Changes in the behavior and thoughts of original characters will provide the host with plot points. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have currently accumulated 459 narrative points. A series of prompts echoed, filling Yichen's heart with joy. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain. Alas, have I struck it rich now? With a beaming smile, Yichen noticed that he had only over 400 narrative points and asked, why do I only have a little over 400 narrative points? Beep. The narrative has only just begun to change. More points will follow. The system explained. I see. Yichen nodded. He then glanced at the high-level double prize lottery he had received. System. Why is my reward different from what you gave to the likes of Wave Wind Minato? Shouldn't mine be customizable too? Yichen had already envisioned the rewards he desired. His first choice was the Rinnegan, and second, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He was ready to soar, to dominate the ninja world. Beep. Currently, the mechanism only allows the host to draw from the lottery, with a prize pool that includes the rewards the host desires. Darn. Are you making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger? You want me, a mere African chieftain, to draw from a lottery? Yichen's expression instantly soured. But he had no choice but to reluctantly begin the lottery. Let us draw then. Let us see what I can get. Beep. Lottery begins. Current prize pool. High level. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Shadow Level Chakra. Shadow Level Chakra. Although it wasn't as formidable as the Rinnegan or the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Yichen was still immensely pleased. He had thought that his luck would only yield a pile of explosive tags. Unexpectedly, he received a commendable reward right off the bat. With Shadow Level Chakra, Yichen's physical capabilities would also enhance. It is worth noting that chakra is extracted from within a ninja's body, and it increases as one continuously trains their physique. After acquiring Shadow Level Chakra, Yichen's speed, strength, and endurance also reached the Shadow Level. In the entire Konoha village, the number of individuals possessing Shadow Level Chakra could be counted on one hand. Wave Wind Minato is one, Sarutobi Hiruzen is another, and the three legendary Sannin are not currently in the village. Shimura Danzo makes the list, as does Uchiha Fugaku. Others such as Mito Gate, TKSH Rin, and the elders of prominent clans like Uchiha and Hyuga have not reached the shadow level. At most, they are elite jonin. This means that in this moment, Yichen has become one of the top 5 in Konoha in terms of chakra. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn. Would release, currently at beginner level, can be advanced to Hashirama level through training. What the? I have struck gold. Would release, and it can be upgraded to Hashirama level. This is one of the top 3 Kekkei Genkai in the entire ninja world. The manifestation of the Yang release in Yin Yang release is the power of Wood release. Upon obtaining Wood release, Yichen instantly comprehended all the hand seals for Wood release techniques in his mind. However, continuous training is necessary to master these techniques gradually. Unable to resist, Yichen used a Wood release technique, and a surge of chakra was instantly drawn from within him. In front of him, the training dummy sprouted a dozen thick, sharp spikes, turning it into a porcupine. How powerful! I am elated. Witnessing his strength surge dramatically, Yichen felt as if he was floating. Moreover, my Wood release can be upgraded. Ultimately, it can become as powerful as Senju Hashirama. His heart ablaze, Yichen began to envision himself seated atop a colossal wooden figure, executing the true Wood release of thousands of hands. Countless giant hands would smash his enemies into a pulp. What a thrill! This is Wood release on par with Senju Hashirama. Can Yamato's trifling techniques even be called Wood release? Bah! Yamato, is that polite? Chapter 18. Why has no one informed me? Meanwhile, the heads of various departments in Konoha and the leaders of ninja clans gathered together. They assembled in the special conference room of the Hokage building to participate in this meeting. Once all were present and seated, they began to exchange pleasantries. Creak. The door swung open, and the fourth Hokage, Wave Wind Minato, donned in ceremonial robes and a Hokage hat, entered the conference room. Following him was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on a pipe, alongside the Hokage's chief advisor, Narashikaku, and Hokage advisors, Midogate and Tkash Rin. Having greeted the fourth Hokage and the former leader, the high-ranking officials rose to pay their respects. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, taking the seat to the right of the main position. Midogate, Tkash Rin, and Narashikaku also found their places accordingly. Wave Wind Minato smiled and raised his hand in greeting to everyone as he approached the main seat, placing his hat down. However, he did not sit immediately. Instead, he stood upright and said loudly, "I have gathered everyone here today, and I believe you all are eager to know the reason. I am not one to indulge in idle chatter or waste anyone's time, so please first take a look at the documents." After speaking, he nodded toward the corner, and a figure from the Umbu emerged, carrying a large stack of papers. The Umbu distributed the written documents to each person present before vanishing. Confused, the high-ranking officials began to read the documents in hand. Upon doing so, they were immediately startled. What? A mysterious individual is planning to attack Konoha? The Ninetales disturbance? The enemy intends to exploit the moment when the Ninetales Jinchuriki gives birth to unleash the Ninetales and attack Konoha? Is this for real? Where did this information come from? Is it from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku, do you have any clan members who are unaccounted for? In the conference room, after reviewing the documents, the gathered individuals began to murmur among themselves. Each person's emotions were in turmoil, leading to loud arguments, and some directly confronted Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. The information provided to them, of course, was not entirely factual. The names of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito were concealed, replaced simply with a mysterious Uchiha clan member. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding Wave Wind Minato's death and the Reaper death seal were intentionally omitted. They merely informed that a Konoha spy had overheard a piece of news. A member of the Uchiha clan, lost to the outside world, harbored resentment toward Konoha. The plan was to launch an attack during the weakest moment of the Nine-Tail Seal when Uzumaki Kushina was giving birth, releasing the Nine-Tails in an attempt to obliterate the entire village of Konoha. Though the most vital information was concealed, the mere details presented were enough to shock everyone. Uchiha Fugaku frowned at the documents, ignoring the comments of those around him. Who could this lost Uchiha clan member be? Since Wave Wind Minato has convened a meeting of all high-ranking officials, the information released must be credible. Upon seeing the documents for the first time, Uchiha Fugaku contemplated which Uchiha would dare to stir such a tumult. Yet, he found himself at a loss, as since he became clan leader, all Uchiha clan members had been recorded in the family tree. Those who fell in battle were returned home, and those whose bodies could not be recovered had their Sharingan retrieved. Could it be Uchiha Obito? In his memory, the only Sharingan that remained unaccounted for belonged to Uchiha Obito. One was with Hitaki Kakashi, while the other was buried in a collapsed cave. However, upon further reflection, Uchiha Fugaku dismissed this thought. As the clan leader, he understood Uchiha Obito's character well. There was no way he could pose a threat to the village. While Uchiha Fugaku was lost in thought, Wave Wind Minato observed that the conference room was on the verge of chaos and had to bang the table. Bang. Bang. Everyone, please quiet down. His voice finally brought silence to the room as all eyes turned toward Wave Wind Minato. I eagerly anticipate that this esteemed Hokage will provide everyone with a satisfactory response. I can assure you of the authenticity of this intelligence. The enemy's attack is imminent. I implore everyone to fully cooperate with the village's new defense plan without obstruction. Anyone who dares to impede this will be held accountable for treason against the village. Does anyone have any objections? Just now, in the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze has reached an agreement with Hiruzen Sarutobi to treat the Nine-Tails incident as the foremost priority for Konoha. Any non-cooperation will be dealt with firmly. The will of the second Hokage, within the current Konoha, is not to be opposed by anyone. During the high-level meeting, why was I not summoned? Suddenly, the door swung open, and a black-faced elder, his forehead and half of his face wrapped in white cloth, entered. His countenance was grim, his expression cold and indifferent to all. Danzo, what brings you here? Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired, his eyes narrowing. Why shouldn't I come? I would like to ask why no one called me to attend the meeting. Is that your decision, monkey? Danzo Shimura retorted icily. He then turned his gaze to Minato Namikaze, his eyes revealing unmasked anger. Minato, however, ignored him and took a seat. Shikaka Nara, seemingly in agreement, stood up and asked, Danzo, by what authority do you attend this high-level meeting? This assembly gathers the village's top leaders. What position do you hold? This question struck at the heart of the matter. The expressions of the high-ranking members present reflected a subtle excitement as they eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Upon Shikaku's inquiry, realization dawned upon the others. Indeed, Danzo Shimura is now merely a regular jonin. What right does he have to participate in this meeting? It is essential to remember that during Hiruzen's tenure, Danzo held significant power as an advisor to the Hokage. However, following Hiruzen's resignation, the position of Hokage advisor was automatically dissolved. With a change of leadership comes a change in ministers. Even Hayashi Hyuga and Koharu Uchiha, former advisors to the Hokage, have now been relegated to their respective roles as Minister of the Economy and Minister of Health. What position does Danzo hold? Leader of Root? Please. Root is a thoroughly clandestine organization, a splinter faction within the Umbu, and publicly lacks any official structure. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression grew even more stony, and his gaze towards Shikaku was laced with murderous intent. Sensing Danzo's killing intent, Minato resolved firmly in his heart to deal with Danzo as soon as he had the opportunity. Chapter 19, Monkey. You will regret this. Danzo fixed his gaze on Minato. Speaking in a low voice, Minato Namikaze, is this your subordinate? If he speaks without regard for decorum, I would not hesitate to teach him a lesson on your behalf. How presumptuous of you to consider yourself so important. The room was filled with a collective sense of disdain towards Danzo's arrogant words. This old man truly overestimates himself, showing complete disregard for the Hokage by addressing him so casually. Minato remained silent, while Koharu stood up to admonish, Danzo, show some respect. You must not speak disrespectfully to the Hokage. Hayashi also chimed in. Yes, please find a place to sit. The meeting has only just begun. These two, having grown up alongside Danzo, felt a twinge of discomfort at Shikaku's pointed question, as they too lost their advisory powers following the third Hokage's resignation. They could not bear to see Danzo in distress. However, Shikaku was determined not to let Danzo off easily. How audacious of you to threaten me. What gives you the right? Do you think we are still in the era of the third Hokage? He sneered. Danzo Shimura, as the chief strategist to the Hokage, you are merely an ordinary jonin. Who grants you the authority to teach me a lesson? To disrespect the Hokage and address him by name? What audacity! It appears you are the one who lacks understanding of etiquette and hierarchy. At these words, Danzo's face darkened further. He was visibly tense, seething with murderous intent, as if poised to strike Shikaku down at any moment. Meanwhile, Hayashi and Koharu were taken aback by the escalation of hostilities. This was tantamount to a complete breakdown of civility. Koharu instinctively turned to Hiruzen, hoping this old comrade would intervene. After all, among their generation, only Hiruzen could rise to the occasion at such a critical moment. All eyes turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo had always acted with impunity, backed by Hiruzen's influence. This was an unspoken reality known to all present. Had Hiruzen not silently endorsed Danzo, would he have dared to approach the various clans to recruit members? Would he have dared to place cursed marks on those he abducted, brainwashing them into servitude? Do not underestimate the shinobi clans. Without Hiruzen's support, Danzo would have long since met his demise. Puffing on his pipe, Hiruzen felt immense pressure. Earlier in the Hokage's office, Minato had mentioned how, during the Ninetales incident, Danzo had sat idly by, allowing the beast to wreak havoc on Konoha, resulting in horrific casualties. This was something Hiruzen could not tolerate. Entrusting a portion of the Umbu to Danzo was, in part, an act of trust towards an old friend, but also a strategic move for balance. However, one cannot cultivate a treacherous wolf in the fold. Danzo's actions were nothing short of betrayal. Danzo, you should leave, Hiruzen declared. His shoulders sagging as if a weight had been lifted, his countenance aged in an instant. Monkey, you. Danzo exploded with rage. While he had been angered by Shikaku's provocation, he had remained confident, never imagining that Hiruzen would actually dismiss him. What is happening? Why has the tide suddenly turned? The atmosphere in the meeting room became palpably strange, as those who had come to spectate exchanged astonished glances. The once dominant Danzo had been abandoned by his support. This revelation was quickly absorbed by everyone present. Minato, witnessing Hiruzen's stance, smiled faintly. This was the outcome he desired. The initial decision not to summon Danzo to the meeting was a clear signal. Danzo was no longer part of the upper echelons. As Danzo barged into the meeting room, Minato chose not to speak but allowed Shikaku to confront him, further emphasizing the disparity in their standings. Ultimately, Hiruzen's abandonment brought this farce to a close. Very well. Elder Danzo, please take your leave. We need to continue our meeting. Minato's tone was gentle, even addressing Danzo with the title of elder, displaying remarkable courtesy. Yet Danzo remained ungrateful, glaring menacingly at Minato as he retorted, I do not merit such a title. You will regret this, monkey. With that, Danzo exited, leaving behind a threat. In the shadows behind Minato, a figure vanished as Danzo departed. Outside the Konoha barrier, within an underground facility, Shimura Danzo returned to the base of Root with a grim expression, enveloped in silence. Throughout his journey, he pondered the events of the day, questioning why such occurrences had transpired. The attitudes of Minato, Namikaze, and Nara Shikaku were not surprising. He was well aware that they held a disdain for him, and he reciprocated those sentiments. What perplexed him was the abrupt change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor. Such a drastic transformation warranted further investigation. What secrets lay within that report? Had any information been uncovered? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Danzo finally inquired. From the shadows beside him, a masked ninja clad in the garb of the Umbu emerged. Kneeling as he responded, My lord, the report states that a member of the Uchiha clan, long thought lost, is plotting to attack Konoha on the day of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's childbirth in order to unleash the Nine-Tails. The mention of the Uchiha clan and an assault on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki stirred a sense of alarm within Danzo. For a fleeting moment, he feigned concern for Konoha's safety, only to swiftly dismiss the thought, realizing it did not pertain to him. Why would this news alter Hiruzen's stance? Was there perhaps a deeper, undisclosed matter at play? To investigate further, he decided to seek information from Kakashi Hatake, as he had been unable to glean anything from Minato and Shikaku. Where is he now? Danzo pressed. The Umbu responded, He is at Konoha Hospital, having suffered a severe injury to his right arm, which was completely severed. Enemies within the barrier? Kakashi injured? Danzo's expression fluctuated. Finally, he resolved. Bring him back to me. Understood, replied the Umbu ninja before departing. You forced my hand, Minato. Danzo's countenance darkened ominously. Chapter 20. The Assault of Root. The conflict at Konoha Hospital. Lord Danzo has commanded that Kakashi Hatake be taken back to the Root base? Oil Girl Ryoma mused, nodding silently, his face betraying no hint of emotion. Despite the gravity of the task, abducting the leader of the Hokage's bodyguard team within Konoha, Ryoma regarded it as a mere routine operation, devoid of any unusual sentiment. After all, such assignments were commonplace for him. En route, Danzo had issued similar questionable orders innumerable times. Follow me, he instructed, casually selecting several elite ninjas from Root before swiftly departing the base. Meanwhile, Kakashi lay in a hospital bed, lost in thought. His arm had been reattached thanks to the urgent care of Tsunade, but the intricate reconnection of nerves was beyond her capabilities. Only Tsunade could perform such delicate work. And without her return to Konoha, Kakashi would be unable to endure vigorous movement, let alone engage in battle, rendered a mere shadow of his former self. Yet Kakashi's mind was preoccupied, not with his predicament, but with the visage of Uchiha Obito. Moments ago, in the examination space, he had faced the most profound psychological shock of his life. His once dear friend, thought to be dead, had been swayed by the machinations of Uchiha Madara to attack Konoha, a scheme that could lead to the demise of his mentor, Minato Namikaze, and his mentor's wife, Kushina Uzumaki. This notion was utterly unacceptable to Kakashi. Obito, please don't do anything foolish, he silently implored. Beside him, a ninja clad in a green jumpsuit, sporting a watermelon head, incessantly rambled on. This was none other than Might Guy, Kakashi's other close friend. As he clumsily peeled an apple for Kakashi, he chirped, Kakashi, you must recover quickly. The flames of youth cannot be allowed to wane. The longer you lie here, the more your youthful spirit falters. Eat this apple, and let us practice running. 20 laps around Konoha. If you can't manage that, then do 1,000 handstands. Oh, wait, your arm is injured. How about 5,000 frog leaps instead? Guy's incessant chatter only served to irritate Kakashi, who recognized the intent behind his friend's unique attempts at comfort. Yet it was evidently ineffective. Who wants to run with you? I'm still a patient, you know, Kakashi thought, growing increasingly agitated. Just as he was about to turn and ask Guy to quiet down when a sudden, sharp instinct warned him of an approaching presence. They're coming, he sensed. Noting the distinct aura of stealthy assassins, ordinary folk would not have raised his alarm. Guy, perceiving Kakashi's unease, tensed, his muscles coiling like a predator ready to pounce. Kakashi, please come with us. The Hokage wishes to see you, announced several masked Umbu who leapt through the window. Is it so difficult to tell a lie convincingly? You think you can impersonate the Umbu like this? Kakashi rose from his bed, crouching in a combat-ready stance, and scoffed, as the captain of the Hokage's guard. I hardly need you to inform me of the Hokage's summons. The Umbu ninja, unfazed by Kakashi's derision, replied coolly, this is not a matter for you to question. The Hokage has summoned you. Will you refuse? You know the consequences of disobeying orders, Kakashi. The tone of the Umbu grew frigid as he and his companions assumed defensive stances. Kakashi could sense danger lurking both outside the window and on the roof above. Oh, my azure beast of Konoha will not allow you to take my dear friend, Guy declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Kakashi. If you wish to take Kakashi, you must first get through me. Very well. Disobeying the Hokage's orders, subdue them all. The lead Umbu, revealing the face of oil girl Ryoma beneath his mask, smirked as he issued the command. In an instant, the Umbu launched their assault. Ryoma erupted in a cloud of black smoke, surging towards Kakashi, while the Umbu behind him assailed Guy with kunai. You're a bug. You belong to the oil girl clan, Kakashi realized, and as the battle ignited, he hastily pushed his forehead protector up, unveiling his crimson Sharingan. To his astonishment, the oncoming smoke was swarming with countless black insects. Recognizing Ryoma's identity, Kakashi exclaimed, Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. He barely managed to form the hand seals and unleashed searing flames to momentarily obstruct the swarm before employing a body flicker technique to escape. Kakashi, you scoundrel! Don't you dare harm Kakashi! Guy shouted in a panic, witnessing Ryoma's insect assault, but he found himself entangled with two Umbu ninjas. The confined space of the hospital room hampered his physical prowess, prompting Guy to shout, 8 gates, first gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Fourth gate, wound gate, open. Fifth gate, limit gate, open. A torrent of chakra erupted around Guy, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. What is this? The two root ninjas that had ensnared Might Guy were forcefully repelled by a powerful surge of chakra, leaving them bewildered. Guy? Use body flicker technique to temporarily evade the insect mist, exclaimed Kakashi Hatake. He understood Guy's 8 gates technique and recognized the immense toll it exacted on the user. Without hesitation, Guy activated the 5th gate to protect him. At that moment, Guy was enveloped in a vibrant green chakra, his eyes wide with intensity, emanating an aura reminiscent of a primordial beast. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a rapid punch, the friction with the air igniting searing flames. Get out of the way, shouted Ryoma Aburame, attempting to evade using body flicker. However, in the brief instant it took to blink, Guy had already closed in, landing a powerful punch to Ryoma's face. Bang! Chapter 21. Who dares to take me away? Did you consult me first? Bug clone. Ryoma Aburame, a seasoned elite jonin. Though momentarily stunned by Guy's overwhelming presence and unable to match his speed, swiftly utilized his bug clone technique to dodge the blow. Bang! The impact of Ryoma's form shattered into a cloud of black mist, transforming into countless tiny insects. Control him with ninjutsu. The others, capture Kakashi Hatake. Ryoma's figure reemerged, reconstituted by the swarm of insects. Yes, the other root ninjas complied, promptly forming hand seals. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Earth release, decapitation technique. Bug swarm. More insects erupted from Ryoma's body, creating a massive cloud of bugs that surged towards Guy. A mire formed at Guy's feet, with a hand reaching up to grasp his ankle. Bang! Meanwhile, the roof suddenly collapsed as 3 ambushing root ninjas launched their surprise attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lightning release, false darkness. Wind release, vacuum wave. Kunai whistled through the air towards Kakashi Hatake, while 2 chakra-based techniques flanked him, restricting his escape. There was no way to avoid it. This is bad, Kakashi exclaimed, forming seals to erect an earth flow wall to block the oncoming attack. However, he exerted too much force, causing a sharp pain that made him break into a cold sweat. As the kunai and ninjutsu were about to strike, Guy dashed forward, shouting, "Get away!" With incomprehensible speed, He evaded the three ninjas' assault, and, turning to see Kakashi in peril, swiftly intervened, dispersing the kunai and ninjutsu with a swift motion, rescuing Kakashi. You bastards. Guy's skin, overwhelmed by the intense chakra, had turned a deep brown, and the air he exhaled was thick like white smoke. Take this, Morning Peacock. Guy unleashed a barrage of punches, flames erupting from his fists. The flames, born from friction, left no respite for his adversaries. The fiery projectiles shot towards the root ninjas, radiating brightness akin to the dawn, dazzling like a peacock's tail feathers. Bang, bang, bang. The searing flames struck the three descending ninjas, the extreme heat melting their armor. In an instant, they were felled by Guy, their bodies marked with horrific burn wounds as they writhed in agony on the ground. What kind of ninjutsu is this guy using? Ryoma's face darkened beneath his mask. He had brought 5 root ninjas on this mission, and now 3 had been taken out in a single encounter. Strangely, he had no understanding of how Guy had become so formidable. According to the information, Guy was merely a jonin specializing in taijutsu. But this specialization was simply outrageous. It was no wonder Ryoma's intel was flawed. The 8 gates technique had not been utilized in Konoha since Guy employed it against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Typically, Guy would only unlock the first gate in battle, as opening the subsequent gates would inflict injuries on the user. He would not resort to it unless in dire circumstances, leading to the fact that few had witnessed the true power of the 8 gates technique. Speak. Who are you? Why have you come to abduct Kakashi? Guy panted, the 5th gate a heavy burden on him. His muscles were torn, the pain granting him a fleeting clarity. Guy, they are Danzo's men. Take them down first. Kakashi urged. He had sensed something amiss the moment Ryoma appeared. If the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, were to summon him, he would not send unfamiliar Umbu operatives. As a former Umbu and captain of the Hokage's guard, he recognized most of the Umbu. The sudden appearance of these so-called Umbu was entirely unfamiliar. Coupled with their readiness to attack in a place as public as Konoha Hospital, it was hard not to think of Shimura Danzo. Only that old man would dare act so recklessly within the village. All right, Morning Peacock. Prompted by his dear friend, Guy prepared to unleash his technique once more to take down the remaining 3. Humph, you underestimate me. Ryoma's expression turned icy as he formed seals. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A cloud of bugs re-emerged, this time engulfing the entire hospital room. A vast swarm of insects created a black wall, perfectly blocking the flames of Guy's Morning Peacock. Did you think I was just standing by doing nothing? How naive. Ryoma, a cunning ninja, had discreetly released his insects throughout the room. Now, every corner was saturated with his bugs. You too, capture Kakashi Hitaki. I will deal with this watermelon-headed fool. Ryoma commanded. The 2 root ninjas obeyed and charged toward Kakashi. Don't even think about getting close to Kakashi, Guy bellowed, preparing to intercept the 2 root ninjas. But in the next moment, he realized he could not move his legs. Alarmed, he discovered that his lower legs were covered in a mass of black insects. Didn't he expect that, did you? Truly a mindless ninja. Ryoma sneered. While ordering the root ninjas to capture Kakashi, he had secretly directed the insects to climb up Guy's legs. In his concern for his friend, Guy had been completely unaware. By the time he noticed, the chakra in his legs had been nearly devoured by the insects. Secret technique. Insect tornado. Ryoma formed seals again, and the bugs in the hospital coalesced into a swirling black storm, darkening the skies. Mission accomplished. Ryoma felt success was within reach. Guy saw the 2 root ninjas advancing toward Kakashi, who, unable to use ninjutsu due to his injured arm, was struggling to defend himself, his eyes wide with desperation. Kakashi. 8 gates, 6th gate. Stop. Guy, you've done enough. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared in the hospital room, unexpectedly kicking away the 2 root ninjas that had ensnared Kakashi, then coalescing a massive sphere of chakra that dispersed the insect tornado. Who dares to take my people? Did you even consult me? The newcomer was none other than the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Chapter 22 in Konoha Village, within the confines of Konoha Hospital. As the secret technique of the oil woman Ryoma, the insect tornado, was on the verge of engulfing Might Guy, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze arrived just in time to save him. Upon his arrival, Minato swiftly unleashed the Rasengan, shattering the insect tornado and dispersing it into the air. The shockwave generated by the Rasengan swept through the entire ward. Ryoma's expression shifted dramatically. He had received orders from Danzo Shimura, to forcibly take Kakashi Hatake, but unexpectedly encountered Hokage Minato head-on. Now, not only was the mission impossible to accomplish, but it also resulted in significant trouble. Surrender now, or I will not hold back. Minato glared sternly at Ryoma, his voice cold. As Hokage, it was unacceptable for his shadow guards to be attacked within the village. This was not only a provocation of his authority, but also diminished his patience towards Danzo. After dismissing Danzo from the recent meeting, Minato had anticipated that this man might resist, but he had not expected it to happen so soon. Had the meeting not concluded smoothly, he would have used the Flying Thunder God technique to visit Kakashi immediately after the meeting. It was possible that Kakashi would have already been taken away by Ryoma. Let us go. Ryoma, aware that the mission could not proceed in the face of Minato, made a decisive choice to employ the body flicker technique in an attempt to escape with the remaining 2 root ninjas. Thinking of escape? It would not be that simple. With a wave of his hand, Minato produced several kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal from his tool pouch. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the air, targeting the vital points of Ryoma and his companions. Secret technique: insect substitution. Ryoma executed the technique, transforming his body into a swirling mass of parasitic insects upon being struck by the kunai. His true form reassembled in the distance. The other 2 root ninjas, however, were not as quick on their feet and could only twist away from the kunai. In that fleeting moment, as the kunai brushed past them, a brilliant flash of gold illuminated the scene. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God seal embedded in the kunai, Minato appeared beside one of the root ninjas. Bam! A simple punch rendered this root ninja unconscious. In an instant, Minato reappeared next to the other root ninja, delivering a swift kick that knocked him out as well. His movements were fluid and rapid as lightning, leaving no time for the 2 root ninjas to respond. Is this the unparalleled speed of the ninja world? The might of the Hokage? Might Guy, having released the 8 gates, was racked with pain, leaning against the wall. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on Minato's actions, filled with awe. This is bad. Just as Ryoma completed the insect substitution, his 2 companions were taken down by Minato. Without time to think, he quickly formed hand seals. Secret technique: insect clone. 3 clones composed of parasitic insects materialized alongside his true self, making a total of 4. They scattered in different directions to flee. The Oil Woman clan's insect clones possess unique characteristics, although their numbers do not match that of shadow clones, and they lack the special chakra distribution of shadow clones. The clones made of parasitic insects are indistinguishable from the true body, even to the Byakugan. I must return to the base quickly, otherwise, if I fall into the hands of the Hokage, Lord Danzo will surely abandon me. Ryoma felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, fully aware of the dire consequences should Minato capture him. Danzo would never admit to sending him to abduct Kakashi, and with the curse mark planted on Ryoma, only a dead end awaited him. Stop! You have nowhere to run. Just as Ryoma was sprinting for his life, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. It was Minato. Ryoma's heart raced, disbelief washing over him. Rasengan. In the next moment, Ryoma felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as a blue sphere of chakra struck him, the immense destructive force sending him crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Clutching his wound, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He trembled as he propped himself up. How did you see through it? This is impossible. Minato isn't a sensory-type ninja. How could he pinpoint my true location so swiftly? See through? I did not. Having dispatched his enemies, Minato relaxed, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. I merely dealt with the other 3, leaving only you. You didn't think my speed was solely due to the Flying Thunder God technique, did you? My body flicker technique is quite swift as well. Just now, when your clones scattered, I used my incredible speed to take down the other 3 insect clones. Hence, the one before me must be your true self. Now tell me, who sent you? Minato stood before Ryoma, his expression serious. However, Ryoma showed no inclination to speak, lowering his head in silence. Hokage-sama. Suddenly, several figures appeared beside Minato, all clad in tactical gear and wearing masks. They were indeed the true Umbu ninjas. Subdue him and seal his chakra. Be cautious of the insects on him. Minato gestured for the Umbu to proceed. The obedient Umbu swiftly began to restrain Ryoma, while Minato turned to leave. Yet, before departing, he glanced back at Ryoma with a smile, remarking, "You are quite impressive. It is a pity you follow someone like Danzo." As soon as the words left his lips, he transformed into a flash of gold and vanished. Bound by the umbu, Ryoma displayed an expression of resignation. He was not surprised that Minato had deduced his connection to Danzo. In Konoha Hospital, in Kakashi Hataki's new ward, the 5 root ninjas had been apprehended and taken away by the arriving umbu. The ward, in disarray due to the battle, was uninhabitable. Thus, Kakashi had no choice but to relocate to a new room. Unlike before, he now had a new bedmate. Might Guy, having opened the 5th gate, suffered from torn muscles and required quiet recuperation. Moreover, his legs had been gnawed on by Ryoma's parasitic insects, leading to some issues with his meridians. Kakashi, even though injured, must not forsake exercise, otherwise, the vigor of youth will dissipate. Come, let us do sit-ups together. 500 of them. If you can't manage that, punish yourself with 1,000 squats. The green-clad, exuberant ninja incessantly preached the fervor of youth to Kakashi. However, the poor white-haired ninja seemed unable to absorb any of it. He gazed helplessly out the window, a look of despair etched on his face. Chapter 23 The Curse of Tongue Disaster was undoubtedly a creation of the second Hokage. It has nothing to do with Danzo. In Konoha Village, at the Hokage building, immediately after Kakashi's ambush, Minato arrived at the scene and apprehended the root ninja Ryoma and his accomplices. Although the interrogation yielded no results due to the Curse of Tongue Disaster technique, it confirmed that they were indeed root ninjas under Danzo's command. Consequently, Minato convened a small-scale high-level meeting once again. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Hokage's chief advisor, Shikaku Nara. Former Hokage advisor, Hamura Mitokado. Former Hokage advisor, Koharu Uchiha. And former Hokage advisor, root leader Danzo Shimura, all gathered in one room. A flash of gold appeared as Minato, clad in a red and white ceremonial robe with shining golden hair, made his entrance. His demeanor was serious from the outset. Without greeting anyone, he walked straight to the chair behind the desk and took his seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gate Kane, and Tien exchanged subtle glances, each perceiving the concern reflected in the other's eyes. They were all acutely aware of the underlying reason for Namikaze Minato's sudden summons for a meeting. Shimura Danzo had acted too recklessly this time and had been caught red-handed by Minato, leaving no room for plausible deniability. Greetings, Hokage-sama, Nara Shikaku respectfully addressed. He reserved a more relaxed demeanor for Minato in private, but maintained a serious tone in formal settings. The 3 elders acknowledged Minato's presence with verbal pleasantries, save for Danzo, who stood apart. Humph, you wouldn't let me join the meeting before, yet now you summon me for a private conference. What is your intention, Minato? Danzo remarked. Wrapping a white cloth around half of his head, a scar gracing his chin, his expression cold and sardonic. Minato cast a frosty glance at him, but chose not to respond, instead nodding at Nara Shikaku. Understanding the cue, Shikaku rose, holding a document, and began. The 4th Hokage has called you all here to discuss the recent violent incident. Yamanaka Ryoma of the Yamanaka clan, along with 5 root ninjas, infiltrated the Konoha hospital to attack the injured Hitachi Kakashi and Might Guy, with the intent to abduct Kakashi. Following the ensuing battle, considerable damage was inflicted upon the hospital. By the time the 4th Hokage arrived, Ryoma and his accomplices had been apprehended. According to reports from the interrogation department, all 6 were subjected to the tongue root severance technique, a secret technique known only to Shimura Danzo. He gently placed the report on the table where the others sat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gate Kane, and Tien furrowed their brows, exchanging silent glances, fully aware of the precariousness of the situation. Upon hearing of the incident, they had immediately sensed its complexity. However, they were taken aback by Minato's swift and decisive actions, which had yielded concrete evidence in a remarkably short time. With such irrefutable proof, along with confirmation from the interrogators, Danzo could not escape culpability. A slight misstep could lead to a significant reduction of his power, with the potential for the entire root organization to be dismantled, a scenario none of the 3 wished to witness. Hiruzen lowered his head, slowly drawing on his pipe, his mind racing with thoughts. From his perspective, he did not wish to see Danzo ousted from the power center so soon. On one hand, there was a public interest. Power must be balanced, and Danzo's root served as a counterweight to Minato. While it could generate negative repercussions and internal strife, it ultimately prevented Minato from wielding unchecked power. On the other hand, there was a personal interest. The root had been cultivated under Hiruzen's guidance. In truth, it could not be classified as a department. It lacked a formal combat structure and was initially composed of a select few Umbu ninjas chosen by Danzo. Over Hiruzen's decades of governance, it had grown to rival the Umbu, morphing into Danzo's independent realm. Hiruzen had allowed Danzo to develop the root to ensure Konoha possessed an alternative. Problems that could not be resolved openly still required resolution, necessitating someone willing to dirty their hands. This was the purpose of the root, or rather, Danzo's existence. None of them dared to glance at the report, for they all understood the situation at hand. After a moment of silence, Danzo turned to Minato, sneering, "Is this your method? To use such despicable tactics to frame loyal Konoha citizens to eliminate your rivals? I will not acknowledge this foul scheme." Danzo's words resonated with conviction, his demeanor resolute. Minato's expression darkened upon hearing this. With both witness and physical evidence present, how brazen must one be to feign victimhood? Was Danzo's right-hand man, the deputy of Root, not the one who led the assault and was now expressing indignation? Isn't Yamanaka Ryoma one of your trusted subordinates? Isn't the tongue root severance technique your exclusive secret? With all this evidence, how can you dare to deflect blame? Nara Shikaku interjected, visibly displeased. "Humph," Danzo scoffed, crossing his arms in disdain. "I had long suspected Ryoma of harboring ulterior motives and was prepared to interrogate him. I did not anticipate his betrayal would come so swiftly. The tongue root severance technique was devised by the second Hokage. I am not the only one in the village who possesses it. To attribute blame to me based solely on this technique is an unimaginably base tactic." Shikaku felt a surge of ire rising within him. Yet, his wisdom made him acutely aware that Danzo would never admit guilt under the current circumstances. Danzo intended to cast Ryoma as the scapegoat and frame him as a traitor while extricating himself unscathed. It was not as if Danzo had been caught red-handed. All he needed to do was deny involvement. In the political arena, before the final curtain fell, there were numerous tactics to employ. At this juncture, evidence became secondary. The resolution of the matter hinged on the perspectives of those in power. If they wished for Danzo to confess, he would be compelled to do so, even against his will. Conversely, if they sought to absolve him, he could remain unscathed, regardless of the evidence. Such is the nature of politics. Shikaku turned to Minato, for he had exhausted his words, leaving it to Minato to determine the course of action. Chapter 24. Danzo's lax control results in penalty. Minato nodded in understanding and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, inquiring, "Third Hokage, do you have any opinions?" Minato was not devoid of political sensitivity. Rather, he lacked experience. In this situation, only Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen held the power to decide, while others could only echo their sentiments. "I am old, Minato," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied without lifting his head, his features obscured by the smoke of his pipe. His voice resonating with age. "You are now the Hokage. The affairs of Konoha rest on your shoulders. What you decree shall be the law. I am merely a retired elder." Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku's expression darkened slightly, as he keenly sensed the insincerity in Hiruzen's words. Indeed, Hiruzen paused before continuing. "Danzo has committed numerous errors, which I have observed over the years, and I have often contemplated punishing him. However, I ultimately lacked the resolve." Listening to Hiruzen, Danzo's rigid expression broke into a cold smile. After all, Danzo had always acted in the best interest of Konoha. This time, with undeniable evidence of his wrongdoing. He could not wriggle out of accountability. Yet, considering his past contributions, perhaps leniency could be afforded, granting him another chance. Nara Shikaku thought to himself, as expected. He knew Hiruzen would never truly punish Danzo. The balance of power shifted dramatically after Hiruzen's declaration of intent to protect Danzo. Mito Gate Kane and Tien also voiced their support, and in an instant, Minato and Nara Shikaku found themselves in the minority. Minato remained silent, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, Danzo, visibly displeased, retorted, "Old monkey, what utter nonsense are you spewing? I have stated that this incident has nothing to do with me. It was that rogue Yamanaka Ryoma acting independently. I am innocent. Why should I confess? I have done no wrong. What grounds do you have for leniency? You." Nara Shikaku slammed the table in frustration, astonished at how shameless Shimura Danzo could be. "Nara Shikaku, mind your position. Is it appropriate to raise your voice in the Hokage office?" Shimura Danzo reprimanded, his expression stern, chastising Nara Shikaku. "This time, you have wrongfully accused me, and I am quite displeased. I, who have fought for Konoha for decades, am not someone you can slander." I intend to bring those 6 Yamanaka ninjas back to the roots for interrogation, to prevent you from concocting further lies to ensnare me. Danzo's shameless words infuriated Nara Shikaku. This man, having been saved by Sarutobi Hiruzen, was not satisfied. Instead, he sought to retaliate by wanting to take back his 6 captured subordinates. Incredible. If he took them back to his roots, wouldn't he have the freedom to do as he pleased? He could easily claim they died from severe torture, allowing those 6 to emerge anew to serve. After all his root ninjas wore masks. Not to mention, he might fabricate testimonies to counterattack them. Danzo, you ought to rein it in. Witnessing the ongoing dispute between Nara Shikaku and Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flicker of satisfaction. This was the scenario he wished to see, a subtle balance achieved through mutual restraint between the Hokage faction and the roots. It only served to underscore his importance. With both sides at odds, he could mediate, a reflection of his power. Of course, on the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen still chastised Danzo, as the current situation required a strategic retreat to protect Danzo. This incident would be treated as if it had never occurred. However, Danzo's desire to push his luck further was something Sarutobi Hiruzen could not condone. A reprimand was necessary. What are you arguing about? Isn't Yamanaka Ryoma one of your subordinates? Aren't those 5 root ninjas under your command? Your lax oversight has led to a catastrophe. Do you bear no responsibility? Danzo, now silence yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar exuded righteousness and authority. Danzo, Hiruzen is correct. You have indeed erred. It's time to admit your mistakes, Mito came and advised. Indeed. Since those 6 root ninjas have already turned traitor, taking them back serves no purpose. Let the interrogation department handle it, Nara Shikamaru added, attempting to mediate. The trio of elders swiftly condemned Danzo's actions to his negligence and oversight. Nara Shikaku felt dizzy from the barrage, casting a worried glance at Namikaze Minato. Minato appeared unfazed, seemingly unperturbed. Unexpectedly, he nodded gently, calmly stating, "The previous Hokage is correct. We must not wrong those who have served well." He locked his gaze onto Danzo's eyes, ignoring the cold smirk and disdain on the latter's face, smiled lightly, and continued, "Thus, for Danzo's negligence leading to his subordinate's betrayal and the kidnapping of the Hokage's guard at the Konoha hospital, I decree that Danzo will spend 6 months in secluded reflection and forfeit a year's salary. As for the 6 root ninjas involved, after interrogation, they shall face the death penalty. What do you think, former Hokage?" Minato's words were delivered with utmost calmness, as though he regarded the matter as trivial. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively glanced at Minato, whose eyes remained tranquil, like a still pond. Yet, he keenly sensed the raging fury concealed beneath that calm facade. This was troubling. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of regret. Although he had sought to mitigate Danzo's punishment, he had also prepared to curtail Danzo's power. Yet he had not anticipated that Minato would raise the stakes so high and let him off lightly. This was clearly not the outcome Minato desired, yet he had acquiesced. What would follow? He hoped there would be no repercussions. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly within, turning to leave the Hokage building. With the 4 elders departed, only Minato and Nara Shikaku remained in the office. "Minato, you just accepted that?" Nara Shikaku looked at Minato incredulously. Based on his understanding of Minato, the latter appeared harmless and sunny on the surface, yet possessed a resolute character, unwilling to compromise on matters he deemed significant. The situation had not allowed for further escalation. Minato gently shook his head, a complex expression crossing his face. "Even if I wished to take down Danzo now, the former Hokage would not consent." Taking a deep breath, Minato turned towards the window, gazing at the Konoha scenery outside, and remarked, "I am beginning to understand that things cannot be accomplished in a single stroke. We must patiently await our opportunity. It will come to us. When it does, I will ensure his demise." Chapter 25. Yichun vs. Uchiha Itachi. The following day, Yichun arrived at the Ninja Academy for class as usual. The internal strife among Konoha's upper echelons would evidently not reach the ears of ordinary villagers. Only rumors about the fierce fighting at Konoha Hospital circulated on a small scale. Naturally, Yichun cared little for this and did not seek information actively. The system provided him with notifications about all changes, keeping him well informed. Ding. The 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato publicly rebuked Shimura Danzo, granting fate points, 365. Ding. Shimura Danzo ordered his subordinates to attack Hatake Kakashi, granting fate points, 2785. Ding. Yamanaka Ryoma and several root ninjas were captured by Namikaze Minato, granting fate points. 1421. Ding. Nara Shikaku and Shimura Danzo had a falling out, granting fate points. 1854. Ding. Namikaze Minato and Nara Shikaku's affection for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kamen, and Nara Shikamaru decreased, granting fate points. 3565. Ding. Shimura Danzo was ordered to reflect in seclusion for 6 months and penalized a year's salary, granting fate points. 688. Ding. Yamanaka Ryoma was sentenced to death, granting fate points. 4141. Throughout the day, the system's notifications rang incessantly, providing Yi Chun with nearly 20,000 fate points. The internal conflict among Konoha's upper echelons would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the unfolding narrative. These influences would gradually transform into rewards for Yi Chun in the form of fate points. The future appeared bright. Standing at the crossroads, Yi Chun gazed at the system panel with a grin, when a cool, youthful voice interrupted his thoughts. "What are you pondering?" Yi Chun startled and turned to see Uchiha Itachi, clad in black and deep blue attire. The boy wore a stoic expression, yet his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he regarded Yi Chun. "Nothing much. Let us go. I've been waiting for you for ages." "I never said to wait for me," Uchiha Itachi retorted coolly to Yi Chun's attempt to be friendly. However, if he truly did not care, he wouldn't have stopped to wake Yi Chun. Clearly, he was a proud child, reluctant to voice his thoughts. Yi Chun paid no mind to Uchiha Itachi's aloof demeanor, leading the stoic boy as they jogged toward the Ninja Academy. Along the way, they encountered many familiar classmates, who all greeted Yi Chun warmly. He was quite popular. Previously, aware of his lack of bloodline limits and connections, having been an orphan, he had proactively engaged with various clans' children at the Ninja Academy for self-preservation. He could call each classmate by name and could share a few words with them when they met. Watching Yi Chun run and greet everyone with a smile, the proud Uchiha felt a tinge of envy. Despite his gentle nature and friendliness towards friends and classmates, his stoic face often deterred many who wished to befriend him. Not to mention the reputation of a genius like Uchiha, which only serves to make people respect him from a distance. Uchiha, well, those who understand know. If only I could be like Yi Chun. The little tsundere thought silently. But that was merely a thought. He could never take the initiative to make friends. After finishing the morning lessons, Yi Chun entangled Uchiha Itachi into having lunch together. After tasting the culinary skills of Uchiha Makoto, Yi Chun praised her endlessly. Moreover, the food prepared by Yi Chun was also savored by Uchiha Itachi with great delight. After all, in his previous life, Yi Chun was the master of the kitchen, and his culinary skills were indeed exceptional. After their meal, they took a short break. The afternoon was reserved for practical lessons. In the Ninja Academy, practical lessons meant demonstrating the knowledge acquired. Repeated hands-on practice was essential for forming muscle memory, enabling quick reactions during battle. Now, let us begin today as combat practice. Who wishes to go first? The teacher in charge of Yi Chun's class, Ueno Shin, led the little ones to the grassy area of the school, holding a roster in hand, and inquired. The sparring sessions and practical classes were often the most favored activities among the ninja students. The active nature of youth is almost innate, and those who wield chakra, an extraordinary power, are even more so. Although they are young, these individuals possess strength far superior to that of ordinary civilians. I'll go. Ueno-sensei, I want to be the first. Me. Teacher, pick me. Everyone, step aside. I shall go first. A throng of little ones, still shorter than Ueno Shin's navel, clamored to be chosen, making Ueno Shin feel somewhat exasperated. This was always the case. The desire for attention among these little ones was truly overwhelming. Silence. I will call names from the roster. When your name is called, step forward. Nakanishi Aikir versus Yusuji no Butsugu. Upon hearing their names, the excited little ones rushed to engage in combat. However, being novices at the Ninja Academy, their performances were rather pitiful in Yi Chun's eyes. Boys grabbed each other by the neck, and girls pulled each other's hair, almost indistinguishable from the brawls of Yi Chun's elementary school days in his previous life. The only difference might be that a punch from these little ones could potentially cause internal bleeding in an adult. Finally, Ueno Shin called out Yi Chun's name. Yi Chun versus Uchiha Itachi. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled. Ever since he received the system reward the previous day, Yi Chun had been eagerly anticipating a match with the little tsundere. To his surprise, the moment had finally arrived. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi displayed a hint of reluctance. He was not particularly keen on sparring with Yi-chun. On one hand, Yi-chun had previously been too weak. Although he trained diligently and exhibited perseverance beyond his peers' years, he lacked a bloodline limit, family secret techniques, and the mentorship of experienced ninjas. Thus, he could not compare with classmates from ninja clans, often ranking at the bottom. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi regarded Yi-chun as a friend and was aware of his strong sense of pride beneath his playful exterior, fearing that he might hurt Yi-chun's feelings. Slowly, Uchiha Itachi approached Yi-chun, forming the opposing seals under Ueno-shin's direction, his mind racing with thoughts of how to discreetly hold back. Yet, he was taken aback when Yi-chun earnestly declared, "Give it your all, or you shall lose to me today, Itachi." What? Uchiha Itachi momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend how Yi-chun could express such confidence. "Here we go?" With Yi-chun's words barely finished, Uchiha Itachi keenly heard a rush of wind. He was coming in for an attack. The thought flashed in Uchiha Itachi's mind, just as he prepared to react and block. Bang! A powerful punch struck Uchiha Itachi's delicate face, sending the little tsundere flying several meters before landing on the ground. How could he be so fast? A significant question arose in Uchiha Itachi's mind. Chapter 26. The second quiz test arrives. 3 months had swiftly passed since Yi-chun had decisively defeated Uchiha Itachi in their sparring session. Yi-chun's standing at the Ninja Academy had risen dramatically. Classmates and teachers no longer appreciated him solely for his amiable personality and social skills. They began to recognize Yi-chun for the strength and potential he had demonstrated. Even Uchiha Fugaku, due to his eldest son's humiliating defeat at Yi-chun's hands, had secretly visited the Ninja Academy once. Yi-chun paid little mind to the external attention, for he understood that as long as the system existed, he could continually grow stronger, beyond their wildest imaginations. Even in the face of danger, he could retreat into the quiz space. Within that space, Yi-chun was an invincible entity. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi, though perplexed by his easy defeat, felt a pang of guilt at the disappointment in his father Uchiha Fugaku's gaze. Nevertheless, he did not alter his attitude towards Yi-chun, even becoming willing to train alongside him. The little genius of the Uchiha clan possessed a strong heart that refused to yield, coupled with the rationality that prevented jealousy from arising merely because others were stronger. In the Hokage's office, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, awaited alongside Nara Shikaku, Hatake Kakashi. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kamen, Tsunade, and the returning Jiraiya. After the last quiz, Minato had thoroughly contemplated the matter and decided to disclose the secret to Hiruzen and the others. He had also urged Jiraiya and Tsunade in his letter to return to the village promptly. Upon their arrival in Konohagakure, he intended to reveal everything. Naturally, apart from Minato and the two who had experienced it firsthand, the others instinctively assumed that Minato and the others had been deceived by an illusion, even considering consulting a ninja from the Yamashiro clan to investigate their memories. It wasn't until Minato solemnly affirmed the truth of what he had witnessed that the others began to harbor doubts. Ultimately, they decided to witness this so-called quiz space for themselves. Why haven't they arrived yet? Wasn't he had said that this time would be 3 months ago? That guy wouldn't be tricking you, would he? Telling you to come back in 3 months while he's at home sleeping away. The white-haired Jiraiya leaned back against the wall, arms crossed, yawning in boredom, tears streaming down his face. Jiraiya, be quiet. Just wait patiently. Tsunade shot him a glare before turning to Kakashi, who stood beside Minato. How's your hand, Kakashi? Since the last time he was urged back to the village, Tsunade had performed surgery on Kakashi's arm, successfully reconnecting it and restoring nerve function, allowing Kakashi's arm to return to its former state. After a period of rest and recovery, Kakashi's arm was finally as good as new. He smiled gratefully, nodding. Thank you for your concern, Lady Tsunade. It's all healed. Just then, as they chatted idly, a dazzling sphere of light suddenly appeared. Following that, the blue light erupted violently, expanding outward. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, it formed a circular barrier enveloping them all. Is this what you refer to as the quiz space? Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively touched the blue barrier surrounding them, exclaiming, "It's truly remarkable. What kind of barrier is this? How can one not discern its properties?" Jiraiya, nonchalantly surveying the scene, rubbed his chin in confusion and asked, "Of course, a fool like you can't see anything." Tsunade couldn't help but jab at Jiraiya. Unable to contain her exasperation, Jiraiya scratched his head, hesitant to retort, and forced a sheepish smile. At that moment, a cold, indifferent voice echoed, "Welcome once again to the quiz space." Suddenly, darkness enveloped the room, followed by a glimmer of golden light. The light expanded, transforming into a colossal screen that covered an entire wall of the office. The familiar palace appeared once more, with Yi Chun seated calmly, observing them. Notably, the System-S disguise for Yi Chun was flawless, leaving no trace of imperfection. Even formidable figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, failed to detect any anomaly. Exchanging glances, the three sensed the mysterious and powerful aura emanating from Yi Chun, unlike those who were meeting him for the first time. Having previously experienced the quiz, Minato Namikaze, Shikaka Nara, and Kakashi Hatake bowed respectfully, addressing him as my lord. Minato, being the Hokage, had few equals worthy of such respect in the entire ninja world. Consequently, Shikaku and Kakashi instinctively regarded Yi Chun as an immensely powerful senior ninja, naturally adopting a very respectful demeanor. Seeing the three take the initiative to bow, Hiruzen and Jiraiya followed suit, nodding and greeting Yi Chun. While the atmosphere appeared calm, Yi Chun felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction from successfully impressing them. Look at this. The third Hokage, the Hokage advisor, the sage of Mount Myaboku, the princess of Konoha. All of them are bowing to me. Regarding Minato bringing Hiruzen and the five who had not participated in the first quiz into the quiz space without prior consent, Yi Chun remained silent, which relieved everyone. After all, the more participants there were, the more pronounced the impact on the plot would be. Since the system did not object, Yi Chun had no intention of speaking up. With a slight smile, Yi Chun waved his hand and said, "No need for such formalities. As it is our second meeting, I shall refrain from lengthy explanations. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask them," alluding to Minato and the others who had already experienced the quiz. With a grand gesture, Yi Chun conjured countless points of light that coalesced into three familiar segments of text on the screen. Character list, faction list, event list. As per tradition, one must select a character, faction, or event from the three lists to answer a question, Yi Chun stated calmly. Minato nodded slightly, scrutinizing the three lists. During the previous encounter, he had been too astonished to study the list in detail. Now that the authenticity of the quiz space was established, the significance of these three lists became increasingly apparent. The first-time viewers of the lists, Hiruzen, Mito Minyin, Konohamaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, widened their eyes in astonishment as they observed the lists. Although they had heard about them from Minato and the others, seeing them in person felt utterly wondrous. These three modest lists encompassed the entirety of the ninja world. "Jiraiya, you rank quite low. How come there are so many ahead of you?" Tsunade teased, glancing at the character list. Jiraiya, however, took no offense, laughing heartily. "Ha, I'm just pleased to be listed alongside so many illustrious predecessors of the ninja world. Besides, Tsunade, you're still behind me. How dare you laugh at me?" This audacious remark naturally provoked Tsunade's ire, resulting in a punch to Jiraiya's stomach, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous meal, leaving his face pale. The names inscribed on the character list represented the peak power levels of the most formidable ninjas in their prime. Thus, figures like Konohamaru and Mito Minyin were notably absent. Although they were both students of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, their strength paled in comparison to Hiruzen's. Despite Hiruzen's shameless claim of being the strongest Hokage, he indeed possessed formidable skills, mastering all forms of ninjutsu and excelling in elemental techniques. "Who is this Naruto Uzumaki? I have never heard of this name before." Hiruzen suddenly spoke, perplexed. As a veteran from the era of Hashirama Senju, he had visited the land of whirlpools during its zenith and had some understanding of the Uzumaki clan, yet he had never heard of Naruto Uzumaki. To rank so highly on the character list, surpassing even the legendary Senju Hashirama, indicated an extraordinary level of strength. "Is he even stronger than Lord Hashirama?" Mito Minyin inquired. Equally curious about Sasuke Uchiha, the disciples of Tobirama Senju were particularly sensitive to the Uchiha surname. Upon hearing this question, Minato instinctively chuckled and glanced at Jiraiya. His unexpected laughter left Jiraiya bewildered, prompting him to ask, "Minato, why are you laughing at me? What does this Naruto Uzumaki have to do with me?" As soon as he voiced this, others turned their attention to Minato. "Ha ha ha, indeed it does relate, quite significantly," Minato replied with a smile before turning to Hiruzen. "As for Sasuke Uchiha, I am not certain, but Naruto Uzumaki is my child about to be born." This revelation left everyone in stunned silence. The child of Kushina Uzumaki would one day become a ninja, even more powerful than Lord Hashirama? Mito Minion muttered in disbelief. Is this information you acquired in the quiz space? Why was it never mentioned before? Konohamaru questioned sharply, pressing her lips together. Upon hearing her inquiry, Kakashi's expression stiffened, while Shikaku cast a discreet glance at the elderly woman, his eyes revealing subtle disdain. Does everything need to be disclosed to you? Are you the Hokage, or is Minato? How audacious! Jiraiya, sensing the inappropriate tone in Konohamaru's question, was about to respond sternly when Minato interjected. Regarding this child Naruto, his name is derived from your work. Teacher Jiraiya, is it not? Minato completely disregarded Konohamaru's question, treating her as though she were invisible. Though the elderly woman realized she had misspoken, Minato's demeanor ignited her frustration. Without delving into her rising anger, Jiraiya replied in astonishment. Oh, you mean Tale of the Gutsy Ninja? Indeed. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of my esteemed self. Jiraiya, what a sophisticated name. Jiraiya laughed joyfully, only to be swiftly knocked down by Tsunade, who looked at him disapprovingly. After their laughter subsided, Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with a mix of emotions. And he slowly spoke, then let us see how Naruto fares. I too am curious whether this child can surpass Lord Hashirama, given the current situation. Everyone was aware of the imminent event of the Nine Tails attack, which had already been meticulously planned for, ensuring that nothing would go awry. If Obito Uchiha dared to interfere, the people of Konoha would certainly ensure he would not return. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored the notion of glimpsing the soon-to-be-born child of Namikaze Minato, the one destined to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto, pondering what manner of person he would ultimately become. I concur. I too am greatly intrigued. Jiraiya promptly chimed in, his genuine curiosity palpable. Haha, I am also eager to witness the life that child will traverse. Minato chuckled heartily, unfazed by the fact that his name was overshadowed by that of his son. Rather, he felt an immense pride in the prospect of his offspring becoming such a remarkable ninja. However, he unexpectedly declined the suggestion to observe Naruto as future, stating, nevertheless, Naruto's arrival is still a considerable time away. His affairs can be contemplated later. What piques my interest at present is the Uchiha clan's annihilation. What events transpired that led to such an unfathomable tragedy? Minato's words sparked the curiosity of others present. Indeed, they agreed. As a prestigious clan that had thrived since the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan had consistently occupied the pinnacle of the ninja world, with only the Senju clan capable of rivaling them. Other clans lacked the capacity to contend with such formidable foes. Yet, how could such a powerful clan face total destruction? What sort of adversary could obliterate such a fearsome lineage? That makes sense. I too wish to uncover the truth, remarked Sarutobi Hiruzen. For the Uchiha clan represented a significant part of the village, and their extinction would undoubtedly have profound implications for the community. He exhaled a plume of smoke, nodding thoughtfully. Perhaps we might discern village issues through the lens of the Uchiha incident, allowing us to prepare in advance. Mito came in and Tsurugi Koharu nodded in agreement. Well then, I shall defer to your collective judgment, Jiraiya sighed, resigned to the majority's decision. Minato smiled and nodded, then gestured to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, your efforts are greatly appreciated. In the presence of adults, how could one speak of hardship? Shikaku replied with a smile, before pausing, his expression sobering as he addressed Yechin, esteemed one. I wish to select the event concerning the Uchiha massacre. Chapter 28, Shimura Danzo, the everlasting scapegoat from the very beginning. Yechin remained silent, akin to a statue, observing the reactions of Konoha's high-ranking officials. It was indeed quite amusing to witness these renowned characters from the original narrative engage in conversation. Yechin was thoroughly engrossed. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed to delve into the Uchiha massacre, Yechin's heart swelled with delight. Ah, you ancient relic. Do you truly believe the Uchiha massacre does not concern you? Yechin secretly chuckled, maintaining a facade of calmness as he nodded and proclaimed, in that case, I hereby announce the commencement of the second Ninja World Quiz. A word of caution, this is the second quiz, differing from the first in that the previous leniencies for participants have been revoked. This time, penalties will be enforced. For each incorrect answer, one random individual within the quiz space will have one of their abilities erased. This includes, but is not limited to, ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and bloodline limits. Are you prepared? Upon hearing this, The Konoha high-ranking officials exhibited no surprise. Rather, they appeared relieved. It turned out that during the first quiz, Nara Shikaku had gleaned information suggesting that the second round would involve penalties. Upon learning this, the group had anticipated a potentially brutal punishment, yet were pleasantly surprised to discover it was merely a minor consequence. Losing ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu could be remedied through practice. The only loss that would be somewhat regrettable would be Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan, yet even that was deemed manageable. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "We are prepared. Please proceed with the questions, esteemed one," Nara Shikaku declared. As the scene shifted, the luminous points forming three lists were scattered by an ethereal force and began to reassemble. A fresh line of text materialized on the screen. Question 1. The Uchiha Shursui, known as the Shunshin no Shursui, was betrayed due to misplaced trust and, in his despair, took his own life by jumping into a river. Please answer. Who betrayed Uchiha Shursui? Answers: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fujiko, Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Shursui. Is he the descendant of Kagami? Upon seeing Shursui's name, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled a youthful visage, a distinct Uchiha who mirrored his ancestor, Uchiha Kagami. He was a lover of peace, deeply resonating with the will of fire, contrasting starkly with those Uchiha who held their bloodline in contempt of others in the village. It must be he. I have encountered that lad a few times, and he is quite a remarkable talent, Minato concurred, striving to recall images associated with Uchiha Shursui. His renown had already begun to spread throughout Konoha. Many ninjas had heard of the Uchiha clan's prodigious talent. Among the new generation, none could rival him. Thus, aside from Jiraiya and Tsunade, who often roamed outside the village, all present were familiar with his name. Yet this question, betrayed by someone he trusted, leading to his tragic demise, caused Jiraiya to ponder, scratching his chin in confusion. Doesn't he seem like a good person, does he? Old man, Minato? Your names are listed among the answers. Shouldn't you say something? Jiraiya's unthinking remark caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression to stiffen. The former Hokage's face darkened as he bellowed, "Nonsense. I have never betrayed anyone. Not in the past, nor will I in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly driven to exasperation by this ungrateful disciple. Not to mention that he had indeed never betrayed a comrade throughout his life, even if he were capable of such a deed. Could his disciple truly expose it in such a public forum? What of the teacher's dignity? Minato, however, remained unperturbed, offering a gentle smile. "Sensei, I truly believe it was not I." His words carried a profound confidence, a firm conviction in his integrity, as he asserted that he would never engage in betrayal. From the question, it is evident that Uchiha Shursui placed his trust in someone who ultimately betrayed him. From my perspective, if he had trusted me wholeheartedly, any issues could have been amicably resolved, and we would never have reached a point of betrayal, let alone a violent confrontation that resulted in his death. Regarding the responses from the two, Jiraiya felt a measure of trust in them. His earlier outburst had been a reflexive response to the names present in the question and answers. He did not truly believe that his teacher and disciple would possess such traits. Fool, Tsunade cast a withering glance at Jiraiya, exasperated by her dim-witted companion. Jiraiya could only scratch his head and sheepishly chuckle. Yet, Tsurugi Koharu's expression darkened, as she hesitantly glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the face of his puzzled gaze, she stammered, "I heard last time that Danzo was scheming to bring Uchiha Shursui into the root. Ah, the traitor has been identified." Upon hearing Tsurugi Koharu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted, revealing a sense of resignation. When he first encountered the question, he instinctively dismissed both his and Minato's names as possibilities. Between the remaining options of Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Fujiko, he was more inclined to believe that Uchiha Fujiko had committed such an act. After all, Uchiha Fujiko was the clan leader, and it was only natural for Uchiha Shursui to place his trust in him. Ultimately, it was this trust that led to betrayal and his tragic end. It can only be said that it is a case of unfortunate encounters, with the blame resting squarely on Uchiha Fugaku. To everyone's surprise, when Tkshk opened her mouth, she firmly placed this heavy burden on the shoulders of the old man Shimura Danzo. The mere mention of his name elicited a consensus among the crowd, as they all felt it was entirely justified. Danzo was indeed that kind of man, capable of engaging in the most despicable acts. His very presence was repulsive. Tsunade, with her unique standing in Konoha, had the audacity to speak her mind without regard for the feelings of Danzo's old classmates present. In her eyes, Danzo was merely a cockroach hiding in the sewers, incapable of contributing anything meaningful and only adept at causing disgust. This is why she has always held disdain for her great uncle's disciple. However, one cannot be so quick to judge. Perhaps there are underlying reasons for his actions. Namikaze retorted with a tone that lacked conviction. The hesitation on his face suggested that even he struggled to believe his own words. After all, as old classmates and partners, they were well aware of Danzo's character. "Let us go with Danzo then, Shikaku. You respond," stated Minato Namikaze directly upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 29, Danzo's Burden. What relation does it have to my third Hokage? My answer is, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku replied to Yejin, following Minato's command. He had not exerted himself in this inquiry. The name Uchiha Shursui was merely something he had heard of. Without a clear understanding, Shikaku refrained from making unreliable guesses, which was precisely why Minato valued him. It takes a great deal of caution to secure the position of chief strategist to the Hokage. Yejin smiled and nodded. Congratulations. Your answer is correct. As a special reward, during the second quiz, for each correct answer, you may view the answer screen. This reward has been specially prepared for you. Following the last quiz, where Minato had requested access to all information regarding the Nine Tails incident, Yejin had applied for the normalization of this particular function within the quiz system. Otherwise, if every participant chose to view the information every time, would there still be rewards to give? To better and more swiftly disrupt the storyline of the Hokage, Yejin had deliberately implemented this feature. Is that so? Thank you for your generosity, Shikaku responded with a glint of excitement in his eyes, bowing respectfully. Minato and the others also bowed in acknowledgement, fully appreciating the value of the reward Yejin had mentioned. A simple comparison sufficed. The last quiz's final reward could have been exchanged for something as significant as resurrecting the deceased, immense power, or boundless wealth. Yet Minato and others had opted to exchange it for information on the Nine Tails incident. It was evident how much these ninjas valued intelligence. No need for thanks. Please observe the screen. This is all the information regarding Uchiha Shursui's demise. With a gracious wave of his hand, Yejin dismissed the glowing text, and new images appeared on the screen. In the scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo sat on the ground. Tonight, the Uchiha clan is holding a gathering. Their coup is escalating. We must take preemptive action. Danzo expressed his dissatisfaction. I will quash this budding threat, Hiruzen stated confidently, adding, Shursui will attend the gathering. If Fugaku intends to plot a coup, Shursui will use Koto Amatsukami to intervene. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Uchiha Shursui stepped forward, expressing his stance. I will prevent clan leader Fugaku and the clan members from taking action. If necessary, I will use Koto Amatsukami to control clan leader Fugaku. Merely changing Fugaku will not alter the Uchiha clan's attitude. Danzo, however, remained opposed to this plan, his expression as cold as ice. If the other side is willing to change, then our village can also undergo transformation. We should amend our prejudice against the Uchiha clan, insisted Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan is plotting a coup. This sudden revelation left everyone in the Hokage's office in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Shikaku furrowed his brow deeply, his mind racing. Historically, the Uchiha clan had always been at odds with the Hokage lineage. A substantial rift existed between them. Yet, no one would have imagined that one of the founding clans of Konoha, the Uchiha, would entertain thoughts of a coup. Even after the covert suppression and control by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan had still been willing to serve Konoha and fight on the battlefield. This was because the Uchiha clan held a position of vested interest within Konoha. As controllers of the Konoha police force, they were, in essence, one of Konoha's rulers. Who would dare to incite their own downfall? There must be a significant driving force behind this. Shikaku was resolute in his thoughts, glancing at Minato, before leaning closer to speak quietly with him. I say, the young man from the Nara clan, is there something you cannot say openly for all to hear? Jiraiya, who held a strong sense of belonging to Konoha, was curious to learn about the reasoning behind such a monumental revelation regarding the Uchiha clan's coup, despite his own lack of understanding. Seeing Shikaku whispering with Minato, Jiraiya quickly interjected. Fool, are you the Hokage? Tsunade delivered a swift punch, knocking Jiraiya down, her voice fierce. As the current Hokage, it was entirely justifiable for Minato to be informed of any secrets, with Shikaku as his subordinate. The others chose to overlook the awkwardness of the situation, pretending not to see, but Jiraiya, the fool, had to jump in. Did you not notice Hiruzen, Minato-kaze, and TKSH-ka huddled together, whispering? Ha ha ha, it's all right. Minato chuckled, waving his hand at Shikaku. Shikaku, there are no outsiders here. Please share your thoughts. Shikaku, feeling helpless, glanced at Minato, unable to critique his Hokage's character. Esteemed leaders, upon viewing the scene earlier, I had a thought. Though he hesitated to voice it in front of everyone, since Minato had encouraged him, Shikaku felt he had no choice but to comply. From the age difference between the third Hokage and Danzo depicted in the scene, we can infer that the events shown occurred long ago. Furthermore, according to the event leaderboard displayed in the quiz space, the Uchiha clan massacre incident follows the Nine Tails incident. This suggests that when the Uchiha massacre occurred, the fourth Hokage had already fallen. At this point, everyone instinctively looked at Minato, who appeared nonchalant, sporting a bright smile that only heightened their discomfort. Shikaku continued, based on the displayed footage, after the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, the village did not appoint a fifth Hokage. He glanced at Jiraiya and Tsunade, who both signaled their understanding by turning their heads or looking away. The third Hokage resumed his role. The responsibility for the Uchiha massacre incident likely lies with the third Hokage. This statement provoked discontent among the two Hokage advisors. You must take responsibility for your words. Did you not see Danzo urging Hiruzen to take action, while Hiruzen sought to protect the Uchiha clan? Minato-kaze countered. Indeed, the esteemed Hiruzen has served as Hokage for several decades, and throughout this time, the Uchiha clan has remained unscathed. How could one possibly place the blame on him? Tsunade Haruno swiftly came to Hiruzen's defense as well. The positions of these two are inextricably linked to Hiruzen's, hence their fervent advocacy for him. In Chapter 30, concerning the demise of Uchiha Shursui, Nara Shikaku, unperturbed by the inquiries of the two Hokage advisors, spoke with remarkable composure. What I mean to convey is that Lord Third Hokage has shown undue leniency towards Shimura Danzo. From the visuals, it is evident that Danzo has upheld the prejudiced beliefs passed down from the second Hokage regarding the Uchiha clan, relentlessly targeting them, even inciting civil strife within the village. The crux of the issue lies with the third Hokage, who failed to restrain Danzo, allowing him to perpetuate actions detrimental to the village's interests. Shikaku's words pierced Hiruzen's heart like a dagger, rendering the old monkey speechless. Danzo's indulgence is perhaps Hiruzen's gravest blemish, known to all who hold any sway in the village. Danzo has wreaked havoc, splitting the Umbu, establishing his own underground empire, forcibly recruiting members of various ninja clans, and brainwashing them to serve his nefarious purposes. He has manipulated political schemes, creating countless enemies for the village. His ambition to become Hokage led him to orchestrate the downfall of the most promising candidate for the position, Namikaze Minato. Are these not all part of Danzo's dark legacy? Yet, despite his myriad transgressions, he has evaded justice, maintaining his underground kingdom. Who, if not you, the third Hokage Hiruzen, is responsible for his continued freedom? The day Hiruzen passes, should someone rise against him, Danzo would be torn apart by the various ninja clans. My conclusion is clear. The coup within the Uchiha clan and the subsequent annihilation of the Uchiha are inextricably linked to Danzo. The root cause of these events lies with you, Lord Third Hokage. Shikaku, emboldened by the support of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, has chosen to bring these suspicions to light, exposing the buried ugliness to the sun. What does he have to fear? With Minato shielding him, he feels invincible. Jiraiya furrowed his brow tightly. He had little contact with Danzo but harbored a deep-seated disdain for him. Meanwhile, Hiruzen remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Shikaku's assertions, which only exacerbated Jiraiya's dissatisfaction. Old man, be quiet, Jiraiya began, only to be interrupted by Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, who cast her gaze away from Hiruzen's. The scene transitions to an underground base not far from the Hidden Leaf village, where two figures stand, Uchiha Shursui and, astonishingly, Shimura Danzo. Lord Danzo, the meeting time is approaching. If you have matters to discuss, let us address them after this affair, Shursui said with a hint of urgency. What if, after casting an illusion on Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha still insist on staging a coup? Danzo coldly inquired. Rest assured, Lord Danzo, I am prepared. Shursui replied with a calm demeanor. Should anyone persist in such foolishness, I will put an end to it, even if it means killing those who wish to rebel. What about the many others lurking in the shadows, discontent with the village? What do you propose we do? Danzo questioned with a darkened expression. Yet, Shursui found himself at a loss for words. As long as the Uchiha exist, the village's wariness towards them will never dissipate. Do you believe you can change this? Danzo asked icily. The Hokage has assured me that change will come. And if it does not, will you then employ the Kotoame Tsukumi against me? Just as Shursui was confronted by Danzo's relentless questioning, Danzo reached out and clawed at Shursui's right eye, a triumphant smirk spreading across his lifeless visage. I shall claim your Sharingan. With a sudden hum, Danzo found himself ensnared in Shursui's Jinjutsu. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Danzo reappeared before Shursui, swiftly plucking out Shursui's right eye before pressing it into his own socket, rendering the original Sharingan blind and pale. Now, give me the other one as well, Danzo greedily demanded. This rogue dared to assault a ninja of the village. Jiraiya was taken aback. The betrayal mentioned in the title was far more treacherous than he had anticipated. To disrupt the discussion while the other was in contemplation. And then to strike so suddenly. This was classic Danzo. This scoundrel. It's evident he's the one orchestrating the chaos, exclaimed Kakashi, who had been out of the loop for some time. Despite previously being unable to retaliate against Danzo's minions who had attempted to abduct him from the hospital, Kakashi had quietly made a mental note of the incident. Witnessing Danzo's brazen attack on a fellow comrade, he could no longer contain his indignation. Danzo, Hiruzen's, devoid of the desire to smoke his pipe, lowered his head, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. Indeed, many of Danzo's actions were tacitly approved by Hiruzen's. Danzo's rise to power as the head of the root organization, the shadow government within Konoha, was intricately tied to Hiruzen's indulgence. However, Hiruzen's had never condoned Danzo's attacks on their own comrades. Much of Danzo's misdeeds were executed in secret, with the blame often falling on Hiruzen's after the fact. It was a common misconception that Hiruzen's had sanctioned these actions, while in truth, he was often left bewildered by the unfolding events, forced to bear the burden of blame. Now, confronted with the stark reality before him, Hiruzen's could no longer ignore the troubling implications of his relationship with Danzo. "En," he murmured softly, so quietly that only Minato and Tsunade could hear. "Have I truly erred?" His voice, aged and tinged with lament, echoed with uncertainty. Minato and Tsunade exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. "You are certainly mistaken. Hand over power to us, and we assure you we would not commit such folly." Even a dog could perform better than Danzo as the head of Root. Though they thought this, they remained silent, pretending not to hear. Chapter 31. The Reasons Behind the Uchiha Clan's Coup. Setting aside the self-doubt of Hiruzen's and the ulterior motives of the two Hokage advisors, at this moment, Namikaze Minato had already placed a death warrant on Danzo. For Minato, who had aspired to be Hokage since childhood, dedicating himself to the protection of Konoha, Danzo's actions were a direct challenge to his limits. Having made up his mind, Minato addressed Nara Shikaku. "Shikaku, let us move on to the next question." "Yes." Shikaku nodded and turned to Ye. "Sir, please present the next question." "Very well, let us proceed to the second question." Ye waved his hand, dispersing the light points of the previous scene, which then coalesced to reveal the next query. Question 2. Which of the following options is not a reason for the Uchiha clan's coup? The villagers' animosity. The suppression from the Hokage lineage, the rumors spread by Shimura Danzo, and the instigation from other ninja villages. These elements surely contribute to the situation. Even though I harbor no fondness for the Uchiha clan, it is inconceivable that they would conspire with outsiders. Upon seeing the title, Jiraiya instinctively articulated his judgment. From his perspective, despite the Uchiha clan's arrogance and lack of unity with the village, they have never betrayed their home, let alone colluding with other villages to orchestrate a coup against Konoha. Such notions are unfathomable. One must remember that the Uchiha clan is one of the founding clans of Konoha, who would ally with outsiders to destroy their own kin. The moment he spoke, Jiraiya felt a twinge of regret and covertly glanced at Tsunade, bracing himself for a reprimand. Surprisingly, Tsunade did not contest his assertion, but instead bowed her head in silence. "I concur with that sentiment," Kakashi Hatake interjected. The imagery from the first question seems to blatantly suggest that the village's higher-ups are coercing the Uchiha clan into a coup. "You insolent brat. Are you implying that the Hokage is suppressing the Uchiha clan?" In the Hokage's office, others were hesitant to confront Mito Kazuhaya. But Kakashi's boldness prompted a reaction. His words implicitly acknowledged the existence of Danzo's rumors and the villagers' hostility. I have never suppressed the Uchiha clan. I treat all clans in the village equally, Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted, mustering his resolve to defend himself. I beg to differ. Third Hokage, Nara Shikaku interjected. What do you mean? Shikaku? Is it not true that your trio, the Inoshikicho, has long enjoyed preferential treatment from the village? Mito and Tsunade chimed in. This is merely a matter of facts. Shikaku replied calmly, unfazed by the disapproving expressions of the three elders. The oppression of the Uchiha clan has persisted for ages, dating back to the tenure of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. His statement incited discontent among Tobirama's disciples present. Silence. How dare you malign the second Hokage? Shikaku. Mind your words. Tobirama acted with transparency. He would never suppress his comrades. The three elders blustered indignantly. Yet, the legitimate descendant of the Senju clan, Tsunade Senju, remained silent, offering no rebuttal. Let Shikaku finish, Minato Namikaze encouraged his subordinate. I am only relaying what I know. Please remain patient. Esteemed elders, Shikaku continued with newfound composure. In the past, the first Hokage battled Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Before departing, Madara sought to lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha, but was rejected by his own kin. Betrayed, he was subsequently defeated and perished at the hands of the first Hokage. Of course, during our initial inquiry, we received intelligence indicating that Madara did not actually die, but instead survived for decades, plotting anew. After the first Hokage's death, Tobirama ascended to the Hokage position, initiating policies that marginalized the Uchiha clan. Initially, he appointed them as the Konoha police force, placing them in positions where they would confront the villagers directly and bear their animosity. Subsequently, the Uchiha clan was systematically excluded from positions of power. Even Tobirama's own disciple, Uchiha Kagami, had no authority within the Hokage building. Over the years, the Uchiha clan found themselves isolated from the Hokage lineage, deprived of opportunities to wield significant influence in the village. The responsibilities of the Konoha police force exacerbated tensions, rendering relations between the Uchiha and villagers irreparably strained. This was the intention behind Tobirama's policies. I have heard from the clan's ancestors that Tobirama believed the Uchiha clan to be inherently malevolent, openly expressing his discontent. This ideology has been inherited by the third Hokage and the current leadership, persisting to this day. At this juncture, Shikaku turned to the visibly aggrieved Sarutobi, smiling as he concluded, Am I not correct, third Hokage? And how does this relate to the Uchiha clan's coup? Have we compelled them towards insurrection? Tsunade interjected defensively. When the Konoha police force was handed over to the Uchiha clan, they accepted it with eagerness. This is merely a consequence of their own actions, Mito retorted coldly. Sarutobi's expression hardened as he remarked, Tobirama's intent was to remain vigilant against potential threats posed by the Uchiha clan. But he never took the initiative to strike against them. Nor have I. Shikaku shook his head, turning to Minato, fourth Hokage. Will you disclose that information? You have concealed intelligence? Shikaku, how dare you deceive the village's leadership? What is your true intention? Mito and Tsunade erupted in indignation. I shall address this matter. Minato stepped forward, assuming responsibility, prompting the two elders to relent. Esteemed predecessors, my concealment of this information was intentional. We have received intelligence regarding the Ninetales incident, indicating that Uchiha Madara is alive and has manipulated Uchiha Obito to execute the Moon's Eye plan. The only detail I withheld is that Obito possesses the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, which is the key to controlling the Ninetales. Are you suggesting that you fear we would grow wary of the Uchiha clan due to their ability to control the Ninetales with their Mangekyou Sharingan? Sarutobi inquired, exhaling smoke slowly. Indeed, whether it be Madara or Obito, they are separate from the Uchiha clan in the village. I wish to prevent any further rifts between the Uchiha clan and the village based solely on a pair of eyes, Minato replied solemnly. Thus, if this answer space had not allowed you to witness the unfolding events, the conflict between the village and the Uchiha would have intensified post-Ninetales incident due to the Sharingan. Is that correct? Having served as Hokage for decades, Sarutobi efficiently pieced together Minato's implications. Minato and Shikaku nodded, with the latter continuing, indeed. From the moment we encountered the mention of a Uchiha coup, I contemplated this reasoning. In that imagery, The fourth sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails, which was controlled by one possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, further fueled by Danzo's machinations, making it difficult to avoid discord between the village and the Uchiha, ultimately leading to their insurrection. I understand now, Sarutobi acknowledged, sighing. It seems that Danzo's influence permeates everywhere. I concede that our actions warrant scrutiny. You may proceed with your inquiry, Sarutobi declared, thereby acknowledging the unjust suppression of the Uchiha by the Hokage lineage. From a political standpoint, it was an implicit agreement to refrain from further actions against the Uchiha, delegating that decision-making authority to Minato and his associates. I have erred, thus I defer to you, Sarutobi said, and upon receiving Minato's nod, Shikaku turned to Yi Chun, stating, Esteemed one, my answer is. Congratulations, your response is correct. Yi Chun spoke with a smile. As an observer, he found great amusement in watching the unfolding drama. There were numerous occasions when he felt compelled to interject. Yet the constraints of the system thwarted his attempts. Let us now delve into the scene at hand. Subsequently, Yi Chun showcased footage of the Uchiha clan, specifically the members of the security team, clashing with villagers and ninjas during their duties. Countless confrontations, compounded by the Uchiha clan's haughty demeanor, ultimately forged a significant rift between them and the village, leading to mutual animosity. This gradually evolved into the Uchiha clan's withdrawal, isolating themselves from the villagers to pursue their own interests. Exploiting this discord, Shimura Danzo further fueled the flames, disseminating vile rumors about the Uchiha clan's arrogance, which tarnished their reputation to an all-time low. Throughout the display, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazuma, and Nara Shikaku remained silent, clearly well acquainted with these events, and perhaps even somewhat pleased by the outcome. As the leading figures of the Hokage lineage, they recognized that an unrestrained Uchiha clan posed a perpetual threat, akin to a ticking time bomb. Without proper oversight, no one could predict when they might explode. This assessment stemmed from their own positions. From this perspective, it was evident that the Uchiha clan had its own issues. Minato Namikaze remarked, however, the greater issue lies in the chasm of understanding between the two sides, which has bred hostility. Having observed the footage, Minato felt a wave of reflection wash over him. As a ninja of humble origins, orphaned at a young age, he had always been familiar with the renowned Uchiha clan. He had witnessed firsthand the ruthlessness of the Uchiha members within the Leaf's security forces. Yet, this was his first time viewing the entire evolution of events from such an objective and neutral standpoint, leading to a clearer understanding. Thus, he concluded that while the Uchiha clan could be utilized, they required certain constraints. More importantly, it was essential to mend the villagers' grievances, enabling the Uchiha clan to reintegrate into the village of Konoha. Indeed, only through mutual understanding can the seeds of peace be safeguarded. Jiraiya sighed in contemplation. Yi Chun glanced at everyone with a smile and inquired, Now, I shall announce the third question. Are you prepared? We are ready, my lord, Nara Shikaku respectfully replied. Yi Chun nodded and waved his hand, dispersing the previous imagery to present the third question. Question 3. Within the Uchiha clan, two individuals diverge from the fervent Uchiha members, wholeheartedly striving for reconciliation between the village and their clan. One of them is Uchiha Shursui. Who is the other? Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Zoamoto, Uchiha. And upon reading the question, Minato Namikaze expressed his surprise. Is there truly another Uchiha who yearns for Konoha? Could it be Fugaku? Naturally, Uchiha Fugaku was the first to come to Minato's mind. If one were to consider who among the Uchiha clan had the closest ties to the Hokage lineage, excluding the young Uchiha Shursui, Fugaku would undoubtedly be at the forefront. It was well known that Uchiha Fugaku and Minato, as Hokage, shared a familial bond, often dining and conversing together. Furthermore, Fugaku's presence was a significant reason Minato believed the Uchiha clan could be brought under his command. Why do you say that? I recall Fugaku as a rather aloof individual. Jiraiya questioned, perplexed. His limited time in Konoha meant that his last close encounter with Uchiha Fugaku was on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War, where the clan leader's prowess and cold demeanor left a lasting impression. In response to his teacher's curiosity, Minato smiled and explained, Fugaku is actually quite gentle. Our families frequently meet, and Fugaku, along with his wife and eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, are all very amiable. As he envisioned Uchiha Itachi's cool demeanor, Minato couldn't help but chuckle. Especially Itachi, though he appears indifferent, his heart is genuinely kind. I hope my own Naruto can grow to be a boy like Itachi. Hearing Minato's words, Yichun nearly erupted with laughter. Uchiha Itachi gentle? And you wish for Naruto to become like him? Are you not concerned that Naruto might engage in a massacre of his entire clan? True, the Whirlpool clan had long been annihilated. So perhaps there were no fears to ponder. Chapter 33. Could Fugaku be the one yearning for Konoha? Indeed, if that is the case. Uchiha Fugaku seems like a commendable candidate, Jiraiya acknowledged, coming to a realization. But why not Uchiha Itachi? Tsunade, who had been silent for some time, suddenly interjected with her characteristic assertiveness, a hallmark of her unique style. According to what Minato said, isn't Uchiha Itachi also a gentle child? Oh well. Minato scratched his head, revealing a bashful smile. I hadn't considered that. However, Itachi is indeed a strong possibility as well. Consequently, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi emerged as viable contenders. Minato found himself unable to discern which possibility held greater merit. Were Uchiha In and Uchiha Zawamoto dismissed from consideration? Mito Kazuma spoke up. Unfortunately, the trio of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minato, who had been engrossed in conversation, ignored him entirely. The elderly man, whose beard had turned white, felt a pang of indignation at being so blatantly disregarded in such a setting. Thankfully, his comrade, Tkk Haru, alleviated his embarrassment by quickly contributing. Uchiha Un is a hawkish elder of the Uchiha clan, while Uchiha Zawamoto is the head of the security team. Both of them are staunch hardliners, making it unlikely for them to suddenly pivot towards Konoha. In Tka's memory, both Uchiha In and Uchiha Zawamoto were despicable individuals. One spent his days within the Uchiha compound, glorifying the clan's legacy and espousing notions of glorious independence. The other led the security team, which had become a tyrant within Konoha, constantly stirring trouble and inciting discord. The idea that these two hardliners, while past their prime, would abruptly alter their stance to embrace Konoha was far-fetched, more believable than Danzo's sudden epiphany. Hokage-sama. I personally believe that the likelihood of Fugaku being the one is quite low, Nara Shikaku interjected as the group pondered the question. Oh, why is that? Nara Shikaku's statement drew everyone's attention, and he calmly explained, Hokage-sama, if we follow the timeline of events, after the Nine-Tails incident, you sacrificed yourself. Would Uchiha Fugaku still approach the Hokage building? His words illuminated the minds of all present, sparking a moment of clarity. All, that is, except for Jiraiya. The old white-haired man, witnessing the dawning comprehension of his companions while remaining entirely baffled, felt utterly confounded. He yearned to voice his confusion, but was stifled by Tsunade's formidable presence. Her amusement at his predicament lightened her mood, and she generously took it upon herself to explain. What Shikaku means is that only Minato would be willing to accept the Uchiha clan within the Hokage building. If Watergate had perished during the Nine-Tails turmoil, the attitude of the newly appointed Hokage remains uncertain. As she spoke, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was silently smoking beside her, his discomfort palpable. The former Hokage felt a growing unease in his heart, as if the situation had suddenly shifted. Once a revered leader who had triumphed in 2 ninja world wars, a kind mentor to his disciples, and a respected Hokage among the villagers, he now sensed a burgeoning sense of alienation. Yet, Tsunade's words left him without a retort. It was well known that during Sarutobi's decades-long tenure as Hokage, his unyielding policy had been to suppress and isolate the Uchiha clan. How could he suddenly change his stance and embrace them upon regaining the Hokage title after the 4th demise? Thus, the blame rested squarely on his shoulders without question. Are you suggesting that my death has rendered Fuchi unable to approach the Hokage building, ultimately forcing him to adopt a hawkish stance? Watergate pondered. Whether he would indeed turn hawkish was uncertain, but it was clear that Fuchi, the clan leader, would not advocate for peace. After all, hadn't Uchiha Shursui just mentioned that he would control him with Kotoame Tsukumi at a critical moment? Nara Shikaku remarked. Although the others were yet unaware of the true nature of Kotoame Tsukumi, it was evident it was a Jinjutsu. At a pivotal moment, the Uchiha Shursui, who held goodwill towards Konoha, intended to use Jinjutsu on Uchiha Fuchi. One could easily surmise Fuchi's position. Indeed, I should have foreseen this. Uchiha Fuchi is a Proku faction. Jiraiya exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Silence. We have long been aware of this. Tsunade's fleeting good mood was swiftly shattered by the old white-haired man, who bore the brunt of her wrath with a punch that left him in a crumpled heap. If this were the case, it would be a tremendous loss. Watergate lamented, contemplating how his sacrifice had deprived the Uchiha clan of their last opportunity to reconcile with Konoha, inevitably steering them toward rebellion. The Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's founding noble families, ultimately turning against the village would be a colossal loss for Konoha, he sighed. Hearing Watergate's words, everyone inadvertently cast sidelong glances at Sarutobi and his companions. The trio bore their own silent struggles. After all, could the outcome of the Uchiha's rebellion be entirely disconnected from their decisions? The oppression and isolation of the Uchiha clan had indeed been their plan. Yet how could those who had made such decisions foresee the bitter consequences they would face? Let us just conclude that the answer lies with Itachi, Shikaku suggested. Indeed, Nara Shikaku confirmed, and upon receiving the command, he turned to leaf through the materials, declaring, "My lord, my answer is Uchiha Itachi." "Congratulations, you answered correctly." Leaf responded with a smile. The preceding drama had amused Leaf, as he observed Sarutobi and his associates, along with Shimura Danzo, the insidious parasites of Konoha, gradually stripped of their righteous facade, revealing their grotesque true selves. From that moment on, the perceived righteousness of Sarutobi and the others evaporated. Henceforth, every decision and suggestion from Sarutobi would be scrutinized by Watergate. Even his two disciples, Jiraiya and Tsunade, began to harbor disappointment towards their teacher. Not to mention the lurking Orochimaru, who was hell-bent on eliminating the old monkey. The elder's life had finally reached a dismal conclusion. Chapter 34. Who decimated the Uchiha clan? Next, please observe the scene for the third question. In the scene, a young Uchiha Itachi sits calmly at the door, half of his body obscured by the doorframe. Before him gathers a crowd of Uchiha clan members. "I say we should storm the Hokage building and eliminate that old man of the third. Let our Uchiha clan take control of Konoha." One clan member rose to shout. "And what about Shimura Danzo? That insidious scoundrel has repeatedly targeted us Uchiha. I wish to see him ground to dust." Another clan member's face twisted with malice as he mentioned Danzo. "And the villagers? What if they resist?" A clan member raised a concern, fearing that after slaying the Hokage faction, the Uchiha's rule might not be accepted by the villagers. "Then we shall annihilate them. If they refuse to acknowledge the honorable Uchiha, let them descend into hell." Shadows cloaked the faces of some clan members as they uttered these devilish words. Young Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, yet his fists were clenched tightly. He glanced up at his father, who sat sternly among the assembled guards, silent and unmoving, not intervening against the fervent rhetoric of the clan members. At this juncture, the scene was harrowing, sending shivers through those in the Hokage building. Has it truly escalated to this extent? These individuals are indeed mad. Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. Those arrogant fools deserve a thorough lesson. Regardless, Tsunade, with deep affection for Konoha as one of its founders, could not contain her anger upon hearing the Uchiha clan's wild proclamations to slay the villagers. Behold, the Uchiha clan is truly a malevolent tribe, a band of lunatics. The fervor of the Uchiha's declarations finally rekindled a flicker of confidence in Mito Minyen, who began to scold them loudly. Lord Tobarama's judgment was indeed correct. The Uchiha clan must be strictly controlled. Nara Shikaku echoed resolutely. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having learned his lesson, remained silent, quietly smoking. The scene continued, and after the assembly dispersed, clan members departed, and Itachi's father, Uchiha Fuchi, retreated to a small room to consult with the elders about their upcoming preparations. Uchiha Itachi walked home from the South-He Shrine. Isn't that Itachi? Why are you still out so late?" In the moonlight, a figure emerged, Uchiha Shursui, returning home from his duties in the Umbu. Brother Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, burdened with unspoken thoughts, suddenly found a confidant. The clan had much to say, yet he was at a loss for words. Tears began to flow from Itachi's eyes, choking back his emotions. Observing this, Uchiha Shursui's expression turned grim. Did another assembly occur? Those individuals surely rambled on with their nonsensical ideas again. He understood all too well that the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan had grown peculiar, akin to a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. "Forget them, Itachi," Uchiha Shursui said, bending down to pat Itachi's shoulder, offering a warm smile. "The third Hokage and the others will find a way. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we shall strive to achieve it. My goal is to reconcile the village and our clan." Is Shursui guiding Itachi? What a gentle soul, Watergate mused, growing increasingly fond of the young Uchiha. A heart inclined towards Konoha, with such warmth, indeed reminded him of the late Kagami. Truly, they are so alike. Kagami too wore such a warm smile. Mito Minyan reflected on their days under Tobarama's command. On the cliffs of the Southhe River, two figures stood. One was Uchiha Shursui, missing his right eye, and the other was Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, the Uchiha coup is now unstoppable. Should a civil war erupt within Konoha, other villages will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. I initially intended to utilize the power of the otherworldly deity to thwart the coup, but was thwarted by Shimura Danzo, who took my right eye, believing he could safeguard the village in his own manner. To prevent him from locating my left eye, I entrusted it to you. I must implore you, my dear friend, to protect both the village and the esteemed name of the Uchiha clan. With that, Uchiha Shursui removed his left eye and extended it towards Uchiha Itachi. What do you plan to do next? Itachi inquired. If I perish, the situation should change. I have already penned my last words. Step by step, Shursui retreated. Wait, Shursui, Itachi exclaimed, reaching out in an attempt to grasp him. Do not hinder me, Itachi. In the next moment, Shursui leapt from the cliff with a serene smile, concluding a life fraught with misfortune. Is this scene situated after the previous one? That scoundrel Danzo truly does not engage in benevolent acts. Nara Shikaku pondered, swiftly connecting the two scenes. Alas, it is all due to Shimura Danzo. That wretched old man has obliterated the future of Konoha. The significance of an Uchiha who has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan far outweighs that of 1,000 Danzos combined. Minato Namikaze observed the unfolding scene, his brows tightly furrowed, sensing that tremendous upheavals loomed on the horizon. Hiruzen Sarutobi, at this juncture, had grown taciturn, expressionless as he gazed at the imagery, taking slow, deliberate puffs from his pipe. Kakashi Hatake bowed his head in silence, reflecting on the liberating smile Shursui bore before his leap, inevitably reminded of Obito Uchiha, who lay crushed beneath a boulder, entrusting him with the care of Rin Noara. The two former advisors beside him remained equally mute. Noticing the occupants of the Hokage building ensnared in contemplation once more, Ichin clapped his hands to awaken them. All right. The third segment has concluded. Now, let us proceed to the fourth question. With a wave of his hand, the fourth query materialized. Question 4. In the 54th year of Konoha, the illustrious Uchiha clan, which thrived since the Warring States period, faced annihilation, leaving only 2 clan members alive. Who was responsible for this act? Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, root leader Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito. How could his name appear? Kakashi exclaimed, breaking his silence, having recognized the most familiar name. Obito, driven by hatred for the village, sought to destroy his own lineage. Or perhaps he perceived the Uchiha clan as an impediment to the Moonzai plan. Shikaku contemplated. No, in comparison to the first 2 names, Obito's likelihood seemed minimal. Shikaku formed a judgment in his mind. Concealed in the shadows, Obito could exploit the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident to strike Konoha. However, this did not imply that Konoha, now aware of his existence and prepared, would so easily allow him to infiltrate the village again and slaughter the entire Uchiha clan. After all, it was the Uchiha clan. How could one individual bring about their demise? Even if all the village's ninjas joined forces, the cost would be monumental. Chapter 35. The Mightiest Hokage, do you deserve it? The emergence of the fourth question captured the attention of everyone within the Hokage building. The Uchiha clan, a prestigious lineage that had endured since the Warring States period, ultimately met its downfall. According to the query, only 2 clan members remained. Including Obito, that would amount to merely 3. A millennium of heritage, abruptly severed. Hiruzen's gaze flickered uncertainly as he sensed the scrutiny of others upon him. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. He did not believe he had personally orchestrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, the information provided by this answer space positioned him in opposition to the Uchiha, casting doubt upon him. This left him unable to defend himself, for he indeed had enacted policies and measures against the Uchiha clan. Regardless, Hiruzen remained present. And out of respect for the third Hokage, the others refrained from openly discussing his potential involvement. Minato crossed his arms, surveying the 4 answers. A cursory glance revealed that, apart from Itachi, the other 3 bore considerable plausibility. It was quite perplexing. He turned to Shikaku, smiling. Shikaku, this question is yours. I find myself utterly at a loss. Though he spoke thus, Minato had already mentally earmarked Danzo as his answer, for the animosity towards the Hokage was so well-founded. Indeed, Lord Hokage, Shikaku affirmed. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, the answer need not be considered just yet. Even if the third Hokage harbors biases against the Uchiha, the likelihood of him personally executing their extermination remains exceedingly low. Upon hearing Shikaku's words, a hint of a smile crept onto Hiruzen's face. Well done, young man. My years of favoring your Nara clan have not been in vain. You are indeed on my side. Hiruzen thought to himself, contentedly puffing on his pipe. However, Shikaku's next statement caused Hiruzen to choke on his smoke. Moreover, the fundamental reason is that since becoming Hokage, the third has experienced 2 shinobi world wars and numerous smaller conflicts without engaging directly. This time is likely no exception. Even if he wished to act against the Uchiha clan, he would dispatch subordinates to do so. This revelation brought clarity to all, and they nodded in agreement. Indeed, in everyone's recollection, since Hiruzen had assumed the role of Hokage, he had not engaged in direct conflict again. During the Shinobi World Wars, the legendary Sannin, Kakashi, Minato, and even Danzo had all been at the front lines, while Hiruzen remained in Konoha. Given the village's formidable strength, it had never been cornered into desperation, allowing Hiruzen to command safely from within. Such extended inactivity naturally bred a tendency to delegate. In this context, the possibility of Hiruzen personally orchestrating the massacre of the Uchiha clan appeared exceedingly slim. Ha ha ha, one cannot say that. Did not the third Hokage intervene during the Ninetales incident? Minato chuckled, attempting to alleviate Hiruzen's predicament. However, his mirth was so pronounced that it led Hiruzen to suspect he was being mocked. Merely summoning a summoned beast to expel the Ninetales from the village, Kakashi interjected. Had the third Hokage collaborated with my teacher during that time, my teacher might not have perished. After all, the third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in history, Kakashi remarked with a hint of lamentation. He genuinely felt that Minato's demise during the Ninetales incident was unjust. According to his estimation, had the second Hokage joined forces with the third, confronting the Ninetales would have posed no challenge, even if they could not kill or reseal the Ninetales. Driving it away until the village could regroup with the legendary Sannin would have been easily achievable. Thus, his own teacher would not have had to make the ultimate sacrifice. While Kakashi was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt a prickle of unease. Upon opening his eyes, he found everyone staring at him with peculiar expressions. What's wrong? He stammered, feeling a chill as their gaze bore into him. You just claimed the strongest Hokage in history? Tsunade's expression contorted, veins bulging on her forehead. Ha ha, the old man is the strongest Hokage in history? Surely not. Jiraiya burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Mito Minyan and Tsurun Kohei exchanged glances, lowering their heads to feign ignorance. Kakashi, where did you hear such a thing? Wolfgang Watergate chuckled and inquired, is it the textbook from the Ninja Academy? I've heard the young ones in the clan mention it. The textbook states that the third Hokage is the strongest among all Hokages. Nara Shikaku, with a playful expression, responded lightly, ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly coughed as smoke choked his throat, bending over to cough for quite a while, completely ignoring the conversation. However, Tsunade would not allow the topic to be brushed aside so easily. She pressed on, old man, you wrote that textbook, didn't you? Aren't you the principal of the ninja school? Using the textbook to promote yourself as the strongest Hokage to the new generation of young ninjas in the village. How could you stoop so low? Her words dripped with sarcasm. It was only natural, for the title of the so-called strongest Hokage was a direct provocation to her, the princess of the Senju clan. If you are the strongest Hokage, what about Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi, the one who ended the Warring States period, the founder of the village system, the master of the nine-tailed beasts? After the passing of the first Hokage, you're the one carrying on his legacy like this? Ahem. I swear, this matter has nothing to do with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing he could not escape this confrontation, resolutely defended himself. In truth, it indeed was not his doing. He simply lacked the time to compose the curriculum for the ninja school and had merely hinted at the author. It's best if it isn't you. If your granduncle or second uncle learned of such a thing, they would surely be furious, Tsunade scoffed. If the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who was also Sarutobi's mentor, learned of his disciple shamelessly claiming to be the strongest Hokage, he might very well rise from his resting place in outrage. All right, Tsunade, give the old man a break. He is quite advanced in age, Jiraiya interjected, noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's head nearly touching the ground. Let us first see who will be chosen. I believe it must be Danzo. Jiraiya cleverly shifted the focus to the matter everyone was most concerned about, successfully allowing Sarutobi to evade a crisis. Chapter 36. I absolutely will not take action against the Uchiha. After much deliberation, the group ultimately decided to select Shimura Danzo. Yichin watched them about to choose the wrong answer, feeling anxious. However, bound by the rules of the system, he was unable to stop them or discreetly hint at the correct answer. He could only watch as Nara Shikaku respectfully stated, "My lord, I choose the answer, Shimura Danzo." Nara Shikaku. Oh Nara Shikaku, aren't you the chief strategist of the Hokage? Where has your intelligence gone? You are truly disappointing me. Yichin sighed inwardly, but could only shake his head and declare, incorrect. The correct answer is, Uchiha Itachi. This revelation took everyone by surprise. From the moment the four answers appeared, no one had suspected Uchiha Itachi. They had all focused their attention on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Only Kakashi Hatake had a fleeting doubt about Uchiha Obito, but even that was merely a passing thought. Could it really be that kid? He possesses such extraordinary power. Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. As one of Konoha's top combatants, he understood the fearsome strength of the Uchiha clan all too well. During the Second Shinobi World War, Jiraiya had not participated in the battles and could only glean information from reports. At that time, the Uchiha clan had still been under the guidance of Uchiha Kagami, maintaining a relatively amicable relationship with the village. As a result, the reports often noted how many enemy ninjas had been slain by Uchiha clan members, which vital supplies had been destroyed, and which strategic locations had been captured. During that period, those Uchiha who could take to the battlefield were all awakened Sharingan users. The Uchiha clan's strength stemmed from the fact that every awakened Sharingan user was a formidable combatant. Growing up hearing tales of the Uchiha's prowess, Jiraiya was well aware of their terrifying capabilities. By the time of the Third Shinobi World War, Jiraiya had matured. The title of the Legendary Three was earned during that very conflict, though it bore a somewhat humiliating connotation, 3 against 1. Trampled by Hanzo of the Salamander, it transformed from a derogatory term into one of respect due to their remarkable performances on the battlefield. In the later stages of the Third War, Jiraiya served as the overall commander of the Eastern Front, leading numerous Uchiha clan ninjas. Regarding those Uchiha, he could only remark, they are truly invaluable. What he had never expected was that such a powerful clan would ultimately be annihilated by their own kin. While he couldn't fully grasp the situation, he was nonetheless astounded. Watergate, aren't you close with the Uchiha family? Is Uchiha Itachi truly that strong? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask Wolfing Watergate. Well, Wolfing Watergate chuckled awkwardly. He suddenly recalled that he had earlier expressed a hope that Naruto would grow up to be a gentle person like Uchiha Itachi. Little did he know that the so-called gentle person could ruthlessly wipe out his entire clan. Goodness, what a revelation. He thought better of it, deciding that it was perhaps best for Naruto to follow his own path. Itachi is only 5 years old, though he appears quite intelligent. It's hard to see such immense power in him at this stage. Although Uchiha Itachi seemed remarkably composed, embodying the essence of a young genius. Who could have predicted that this child, hardly taller than his waist, would commit such atrocities in the future? Wolfing Watergate pondered, still unable to fathom the notion that Uchiha Itachi single-handedly exterminated the Uchiha clan. I believe he couldn't have done it alone. The question stipulated that Itachi acted personally, but it did not assert that he was the sole perpetrator. If Uchiha Itachi had allies capable of contending with the Uchiha clan, it would be entirely plausible. Of course, if we were to consider who most desired the Uchiha clan's demise, Itachi wouldn't even rank among them. Many others were far more eager to see the Uchiha clan meet their end. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed, belonging to Tsunade, who was crossed-armed and exuded disdain. Tsunade's emotions were quite complex at this moment. Logically, she should not be the one advocating for the Uchiha clan, as defending them was never her role. Moreover, her every word today had been aimed squarely at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the old guard of Konoha. There was a sense of resentment that was perplexing. Did the fall of the Uchiha clan remind her of the Senju? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his head lowered, puffed away at his cigarette, ignoring Tsunade's mockery. He understood that Tsunade merely needed to vent her frustrations and did not intend to sever ties with him. So, he let her speak her mind. It wouldn't cost him anything. Besides, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not played a positive role in the demise of the Senju clan, so it was only natural for him to be criticized. Years ago, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had ventured to the Land of Lightning to forge an alliance with the village hidden in the clouds. Along the way, he was ambushed by the Cloud Village's insurgents led by Kin and Jin. To provide cover for Konoha, he sacrificed himself in that encounter. After Senju Tobirama's death, the Senju clan lost any top-tier combatants they could present. Their power and status were entirely mismatched, with a large cake laid out before them. Those wishing to partake would naturally flock to it. The Senju clan was that delectable cake, possessing the legacy of the first and second generations of the Senju clan. They occupied coveted resources. After losing their paramount combat power, which once shielded their kin, they found themselves helpless against the ravenous wolves closing in. At that time, the elders of the Senju clan were left with no choice but to propose the dissolution of the clan's name, urging their members to fully integrate into Konoha. They claimed it was to uphold the will of fire, yet it was a desperate measure. Meanwhile, as a disciple of Tobirama Senju, the newly appointed third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, adopted a passive stance, allowing the Senju clan to fade into the annals of history. Eventually, neither the eldest son of the Senju, Hashirama, nor the princess, Tsunade, bore the clan's name. At that time, Tsunade was still quite young and lacked the power to effect change. Even as she matured and gained strength, she found herself unable to alter the course of their fate, for by then, the Senju had become but a memory. Hiruzen Sarutobi, dismissing Tsunade's palpable resentment, firmly declared, "I will never lay a hand against my comrades in the village. If anyone were to assist Itachi Uchiha in targeting the Uchiha clan, it would not be I." Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Kohara Udatain quickly interjected, "Indeed, Hiruzen has served as Hokage for decades without ever causing harm to the village. I can attest to that." Hamura Mitokado added, "Everyone knows Hiruzen's character. There is truly no need to doubt him." This statement held some merit. Since assuming the role of Hokage, Hiruzen had conducted himself with diligence, avoiding any significant scandals. Tsunade scoffed, turning her gaze elsewhere, choosing not to engage further. As Hiruzen's disciple, she was well aware of the old man's integrity. Such actions were simply beyond his capability. Had he possessed such decisive action, the Uchiha clan would have long been marginalized. Much like the extinct Senju clan, the thought of her clan's demise ignited a fresh wave of anger and helplessness within Tsunade. The atmosphere grew tense, with silence enveloping the room. Koharu, eager to shatter the awkwardness, forced a smile and remarked, "This Itachi Uchiha, with his heart set on Konoha, is certainly worth nurturing. Watergate, why not recruit him into your umbu and cultivate his potential?" Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze paused, finding some merit in her suggestion. The Hokage were the leaders of various villages. Each had their own umbu. However, to speak candidly, umbu were ostensibly established to protect the Hokage, yet in the heat of battle, the question of who would safeguard whom remained uncertain. After all, those who became Hokage were among the elite, and those who posed a threat to them were equally formidable. Could the umbu truly contend with such experts? If one possessed such prowess, why would they settle for being part of the umbu? Thus, this department essentially served as a means for the Hokage to cultivate trusted confidants, mentoring them closely before placing them in pivotal roles within various departments to reinforce their power. Itachi's situation evidently aligned with the criteria for joining the umbu. He possessed potential and value. By bringing him into the Hokage's umbu, Minato could guide him toward his desired path, ultimately serving as a mediator to control the Uchiha clan. However, after some contemplation, Minato shook his head, saying, "Itachi is indeed exceptional, but he is still too young, perhaps in a few years." Tsunade interjected, "Is it really acceptable to annihilate one's own family?" With a tone of sarcasm, she continued, "Those who turn against their own kin can hardly be considered good." Minato frowned, sensing Tsunade's extremism, and attempted to clarify. Itachi was likely left with no choice. After all, at that time, the village was at odds with the Uchiha clan. Must one always choose the village over their family, allowing their clan to perish? Tsunade interrupted, "Fourth Hokage, as someone from a common background, you cannot fathom the essence of family. But I cannot condone the actions of Itachi Uchiha." Her words left Minato momentarily speechless. "Tsunade, please, do not be so hasty," Jiraiya urged, pulling at her sleeve in a bid to calm her. "You know nothing. You are also a common ninja," Tsunade shouted, shaking off Jiraiya's grip. As the tension escalated, Hamura attempted to intervene, saying, "Tsunade, remember, the first Hokage's vision in founding the village was to eliminate the barriers between clans and to have everyone fully integrate into this great family called the village. Itachi's actions merely reflect a shift from a narrow familial perspective to a broader commitment to the village." Hamura's lofty rhetoric only served to infuriate Tsunade further. The princess of the Senju clan radiated a fierce aura, her eyes ablaze with anger. She swiftly approached Hamura, lifting the old man effortlessly into the air, demanding, "So the extinction of the Senju clan was justified then? Why do your families continue to thrive and grow stronger? Do they not feast upon the very lifeblood of the village to flourish?" "Tsunade, cease this insolence," Koharu admonished, though she remained rooted in place, not daring to intervene. "Put him down, Tsunade." Hiruzen, unable to ignore the escalating conflict, resorted to the remnants of his authority. To dissolve the small for the greater good is the principle of Lord Hashirama. Lord Tobirama upheld this philosophy when establishing the Ninja Academy, nurturing more common ninjas. As the granddaughter of these two esteemed leaders, do you intend to defy their wishes? Meanwhile, Minato, Shikaka Nara, and Kakashi Hatake exchanged glances, uncertain of how to mediate the situation. It was an intriguing turn of events. Since the questioning began, the 8 individuals in the Hokage building had divided into 3 factions. Minato, Shikaku, and Kakashi formed one group, while Hiruzen and the 2 former advisors constituted another, with Tsunade and Jiraiya standing apart. This positioning vividly illustrated the 3 predominant forces within Konoha at present: the faction of the 3rd Hokage, that of the 4th Hokage, and the 2 significant figures among the legendary Sannin who remained outside the fray. Currently, Tsunade had clashed with Hiruzen's faction. If decisions were to be guided purely by political considerations, Minato should support Tsunade, seizing this rare opportunity to undermine the 3rd Hokage's faction and swiftly consolidate power. However, he chose to remain an observer, refraining from intervention. This choice reflected both his sense of justice and contributed to his eventual role as a puppet Hokage. Leaving aside the machinations within the Hokage building, Yichun watched the unfolding drama with delight. Tsunade boldly confronted Hiruzen, a scene never depicted in the entirety of the Naruto series. After all, by the time Tsunade made her appearance, Hiruzen had already perished during the Chunin exams. Moreover, their dispute revolved around the extinction of the Senju clan, a concept that had been difficult to reconcile within the narrative of Naruto. From the information he had gathered, it was clear that Naruto was initially conceived as a shorter series, with Kishimoto intending to conclude the story around the Chunin exams. In that original framework, Hiruzen would have been portrayed as the ultimate Hokage, rightly earning the title of the strongest. However, as the series progressed to the Chunin exams, its popularity soared, prompting Shueisha to instruct Kishimoto to extend the storyline into a longer narrative. To embark on an extensive narrative, one must undoubtedly revise the established parameters. However, once alterations are made to the latter aspects, the earlier foundations become immutable. This has resulted in peculiarities such as the 3rd Hokage being the most formidable, while the Senju clan astonishingly lacks any remaining members. In Chapter 38, Question 5, where has the Uchiha's Sharingan vanished? Ultimately, Tsunade still granted Sarutobi Hiruzen a modicum of dignity by releasing Mito's flames. Yet, upon witnessing Tsunade's frigid gaze, Hiruzen understood the rift between him and his once beloved pupil could no longer be mended. Contemplating this realization, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if he had suddenly aged. Indeed, one can become old in an instant, he mused with a sigh. Previously, although Hiruzen had grown older, he had not perceived himself as such. The stubborn old man still believed he possessed the vitality to care for the village for a few more years. Although he had stepped down, he still wished to support the new Hokage in finding their footing. The truth is, he was reluctant to relinquish power so swiftly. Yet his love for the village was equally genuine. However, in this moment, Hiruzen truly felt the relentless passage of time, which never conformed to human desire. Setting aside the inner turmoil within Hiruzen, the questioning had to continue. Upon seeing the crowd return to calmness, Yichun felt a tinge of disappointment. Moments ago, he had almost wished for a confrontation among Tsunade, Hiruzen, and the others, ideally resulting in 1 or 2 casualties. Such an outcome would have provided him with a significant influx of points. Alas, Tsunade ultimately quelled the flames of conflict. With the spectacle extinguished, Yichen did not wish to waste any further time and spoke up. Since the fourth question was answered incorrectly, we shall not display its detailed information. Please direct your attention to the fifth question. With a wave of his hand, the text on the screen rearranged, revealing new content. Question 5. After the Uchiha clan's annihilation, what became of the Sharingan of the deceased Uchiha members? Remained with the deceased, buried in the Uchiha cemetery. Destroyed on the spot. Taken by Danzo Shimura, stored within himself. Collected by Itachi Uchiha for future use. Upon encountering this question, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. This query struck at the darkest of truths. How would a bloodline of such heritage as the Uchiha be treated after its obliteration? When the Uchiha still existed, they would have managed their own affairs regarding the fate of their bloodline, whether by destruction or burial. However, with the Uchiha now extinguished, only Itachi and the young Sasuke remained. Would anyone be able to resist the temptation of such an opportunity? It is known that the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai is the Sharingan, renowned throughout the ninja world. The legendary Uchiha Madara wielded the Sharingan to dominate the ninja realm. With only the wood release of the legendary Senju Hashirama capable of contending with his power. To protect their bloodline from being diluted, the Uchiha never intermarried with outsiders. Whenever a clan member perished, their eyes would be destroyed, particularly in battle. Over the years, many Uchiha had fallen in various wars. Yet it had never been reported that an enemy ninja had successfully acquired a Sharingan by killing an Uchiha. The only non-Uchiha to possess a Sharingan was Kakashi Hatake, and that was a gift from Obito Uchiha. Any other ninja attempting to covet a Sharingan would face the Uchiha's relentless pursuit until they either reclaimed or destroyed the eyes. Initially, the Uchiha sought to eradicate Kakashi's Sharingan, but it was ultimately preserved by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, for legitimate reasons. Thus, when the Uchiha clan was eradicated and no one was left to hold them accountable, who could withstand the allure of the Sharingan? Minato Namikaze immediately deduced that the answer was Danzo Shimura had taken them for his own use, with little room for alternative considerations. Unlike the previous questions, there was a profound silence regarding this fifth inquiry. Tsunade wore a stern expression, her arms crossed, accentuating her ample form. She did not even glance at the question, appearing completely indifferent as she pondered her own matters. Nearby, Jiraiya noted Tsunade's discontent and approached to offer words of comfort. However, upon getting closer, he found himself distracted by her alluring figure, lost in his own desires. Hiruzen, maintaining a serious demeanor, silently smoked his pipe, uncertain of what to say. Mito and Konohamaru appeared anxious, seemingly aware that the earlier conflict had altered Hiruzen's stance. For them, who depended on Hiruzen, this shift was perilously precarious. If Hiruzen clung to power, they, as his closest allies, would have the opportunity to grasp it as well. Should Hiruzen choose to relinquish control, what claim would they have to seize authority? At that point, Minato would undoubtedly promote his own trusted allies, and they would inevitably be forgotten. Kakashi Hatake remained quietly in the shadows behind Minato, fulfilling his role as a bodyguard. Shikaka Nara found the question too obvious to require thought. Observing that no one seemed inclined to voice their opinions, Minato shook his head and spoke. I shall answer the final question. I choose the answer. It was Danzo Shimura who took them for his own use. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Yichen smiled, acknowledging Minato's successful reply. Thus concluded the questioning. They had answered 4 out of 5 questions correctly, which was commendable. However, due to the incorrect response to the 4th question, they could not establish a reward. Furthermore, a penalty would be imposed for the error in answering the 4th question. Yichun surveyed the crowd and announced, the penalty will randomly select one skill from among ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, or kekkei genkai. You may choose for one individual to accept the punishment, or it may be randomly assigned among all of you. I shall take it, Minato stated without hesitation. Allow me. Sensei, Kakashi urgently interjected, stepping in front of Minato. How can we allow the Hokage to bear the punishment? I shall take it. Shikaku echoed. Absolutely not. Minato replied sternly. He turned to the two and explained. Both of you possess critical abilities, one with the Sharingan, the other with your family's secret techniques. It is too risky for you to take this chance. Kakashi's Sharingan and Shikaku's family shadow techniques were both invaluable skills. But your Flying Thunder God technique is equally irreplaceable. Let me handle this. While I may not boast of other abilities, none can rival my extensive repertoire of ninjutsu throughout the ninja world. Hiruzen interjected, his aged visage displaying a determined expression. Chapter 39. Directly Erasing Memories? What manner of ability is this? After much debate, it was ultimately decided that Hiruzen would undertake the punishment. Regardless of the outcome, it was evident that Kakashi, Shikaku, and Minato each possessed vital capabilities. Should any of these be erased as a consequence, it would significantly impact their personal strengths. For instance, if Minato were to lose his Flying Thunder God technique, could he still be considered the Golden Flash of Konoha? Without that technique, Minato's prowess would diminish greatly. Conversely, if Hiruzen stepped up, the risks would be considerably lessened. On one hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses an extensive repertoire of ninjutsu, being a natural master of all 5 elemental styles. Renowned as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, he has conducted profound studies in various ninjutsu techniques. In contrast, figures like Minato Namikaze may only excel in a few dozen techniques, with a mere handful frequently utilized. The venerable Hiruzen, however, commands knowledge of thousands of ninjutsu. On the other hand, Minato and his contemporaries are still youthful and represent vital combat strength for the village. In contrast, Hiruzen, having aged, has stepped back into a secondary role. It is foreseeable that he would not don his shinobi garb unless the village faced grave peril. After careful consideration, it was decided that Hiruzen would face punishment. With the choice made, I shall commence, Ichin declared. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen nodded and closed his eyes. Expecting some form of torment, he was taken aback when Yi Chun's voice rang out. All right, the technique erased is the fire release, dragon fire technique. Is that all? Hiruzen blinked in confusion, opening his eyes in a daze. Lord First, are you feeling all right? Minato inquired with concern. I feel nothing, Hiruzen responded, bewildered by how swiftly the punishment had concluded, questioning if it had been mere jest. Sensing Hiruzen's puzzlement, Yi Chun chuckled. Why not attempt to use the dragon fire technique? Very well. Hiruzen nodded, clapping his hands together instinctively to form the seals. Wait, how do I form the seals for the dragon fire technique? What exactly is it? Is it a fire release? Suddenly, Hiruzen felt as if he had forgotten something crucial, and despite his efforts to recall, nothing came to mind. Lord First, what is the matter? Seeing Hiruzen clap his hands and then freeze in silence, Minato asked. The dragon fire technique seems to have vanished from my mind. I can no longer remember how to use it, Hiruzen replied, utterly astonished. This so-called erasure ability manifests in such a manner? It directly obliterates relevant memories from one's mind? What? Mito Minion exclaimed, astonished. It truly made you forget the dragon fire technique. Such a capability is extraordinarily bizarre. Tsunade marveled internally. The 2 elder gentlemen exchanged glances with Yi Chun, their expressions tinged with a hint of trepidation. Remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he has eradicated memories from your mind. How is that even possible? If he desired, could he not wipe out all my memories in an instant? Would that not reduce me to an infant, or even a fool? The 2 elders dared not ponder further, perceiving Yi Chun's serene countenance as inscrutable, and they lowered their heads in reverence. Observing that these individuals had indulged in their own speculations long enough, Yi Chun ceased to provide explanations. Thus far, all questions in the second round had been answered. In the Hokage office, everyone except for one individual who answered the 4th question incorrectly had answered the remaining 4 questions correctly. Now, the task was to present the 5th question's visuals, distribute rewards, and depart. Well then, time is of the essence. Do you still wish to view the visuals for the 5th question? Noticing the continued admiration among the crowd, Yi Chun grew somewhat impatient and inquired. After all, what he most desired was to return home and partake in the lottery. Who would want to engage in idle chatter with them? Yes, please proceed, my lord. Nara Shikaku hastily interjected, lest Yi Chun, in a fit of displeasure, decide to withhold the footage. Let us view the visuals then. Yi Chun waved his hand, and the text for the 5th question faded from the screen, revealing the imagery that followed. The specifics need not be recounted. It primarily depicted the aftermath at the route under Danzo Shimura, where after Itachi Uchiha annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, he took control of all the corpses. Before departing, Itachi had even intended to incinerate the Uchiha compound, simultaneously aiding his kin in destroying their remains. However, the root ninjas intercepted him, forcing Itachi to hastily vacate Konoha, regardless of any agreements made with the higher-ups. The ordinary citizens and ninjas of the village remained oblivious. In such circumstances, Itachi had no choice but to depart quickly to avoid detection by any arriving ninjas. which could potentially expose critical information. It was only after Itachi's departure that Hiruzen arrived in haste. The old monkey was well aware of the plot between Itachi and Danzo. It was a conclusion he had tacitly accepted. As Hokage, Hiruzen could not possibly accept the ramifications of a civil war within the village. It was preferable to preemptively eliminate the malignant tumor than to wait until the Uchiha clan was ready to betray the village. However, he was acutely aware that while the massacre of the Uchiha clan was inevitable, the exact timing eluded him. When the strike would occur was a matter settled between Danzo and Itachi, and if he sought to ascertain the timing, it would implicate him in the conspiracy. It is important to note that Hiruzen's tacit approval of Danzo's machinations was aimed solely at extricating himself from the mess, striving to remain a clean Hokage. He wished to remain oblivious to any sordid affairs, appearing as a pristine white lotus. Once Itachi had executed the Uchiha clan and had the leisure to await Sasuke Uchiha's return, he would enact the classic line, "Oh, foolish little brother, hate me." It was only at this moment that the news reached Hiruzen's office. By the time the old monkey donned his armor and hurriedly summoned the Umbu, Itachi had already fled. The corpses within the Uchiha compound had been completely cleared, leaving only a single unconscious Sasuke Uchiha behind. Hiruzen understood that the bodies had been taken by Danzo, yet he could not afford to reveal his knowledge. Faced with the root ninja's evasive statements about how all the corpses had been destroyed by Itachi, Hiruzen could only feign belief. As for Danzo's motives for removing the bodies, he was well aware. As the footage concluded, the expressions of all present in the Hokage office were grim, each face betraying their discontent. Chapter 40, The Lottery. Fire God Sword. Jonin Chakra. With the recording concluded, it was time to distribute the rewards. Observing the expressions of those around him, Yichun could tell they had much to say. However, his own interest in the spectacle had waned. He was eager to return home and indulge in the lottery. Thus, he promptly drew the attention of the crowd. You have answered 4 questions correctly and 1 incorrectly. According to the rules, you are ineligible for a specified wish reward and can only opt for the lottery. You may draw 4 times in total, with each reward being random, encompassing a myriad of possibilities. Yichun extended his hand, retrieving a large box from his pocket, a product of the system space. The square red box bore inscriptions, with a white button at its center. Do you see this box? It is the designated treasure chest for the lottery. Simply press the white button to draw. You may each draw up to 4 times, choosing one person to draw multiple times or allowing several individuals to draw once each. However, many of the potential rewards may not be physical items and cannot be transferred or traded. Consider your options. Who shall draw? Given that this time the answers were not all correct, the lottery pool consisted only of lower-tier rewards, significantly inferior to the high-tier pool from his previous draw. The last high-tier pool had certainly included rewards that the participants most desired. Regardless of whether they could secure them, there was at least a chance. And the odds were not negligible. In the previous lottery, Yichun had drawn would release, which, while not the pinnacle of rewards, was still commendable. Yet now, the low-tier pool contained an array of items, ranging from the most basic shurikens and kunai, to the pinnacle of the reincarnation eye, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The wood release of Hashirama's caliber, Yin-Yang release, Sage Body, and the truth-seeking orbs, all are present, encompassing all possibilities. Naturally, the likelihood of drawing such high-level rewards is exceedingly low, and one might find oneself receiving only commonplace items. Upon finishing his statement, Yichun and the others in the Hokage's office deliberated and ultimately decided that Minato Namikaze would be the one to draw the prize. After all, Minato, as the Hokage, held a status unmatched by anyone else present. If the rewards were non-transferable, it was indeed best for the Hokage to claim them. Ding! Minato gently pressed the white button, and immediately, characters began to whirl rapidly above it. Despite his keen eyesight, he could not discern them at all. After 3 seconds, the spinning ceased, revealing 3 characters, Fire God Sword. Yichun remarked with a faint smile, "Not bad. You have drawn a sword of exceptional quality." With that, Yichun reached into the treasure chest and retrieved a brilliant red longsword. He extended the fiery blade to Minato. Buzz! As Minato accepted the sword, he observed its length of about 1 meter, its weight substantial, and it emanated a faint red glow. This sword, known as the Fire God Sword, was forged from a special mineral. Unlike ordinary chakra minerals, which can also be infused with chakra to enhance power, This fire god sword could unleash sword energy through chakra infusion, its sharpness unparalleled and lethality formidable. Yichen elucidated with a smile. Minato examined the fire god sword closely and nodded appreciatively. The name fire god sword reminded him somewhat of the Raijin sword, wielded by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. However, since Tobirama's demise, the Raijin sword had gone missing, leaving Minato curious about which of the two swords possessed greater destructive potential. The more he looked at the fire god sword, the more he felt it suited him perfectly. Minato's combat style primarily relied on the unparalleled speed of the flying thunder god technique to close the distance to his adversaries, followed by close-range attacks with Rasengan or Kunai to conclude battles swiftly. This method was efficient and highly lethal, having once allowed him to eliminate 50 elite J-Nin in an instant. Yet, while this combat style was rapid, it lacked absolute killing power against opponents of equal caliber, especially those as resilient as the fourth Hokage. Relying solely on Rasengan or Kunai would yield ineffective results. In the last Third Shinobi World War, when Minato faced A, who had not yet become Hokage, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, he had experienced considerable difficulty. Although he emerged victorious, he felt as though he had merely scratched them, failing to inflict any substantial damage. I had called out, "Minato-sensei, stop scratching." Now, with the fire god sword in hand, should he encounter those two again, he could simply teleport close and strike with the sword, assuredly inflicting injury regardless of their resilience. Minato attempted to infuse chakra into the fire god sword and swung it. A blade of fiery energy shot forth, striking the barrier nearby. Although the barrier absorbed the attack without damage, the sharpness of that sword energy instilled a sense of danger in Minato. "Thank you very much. I truly adore this sword." Minato entrusted the fire god sword to Kakashi Hatake for safekeeping, then turned to Yi-chun with a respectful bow, his face radiating gratitude. "No need. Please continue with the drawing," Yi-chun replied with a calm demeanor. The onlookers around, witnessing Minato's prize, were filled with envy. Kakashi, holding the fire god sword, compared it to his father's white fang blade, concluding the fire god sword was superior. While they were comparable in sharpness, the fire god sword's capability for ranged attacks set it apart, making it incomparable to the ordinary weapon that was the white fang blade. The others also regarded the fire god sword with expressions of anticipation. Having received such a remarkable item on the first draw, what might the next 3 draws yield? Minato pressed the white button again, and the text on the treasure chest began to spin once more. After 3 seconds, it halted, displaying 6 characters, Elite J-Nin level chakra. Yi-chun was also taken aback, not expecting Minato to draw something so extraordinary. Although he had drawn a similar reward previously, an even higher tier shadow-level chakra, this was merely from the initial prize pool. Minato had drawn good fortune twice in a row. What luck! Indeed. Is he European? It suits him, with his fair skin and golden hair. What does Elite J-Nin level chakra mean? Minato momentarily struggled to grasp the true significance of those 6 characters. This was hardly surprising, as they had cultivated their chakra themselves, lacking the direct infusion capabilities of a system. As the name suggests, drawing this chakra would allow it to be directly infused into one's body, becoming one's own chakra. Yi-chun felt a twinge of jealousy, but soon reconciled himself, recalling that he had drawn the higher-tier shadow-level chakra. What? Such a phenomenon exists. Yi-chun's exclamation left everyone astonished. Chapter 41. The Draw 8 Gates Technique. Is this truly the case? Minato inquired, astonished, despite his vast experience. The Hokage's office, after Yi-chun's explanation, erupted in collective disbelief, for this surpassed their understanding of reality. Why not experience it for yourself and see? Yi-chun smiled faintly, waving his hand to send the chakra orb into Minato's body. Ah! Minato gasped in surprise, feeling warmth envelop him, akin to soaking in a hot spring, accompanied by a sensation of intense heat, reminiscent of high-temperature spring water. "Minato, are you all right?" Jiraiya, observing Minato's startled reaction, asked with concern. Yet, standing before them was Yi-chun, a mysterious and formidable figure, whose temperament was entirely inscrutable. Jiraiya hesitated to approach, worried that he might inadvertently offend Yi-chun. After all, Kakashi's previous experience was a stark reminder. Even though Tsunade had reattached his hand, the psychological trauma lingered. "I feel as though my chakra has expanded, increased by 1/3. Minato exclaimed with excitement after assessing his body's changes. 1/3. Minato's chakra would still fall short of the average line for shadow-level strength, Yichun pondered. The shadow-level chakra he had drawn previously was nearly 5 times that of the elite J-Nin-level chakra he now held. This indicated that the chakra quantity of an average J-Nin was merely 1/5 that of a shadow-level ninja. Given that Minato's chakra was only 3 times that of an average elite J-Nin, he had yet to reach the shadow-level threshold. No wonder, during the Nine-Tails night, he struggled against Obito. The master and disciple shared a lineage of low chakra reserves. Yichun mused as he glanced at Minato and then at Kakashi. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, I feel better than ever, Minato declared, clenching his fists with joy. That's wonderful, Jiraiya nodded in relief, marveling. It truly is remarkable. This gentleman's ability can directly transmit chakra to another, akin to a tailed beast. Tsunade, upon hearing Jiraiya's remark, retorted sharply, it's not the same as the tailed beasts. You fool. Their power is borrowed and does not belong to the Jinchuriki. After a brief moment of silence, Tsunade, unable to restrain herself due to Jiraiya's foolishness, engaged him in a spirited exchange. Ha ha, I merely meant it similar. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a smile. However, he felt a surge of joy at Tsunade's departure from her previous demeanor. Lady Tsunade is correct. I can feel this chakra as if it were cultivated by my own efforts, added Minato Namikaze, echoing Tsunade's sentiments. As the chatter resumed among the group, Yichun quickly interjected, let us continue with the draw. There are still 2 more to go. He could hardly contain his eagerness to leave. The next 2 draws, however, did not bring Minato the same extraordinary luck as before, yielding only 2 mundane prizes, 100,000 Ryo and 10,000 explosive tags. Despite the lackluster rewards, he felt content with what he had previously acquired. Thank you, esteemed sir, Minato said, handing the prizes to Narashikaku for safekeeping and bowing respectfully to Yichun. Well then, the lottery is concluded, and this round of questions has come to an end. The next session will be held in 3 months at the same location. Until we meet again, everyone, Yichun declared, impatiently waving his hand as he closed the question space and vanished from the Hokage's office in an instant. As the protective barrier dissipated, the onlookers in the Hokage's office were left in stunned silence, while Yichun, utilizing the system's space, teleported back to his room. System, hurry, I want to draw. Upon returning home, Yichun exclaimed joyfully, having been stifled in the question space for far too long. Ding, the draw has commenced. This round's prize pool consists of low-tier items, totaling 8 draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained the ninjutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Jinjutsu, dark walking technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ninjutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received currency, 2 million Ryo in bills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a Konoha Jonin green vest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a finely crafted kunai. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained the ninjutsu, wind release, great windbreak. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the taijutsu, 8 gates technique. A cascade of rewards echoed in Yichun's ears, a symphony that could rival heavenly music. This is exhilarating. This is precisely the feeling I desired. Yichun promptly checked the system, reveling in the list of rewards, his face alight with joy. The Jonin vest and the kunai seemed trivial, hardly worth keeping, and he set them aside. The 2 million Ryo, however, was a boon he desperately needed. The great waterfall technique, the dragon fire technique, and the great windbreak were all formidable ninjutsu, perfectly suited for his current needs. For Yichun, a student at the Ninja Academy still grappling with basic techniques, these skills were a timely blessing. After all, as a mere student without the backing of a prominent clan or a high-ranking ninja relative, Yichun had no access to learn ninjutsu. This limitation had left him somewhat constrained during battles. In his previous duel with Itachi Uchiha, he could only rely on his physical prowess to secure victory. Though he possessed wood release, he couldn't dare use it in public duels at the academy, for fear of causing a seismic stir in Konoha. Wood release had vanished from the village for decades, ever since Hashirama Senju's passing. Thus, receiving 3 ninjutsu was invaluable, providing him with options in combat. Even if questioned about their origin, he could attribute them to his deceased parents, claiming they were part of their legacy, ordinary ninjutsu that Konoha would hardly scrutinize. Chapter 42. The Fifth Gate. Open the door. Aside from these 6 rewards, the next 2 were of paramount importance. The dark walking technique, documented in the Forbidden Scroll, was developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, a master of forbidden techniques. Among Genjutsu, aside from the Uchiha clan's Sharingan illusions, this technique ranks among the highest in potency, making it a remarkable acquisition. And finally, the Pai Si Do Assistance, the 8 Gates technique. Its origins are somewhat nebulous. Some speculate it was developed by Tobirama Senju, but the original work never showcased it. Others suggest it was the brainchild of Might Dewey, but that seems dubious, given Might Dewey's demeanor. He hardly appears to be a pioneer in ninjutsu. Regardless of its origins, this taijutsu represents the pinnacle achievable by ordinary ninjas without external enhancements. Might Dewey, employing this technique as a low-ranking ninja, single-handedly dismantled the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, inflicting casualties and chaos. Rock Lee faced the one-tailed Jinchuriki and fought against Kimimaro, securing 1 victory and 1 defeat. The most impressive was Might Guy, who, through the 8 gates, decimated Kisame, leaving the shark-faced ninja in despair, and later unleashed the technique on Madara Uchiha, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, almost delivering a climactic end. It is undeniably formidable. I must give it a try? Yi Chen's heart raced with excitement. After collecting all the rewards, he discarded the vest and kunai, stowing the money safely in his pocket. He then opened the system space and stepped inside. The system space served as Yi Chen's personal realm, accessible at any moment, now transformed into his training ground. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Wind Release, Great Windbreak. After executing all 3 newly acquired ninjutsu, Yi Chen felt his chakra diminish by 1/5. The Great Waterfall Technique was particularly taxing, a signature move of the tailless Jinchuriki. Most would struggle to wield it. Only with his shadow-level chakra could Yi Chen manage to use it 5 times. Nonetheless, the effects of the ninjutsu were extraordinary, and the rewards provided by the system were already ingrained in him with remarkable proficiency. Now, it was time to attempt the 8 gates technique. First gate, open. Upon opening the first gate, Yi Chen felt a surge of chakra flowing from his dantian, radiating throughout his body. After a moment of introspection, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Opening the first gate grants me an additional quarter of my chakra, a testament to the 8 gates technique's prowess. Although a quarter may seem modest, one must consider that Yi Chen's chakra was already at the shadow level. Gaining a quarter more from just the first gate was a gratifying achievement. In summary, the 8 gates technique does not adhere to a fixed increase, but rather varies based on individual physique and mastery of the technique. For instance, Might Guy and Rock Lee, despite both opening the first gate, would experience vastly differing chakra boosts. Given Yi Chen's refined physique after attaining shadow-level chakra, he felt only a slight tension in his muscles, devoid of pain. Second gate, Rest Gate, open. Third gate, Life Gate, open. Once again, as Yi Chen opened 2 more gates, he felt his chakra amplify exponentially, nearly doubling. This meant that the chakra he gained from opening the third gate was almost equivalent to that of a Kage-level ninja. Of course, this enhancement was only possible due to Yi Chen's own possession of Kage-level chakra. In contrast, for someone like Rock Lee, the chakra he acquired from opening 3 gates would barely reach the level of a Jonin. This illustrates the fundamental differences in their foundations. A twinge of pain coursed through him. Yi Chen sensed his heart racing violently, akin to a drum beating incessantly. His muscles were also enveloped in a dull ache, comparable to having endured a few solid punches. At this level, he could maintain this condition for an extended period, making it suitable for regular combat. After a moment of careful introspection, Yi Chen concluded that the third gate was within the tolerable limits of his current physique, allowing for prolonged usage in battle without inflicting harm. This was distinctly different from the likes of Might Guy, who could open the 5th or 6th gates as effortlessly as one might eat a meal. The most he would experience afterward was fatigue, without any detrimental effects to his body. Let us give it another try. 4th gate, the Injury Gate, open. 5th gate, the Dread Gate, open. Oh, the pain is excruciating. As Yi Chen opened the 5th gate, an overwhelming wave of agony surged through him, causing him to cry out involuntarily. His heart thudded like it was powered by a motor, and his muscles felt as though they were tearing apart, the pain intensifying exponentially compared to when he had opened the third gate. How did Guy manage to open 5 gates so casually, joking and laughing. Yichen recalled the scenes from the original story where Might Guy opened the fifth gate, utterly baffled. Even Rock Lee could fight while opening 5 gates. Whereas Yichen felt as though he would collapse upon opening the fifth. He dared not linger on the sensation and hastily released the 8 gates technique, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Fortunately, his formidable chakra-enhanced physique endowed him with exceptional resilience, sparing him from any serious injury. However, upon releasing the 8 gates technique, the fatigue that washed over him felt as if he had pulled 3 all-nighters in a row. Truly, it is a technique only a martial arts fanatic could wield. In the original tale, only Guy and Might Due had opened all 8 gates, with Lee being the only other to reach 5. It seemed that only Kakashi had managed to open 2 gates. This meant that Yichen now ranked 3rd among practitioners of the 8 gates technique, following Guy and Due. A small consolation surged within him. After allowing his thoughts to drift, his body began to recover, thanks to the chakra of Kage-level potency. Chakra, while reminiscent of the internal energy found in Chinese martial arts, is fundamentally different in concept. Chakra is cultivated through rigorous training by ninjas, and the stronger one's physical constitution, the greater the amount of chakra they possess. Consequently, a larger chakra reserve correlates with superior physical capabilities. For instance, the Uzumaki clan members are naturally endowed with abundant chakra, making them notably resilient, as exemplified by Naruto Uzumaki. Similarly, the Senju clan shares this trait. Conversely, the Uchiha clan is inherently limited in chakra capacity compared to the aforementioned clans, which manifests in characters like Itachi Uchiha, who was frail and often on the brink of self-destruction. Sasuke Uchiha, while stronger, remains within average limits. Kakashi Hatake, possessing the Sharingan, epitomizes the ironic disparity between chakra and strength in the Naruto universe. Thus, when Yichen acquired Kage-level chakra, his body was modified by the system to withstand significant punishment, enabling him to open 5 gates of the 8 gates technique. Moreover, it is worth noting that sage energy resembles a concept akin to internal force or magical power. Whether through meditation to absorb the natural energies permeating the air or through a process reminiscent of how cultivators sense the world around them. It aligns closely with the notion of integrating the heavens and earth within oneself. Chapter 43, The Perfect Sage Body. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After resting momentarily, Yichen quickly regained his composure, thanks to his robust physique. Now, it was time to experiment with the shadow walking technique. With renewed vigor, Yichen rose, formed hand seals, and activated the technique. However, it was utterly ineffective. Illusions target specific entities, and using it against the air was, of course, futile. According to the description of the shadow walking technique, its intended effect was to blind the enemy, similar to inducing a state of blindness. However, this was akin to the blinding smoke of a grenade, unlike the simple disorientation caused by Teemo's blinding ability. How foolish of me. Realizing his blunder, Yichen felt a twinge of embarrassment. With his experiments nearing completion, he exited the system space. The earlier emotional release had settled his excitement. Now, lying on his small bed, he began to contemplate his future plans. Through the recent question and answer sessions, Yichen had managed to alter the original plot somewhat. Firstly, he had involved Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hatake, and Shikaku Nara in the first question session, informing them of the impending Nine-Tails incident, thus enabling Konoha to prepare for it. Simultaneously, he had exposed the existence of Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha, the masterminds behind the Moon SI plan in the original narrative. To be candid, compared to Kaguya Otsutsuki, who possessed immense power yet lacked any strategic prowess, Madara and Obito were the true masterminds behind the scenes. One of them was unbelievably powerful, exhibiting a complete disregard for humanity, while the other was devoid of any compassion. Had the plot not forced Black Zetsu to eliminate Madara and summon Kaguya, the two would never have stood a chance against Madara Uchiha, who was empowered by the 10 Tails and had transformed into a sage. In revealing these two, he indirectly alerted Minato and the others to the lurking menace within Konoha, Danzo Shimura. Danzo was essentially a character concocted by Masashi Kishimoto to serve as a scapegoat for various narrative elements. He bore the brunt of blame for everything from the Uchiha massacre to the death of White Fang and Nagato's resentment. By exposing Danzo early on, Yichen hoped to instill a sense of aversion in Minato, thereby accelerating the progression of the plot. In the recent question session, the revelation of the Uchiha massacre was one aspect, but more importantly, He aimed to place Danzo squarely beneath Minato's knife, urging the young Hokage to eliminate him swiftly. Furthermore, he sought to unmask the hypocritical and self-righteous third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, thereby hastening Minato's rise to power. Given Minato's temperament, he was not one to rush for power. He was indifferent to authority resting in Hiruzen's hands. Only through Yi Chen's interventions could he instill a sense of urgency in Minato, propelling the narrative forward. Next, Yi Chen would observe whether Minato would take action against Danzo. And should he do so, Yi Chen would shift his focus in the next question session. If he refrained, Yi Chen would need to intensify his efforts. With a clear plan in mind, Yi Chen felt assured. After all, Danzo's demise was inevitable, whether sooner or later. He would ultimately meet his end. Indeed, let me check how many reward points I have accumulated. The notifications chimed. Due to Tsunade's aversion towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, the master-disciple bond has fractured. Reward points, 2,454. Due to Jiraiya's disappointment in Sarutobi Hiruzen, their relationship has soured. Reward points, 566. Due to Minato Namikaze's disillusionment with Sarutobi Hiruzen, his prestige has diminished. Reward points, 7,884. Due to Nara Shikaku's disappointment in Sarutobi Hiruzen, his reputation has declined. Reward points, 587. Due to Kakashi Hataki's disappointment in Sarutobi Hiruzen, his standing has waned. Reward points, 2,451. Due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's regret, the time for Minato Namikaze to seize power has been accelerated. Reward points, 3,454. Due to Shimura Danzo's despicable actions, Minato Namikaze is determined to eliminate him. Reward points, 12,141. Due to Shimura Danzo's vile conduct, Jiraiya has developed a distaste for him. Reward points, 1,548. Due to Shimura Danzo's despicable behavior, Sarutobi Hiruzen has contemplated abandoning him. Reward points, 7,848. This series of notifications elucidates the impact of the recent questioning on the higher echelons of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's credibility has diminished, and both of his disciples are profoundly disappointed. Shimura Danzo's misdeeds have been fully exposed, and Minato Namikaze can no longer restrain his desire to eliminate him. Even the former Hokage advisors, Mito Kamen and Tsunade, have been left weary by the recent turmoil. The results are remarkable. Leaf Dust's plot points have now approached a staggering 100,000. According to the system's regulations, these points can be exchanged for items in the system shop or used for a lottery. 1,000 points allow for a minor draw from the low-tier prize pool. 10,000 points enable a major draw from the high-tier prize pool. There is even the option for a 10 consecutive draw, with an additional free draw included. This system's mechanics are reminiscent of mobile game lottery tactics, surely crafted by Tencent. Having just completed a round of draws, Leaf Dust felt a sense of satisfaction and was reluctant to continue. To obtain the 8 gates technique from the low-tier prize pool was indeed a stroke of fortune. Continuing to spend points might lead to financial ruin, prompting Leaf Dust to decisively abstain. Upon reopening the system shop, he was dazzled by the offerings. Perfect Sage Body. Required plot points, 100 million. Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Required plot points, 80 million. Seekers of Truth. Required plot points, 60 million. Inyang Release. Required plot points, 50 million. Hashirama level would release Ninjutsu. Required plot points, 20 million. Rinnegan. Required plot points, 20 million. Eternal Sharingan. Required plot points, 15 million. Who can afford such prices? Leaf Dust felt utterly disheartened. After expending considerable effort to accumulate 100,000 plot points, the cost of an Eternal Sharingan is a staggering 15 million. How many rounds of questioning must I endure to afford such a price? This treacherous system. Glancing at his meager plot points, Leaf Dust gritted his teeth and closed the system shop. He then lay back on his bed, pulling the covers over his head, succumbing to despair. Chapter 44. The Tumor of Konoha. I cannot tolerate it. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building's office, Leaf Dust had departed, and the barrier had dissipated. Yet the others had no intention of leaving immediately. Before entering the questioning space, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who commanded the Umbu, had already ordered the guards to ensure that the Umbu ninjas in the Hokage building remained on standby, particularly to prevent any inquiries from Konoha's ninjas, especially those from Root. Thus, within the Hokage building, several individuals remained undisturbed. Their reluctance to leave stemmed from the astonishing abilities Leaf Dust had just demonstrated, erasing Sarutobi Hiruzen's memories in an instant and stripping him of his Dragonfire technique. Despite being a formidable shinobi, known as the ninja hero and shamelessly touted as the strongest Hokage in history, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained completely oblivious to it all. By the time he realized what had transpired, he had already forgotten how to perform the Dragonfire technique. Moreover, during the lottery, Minato Namikaze had drawn AJ Nin-level chakra, which Leaf Dust had directly bestowed upon him, and Minato had seamlessly accepted it without any adverse reactions. This was far superior to any tailed beast or Jinchuriki. While a Jinchuriki may draw upon a tailed beast chakra, it remains the property of the beast. However, the Nin-level chakra Leaf Dust granted to Minato became one with his own. How terrifying! Mito came and gazed eagerly at Minato, finally managing to utter, "Minato, do you feel any discomfort?" Minato furrowed his brow, wondering what kind of question that was. Would discomfort bring him joy? Were it anyone else? Minato might have dismissed them entirely, treating them as mere air, such as Shimura Danzo. However, since Mito Kamen was a former Hokage advisor who had contributed to Minato's campaign for Hokage, he chose not to rebuff him outright. Instead, he nodded and replied, "Elder Kamen, I feel perfectly fine." Oh, Mito Kamen nodded absently, at a loss for words. The experience of the recent questioning had profoundly shocked the aged advisor, leaving him momentarily unable to gather his thoughts. In the Hokage office, Tsunade sat with her arms crossed, lost in contemplation. Jiraiya was covertly stealing glances at Tsunade's figure. Nara Shikaku was deep in thought, while Kakashi Hatake examined the Sword of Fire, gesturing with it repeatedly. The two former Hokage advisors stared blankly at the ceiling, while Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked his pipe. Though silence enveloped the room, everyone understood that something needed to be said. The Uchiha clan faced annihilation, incited by none other than Shimura Danzo, who had been enabled by Sarutobi Hiruzen's complacency. With such a grave matter at hand, could they simply disperse as if nothing had transpired? Impossible. Minato was the first to voice his dissent. After a moment of contemplation, he scanned the room and resolved to shatter the silence. "Everyone, during the recent questioning, you have all witnessed firsthand the existence of a malignant tumor within Konoha, one that continues to harm our comrades. As Hokage, I bear the responsibility of protecting our village and its denizens. I cannot allow this tumor to continue to grow. With each of its actions, countless innocent lives are lost. I cannot tolerate this." Minato Namikaze's resolute declaration drew the attention of all present, his eyes ablaze with determination. His love for Konoha and its inhabitants was genuine. During the last questioning, he had been appalled to see Shimura Danzo turning a blind eye to the suffering of the villagers during the Nine-Tails incident. Later, he was further enraged to discover that Danzo had audaciously employed root ninjas to abduct the captain of his own Umbu team, his own disciple. This was a blatant affront to Minato's principles. Though he had temporarily endured Danzo's transgressions due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's protection, he had already sentenced Danzo to death in his heart. This recent questioning had revealed Danzo's atrocities against the Uchiha clan, Konoha's most prominent family, as well as his betrayal of Uchiha Shursui, who had deeply trusted him and sought peace. Ultimately, he had witnessed Danzo inciting Uchiha Itachi to slaughter his own kin, committing an act of utter annihilation. What an atrocity! What a horrific sight! Is this the kind of behavior one would expect from an elder of Konoha? It is inconceivable that even the most ordinary villager of Konoha, let alone the elders of the village, would stoop to such depths, devoid of any moral compass. Thus, Minato Namikaze could no longer endure the situation. He resolved to confront it head-on in this very moment, determined to see Danzo Shimura brought to justice. At the very least, he sought to strip him of all his power and imprison him, allowing him to live out the remainder of his days in confinement. Upon finishing his declaration, Minato's unwavering conviction resonated with those present, prompting a reaction from everyone. Tsunade cast a glance at Minato, smiling but remaining silent. Jiraiya, with a furrowed brow, looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his expression a mix of concern and contemplation, before finally voicing his support. "I stand with Minato. I cannot tolerate a man like him continuing to wreak havoc in Konoha." Jiraiya's sentiments reflected his deep love for the village, making it impossible for him to accept Danzo's actions. Torn between his role as a mentor and his loyalty to his pupil, Jiraiya ultimately made his choice. Once he spoke out, Hiruzen's expression darkened. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya held a unique position within Konoha, and no one in power could overlook the stance of such a formidable force. Furthermore, Jiraiya's reputation in the village was significant. I support the Hokage. I also stand with my teacher. Nara Shikaku and Hatake Kakashi declared in unison. Their endorsements, while impactful, were not unexpected. Both were steadfast supporters of Minato and would back any of his decisions. Minato, Danzo has contributed considerably to Konoha over the years, surely. He shouldn't meet such a fate in his twilight years? Mito came and hesitated before speaking up, advocating for Danzo based on their shared history on the battlefield. Hiruzen, you must say something, Tsunade urged, turning to Hiruzen, for he was the only one capable of saving Danzo in this moment. Chapter 45. I am ready to fully retire. Meanwhile, at the base of Route, Danzo remained oblivious to the judgment being passed on his existence within the Hokage's office. Such is the nature of power. I will obliterate you. What concern is it of yours? Minato's intent to annihilate Danzo required no consultation with him. Once a decision was made in that office, all that awaited Danzo was a path to ruin. After decades of wielding influence and establishing his own dominion within Konoha, the fate of Danzo rested solely in the hands of this frail, old man. After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen, shrouded in smoke from his pipe, seemed to vanish from view. Just as everyone assumed he had resigned himself to the circumstances, the old man finally spoke. Minato, leave Danzo to me. I assure you he will no longer have the chance to cause trouble. You may take control of Route and the Umbu as well. I am ready to fully retire. Alongside Danzo, never to emerge again. And as for Mito and Tsunade, we shall depart entirely. The future will be yours. With his last words, Hiruzen's voice bore a deeper weariness, and he appeared to shrink slightly, aging before their eyes. Hiruzen, what are you saying? I cannot agree. Mito and Tsunade were taken aback by Hiruzen's declaration. This is preposterous. Your retirement is your own affair, but do not drag me into it. I still have much to contribute to Konoha. Be silent. Hiruzen's sudden outburst silenced them both. I have made my decision. You will follow suit. After all these years, are you not exhausted? Mito and Tsunade felt the finality in Hiruzen's tone and, though reluctant, dared not voice their dissent. This was the essence of their existence. They thrived under Hiruzen's shadow. Their power and status stemmed from him, and once he made a determination, they were left with no choice but to comply. Old man. What? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, attempting to interject, but was interrupted by Hiruzen. Jiraiya, enough. I have made up my mind. There was a glimmer of pleading in Hiruzen's gaze directed at Jiraiya, a sight that rendered Jiraiya speechless. When had his mentor ever resorted to such measures? This stark reality made Jiraiya acutely aware of Hiruzen's frailty. Sighing, Jiraiya shook his head, his expression laden with complexity, yet he chose not to speak further. Minato recognized that this was the best outcome he could achieve. Pushing further would likely provoke opposition from both Jiraiya and Tsunade, if these two united against him. Along with the previous Hokage Hiruzen, any decision made would be unassailable within Konoha. I understand, but I will destroy the Sharingan he possesses. Minato nodded, adding another stipulation. With a wave of his hand, Hiruzen fell silent and turned to exit the room. Having already resolved to place Danzo under house arrest, the fate of his Sharingan became inconsequential. Securing Danzo's fate was the zenith of what Hiruzen could accomplish. Danzo, I hope you two can find peace in this. Hiruzen mused as he departed, filled with melancholy. Once Hiruzen had left, Mito and Tsunade exchanged glances and, with a heavy heart, exited as well. The Hokage's office was left with only Minato, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Let us go, Tsunade said to Jiraiya, turning to leave. Wait. Are we not discussing how to deal with Danzo? Jiraiya asked, bewildered. None of your business. Hurry up. Tsunade struck Jiraiya on the head, leaving him dazed and stumbling backward as she dragged him out like a lifeless body. This was, after all, a trivial matter, with Hiruzen's tacit approval. Minato was more than capable of handling Danzo alone. The moment Hiruzen relinquished his authority, control of the Umbu fell into Minato's hands. Thus, armed with both the Umbu and the Hokage's mandate, how could an elder like Danzo dare to resist? Once the others departed, only Minato and two companions remained in the office. From that moment forth, these three would occupy the highest echelons of power in Konoha, a Hokage, a chief advisor, and the captain of the Umbu. Subsequently, with Hiruzen's complete transfer of authority, Narashikaku would naturally ascend to the role of advisor, while Kakashi, as Minato's disciple, would oversee the Umbu, now merged with Root S operations, making him the most influential leader since Hiruzen's era. Kakashi, please summon the Umbu's minister and the 3 captains. Minato instructed. Yes, Kakashi replied, setting aside his sword and various items on the desk before swiftly departing. After Kakashi left, Minato turned to Shikaku and inquired, Shikaku, am I doing the right thing? The image of Hiruzen's pleading eyes and his despondent departure weighed heavily on Minato's heart. From a young age, he was heralded as a genius and soon encountered the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. At that time, the composure and enthusiasm displayed by Minato Namikaze greatly impressed Hiruzen. The subsequent focused training and the opportunity to study forbidden techniques from the Sealing Scroll were undoubtedly due to Hiruzen's influence. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, how could Minato have achieved such a formidable reputation? Lacking such renown, he would never have been considered for the role of Hokage. Moreover, on his path to becoming Hokage, Minato undoubtedly benefited from Hiruzen's support. Competing for the position of the 4th Hokage was none other than the infamous Orochimaru. Yet, Hiruzen chose not to favor his own disciple, but instead supported his humble apprentice, which left a profound impression on Minato. Thus, when he eventually ascended to the role of Hokage and observed Hiruzen's unwillingness to relinquish power, Minato bore no resentment. He was still young and could afford to wait. After gaining further experience, wielding authority would be second nature to him. Regrettably, a rift eventually formed between them, instigated by Danzo Shimura. Not only did Hiruzen withdraw completely from the historical stage, but Minato also found it impossible to reconnect with his former self, who had once revered Hiruzen. Do not overthink it, Minato. Narashikaku discerned Minato's inner turmoil and gently offered counsel. This is your responsibility as Hokage. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence. After a brief interval, Hatake Kakashi entered the office accompanied by 4 ENBU operatives. The previous Hokage has already conferred with me regarding this matter. Henceforth, Kakashi will join the ANBU, Minato stated plainly and without preamble. Following his training, he will assume the role of ANBU captain. I trust you will nurture him well. The 4 ANBU members, kneeling on one knee, were taken aback internally but maintained their respectful demeanor. The decisions made by the Hokage were not to be contested. Very well. We must now eradicate the malignant presence within Konoha. A fierce determination shone in Minato's eyes as he spoke resolutely. Chapter 46. Naruto will be cared for by the 3rd. Capturing Danzo Shimura was no trivial endeavor. It was not as simple as Minato brazenly confronting Danzo at the root base and declaring, "You are under arrest." Throughout the entire apprehension process, numerous factors needed consideration. What if Danzo resisted? What if the root ninjas followed suit? What tactics did Danzo possess? What hidden cards did he hold? Would he ally with any forces within the village? Ultimately, how could he be prevented from escaping? Each scenario required meticulous contemplation to ensure success. This intricate and burdensome task was beyond Minato's capacity, thus it fell entirely upon Narashikaku. The immense pressure caused the young Shikaku to shed copious amounts of hair, and his once prominent ponytail visibly thinned. During the evening grain delivery, his wife had to repeatedly urge him to maintain harmony at home. According to an anonymous member of the Nara clan, nights at Shikaku's household were often filled with the sound of a woman's furious reprimands and a man's long, resigned sighs. In stark contrast to the weary and troubled Shikaku, the 4th Hokage finally relished a rare moment of tranquility. With Shikaku overseeing the capture plan and his apprentice Kakashi training in the ANBU, Minato seized the opportunity to spend quality time at home with his wife. One day, he took the rare initiative to cook a meal, and after enjoying lunch together with Kushina Uzumaki, they settled in the living room to savor their time as a couple. "Oh," Kushina suddenly exclaimed softly, placing a hand on her belly. "What is it?" Minato inquired with a smile. "The little one just kicked me," Kushina responded, her face aglow with happiness, rosy hues painting her cheeks. "Ha ha, it seems Naruto is quite the lively child, just like you." Minato chuckled. "I am not. I am very gentle," Kushina playfully retorted, giving Minato a light punch. All right. My Kushina is a gentle mother," Minato acquiesced with a grin, leaning against Minato's shoulder. Kushina suddenly asked, "What kind of person do you think Naruto will grow up to be?" "Surely a formidable ninja, surpassing even the 1st Hokage." Minato laughed, having shared similar sentiments with her before. After all, as husband and wife, how could he hide anything from her? However, when Kushina learned that Minato had sacrificed himself during the Nine-Tails incident, it left her inconsolable. Upon hearing that he had chosen to seal the Nine-Tails within their newborn son, Naruto, to ensure the village's safety, her anger erupted, resulting in a forceful blow to Minato's head, causing a noticeable bump. How could you, a man like you, be worthy of the title of father? What have our Uzumaki clan done to deserve this? Why must it fall upon us to bear the burden of being a Jinchuriki? I could accept it from my grandmother, but what about Naruto? He is just an infant. He cannot even open his eyes. Have you considered his feelings, you scoundrel? As Kushina spoke, tears streamed down her face for the child she was about to bring into the world. Minato could only repeatedly apologize, eventually managing to soothe her with numerous vows. He must ensure his safety, protect their child, and guarantee that their family would forever experience happiness together. I do not care about that. I just want Naruto to grow up healthy and happy. Strength means nothing, Kushina said, her brow furrowed, clearly displeased. If he becomes a powerful ninja, he will bear many responsibilities, just like you and the first Hokage. Being strong does not equate to a happy life, she remarked. In the original storyline, Minato perished during the Nine-Tails incident, while the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, succumbed to melancholy after his battle with his dear friend, Madara Uchiha. The more powerful a ninja, the greater the responsibilities they must shoulder. This was Kushina's belief, and the reason she was reluctant for their child to become excessively strong. Rest assured, I am here, and so are you. We will ensure that Naruto lives happily and joyfully. I will strive for this, Minato gently reassured, patting his wife's shoulder softly. Imagine if, during the Nine-Tails incident, we both perished, leaving Naruto to fend for himself. How difficult would that be for him? Surely, he would suffer immensely, Kushina expressed, her emotions swirling as she envisioned their child's potential loneliness. Minato rubbed his nose, attempting to rationalize that should not be the case. The third Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei, and Kakashi will be there to care for him. Even without us, Naruto will be loved and supported by many. He thought of a future without him and Kushina, yet still envisioned Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Kakashi being there. Surely, their child would not be left to face the world alone. Someone would always be there to look after him. Regrettably, he held an excessively optimistic view of humanity. He failed to consider that in the original narrative, after he and Uzumaki Kushina perished, their offspring, the hero Uzumaki Naruto, was born into a profoundly tragic childhood. He was regarded as a monster by the villagers, ostracized and bullied by his peers, and viewed as a mere tool by the third Hokage. His mentor, Jiraiya, remained absent from the village, neglecting the child entirely. His beloved disciple, Itachi Kakashi, could only afford a distant glance at his master's son. Not a single individual acted in accordance with his expectations. The care of others could never match the reassurance of parental love. Uzumaki Kushina cast a disapproving glance at her utterly unreliable husband, feeling somewhat at a loss. You must live well to take care of us, she insisted. Do you understand? Faced with his assertive wife, the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure could only smile weakly and nod. Understood, understood. I will. Having said this, Minato leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his wife's pristine forehead, causing her enchanting face to flush a vibrant red. She then turned away, nestling deeply into Minato's embrace, and their little son beamed with pride. Chapter 47. I, Shimura Danzo, shall undoubtedly become Hokage recently. Shimura Danzo sensed something amiss. It had been 3.5 months since he dispatched the oil woman Ryoma and others to abduct Itachi Kakashi. Initially, everything unfolded according to his design. Amidst the accusations from Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward to defend him, leaving Minato powerless. Yet for the past month, Danzo had detected a peculiar atmosphere. First, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old coot, had vanished from public view, retreating to his old residence, where he and his wife, Sarutobi Bawako, engaged in an endless display of affection, to the extent of driving their son Asuma to leave home. Furthermore, Mito Menju and Tkk Rin also remained cooped up at home, lost in their thoughts. At such a young age, were they already incapable of action? They were truly disappointing to Lord Tobarama. Danzo sat on a bench, eyes closed in silent contemplation. Recently, reports from the root ninjas indicated that the progress of infiltrating the Umbu had been obstructed. The Umbu minister, previously lenient, had suddenly become unusually strict. returning every single operative sent from root. Numerous previously embedded agents within the Umbu had been extracted. A dismal 10% remained. This was an extraordinarily abnormal sign. Logically, the Umbu had always been under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control, and Hiruzen was Danzo's greatest support. Everyone was in the same boat, sharing the same interests. Why the division? Yet, the Umbu now exhibited an alarming exclusivity. Could it be that Hiruzen had handed the Umbu over to Minato? This should not be the case. Danzo pondered, knowing Hiruzen's character. He would never easily relinquish power. For Minato to gain access to the Umbu, he would need at least 2 to 3 years. How could he have seized control so swiftly? What unforeseen circumstances had transpired? Danzo ruminated, unable to discern any clues. After all, he had never experienced the interrogation space and could not fathom it. Minato's group had, astonishingly, foreseen the future. How extraordinary! Before I had even undertaken these actions, they had already anticipated them. Unbeknownst to Danzo, he had left behind an exposed truth, oblivious to the mess beneath him. This exemplified the asymmetry of information. Despite his relentless contemplation, he could not uncover the reality behind the situation. Someone, frustrated by his own thoughts, Danzo called out. Here, a ninja clad in Umbu garb suddenly appeared before him, kneeling respectfully with bowed head. What news? Have you uncovered the situation within the Umbu? Since the operatives he had embedded en route had been cleared out, he had dispatched someone to investigate the changes within the Umbu. Report to Lord Danzo. We have yet to ascertain the cause. The only information obtained is that Itachi Kakashi has entered the Umbu as a squad leader of the assassination unit. Kakashi in the Umbu? This was an indication of Minato's intentions to seize control of the Umbu. Had that old codger Hiruzen truly entrusted the Umbu to Minato? No, it could not be so simple. This must merely be a temporary concession, as the Umbu minister and the 3 captains were all loyal to Hiruzen. Danzo's mind raced. He sensed a whiff of danger. What was Minato up to lately? Merely the information about Kakashi's entry into the Umbu was insufficient to deduce the specific circumstances. Danzo's gaze turned towards Minato. If any action were to be taken, as Hokage, Minato would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Report to Lord Danzo. The Hokage has recently been alternating between home and the Hokage building, with the notable difference being that he now spends significantly more time at home. The Root Ninja replied in detail. It was hard to fathom that within a military organization, one of their own was tracking the highest leader. Minato's recent activities had been closely observed by the Root Ninjas, who reported back to Danzo. Humph, that man is utterly incompetent. Danzo scoffed, dismissing the Root Ninja with a wave of his hand. Leaning back against the bench, he closed the one visible eye he had. An inept 4th Hokage, lounging at home instead of executing his duties, was utterly unacceptable. An indolent 3rd Hokage, spending his days indulging with his wife. How shameless at such an age. And those 2 old geezers, In and Koharu, were entirely unreliable. Indeed, within Konoha, I alone am the most qualified candidate to become Hokage. Only I. Danzo's heart burned with ambition. His desire to ascend to the position of Hokage had never waned. Initially, when the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, chose to provide cover, he was left to choose between Hiruzen and the 3rd Hokage. At that moment, he hesitated, allowing Hiruzen to seize the opportunity. Ever since, he had regretted his indecision. If only I had acted a moment sooner, the Hokage title would have been mine. Danzo had repeated this to himself countless times. Yet, Hiruzen had already become Hokage. Leaving him powerless to contest, he could only lurk in the shadows, gathering strength. Anyone capable of competing with him would find themselves targeted. Itachi Sakomo had once enjoyed unparalleled prestige, even overshadowing Hiruzen as Hokage. So what? He was ultimately forced into the shadows by Danzo, who manipulated public opinion to drive him to despair. What of Orochimaru? As a renowned disciple of the 3rd Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, he too was ousted from Konoha on the eve of the Hokage competition after Danzo exposed his underground laboratory. It was infuriating. In the end, that golden-haired boy reaped the rewards, and that old codger Hiruzen wholeheartedly supported his rise. You shall regret it, monkey. Danzo's teeth ground in frustration. That golden-haired brat had become the person he most desired to eliminate. Humph. One day, the title of Hokage shall be mine. Danzo silently vowed. He now possessed a formidable force. The strength of Root, having developed over the years while undermining Konoha, was already capable of overpowering the Umbu. Within the village of Konoha, He possessed a might that surpassed even that of the Hokage, Minato Namikaze. If only he were granted an opportunity. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to ascertain the unfolding events. Troubled by the recent changes within the village, Shimura Danzo resolved to seek an audience with Hiruzen Sarutobi to probe this old man. Should he truly resolve to retire and relinquish power, it would not only present an opportunity for Minato to ascend, but also serve as the clarion call for Danzo's resurgence. If Hiruzen Sarutobi were to loosen his grip, Shimura Danzo would not falter. Dealing with a mere youth would be a trivial endeavor. Danzo envisioned himself adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, with the Hokage hat perched upon his head, a satisfied smile breaking across his aged, rigid features. Chapter 48. The Capture of Danzo. All hands on deck the following day, within the Sarutobi residence. Hiruzen Sarutobi, having definitively set aside power and responsibility, found himself, after a brief period of anguish and confusion, discovering newfound joys. Each day spent at home, sipping tea and playing chess, along with indulging in the company of his beloved wife, became his greatest source of happiness. If only that bothersome son would distance himself further. While savoring a dish lovingly prepared by his wife, Biwako Sarutobi, Hiruzen idly directed a glance towards his son, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma, being a year younger than Kakashi Hatake, had already become a ninja, attaining the rank of Chunin. Though he could not match the meteoric rise of his peer, Kakashi, he still distinguished himself among his contemporaries. In times past, when Hiruzen's thoughts were consumed by the affairs of Konoha, Asuma was a source of pride, even with his son's frequent rebellion and defiance. Hiruzen bore it with patience. Alas, circumstances had shifted. Now that he had relinquished power, enjoying a leisurely life at home, that troublesome youth, with his disdainful demeanor, had become the bane of Hiruzen's tranquil retirement. Asuma, don't you have missions to attend to? Unable to restrain himself any longer, Hiruzen swallowed the dumpling his wife had just fed him and questioned his son, who was rolling his eyes nearby. TCH, there are hardly any missions worth mentioning lately. Just trivial tasks like finding lost cats and dogs. I'm not interested, Asuma retorted, sprawled lazily on the floor. His left leg bent over his right knee in an utterly careless manner. Seeing his son's demeanor raised Hiruzen's blood pressure. If you have no pressing matters, shouldn't you be at the training grounds honing your jutsu? Lounging about at home is hardly appropriate. Asuma raised an eyebrow at his father's admonishment and turned away, nonchalantly responding, "What's the point of practicing jutsu? I'm already well versed in my techniques." Kakashi has already become a captain in the Umbu and will soon ascend to the position of Umbu chief. You'll have to show him respect, Chunin. Hiruzen's words were a sharp jab at his unaccomplished son. The remark struck Asuma, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? Kakashi is becoming the Umbu chief? Is that for real? Naturally, information from his father, the former Hokage, could not be doubted. Though reluctant to accept it, Asuma had no choice but to believe. Asuma, proud and ambitious, had always started ahead of his peers due to his father's status as Hokage. For years, the unspoken favor from those around him had allowed him a smooth path, until he heard of Kakashi's feats, graduating at 6, becoming a Jonin at 12. The name Kakashi had become legendary among their cohort, influencing even the next generation, including Asuma. In his youthful arrogance, Asuma had aspired to challenge Kakashi's record, but the widening gap in their abilities extinguished his competitive spirit. However, he remained acutely aware of Kakashi, impressed by his accomplishments. Now, upon learning that his rival was poised to become Umbu chief, Asuma could hardly contain himself, itching to rush to the training grounds and practice for days on end, striving to become a Jonin within 6 months and compete with Kakashi for the chief position. Yet, his father's taunts left him feeling discontented. So he forced out, "So what? What does it matter to me? Old man, don't expect to enjoy your life. I won't make it easy for you." Asuma's words twisted Hiruzen's face in frustration. "Damn it. All I want is to enjoy my retirement. What is this calamity you bring upon me?" Just as father and son were at odds, a figure draped in bandages entered, completely swathed in white bandages, exposing only half of a hardened, aged face with a distinct scar on his chin. It was Shimura Danzo. "Monkey, I hear you've been living in leisure lately, unconcerned about your duties. How unfortunate for Konoha to have you as Hokage," Danzo sneered, sauntering closer. "You needn't concern yourself. I have long since retired. The work is for the younger generation," Hiruzen replied coldly, turning his expression towards his unfortunate son, urging, Hurry to the training grounds. Give it your all. Humph. Mind your own business, Asuma grumbled, reluctantly rising to leave, ignoring Danzo as they passed each other. Asuma's desire to flee was instinctual upon seeing Danzo, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Humph. Danzo observed Asuma's retreating figure with annoyance. What brings you here? If you have no business, leave me to enjoy my meal with my wife. Hiruzen waved dismissively, signaling Biwako to clear the table. Her demeanor sweet as she smiled at Danzo before departing. I have no particular agenda. I merely wish to see how you fared. Are you truly willing to relinquish your authority, knowing that Minato has positioned his disciple within the Umbu? It won't be long before he assumes the chief role, Danzo challenged, sitting cross-legged opposite Hiruzen. TCH. Hiruzen scoffed, disdainfully stroking his beard. He found Danzo's greedy visage repugnant, reminiscent of his own past when he clung to power. Thankfully, he had relinquished it. Otherwise, he might have become like Danzo. What's it to me? Danzo, I am but a retired man. The Umbu is inherently under the Hokage's jurisdiction. It is only natural for Minato to elevate his disciple to chief. People should not overthink. Focusing on one's own responsibilities suffices. Though Hiruzen spoke nonchalantly, internally he counted down, aware that according to Narashikaku's plan, the moment Danzo exited the root base, a net was already being cast. It was likely that Minato was already en route. Huh. How easy it is to speak. Teacher Tobarama has entrusted the village to us, and we must take responsibility for it. This is our duty and obligation. Shimura Danzo sneered coldly, speaking with an air of righteousness. In the next moment, a golden figure appeared at the entrance of the Sarutobi residence, shimmering with brilliance. Suddenly, a cacophony ensued as countless ninjas clad in Umbu attire materialized behind the golden figure using the body flicker technique. Danzo, it has been a long time. The newcomer was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had arrived on the scene with the Flying Thunder God technique, flanked by a throng of Umbu ninjas. Among them stood Kakashi Hatake, recently appointed as the captain of the Umbu assassination squad, dressed in the usual attire of an Umbu ninja, resembling a shadow behind Minato. Though it might seem like a demotion to transition from the leader of the Umbu Guard to an Umbu squad captain, one must consider the potential for advancement. The Umbu Guard is essentially akin to a security detail, with its leader serving merely as a gatekeeper for the higher-ups. This position, while appearing prestigious, offers little room for upward mobility and is more about maintaining a presence before the leaders. The current position of Umbu squad captain allows Kakashi to engage in the workings of the Umbu, with the prospect of eventually rising to the position of Umbu minister, overseeing the entire Umbu under Minato's leadership. Returning to the scene at Sarutobi's residence, Minato, accompanied by the Umbu, surrounded the entire estate. Narashikaku, utilizing the mind transfer technique and a wireless earpiece, commanded from a secure location. All root ninjas and the root base were under the watchful eyes of the Hokage's faction, ensuring they could not provide support or create any unforeseen complications that Minato wished to avoid. Furthermore, various ninja clans, including the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, had been notified to remain uninvolved. Even the Shimura clan had dispatched individuals to keep watch, primarily for precautionary measures. As the relationship between Danzo and the Shimura clan had grown increasingly distant since Danzo ascended to the elder's seat. Upon hearing Minato's voice, Danzo sensed something amiss. When a multitude of Umbu ninjas appeared, he began contemplating an escape, only to find all visible exits secured by the Umbu. He found himself trapped like a fish in a barrel. What is the meaning of this, monkey? Danzo's face contorted with anger, his expression hardening as he glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, coldly demanding answers. Unfortunately, his former comrade remained silent, head bowed as he smoked, offering no response. This demeanor signified Hiruzen's allegiance to Minato, leaving Danzo feeling abandoned. You will regret this, monkey, Danzo nearly shouted, his voice laced with confusion, frustration, and a hint of despair. He could not comprehend the drastic shift in circumstances. Just days ago, during a meeting, Hiruzen had assured him of his support, and together they had effectively seized the power that rightfully belonged to them. Yet now, Hiruzen was conspiring with Minato against him. What had gone wrong? Lost in thought, a mocking smile crept onto Danzo's face. Without turning to face Minato directly, he merely cast a sidelong glance, stiffly inquiring, "Fourth Hokage, what do you intend to do?" Observing the situation, Danzo already had a general understanding of Minato's intentions. However, he needed Minato to articulate it openly. In response to Danzo's challenge, Minato smiled gently and replied, "I mean no harm. I merely wish for Elder Danzo to retire peacefully." The former Hokage now enjoys a leisurely retirement and seeks an old friend to share in his tranquility. As a longtime partner, I trust Elder Danzo will not refuse. Earlier, in the Hokage office, when Minato proposed dealing with Danzo, Hiruzen had made it clear that Danzo's position would be revoked, his power stripped, and potentially his influence eliminated. But his life must remain untouched. Hiruzen would oversee the subsequent arrangements, effectively placing his old friend under house arrest. For the sake of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Minato acquiesced. Leading to this carefully orchestrated trap. Humph! Danzo scoffed, betraying no hint of trepidation, and grandly proclaimed, "The monkey has grown old, indulging in comforts, forgetting the late Hokage's instructions. But I have not forgotten. From the moment the late Hokage departed, I vowed to devote my life to protecting Konoha and safeguarding its people. This is my responsibility. It is my duty. I shall not falter." Danzo's words elicited a desire within Minato to applaud. What kind of self-deception allowed Danzo to remain so composed in such dire moments? "Elder Danzo, this is a directive from the higher-ups. I hope you will consider it carefully. I do not wish to witness a disappointing conclusion." Minato's expression turned somber, his tone carrying a note of warning. Yet Danzo appeared either oblivious or feigned ignorance, responding stiffly, "What higher-ups? I will not acknowledge any decisions made in my absence." He then accused Minato, "My concessions do not grant you the liberty to act wantonly." "Danzo, cease your resistance," Hiruzen warned, observing Danzo's unwavering defiance. To his surprise, Danzo turned to Hiruzen, his gaze filled with an inscrutable complexity. "Monkey, are you joining him against me?" "No, I merely wish for you to retire alongside me. We are both old. Let the younger generation handle the affairs." Hiruzen's explanation only prompted another cold laugh from Danzo, who waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this. Use whatever means you have. Among Tobirama's disciples, there are those like you, who are weak, and there are those like me, who will not retreat. I will not allow the name of the late Hokage to be tarnished." Hiruzen furrowed his brow, realizing he had overlooked Danzo's cunning rhetoric. How could the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, have become a mere tool for Danzo, who incessantly invoked his name? "Danzo," Hiruzen attempted to reason once more, but was interrupted by Danzo's brusque gesture. "Silence, Sarutobi. You, the coward, evading responsibility, are unworthy to be called a disciple of the late Hokage. I am ashamed to have studied alongside you. Today, only the defiant Danzo shall stand. Let them come." Understanding that further dialogue was futile, Minato recognized that Danzo was nearly beyond reason. He had not anticipated that the man who had relentlessly indoctrinated the root ninjas would become the most thoroughly brainwashed of all. He firmly believed that all his actions were for the sake of Konoha, considering himself the embodiment of righteousness. Thus, he spoke and acted with unwavering conviction. Regardless of the harm he inflicted upon others, he felt no remorse. It appeared that the situation could not be resolved easily. Minato Namikaze sighed, pondering that if Shimura Danzo were to violently resist arrest, it would serve his purpose well. If Danzo dared to fight back, he would have ample justification to eliminate him, thereby eradicating the malignant tumor that had taken root within Konoha. Yet, witnessing the helpless expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face evoked a sense of compassion within him. It seemed that the elder's final wish before relinquishing power would remain unfulfilled. "Lord Hokage, please take shelter for now. I will handle this matter appropriately. However, I may need to tidy up your residence afterward." Minato gently waved his hand, and from the shadows behind him emerged 4 figures, each positioned at the 4 cardinal points surrounding Danzo's location. They were preparing to form a barrier to prevent Danzo from escaping should a battle ensue. "Ah, Danzo, consider your actions carefully." Hiruzen felt utterly fatigued. Ever since he stepped down as Hokage, nothing had aligned with his desires. Whether it was the conflict with Minato or the rifts forming between his 2 disciples, even his last wish to protect his old friend Danzo, who stubbornly chose the path of self-destruction, was slipping away. Indeed, age had taken its toll. He was no longer the proud and ambitious shinobi he once was. With a sigh, Hiruzen straightened his weary frame and slowly turned to leave, gradually fading from the sight of those present. He needed to take his elderly wife away from the impending battlefield. Meanwhile, Danzo observed Hiruzen's departing figure, his gaze flickering. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated taking decisive action by seizing Hiruzen as a hostage, believing it might afford him a chance to escape. Otherwise, Facing the resplendent fourth Hokage and a host of elite ANBU shinobi, even someone as arrogant as Danzo felt the odds of survival were grim. He bore no psychological burden at the thought of turning against an old friend. In his eyes, Hiruzen's actions had already betrayed him, and he no longer viewed him as a comrade but as an enemy. What moral dilemma could there be in striking an adversary? Yet, Hiruzen still retained formidable combat prowess, and Danzo sensed that a one-on-one confrontation might not end in his favor. Confronting a formidable foe while provoking the Hokage seemed a recipe for swift demise. Have you made up your mind, Minato Namikaze? Are you truly prepared to turn against your own comrades within Konoha? How disgraceful for a Hokage. Listening to Danzo's words, Minato felt a surge of impotence. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Who among us has been the true architect of suffering for our comrades? He wished to avoid a verbal spar with the old relic. Indicating to the 4 ANBU positioned at the corners, he commanded, "Barrier. 4 violet flames formation." The 4 ANBU simultaneously shouted, releasing their chakra to create an immense barrier enveloping the Sarutobi estate. Danzo, I offer you one last chance. Lay down your feudal resistance, and you may still have the opportunity to live out your life in peace. Minato accepted the katana, the sword of fire, passed to him by Kakashi Hatake. Feeling its warm blade and the fierce glint at its tip as he steadied himself and issued his final ultimatum. Words are futile. Let us see, then, just how hypocritical you truly are, you so-called 4th Hokage. The villagers will remember your disgraceful actions today. Chapter 50, Minato Namikaze vs. Danzo Shimura. How audacious. Kakashi's face flushed with anger at Danzo's incitements, fully aware of the elder's misdeeds. Unable to contain himself, he yearned to take action. Stand down, Kakashi. To his surprise, Minato rejected his request to engage, shaking his head. But there are no buts. Not only you but no one else is permitted to act, even though Danzo has committed grave errors. He was once an elder of our village. I do not wish for you to bear the blood of your comrades, Minato declared sternly. While this statement held some merit, one must acknowledge that the ANBU was, in essence, a department of the village tasked with unsavory deeds. The missions they undertook often involved assassination, pursuit, interrogation, espionage, and surveillance. Who among them could claim to be untainted? It could even be said that many ANBU members had blood on their hands, having dealt with rogue ninjas, defectors, or those marked for execution by their superiors. Yet, Minato spoke with unwavering conviction, believing that, regardless of his actions, Danzo had once been a respected elder of Konoha and thus should not be treated as an enemy. Such a course of action would amount to civil strife, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. As Hokage, Minato had the authority to confront Danzo over his transgressions without reproach. You will provide me with a defensive stance, ensuring Danzo has no opportunity to escape. Minato placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder. The surrounding ANBU exchanged complex glances, some understanding Minato's intentions while others remained perplexed. Nevertheless, they obeyed his command. With Kakashi now subdued, Minato turned to face Danzo once more. Danzo, I offer you one final chance. Surrender now, and you may still secure a favorable outcome. Minato persisted in his efforts. Words are pointless. Come forth. Let me gauge your worth and see if you truly possess the qualifications to be Hokage. Danzo scoffed, having already severed any pretense of camaraderie. In the next moment, he formed hand seals and unleashed his signature jutsu, wind release, vacuum wave. The attack, a high-level technique, manifested an unprecedented power in Danzo's hands. He inhaled deeply and expelled a torrent of wind chakra, unleashing crescent-shaped wind blades that hurtled toward Minato. Yet, Minato exhibited no panic. He merely shook his head in resignation and swung the sword of fire to deflect the wind blades. Coming from a civilian background, Minato lacked any inherited swordsmanship, unlike Kakashi, who, though he did not wield a sword, possessed his father's legendary techniques. It was only after becoming Hokage that Minato began to learn the secret Konoha swordsmanship. Having acquired the sword of fire, he had practiced with it. While he was not the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he was formidable enough. Let us conclude this swiftly. It is best not to disturb our predecessors for too long. Minato retrieved several kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique from his ninja pouch, launching them at Danzo. The sound of the kunai slicing through the air echoed as Danzo deftly evaded them. Avoiding the kunai, Shimura Danzo's nerves were even more taut. He was acutely aware of Namikaze Minato's combat style and the elusive nature of the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, it was the fastest ninjutsu in the ninja world. With a swift motion, Danzo utilized body flicker technique to leap out of the kunai's range, gripping the weapon tightly and remaining vigilant. Suddenly, a faint golden light flashed. Minato, who had been 10 meters away, appeared right before Danzo, thrusting his crimson sword with blinding speed. Clang! Danzo, quick on his feet, deflected the god of fire's sword with his kunai. However, being merely a standard kunai forged from iron, it was easily severed upon contact with the divine blade. Fortunately, the sword's trajectory was thrown off, allowing Danzo to once again distance himself. TSK. With only the handle of the kunai remaining, Danzo furrowed his brow and swiftly reached for a new one. The threat posed by Minato's god of fire sword was substantial, and he had never encountered such a sharp red blade before. When did Konoha acquire such a weapon? It bore a striking resemblance to his master Tobirama Senju's Raijin sword. As a disciple of Senju Tobirama, Danzo had often witnessed his master wielding the Raijin sword with unparalleled prowess. Now, with Minato wielding the god of fire sword, he seemed a mirror image of his own teacher, save for the silver blade transformed into a crimson hue and the white hair turned golden. Without time to catch his breath, Danzo pushed aside the memories as Minato charged once more. Clang, clang, clang. Swish, swish, swish. Minato's combat style was remarkably straightforward. He began with kunai embedded with the flying thunder god seal for ranged attacks, both to test the waters and to establish anchor points. Following that, he would utilize these kunai to approach his opponent using the flying thunder god technique, seeking the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Unlike before, when Minato relied on kunai and Rasengan to inflict damage on his enemies, he now simply swung his sword with lethal intent. It was reminiscent of the legendary Tobirama Senju. One of them darted about the battlefield, while the other struggled to keep up. Danzo had already lost 3 kunai. As the leader of the Umbu, he was accustomed to carrying a ninja tool pouch, a habit ingrained in him as a ninja. Yet, how much could a single pouch hold? With 3 kunai severed, the one remaining in his hand was his last. Wind release, vacuum big ball. Aware that he would be at a disadvantage in close combat against Minato, Danzo sought to create distance. Finally, seizing an opportunity, he formed hand seals to unleash his ninjutsu. This was one of Danzo's signature moves, which he had even used against formidable foes in the past. Like a machine gun, he expelled high-pressure wind balls towards Minato. Chapter 51. Inferno, Raging Fire God Slash. Minato in peril. Watching from the sidelines, Hatake Kakashi fervently cheered for Minato in his heart. As Minato's disciple and former captain of the Shadow Guard, Kakashi held Minato's safety in the highest regard. His decision to engage Danzo stemmed from a desire to shield Minato from danger. After all, Danzo's notoriety was well established, as evidenced by his past exploits. Observing the Hokage he was sworn to protect in a fierce duel against Danzo, Kakashi's heart raced. However, as the battle unfolded, he saw Minato easily suppress Danzo, leaving the latter with little room to retaliate and narrowly escaping death several times. Kakashi exhaled in relief. Yet suddenly, Danzo seized an opportunity. Unleashing a barrage of chakra balls at Minato, Kakashi could not help but shout a warning. "Sensei, be careful. Fear not. Your teacher is exceptionally strong." Minato deftly dodged the wind balls, even taking a moment to reassure Kakashi. This demonstrated his composure amidst chaos. Witnessing Minato's ease, Danzo's expression darkened. "So you underestimate me, do you? I shall teach you a lesson." Biting his finger, Danzo summoned blood to his palm and slammed it onto the ground. Summoning technique. Dream Eater. The summoned creature resembled a giant elephant, its fiery red hide and sharp claws striking a fearsome image. This was Danzo's summoning beast, the Dream Eater, known for feeding on human nightmares. The creature bore a striking resemblance to its master, adorned with a white cloth on its head and eyes that exuded ferocity. Is this Danzo's summoning beast? Should I summon Bunta as well? Minato, having gauged Danzo's strength and finding it lacking, felt no urgency in the battle. Instead, he pondered whether to summon a beast of his own. However, considering the massive size of Bunta, he dismissed the thought, realizing that summoning him would likely result in the destruction of Hiruzen's residence. Seeing Minato's relaxed demeanor, Danzo smirked coldly. "You dare to look down on me?" he thought. Dream Eater, utilize wind release. Danzo commanded his summoning beast. The Dream Eater, possessing considerable intelligence, though not as articulate as those from the 3 great summoning realms, understood Danzo's tactical commands perfectly. Upon receiving the order, the Dream Eater nodded, inhaling deeply, its massive jaws opening wide to draw in a vast volume of air. The suction was so powerful that it caused the Umbu observing from a distance to lose their footing and involuntarily be drawn closer. Minato, standing even nearer, felt as though he might be lifted off the ground. Desiring to avoid being sucked into the Dream Eater's mouth, Minato swiftly evaded. In the next moment, Danzo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the effect he sought. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Danzo inhaled deeply and expelled a torrent of wind chakra, launching arc-shaped wind blades, akin to scythes, towards Minato. At the same time, the Dream Eater closed its jaws and exhaled a thick white mist, enveloping Minato and blocking every possible escape route. In that moment, Minato found himself trapped. "Sensei!" Kakashi shouted, his heart racing. The scorching white mist and razor-sharp wind blades threatened to tear the golden-haired man apart. At this moment, Minato's kunai were all within the attack range, and even with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could not evade the impending assault. His momentary lapse in caution seemed to have dire consequences. Yet, in the next instant, an ear-piercing sound of a sword echoed, and Minato's voice emerged from the mist. "Inferno, raging fire god flash." With a dramatic sweep, a colossal, crescent-shaped blade of fiery energy cleaved through the mist, shattering all wind blades and hurtling towards Danzo. "Not good. Get out of the way." Shocked, Danzo sprang into action, using his legs to propel himself away from the fiery onslaught. He could evade, but the massive Dream Eater was not so fortunate. With a sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the blade tore through the Dream Eater's crimson hide, revealing flesh beneath. In an instant, blood gushed forth, creating a veritable rain of crimson. The Dream Beast let out a pained roar as the sword energy from the fire god cleaved through its exterior and shredded its muscles. The searing energy even burned its body, cooking the flesh it touched in an instant. Thud! The gravely injured Dream Beast, with a body the size of a small mountain, collapsed to the ground with a tremendous crash. "Damn it!" Shimura Danzo's eyes turned red as he glared ahead, seemingly trying to discern the golden figure before him. Whoosh! The piercing sound of shurikens cut through the white mist, shooting out in rapid succession. Caught off guard, Shimura Danzo managed to evade most of the attacks, but was still struck in the shoulder by one of the shurikens. "This is bad." Panic surged through him as his pupils dilated. He hastily grabbed the shuriken embedded in his shoulder, instinctively preparing to evade. But in the next moment, a faint golden light flickered, and the figure with golden hair appeared before him in an instant. Buzz! The fire god sword vibrated, its blazing blade slicing through the air, severing Shimura Danzo's neck. Splat! Danzo's head, wrapped in bandages, flew into the sky, a torrent of blood splattering onto the blade of the fire god's sword. The headless corpse lay on the ground, and the decapitated head, having spun twice in the air, tumbled to the ground, revealing Danzo's wide-eyed, shocked expression. The once feared shadow of the village, the darkness of the ninja world, had just lost its head. Roar! The Dream Beast, lying not far away, emitted a tremendous roar that echoed with sorrow and rage. Why did it have to come to this, Danzo? Minato Namikaze instinctively attempted to shake the blood off the fire god's sword, only to find that its high temperature had already evaporated the blood. He cast a complex glance at Danzo's lifeless head, shook his head, and sighed. Minato was a gentle man. He cherished the village and every individual within it. However, Danzo's actions had crossed Minato's bottom line. Even when Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested incapacitating Danzo and imprisoning him for life, Minato had accepted it out of respect for Jiraiya. Now, being able to personally sever Danzo's head felt like a resolution of a long-held grievance. As he turned to leave, Minato saw Kakashi Hatake rushing toward him, his face etched with urgency as he shouted, "Teacher, be careful." Chapter 52, Hatake Tsukumo is a coward. What I said stands. Thud. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh reached Minato's ears. He felt a cold flash aimed at his head. Years of honed instincts from battle prompted him to raise his hand to block, but a sharp shuriken pierced his arm, halted only by the bone. Ugh! Intense pain surged through Minato's mind, leaving him no time to react as he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! A flash of golden light, and Minato reappeared beside the shuriken that had initially targeted Danzo. Looking up, Minato was met with a shocking sight. Danzo's head, which had just been lifeless, was now back on his body, seemingly intact with no trace of injury. A rigid, cold smile adorned Danzo's face, exuding a sense of smugness. How is he not dead? How is he alive again? A multitude of questions flooded Minato's mind, but there was no time for contemplation as Danzo's jutsu surged toward him once more. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A barrage of wind spheres erupted from Danzo, resembling a machine gun. Enduring the pain in his arm, Minato formed one-handed seals to execute a body flicker technique, moving closer to Kakashi, who was rushing to assist him. Bang, bang, bang. Kakashi wielded shurikens, slicing through the incoming wind spheres and shielding Minato behind him. Teacher, are you all right? Kakashi inquired with concern. I'm fine. I was just careless, Minato replied, frowning as he retrieved bandages from his ninja tool pouch to tend to his wounded arm. Indeed, he had been negligent, leading to this misstep. He had encountered similar situations during the Third Great Ninja War, where enemy ninjas feigned death to launch surprise attacks. But his heightened vigilance had kept him from falling for any of those traps. This was part of why he had survived the brutal battlefield unscathed. Earlier, his keen reflexes had allowed him to sense Danzo's ambush, but he had underestimated Danzo's hidden cards, resulting in a panicked response. Moreover, the Fire God sword was a recent acquisition. He had been unable to block the shuriken's thrust with the blade, forcing him to use his arm instead. Fortunately, Minato had not been Hokage for long, still possessing his strength and sharp instincts. Otherwise, that strike would have been fatal. Meanwhile, Danzo was filled with frustration. From the outset of the battle, he had set this trap, methodically lulling Minato into complacency, revealing vulnerabilities, all for this final unexpected ambush. Yet, he had only managed to injure Minato's arm, exposing his own hidden card. This reflected the difference in their combat experience. Danzo, having been away from battle for too long, had a well-conceived plan for the ambush but underestimated Minato's reaction capabilities. The shuriken aimed at his head had only grazed Minato's arm. Now his trump card was exposed, and Minato would not grant him a second chance. Moreover, it appeared that Kakashi and all the Umbu would not allow him a second opportunity either. You bastard! How dare you harm Lord Hokage? Kakashi roared, his expression one of fury akin to a young lion ready to pounce, wishing to consume Danzo whole. You deserve to die. Danzo, is Lord Hokage all right? Danzo, how could you do such a thing? The Umbu swarmed around, except for 4 who maintained the formation barrier, rushing to Minato's side. The earlier attack had nearly caused them to lose their composure. If Danzo had managed to kill the Hokage right in front of them, none of the Umbu would have been able to continue their roles as ninjas. They would all face punishment. How could they call themselves ninjas if they allowed the Hokage to be slain before their very eyes? They might as well go home and raise pigs. The fear of the earlier event ignited their collective anger, and they glared at Danzo with predatory eyes. Humph. Danzo realized he could no longer press his advantage. He first dispelled the severely injured dream beast, then disdainfully addressed Minato. Are you really going to let them surround me? The esteemed 4th Hokage resorting to such tactics? Danzo disregarded the fury and accusations from Kakashi and the Umbu, instead questioning Minato. Frowning, Minato was about to respond when Kakashi interrupted. Lord Hokage, don't be stubborn any longer. Danzo has committed an insubordinate act by harming the Hokage. Should we, the Umbu, just stand by idly? Shall we disband the entire Umbu? Kakashi's face was solemn as he fixed a serious gaze upon Minato. Hearing Kakashi's words, the other Umbu nodded in agreement. It was absurd. The Hokage had nearly been killed. Should they merely stand by and watch? They would not rest until Danzo was utterly defeated, turned into mincemeat. After all, he was the villain. There was no need for any sense of chivalry. They would all attack together. Minato hesitated for a moment. Even though he had been in a life-threatening situation, he did not find Danzo particularly difficult to handle. Having understood Danzo's hidden cards, he believed that with sufficient caution, Danzo would pose no threat to him. However, upon witnessing Kakashi Hataki's expression, Minato Namikaze understood that to intervene at this juncture would likely dishearten his subordinates. It was a necessary course of action. After all, Danzo Shimura had already inflicted harm upon the Hokage, which, from any perspective, constituted treason against the village. Allowing the Umbu to take action now was entirely justified and above board. With caution, he advised Kakashi to avoid injury. Once resolute in his decision, Minato presented Kakashi with a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, granting his approval to Kakashi's request. Yes, Kakashi replied earnestly, gripping the kunai tightly. He called out to Danzo, Danzo, you will undoubtedly meet your end here today. I swear it by my father's name, the White Fang of Konoha. In that moment, a fierce aura radiated from the silver-haired shinobi, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. The other Umbu echoed his resolve, brandishing their weapons in unison, all aimed at Danzo. Humph. Shikaku Hatake is a traitor and a coward. His son is nothing more than an insolent wretch who knows no decorum. Do you think you can take my life? My life is here. Come and claim it if you can. Danzo scoffed, harboring contempt for Shikaku Hatake. Despite the latter's once great reputation that had nearly rivaled that of the third Hokage. Yet, Shikaku's choice to abandon a mission for the sake of his comrades, which resulted in failure, and his cowardly demise amidst rumors and accusations, left Danzo disdainful, even though he had orchestrated those very rumors. Chapter 53. The passing of the shadow and the awakening of Konoha. Danzo Shimura has met his demise, falling to the onslaught of Kakashi Hatake and the Umbu. Despite Danzo's desperate attempts to flee and survive, none present afforded him an opportunity. Even his longtime comrade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, shunned him, retreating into the shadows to avoid witnessing the death of an old friend. This ambush, long in the making, unfolded with an unexpected simplicity. Shikaku Nara's meticulously crafted strategies and contingency plans, developed over 2 weeks, went entirely unused. The reason was straightforward. Danzo was simply too weak. Shikaku's approach, designed to counter a formidable opponent, shattered upon contact with Danzo. Danzo's weakness lay not in physical prowess, but rather in his psyche and thought processes. Since the Second Shinobi World War, he had not set foot on the battlefield, instead stirring chaos from within the village or leading rude operatives to create trouble. This retreat from combat had severely diminished his tactical experience. When confronted one-on-one by Minato, he could initially leverage his transplanted Sharingan to outmaneuver him. Yet, once his trump card was revealed, he found himself powerless against the ravenous Umbu. Had it been during his prime, he might have stood a chance. However, having occupied a position of power for so long, commanding the vast entity of Root, Danzo had ceased to be a mere shinobi. He had come to embody the role of a ruler within Konoha. Regardless of his desires, others acted on his behalf. More critically, accustomed to orchestrating schemes from the shadows, he had lost the sharp instincts of a ninja faced with peril, believing no one in Konoha could threaten him. This arrogance led to his downfall. Falling prey to Shikaku's simple trap, deprived of the vast array of Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, Danzo's own count was minimal. He had clandestinely acquired a few during wartime. Yet even those were partially allocated to Orochimaru for experimentation. Ultimately, he was left with only one Sharingan, which, once used for Izanagi, rendered him utterly defenseless. Regardless, Danzo Shimura was dead, and Konoha was poised to embark upon a new chapter. The ramifications of Danzo's death could be categorized into 3 significant impacts. First, a shift in power dynamics among Konoha's leadership occurred. Unbeknownst to the villagers, authority had transferred entirely from the 3rd Hokage's faction to that of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Initially, both Mito Kazama and Kurama Chiyo expressed reluctance to retire so swiftly. However, upon the revelation of the secrets hidden within Danzo's root base, including documents and various experiments, their dissent was silenced. The materials uncovered from the root base encompassed a plethora of illicit human experimentation data and forbidden jutsu, including but not limited to experiments involving the cells of Hashirama Senju, various experiments with the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and the bloodline limits and secret techniques of Konoha's shinobi clans. If these revelations were to surface, the repercussions would be seismic, potentially inciting rebellion among all clans, from the Uchiha and Hyuga to the Inuzuka and Nara. Upon acquiring this information, Minato was left astounded. Ultimately, in the presence of Shikaku Nara and Hiruzen Sarutobi, he incinerated all documents and laboratories, obliterating every trace of Danzo's legacy in the shinobi world. Second, the village experienced an unprecedented harmony. Prior to launching the offensive against Danzo, Minato had discreetly informed all clans of the impending significant event. While he did not explicitly state his intent to exact vengeance, it was clear to those informed that a major shift was forthcoming. Coupled with the subsequent political changes, it became evident that Danzo had fallen from power. While the villagers were uncertain about his fate, the mere notion of his downfall brought them immense joy. The Uchiha clan, in particular, had endured considerable grievances at the hands of both Danzo and Hiruzen. Upon learning of Danzo's demise and the retirement of Hiruzen and his allies, the Uchiha rejoiced. Even those in the police force patrolling the streets wore smiles. This shift in sentiment led to a notable decrease in conflicts within the village. Clans such as the Hyuga, Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka celebrated as well, for Danzo had long exploited their resources, forcibly conscripting their members into root and subjecting them to brainwashing and curses. It was no wonder that, upon learning of Danzo's reckoning, they were overwhelmingly grateful to Minato, whose charm rendered them compliant to his every word. Lastly, the majority of root operatives were integrated into the Umbu. Although these operatives bore the curse mark of Danzo's jutsu, the death of both the caster and the subject rendered them akin to ordinary villagers, provided they refrained from discussing Danzo. However, the question remained, how to handle this group. Reintegrating them into the village as civilians was impractical, especially considering the inherent risks they still posed. In the current state of Konoha, marked by a deficiency of power, it is inconceivable to passively witness a reduction in strength. Utilize what is available. Besides those who have been conscripted, there remains a small faction of devoted followers of Shimura Danzo, fervently loyal and willing to sacrifice everything for their leader. Even in the wake of Danzo's demise, declared guilty by Hokage Minato Namikaze, they stubbornly maintained that their leader was innocent and a victim of persecution by Minato. Seizing an opportunity, a group of them fled the village, intent on seeking revenge against Kakashi Hatake, the one who ended Danzo's life. Fortunately, Kakashi had been stationed at the Umbu base, thus evading their grasp. Following their defection, Minato naturally issued orders for their pursuit. However, the outcomes of such events are yet to unfold, and the journey ahead is lengthy. Setting aside Konoha, the implications of Danzo's death extend to the character of Yichun. To put it succinctly, victory has been resounding. Chapter 54, 5 million plot points. The third round of questioning commences. Following the previous round, numerous developments transpired within Konoha. Minato and Hiruzen Sarutobi reached a compromise, agreeing to revoke all of Danzo's positions and place him under permanent house arrest. Ultimately, Danzo's pride led him to reject reality, culminating in his demise. According to the original narrative of Naruto, Danzo, the greatest scapegoat, was meant to thrive for many more years, during which he would commit countless atrocities, until ultimately being confronted and killed by Sasuke Uchiha, who had awakened the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. However, this time, Minato, having gained insight into Danzo's actions through the questioning, preemptively eliminated him, thereby severing any potential future troubles Danzo could have caused for Konoha. Consequently, the narrative underwent a profound transformation, resulting in Yi Chen's monumental triumph, 5 million plot points. This reward far eclipses any previous accolades. On that day, while Yi Chun was training in the questioning space, he received a notification from the system. Ding! Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake have killed Shimura Danzo, resulting in a significant alteration of the plot, rewarding the host with 5 million plot points. Momentarily taken aback by the news, Yi Chun was soon enveloped by overwhelming elation, grinning foolishly for quite some time. Once he regained his composure, he eagerly sought to access the system's shop to indulge in purchases. However, after deliberating, he found that while 5 million points seemed substantial, many options felt lackluster. The valuable items were beyond his reach, while the cheaper options were plentiful but unworthy. Having already acquired powerful techniques such as the shadow-level chakra and would release through lottery draws, he deemed it unnecessary to purchase inferior items. Thus, he resolved to save his points for higher-tier rewards, envisioning himself adorned with white hair, clad in a pristine cloak, surrounded by 6 sage orbs, with an eternal Mangekyou Sharingan in his left eye and a Rinnegan in his right. Exhilarated by this splendid vision, Yi Chun decided to intensify his efforts. He was determined to stir the pot. In the Hokage office, Minato Namikaze was buried under a mountain of paperwork. Suddenly, a figure clad in Umbu attire appeared beside him. It was Kakashi Hatake. Teacher, the previous Hokages are on their way. What? Minato was momentarily perplexed. With Kakashi's reminder, he finally recalled. Today is the day of the third round of questioning. Ever since the elimination of Danzo, Minato had been exceedingly busy, grappling with a plethora of historical cases and new matters requiring his decisive leadership as Hokage. His golden locks were beginning to show signs of stress. Meanwhile, Kushina had returned to her former state at the Wishing Stone, eagerly awaiting her husband's return, uncertain of what new revelations the third round of questioning might unveil. Minato rubbed his chin, lost in thought. He held a keen interest in the questioning phenomenon and felt a sense of gratitude towards Ichun. After all, during the first round, he learned about the impending Nine Tails incident, which would result in his own death, the loss of his wife, and his son becoming an orphan, alongside the devastation inflicted upon Konoha. This knowledge had enabled him to take precautions, ultimately saving countless lives. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others had arrived. Come in, Minato called out. As the door opened, Hiruzen, alongside Tsunade and Mito, entered the office, their expressions somber. In stark contrast, Jiraiya wore a broad smile, while Tsunade remained composed. The grim demeanor of Hiruzen and the others stemmed from the tragic events surrounding Danzo. The loss of a longtime friend elicited feelings of sorrow, while the unveiling of Danzo's dark past had led to a significant shift in how the ninjas of Konoha perceived the three of them. It was well known that without the three elders' tacit approval, Danzo would have faced a much earlier demise at the hands of the villagers. Even Hiruzen's youngest son, Asuma, had caught wind of the situation, leading to some spirited discussions at home. On the other hand, Jiraiya and Tsunade had left the village after the second round of questioning, one seeking inspiration and intelligence, especially regarding their mutual acquaintance, Orochimaru, while the latter indulged in gambling. Their return was timed perfectly for the third round of questioning. However, upon their return, they sensed a palpable change in the village's atmosphere. Although the villagers' daily lives seemed unchanged, a subtle transformation in their collective spirit had occurred, likely due to Danzo's demise. The oppression that many clans had endured under Danzo's rule had lifted, bringing a newfound sense of ease and goodwill among the villagers. Upon discovering the cause, both were elated. Despite their extended absence, their affection for the village remained unwavering. The village was once again on the right path, progressing towards a brighter future. And both felt a sense of joy. As the meeting in the Hokage office convened, all expected attendees were present, albeit some unexpected ones, such as Mito and Tsunade. These two had relinquished their advisory positions and had even seen their roles in the economic and medical departments dissolved. Logically, they should no longer have the privilege to partake in such confidential matters as the questioning. Yet, they stubbornly insisted on attending, and Minato's character did not allow him to dismiss them. Thus, we can only maintain the previous lineup. Now, let us await the arrival of His Excellency. Chapter 55, The Legendary Three of Konoha. Suddenly, a sphere of blue light appeared within the Hokage's office. This blue orb then erupted, expanding outward in a brilliant display. In the blink of an eye, it formed a circular barrier, enveloping everyone within. He has arrived. A jolt surged through Namikaze Minato. The familiar sensation returned, as Ichun, embodying the enigmatic figure, assumed a lofty demeanor, exuding an air of tranquility. Welcome to the questioning realm. This will be the third quiz of the ninja world. It must be said, after a lapse of 3 months, Yi Chen's reappearance as the mysterious examiner carried an undeniable gravitas. Upon seeing Yi Chen, everyone present promptly bowed. Those who called him Lord did so, and those who addressed him as Excellency followed suit. Yet, Yi Chen remained indifferent to such formalities, caring only for the narrative points. With a gentle wave of his hand, he stated calmly, no need for such courtesies. Following this, Yi Chen revealed 3 lists: the character list, the power list, and the event list. As per tradition, choose one to answer the questions. I shall refrain from further introductions. Namikaze Minato nodded, gazing at the 3 lists. After 3 months, the sight of these dazzling lists left him in awe of Yi Chen's inscrutable nature. The words on the lists were simple, yet Minato recognized that they concealed shocking secrets and unknowns. The first Nine Tails incident. The second Uchiha clan massacre. The ramifications of these events on Konoha were utterly unprecedented. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the lists, his murky old eyes failing to betray his emotions. Yet it was evident that their curiosity had been piqued once more. This was inevitable. Even those nearing their final days possess a curiosity about the future. What shall we choose this time? Tsunade whispered. How could I know? It must be the Hokage who decides, Mito Kazumi replied, stroking his beard. Ever since they relinquished their duties, their address for Minato had shifted from the familiar Minato to the formal Hokage, devoid of any prior warmth. This shift revealed their lingering grievances. Yet now, Konoha no longer held the authority for them to speak boldly. Minato, do you have any preferences for selection? Jiraiya inquired, arms crossed, unabashedly curious about his increasingly favored pupil. None, Master Jiraiya, Minato answered, troubled. At this moment, He found himself at a loss for what to choose. Ideally, he wished to witness the major events that transpired within Konoha, as foreknowledge would allow the village to prepare. However, it was clear that no imminent events remained. The first Nine Tails incident had yet to occur, and the second Uchiha massacre was still 6 or 7 years away. In such circumstances, even if they were to learn of events that would follow, they would be powerless to respond. 6 or 7 years, or even a decade. How could one prepare for such an expansive time frame? Thus, Minato felt a sense of frustration. Then let me make the selection. Jiraiya suddenly proposed after a moment of contemplation. Jiraiya. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance, clearly displeased. Their positions were indeed awkward. While they stood among the core power echelon of Konoha, none present could disregard their significance. Participating in such high-stakes matters was not uncommon. However, both remained somewhat distanced from Konoha's inner workings, lacking authority to make demands of the village. It was not a matter of capability, rather, it was a reluctance to do so. One must contribute to receive rewards. Both had ceased to offer their efforts for the village. So on what grounds could they make requests? Although the village would not refuse any reasonable request, both knew the unspoken understanding and generally refrained from doing so. Yet in this instance, Jiraiya, with audacity, spoke up to the Hokage, naturally inciting Tsunade's ire. She felt that Jiraiya had disrupted their tacit agreement with the village. What's the harm? Master Jiraiya, please proceed, Minato responded amiably, not bothered in the least. I'm particularly curious about that fellow's circumstances. I've pursued him for so many years, only to have him slip away each time. I can't help but feel a sense of injustice. Jiraiya rubbed his nose, his voice losing its usual boisterousness, betraying a hint of self-doubt. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, his murky eyes sparkling with life. The moment Jiraiya began to speak, he understood precisely who Jiraiya wished to observe. Are you referring to Orochimaru? Tsunade inquired, her expression reflecting a complex array of emotions. Indeed, Orochimaru, the man who resembles a serpent. In their youth, the three of them had entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's tutelage together, forming a tight-knit team, training, learning, and growing side by side. Their bonds ran deep. Even though Jiraiya often boasted of wanting to defeat Orochimaru, he held a profound regard for this companion. Tsunade felt similarly. In times of war, the three had entrusted their lives to one another, facing countless perils together. They had even challenged Hanzo of the Salamander, earning the derogatory title of Konoha's Legendary Three, a title that had evolved from shame to honor over the years. Regrettably, Orochimaru ultimately chose a divergent path. On that fateful day, when his experiments on human subjects were exposed, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led a charge against him. Though he ultimately spared Orochimaru, allowing him to escape, the village had officially branded him a rogue ninja. Thus, a rift emerged among the three legends. Subsequently, Jiraiya volunteered to capture Orochimaru, swearing to bring him back. His mindset at that time was fueled not only by anger and confusion over Orochimaru's actions, but also by a desire for reconciliation. He wished to confront Orochimaru, redeem him, and restore their friendship in the village. This notion, though naive, was sincere. With the hope of recovering his dear friend, Jiraiya departed the village. Following him was Tsunade, who had suffered the loss of her beloved and her closest brother in the war. Her heart was shattered, and when she learned of her companion's heinous deeds, her last defenses crumbled. This devastation rendered her unable to muster any resolve, merely wishing to pass the remainder of her days in a haze until she could reunite with her lost loved ones in the afterlife. Thus, she too left, taking with her her lover's niece and a pig. From that point on, Konoha's Legendary Three faded into the annals of history. Chapter 56. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen accept Orochimaru as his disciple? Jiraiya's suggestion was met with no objections. It was evident that within the Hokage's office, both Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed signs of intrigue. After all, one was Orochimaru's mentor, and the other had fought alongside him for many years. They undoubtedly shared a unique bond with him. Now presented with an opportunity to gain a comprehensive understanding of Orochimaru, their interest was palpable. They were eager to learn why the once gentle Orochimaru had transformed into the cold and enigmatic figure he had become. Moreover, they were keen to uncover the motivations behind his reckless descent into human experimentation. Beyond these three, many others were equally fascinated. Orochimaru had once been a part of Konoha's Legendary Three, leaving a profound impression on all. Well then, Since we have chosen Orochimaru, it falls upon you, dear teacher, to answer the questions. After all, in terms of familiarity with Orochimaru, neither I nor Shikaku can possibly rival your knowledge alongside Lady Tsunade. After a moment of contemplation, Minato Namikaze decided to delegate the task of answering to Jiraiya. As he stated, when it comes to inquiries about Orochimaru, it is only fitting that the person most acquainted with him take the lead. Jiraiya and Tsunade have been comrades with Orochimaru since their days at the Ninja Academy, growing and battling together. Thus their understanding of him far surpasses that of Minato and Shikaku, who hail from a different era. Ah, very well, Jiraiya said, momentarily taken aback as he rubbed the back of his neck in slight distress. It was his suggestion to select Orochimaru, and now, faced with the task of answering, he found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't simply say that he was incapable and suggest that the others take over. Thus, despite his apprehensions regarding his ability to respond, he cast a furtive glance at Tsunade, silently hoping she would lend him some assistance. On another note, Yeching maintained a calm facade while observing the deliberations, yet internally, he felt a surge of joy. Jiraiya's sudden proposal to choose Orochimaru was somewhat unexpected, yet it was indeed an excellent choice. Orochimaru plays a pivotal role in the original narrative of Naruto, ranking among the top 5 in terms of influence. As a prominent figure in the early story arc, Orochimaru significantly interweaves the plot. During the Chunin exams, he allied with the Sand Village to attack Konoha, publicly slaying the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, thereby catalyzing the growth of the young ninjas of Konoha. Later, he seduced Sasuke Uchiha and assumed the role of a temporary overlord, meticulously training Sasuke for 3 years, only to attempt to seize his body when the moment seemed ripe, ultimately leading to his own demise. This greatly accelerated Sasuke's development. Moreover, the infamous reanimation jutsu, though originally conceived by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was perfected by Orochimaru, allowing it to wield considerable influence over the entire ninja world. During the mid-phase of the Fourth Great Ninja War, had it not been for Orochimaru bringing Sasuke Uchiha to the Uzumaki clan's shrine to summon past Hokages from the Death God's mask, Madara Uchiha would have decimated the allied shinobi forces. Even if Kaguya Otsutsuki were to cheat and grant advantages to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, countless lives would have been lost. From these events, it is evident that Orochimaru played an indispensable role in shaping the narrative. Should the outcomes of this questioning alter the course of events, be it leading Minato and others to eliminate Orochimaru as a potential threat or to recognize his value early and bring him back to Konoha, the entire storyline could be irrevocably transformed. The potential narrative points to be gained might well rival those of Danzo Shimura. Pondering this, Yeching began sifting through the system's question bank, preparing for a grand revelation of Uncle Snake, perhaps titling it the Seeker of Immortality exposed by the Ninja World Rankings. He mused gleefully. Esteemed one, I select Orochimaru from the character list, Jiraiya announced, mimicking Shikaku's previous mannerisms. Very well, let the third Ninja World quiz commence. Behold the first question. Yeching, not one to indulge in frivolous chatter, regarded the characters in the Hokage office as mere laborers contributing to the narrative points. As the capitalist in this scenario, he was quite pleased. With a wave of his hand, the luminous screen displayed the first question. Question 1. To whom does the cold-hearted Orochimaru of the legendary Three Ninjas belong as a disciple? Upon seeing this question, smiles spread across the faces of the gathered crowd. Jiraiya, equally delighted, answered without hesitation, he is the disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Correct. A splendid start. Having answered the first question correctly, Jiraiya felt a surge of confidence and eagerly turned to glance at Tsunade, only to find her disdainfully looking away, leaving him to admire her prominent features. Goodness, I'm rendered speechless, he exclaimed, momentarily dumbfounded. Let us proceed to the second question. Yeching did not even mention the possibility of playing a recording. Such an easy question hardly warranted it. The luminous points of light rearranged themselves to form the second question. Question 2. Why did Hiruzen Sarutobi take Orochimaru as his disciple? The options presented were A. Deep background, B. Extraordinary talent, C. Offered benefits, D. Random selection. All eyes turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi, for this question clearly sought to uncover why he had taken Orochimaru as an apprentice. Who could be better suited to answer than the old monkey himself? As he was suddenly surrounded by curious gazes, he paused, momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. However, he quickly regained composure, clearing his throat and uttering a single word, talent. The crowd nodded in understanding as it aligned with their thoughts, though they may not know much about Orochimaru. The other options were common knowledge. As a representative of commoner ninjas, it was evident that he lacked a deep background. How could a commoner ninja possess such a background? The notion of offering benefits was absurd. Orochimaru's parents were ordinary villagers, not even ninjas, so where would the money for gifts come from? Thus, the answer lay between talent and random selection. However, it was widely acknowledged that Orochimaru was indeed extraordinarily talented. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable for him to rise from the rank of a common ninja to one of the legendary three, standing atop the ninja world. Huh, old man. You didn't convey it quite like that back then, Jiraiya chuckled, pointing at Hiruzen. When you evaluated us, you claimed we were all utterly unworthy and that you only took us on as apprentices out of boredom. Indeed, I must have been blind to take on a fool like you. Hiruzen thought bitterly in response to Jiraiya's brazen taunts. Since that moment of humiliation before his two disciples, his authority as a teacher had been utterly diminished. Now, this obnoxious toad had the audacity to mock him in front of so many. I should have expelled you from the ninja academy back then. You wretched brat. Hiruzen huffed, choosing to close his eyes, lighting his pipe, and resolutely ignoring Jiraiya. Having been rebuffed, Jiraiya turned back to the quiz. Esteemed one, I choose extraordinary talent. Congratulations. That answer is correct. The first two questions had been carefully curated by Yeching to ensure they were straightforward, with minimal chance of error. However, the next three questions would be randomly selected by the system, leaving Yeching with little control. If all five questions were his design, it would simply result in overt spoilers. Let us see the third question, with a wave of his hand. The luminous points of the second question scattered and reformed into a new query. Question 3. Which of the following reasons did not lead Orochimaru down the path of human experimentation? A. Death of parents and friends. B. Reflection on the fragility of life. C. Pursuit of immortality. D. Bloodthirsty personality. Enjoyment of dissection. Oh. This question laid bare the inner workings of Orochimaru's psyche. The expressions of the individuals in the Hokage's office were somewhat grim, although they were all ninjas. Relying on force to establish their worth, each had a history steeped in bloodshed from past wars and battles. Nonetheless, this did not imply that they were psychopathic murderers. In a strict sense, the rest of the five great nations, due to a scarcity of resources, were compelled to expand and plunder through military means, resulting in a constant imbalance in the mindset of the ninjas from the other four nations. The ninjas from the Land of Lightning's Cloud Village were aggressive, each a battle fanatic. The ninjas of the Land of Water's Mist Village were bloodthirsty, with their graduation exams resembling a fight for survival. However, this changed after the infamous Zabuza Momochi eradicated his peers during a brutal competition, prompting Mist Village to adopt a more restrained approach. The Land of Earth's Stone Village, despite its vast territory, had very little arable land and relied heavily on imports, leading its ninjas to harbor an unusual obsession with fertile lands, always being the first to engage in wars. The Wind Country Sand Village was no different, as most of the nation was desert and wasteland, making resources exceedingly scarce. The saying, desperate circumstances breed desperate people, may not apply to ancient China, but it fits perfectly within the ninja world. The more resource-deprived an area, the more extreme the personalities of its inhabitants. In contrast, the Land of Fire's Konoha village was blessed with fertile soil and remarkable individuals. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, though overly benevolent, left behind an exceptional place for future generations. Thus, the ninjas of Konoha were relatively more peaceful. Orochimaru's unique worldview was also shaped by the ceaseless wars. As Minato, Namikaze, and the others contemplated the four possible answers before them, they began to form opinions. However, it was hard for anyone to associate the image of Orochimaru with anything other than a perverse entity. It cannot be. Jiraiya suddenly interjected, his expression serious, as if he were not only persuading the others, but also himself. Although Orochimaru has committed many heinous acts, I understand his character. His bloodlust and fascination with human dissection cannot be the correct answer. My lord, I choose the answer. Without consulting anyone, Jiraiya boldly declared his choice. The abruptness of Jiraiya's decision caused Mito, Kurenai, and Tsunade to exchange glances, wanting to reprimand him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand to silence them, shaking his head. The two of them had no choice but to relent. The others, particularly in light of Jiraiya's rare serious demeanor, had no objections. Congratulations. Your answer is correct. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief, his previously tense body relaxing. Haha, I knew I was a genius. After regaining his composure, Jiraiya smugly gestured to Tsunade, who merely rolled her eyes in response. Leaf Chin chuckled softly, feeling quite satisfied. Having already answered 3 questions correctly, if he could answer 2 more, he would be eligible for a high-level reward. Go for it, Jiraiya. Let's see the 4th question. The light points were formed to present the 4th question. Will Orochimaru attack Konoha village? Yes or no? What the hell? Leaf Chin felt a surge of joy upon seeing the question. From the 3rd question onward, the system had randomly selected the inquiries, and this one was perfectly timed. A veritable bombshell. Upon seeing the question, the expressions of everyone present changed in unison. Truly, it was a weighty question. Like a deep-sea bomb, it left everyone momentarily stunned. Orochimaru's betrayal and flight from the village had occurred quite some time ago. During this period, aside from Jiraiya, who relentlessly pursued him, and Hiruzen, who occasionally reminisced about his former student, others had largely forgotten about this once prominent member of the legendary Sannin, who had been but a step away from the position of 4th Hokage. No one expected to encounter such a question now. Would Orochimaru attack Konoha? The first thought that arose in everyone's mind was a resounding no. Setting aside whether Orochimaru harbored intentions of attacking Konoha, the crucial point was whether he possessed the strength to do so. How could he possibly assault Konoha alone? Was he seeking death? It was well known that Orochimaru was at most a shadow-level ninja. While Konoha might appear somewhat beleaguered, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, still possessed formidable fighting capabilities. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had just reached the pinnacle of his life and would only grow stronger. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were undeniably shadow-level powers. Not to mention that the village also housed formidable ninjas like Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Mito Kurenai, Tsunade, Akimichi Choza, and many others who were either on the verge of shadow level or had already crossed that threshold. With such a roster, even facing another great ninja war, Konoha would hold its ground. What qualifications did Orochimaru possess to attack such a robust Konoha? Did he possess a Manjiki Sharingan like Uchiha Obito, capable of controlling the 9 tails to restrain Konoha's ninjas? Or did he have mysterious space-time ninjutsu for escape? These thoughts plagued everyone's minds. It simply did not add up. Chapter 58. I will stop him even if it costs me my life. Would Orochimaru truly attack the village? Jiraiya found himself bewildered, unable to envision his former friend breaking through Konoha's gates and wreaking havoc within. It was a scenario he could not fathom. Could he have allied with other ninja villages? Nara Shikaku suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Indeed, Orochimaru alone lacks the strength, but if he were to join forces with other villages, he could very well possess that power. Which villages could it be? Cloud? Earth? The Cloud village had been watching Konoha covetously since their defeat, sending spies into the village repeatedly. That old man Inoki had never ceased his greedy gaze upon the lands of the Fire Nation. If anyone were to ally with Orochimaru for an attack on Konoha, it would certainly be one of those two. Mito Kurenai furrowed his brow in deep thought, meticulously analyzing the situation. At this point, the group had stopped pondering whether Orochimaru would attack Konoha. Instead, their minds were consumed with the question of who he might collaborate with. Which village-esque scoundrel was most likely to join forces with him? How could they defend themselves to minimize risk? Should they take the initiative to crush that ungrateful scoundrel? After all, Konoha was of paramount importance, and no one wished for even the slightest hint of danger to befall it. Amidst the discussions, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly interjected, "Enough. Let us not argue. We can discuss our thoughts in a meeting later. The priority now is to answer the questions. Furthermore, did we not say that answering all 5 questions correctly would grant us a wish? Once we do so, we can directly wish to see Orochimaru's intentions, can't we?" Hiruzen's words awakened the group, illuminating their minds. However, how should they respond? Kakashi Hatake inquired, prompting everyone to fall into contemplation once more. Would Orochimaru truly attack Konoha? I believe he won't. Orochimaru is not that kind of person. Jiraiya spoke again, though this time his tone lacked the previous conviction. A look of hesitation crossed his face, and his forced words were merely an attempt to reassure himself. Everyone, please listen to me. At this crucial moment, Nara Shikaku finally stepped forward. This highly intelligent ninja from Konoha stated, "Based on the experiences from the 3 previous questions, I believe the questions are far from arbitrary. Once a question presents a binary choice of yes or no, it inherently implies that both possibilities exist. Questions that demand an absolute affirmation or denial have never surfaced. Therefore, one could deduce that Orochimaru indeed harbors the potential to assault Konoha. As for the rationale behind such a notion, it is hoped that the three individuals most familiar with Orochimaru, Lord First, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, might share their thoughts. After Narashikaku concluded his statement, he directed his gaze toward the aforementioned trio. The visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen was obscured within a shroud of smoke, rendering it indistinct. Jiraiya wore an expression of complexity, while Tsunade seemed to recall something, revealing a sardonic smile. Impossible. I cannot fathom any reason for Orochimaru to attack the village, Jiraiya asserted, shaking his head. Humph. Do not deceive yourself, Jiraiya, Tsunade interjected with derision, her disdain manifesting as a cold smirk. Are you truly unaware of Orochimaru's long-standing resentment towards the village? During the selection for the fourth Hokage, he was a formidable contender. Yet, at a critical juncture, someone reported his illicit human experimentation, prompting the old man to lead a squad to apprehend him. Although he ultimately escaped, his aspirations to become Hokage were dashed, and he was branded a rogue ninja. Is that not reason enough? Upon Tsunade's remarks, all eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old monkey's face bore a bitter expression, as he involuntarily recalled the events of that time. It was the twilight of the Third Shinobi World War, wherein the nations had been drained of their vitality, striving only to endure longer than their adversaries before succumbing to one another. During that period, there were sporadic cases of villagers disappearing, but investigations invariably ended without resolution, leaving them as cold cases. Eventually, it was not merely ordinary villagers who vanished. Even ninjas were unaccounted for. Such incidents garnered the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, who mobilized considerable resources to uncover the truth. Until one fateful day, Sarutobi Hiruzen received intelligence indicating that his own disciple, Orochimaru, harbored a laboratory in a secluded corner of the village, filled with the corpses of both villagers and ninjas, those who had been reported missing. In an instant, fury engulfed Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He could scarcely comprehend that the disciple he had painstakingly nurtured had become a fiend who preyed upon his own kin. Acting decisively, Sarutobi Hiruzen led a covert operation to raid the laboratory, apprehending the experimenting Orochimaru on the spot. The gruesome scene, with the anguished cries of test subjects on the operating table, nearly shattered his resolve. In that moment, he yearned to strike down this disciple who had so grievously betrayed him. At that time, Hiruzen's strength was such that Orochimaru was no match for him. Yet ultimately, he could not bring himself to deliver the fatal blow, inadvertently allowing Orochimaru to escape. The image of Orochimaru fleeing, his eyes cold and unfathomable, left Hiruzen feeling estranged from the student he had devoted over a decade to teach. If it were to be this way, I should have killed him back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body tensed as he forced the words through gritted teeth. Given the heinous crimes Orochimaru had committed, he should never have been forgiven. The death penalty was undoubtedly warranted. According to the scenario presented, the escaped Orochimaru might one day return to assault Konoha. This notion was the most difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to accept, as it implied that the decision to let Orochimaru go had rendered him a sinner in Konoha's eyes. Humph. Old man, it was you who let Orochimaru escape, wasn't he it? At that time, he was no match for you. If Orochimaru truly intends to attack Konoha in the future, then the responsibility lies squarely upon your shoulders, Tsunade remarked, observing the pallor on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Though she withheld her scolding, nonetheless, she could not help but express her stance. As a member of the Senju clan, Konoha was practically her family's domain. Even if she had long been absent, she could not allow her home to be destroyed by others. Now, with the prospect of Orochimaru potentially attacking her home, Tsunade was understandably displeased. Should Orochimaru seek to harm Konoha, he shall first have to contend with me. I shall do everything in my power to thwart him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face bore a resolute expression as he vowed. Chapter 59. A Glimmer of Hope for Perfect Answers. The high-level prize pool arrives to be candid. Leaf Dust's perspective on Sarutobi Hiruzen is rather intricate. When he first encountered the Naruto anime, he was merely a primary school student. At that time, he became utterly captivated while watching countless episodes on the Starry Sky channel, despite their disjointed nature. The plot, characters, and power dynamics enthralled the young Leaf Dust. Eventually, for reasons unknown, the Starry Sky channel ceased broadcasting Naruto, opting instead for Detective Conan, which, in Leaf Dust's view, was excessively tedious. He yearned for the action-packed narratives of Naruto. Thus, he covertly broke open his piggy bank, filled with his New Year's money, to purchase a 12-volume set of Naruto manga, which fortuitously covered the period of the Chunin exams and the beginning of Naruto Shippuden. It felt like a treasure. If one were to inquire which arc of Naruto Leaf Dust found most exhilarating, without a doubt, it would be Naruto Shippuden, particularly the introduction of the Akatsuki organization, which was nothing short of spectacular. The narrative reached a pinnacle with Pain's assault on Konoha, showcasing masterful storytelling. However, beyond that, he would prefer not to elaborate. The second most captivating arc would be the Chunin exams, marking the series' first major climax, with a multitude of characters making their appearances, elevating the stakes dramatically. As a child, Leaf Dust was deeply impressed by the lengths to which the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, went to prevent Orochimaru's schemes, even at the cost of his life. He felt an immense admiration for this character. However, as he matured and the Naruto series concluded, Leaf Dust delved into numerous fanfiction stories. The array of fan writers was undoubtedly diverse, with some being staunch supporters of the third Hokage, while others were critical. Over time, as Naruto's original narrative reached its conclusion, the negative portrayal of Sarutobi Hiruzen became increasingly prevalent. During this period, the majority of Naruto fanfiction leaned toward depicting the series through the lens of conspiracy and darkness. Many well-known arguments even transcended the fan community, influencing viewers who were not acquainted with the novels. For instance, some posited that Naruto was deliberately neglected by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, in his desire to more easily control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, spread rumors that left Naruto in a state of loneliness and despair throughout his childhood, facilitating Hiruzen's role as a benevolent savior to whom Naruto would subconsciously cling. Another example suggests that the death of the fourth Hokage was orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, unwilling to relinquish power, undermined Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, after he ascended to office. During the night of the Nine-Tails assault, Hiruzen allegedly delayed his support, leaving Minato with no choice but to resort to the Shiki F gene to seal the Nine-Tails again. There are numerous other dark theories as well, but they need not be enumerated here. Ultimately, during this time frame, Sarutobi Hiruzen consistently appeared as an antagonist or, at best, a flawed protagonist, often serving as a foil to be corrected by the main characters. Leaf Dust, having consumed a plethora of this type of fanfiction, inevitably viewed Sarutobi Hiruzen through a biased lens. However, after extensive reading, he developed a more nuanced understanding. To be frank, the inconsistency of Sarutobi Hiruzen's character is primarily attributable to Masashi Kishimoto. Many of the settings within the narrative are contradictory, and the subsequent attempts to patch them up are utterly ineffectual. This has led later readers, upon finishing the original manga, to merely speculate in their minds. Reflecting on Naruto, what is the overarching theme of character development? Everyone is inherently good. Take a moment to count. The first minor antagonist encountered by the protagonist team is Momochi Zabuza. He engages in a life-and-death struggle with the main characters, displaying a cold and ruthless demeanor. Yet, in his final moments, he grasps Haku's hand and is redeemed. Next, during the Nin exams, we meet Orochimaru, who conducts inhumane experiments and possesses grotesque jutsu, exuding an unsettling aura. He personally kills his mentor, but ultimately finds redemption during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Nagato obliterates Konoha, only to be redeemed. Obito, with his erratic behavior throughout the manga, eventually finds redemption. Itachi Uchiha, who committed fratricide and slaughtered his clan, also finds his redemption arc. Even Shimura Danzo, the designated scapegoat of the series, in his dying moments, proclaims his actions were for Konoha. Perhaps only Kaguya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu can be deemed true villains, but they are extraterrestrial beings. What can one do about that? Thus, from the author's original intent, Hiruzen Sarutobi could never be conceived as a villain. Returning to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with conviction, his words resonating with authority. Tsunade paused, unsure of how to respond, and turned away with crossed arms. Well then, let us not dwell on that. As the one secretly infatuated with his former mentor engages in a quarrel, and as he contemplates a dilemma regarding another comrade, Jiraiya feels a weariness settle in, his temples throbbing. Ignoring the heated exchange between the two, he turned to Nara Shikaku and inquired, Shikaku, which option should I choose? I'm truly at a loss. In Jiraiya's mind, the question of whether Orochimaru would attack Konoha could go either way, even if he wished to deny it. His knowledge of Orochimaru, a man willing to pursue his objectives at any cost, made the possibility of such an act considerable. Accordingly, he relinquished the decision to Nara Shikaku, opting to be a mere tool in this scenario. This question could only be answered through speculation. Even I cannot provide a definitive response. If it were up to me, I would choose yes. Shikaku responded, surveying the room before asking, does anyone have a differing opinion? Everyone shook their heads, no one dissenting. It seemed all believed Orochimaru was indeed capable of such actions. All right, I understand. Jiraiya sighed deeply, masking his fatigue, and declared, I shall answer. If I am incorrect, let me bear the consequences. My answer is yes. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Yechin smiled and gave a gentle nod. Internally, Yechin finally exhaled in relief. When he witnessed the debate among the others, his heart raced with anxiety, fearing Jiraiya might blindly trust Orochimaru and choose no, resulting in yet another erroneous response. Fortunately, he returned to the right path. The hope for answering all 5 questions correctly was alive. The high-tier prize pool is within reach. Now, we await the final question. May the system present a worthy challenge. Chapter 60. Let us wish to bring Orochimaru here. How dare that scoundrel? I shall not spare him. The moment Yechin proclaimed the correct answer, Jiraiya's muscles tensed. His face was etched with fury, emanating an intimidating presence. Saratobi's face displayed disappointment as he sighed heavily. Deep down, the old man leaned towards believing Orochimaru would not attack Konoha, as he had personally mentored the student, and decades of connection could not vanish overnight. Even when Saratobi learned of Orochimaru's heinous actions, he felt a surge of anger and disappointment, yet ultimately allowed Orochimaru to go, harboring a hope for his eventual redemption. However, the answer to this question felt like a slap in the face, causing Saratobi to regret his choice to let Orochimaru go. If he had simply eliminated him then, perhaps he wouldn't be grappling with this regret now. Saratobi took deep puffs from his pipe, lamenting internally. Tsunade scoffed coldly, choosing not to elaborate. Orochimaru, how dare he? We must stop him. We must eliminate him beforehand. Mito Minyin and Tanshin Koharu seemed eager to assert their presence, quickly stepping forward to voice their disapproval. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. Why does it seem as though everyone is targeting Konoha? First Obito, and now Orochimaru, both former Konoha ninjas. Minato recalled the first test, where Uchiha Obito also sought to attack Konoha. Their backgrounds were strikingly similar. One was the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, while the other was the disciple of the 4th Hokage. How is it that the Hokage students are bent on destroying Konoha? Shikaku, do we have any information on Orochimaru in the intelligence department? Shaking his head, Minato ceased his futile musings and turned to Nara Shikaku. As the Hokage's trusted advisor and chief strategist of Konoha's ninja forces, Shikaku held a vast array of intelligence, second only to Minato. He had reviewed most of the intelligence gathered about Orochimaru, although the last update had been 6 months prior, and its relevance was uncertain. Shikaku quickly responded, his mind filled with details. Upon hearing this, Minato turned to Jiraiya, as most of the information regarding Orochimaru had been compiled by him. The village's intelligence operatives would not approach such dangerous targets without special orders. Well, it has indeed been 6 months since I last encountered Orochimaru. The last time I caught a glimpse of him was in the Land of Water, Jiraiya muttered, his expression darkening. If you require it, I can set out immediately to locate him. I should have news within 3 months. Jiraiya had been tracking Orochimaru for a long time, and with experience comes swiftness. If he focused solely on pursuing Orochimaru, without distraction, his progress would be swift. Yes, I hope to find him soon. Whatever the approach, he must not be allowed to pose a threat to Konoha. Minato nodded. A potential danger, especially one as familiar with Konoha and formidable as Orochimaru, cannot be taken lightly. As Hokage, Minato must ensure the safety of Konoha, nipping any threats in the bud. However, it could be postponed for now. After all, Kushina was due to give birth in just a month. Mentioning Uzumaki Kushina brought an involuntary smile to Minato's face. Are you referring to Uchiha Obito and the Ninetales incident? Jiraiya quickly grasped Minato's implication, nodding in understanding. To summarize, 6 months have elapsed since the first test began, leading to the present 3rd test. As for Kushina Uzumaki, her pregnancy has now reached over 8 months, with only about a month left before she gives birth. The intelligence obtained from the initial quiz indicates that Obito Uchiha will launch an assault on Konoha on the very day of Kushina's delivery. This information was shared with everyone in the Hokage's office from the outset, with no concealment whatsoever. After all, those within this office occupy the highest echelons of Konoha, making any further concealment rather impractical. Upon receiving this intelligence, Konoha had long been prepared to fully counter the impending attack by Obito Uchiha. The matter concerning Orochimaru had to be set aside for the time being. Wait, Minato, Tsunade suddenly interjected. A hint of playful amusement danced across her stunning features as she spoke with an air of mystery. You mentioned before that if we answer all 5 questions correctly in this quiz, we can make a wish, correct? Tsunade's expression was somewhat cryptic, as if she were suppressing laughter, leaving everyone present puzzled. Tsunade, what are you implying? Jiraiya inquired, clearly bewildered. I understand, Lady Tsunade. You mean? Nara Shikaku quickly connected the dots and chimed in. Exactly. That is precisely what I mean, Tsunade replied, her satisfaction evident as she looked at Nara Shikaku, her left fist striking her right palm with a triumphant smile. What does that mean? Please clarify, Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback yet entirely clueless about the riddle being constructed. Out with the riddle already. Teacher, what Lady Tsunade means is that we can leverage the reward for answering the quiz correctly to have this esteemed individual imprison Orochimaru and bring him to Konoha, or even eliminate him outright. Minato, ever astute and possessing experience from his previous wish during the quiz, quickly grasped the situation. Jiraiya was astonished. Never having considered such a strategic use of the quiz, why go through the trouble of chasing after him? We can simply have the mysterious entity from the quiz deliver Orochimaru bound and gagged directly to us. That would save us the effort of running around outside. What a brilliant idea. A stroke of genius. Let's proceed with that. The adept duo of Inuzuka Kiba and Haruno Sakura eagerly endorsed. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who was currently engaged in experiments at a base in the land of Rice, was unaware of the discussions transpiring about him. At this moment, the much-discussed Orochimaru found himself in an underground facility in the land of Rice. Just before the competition for the position of the 4th Hokage, he had been reported by an unknown Konoha citizen, resulting in his mentor cornering him with the intent to deliver a severe reprimand. Fortunately, the old monkey, harboring nostalgia, hoped for Orochimaru's redemption and allowed him to escape with his life. After fleeing, Orochimaru wandered through the 5 great nations and several smaller ones, existing in a state of confusion. The transformations he underwent during his youth were pivotal in shaping his current self. The first transformation occurred in his adolescence when he became an orphan after losing his parents. It was then that the seed of life's fragility and brevity was planted deep within his heart. The second transformation was prolonged, nearly spanning the entirety of the Second Shinobi World War, during which countless comrades perished on the battlefield. Orochimaru witnessed one life after another extinguished by cold weapons and chaotic ninjutsu, including the deaths of Cat Dan and SH-10. These losses became the final straw that crushed his nascent persona and propelled him onto the path of seeking immortality. However, being slightly ahead of others marks one as a genius, while being significantly ahead renders one a madman. Orochimaru's ideology was destined to be rejected by society. Should his actions be exposed to the light of day, he would face immediate retribution. While we play with mud, you dabble in science. Are you not an aberration? Orochimaru could only foster his scientific spirit in the shadows, ultimately leading to his downfall and escape from the village. It has now been over a year since then. At this juncture, Orochimaru had yet to fully consolidate his thoughts, unable to formulate the profound philosophical ideas that would later captivate minds. Consequently, he lacked the peculiar charisma that would define his later persona. Throughout his journey in the shinobi world, he may have encountered promising talents. Yet he was akin to a stray dog, relentlessly pursued by Jiraiya, leaving him little time to nurture potential disciples. Consider this, when he defected, he could not even take his own apprentice, Mitarashi Yanko, with him. Thus, he was left with only a few subpar individuals to assist him. Having recently arrived in the land of Rice, Orochimaru had yet to conceive the idea of establishing a shinobi village, focusing instead on survival and development. He conducted numerous experiments, and being in the land of Rice afforded him ample resources, far superior to those available while sneaking around in the village. The city and its outskirts were teeming with famished vagrants and beggars. Capturing 100 or so might even please the feudal lord by reducing the number of mouths to feed. If he sought shinobi as experimental subjects, the mountains were filled with fugitive rogue ninjas, ripe for the picking. Thus, Orochimaru's life proceeded rather comfortably. If only there were advancements in ninjutsu as well. Alas, another failure. In the sterile operating room, harsh white lights hung from the ceiling. Orochimaru donned a surgical gown, which had become stained with blood. The subject on the operating table was in a pitiful state, barely clinging to life. Orochimaru, conducting human experiments, did not administer anesthesia, resulting in one subject being discarded with each experiment. What caused the brief palpitation earlier? Midway through the procedure, Orochimaru suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, causing him to pause momentarily, and he promptly severed the subject's major artery, blood splattering across him. It seems something significant is about to occur. Suddenly, a neurotic smile spread across Orochimaru's face as he extended his slick tongue to lick the blood from his features. Yet, his snake-like vertical pupils were filled with the murderous intent of a cold-blooded creature. "Come in," Orochimaru called out, and soon there was a knock at the door. "Lord Orochimaru, what is your command?" A mere genin entered, a leftover from the time Orochimaru eradicated a bandit group. His timid nature and cleverness led Orochimaru to employ him for menial tasks. Notably, the individual on the operating table was once a comrade from the bandit group. "Have any intelligence reports come in?" Orochimaru inquired casually while methodically removing his surgical attire and gloves. "Report, my lord. We have not received any intelligence at this time." The genin, furtively glancing at the half-dead figure on the operating table, felt a surge of panic, hastily lowering his gaze and striving to maintain composure. The so-called intelligence comprised roughly a dozen information points Orochimaru had established within the land of Rice. Some were handled by shinobi, while others were manned by ordinary citizens, all intended to gather the latest intelligence from the land of Rice and the entire shinobi world. Naturally, Jiraiya, who clung to Orochimaru like a persistent burr, was of utmost importance in this intelligence network. "Is that so?" Orochimaru remarked, turning his gaze towards his subordinate, a peculiar smile spreading across his pale face. "Are you frightened, Yamashita-kun?" With his keen perception, Orochimaru could discern that despite the genin's attempts at composure, his heartbeat, breathing, and even the flow of his blood betrayed his state. The man before him was gripped by intense fear. "No, I wouldn't dare." Yamashita-kun stood frozen in terror. His former companion lay on the operating table, abdomen sliced open, with visceral organs exposed to the naked eye. The sight was gruesome, with blood and greasy entrails laid bare, and a faintly strange, sweet scent lingered in the air. How could someone as timid as Yamashita-kun not be frightened by such a scene? Yet, in the presence of Orochimaru, could he dare to voice his fear? As his heart raced to an alarming pace, he suddenly heard Orochimaru chuckle softly. "All right, you may leave." The grotesque figure turned and walked toward the changing room, dismissively waving his hand. Yes, thank you, Lord Orochimaru." Yamashita-kun, overwhelmed with gratitude, wept openly and prostrated himself on the ground, banging his head against the floor. He had narrowly escaped a calamity. As Orochimaru turned away, his expression returned to its customary cold demeanor. A mere ant, easily crushed, was not worth his attention. The intelligence station was functioning normally. It was not unusual for new information to be absent for a week or so. Typically, he would have no interest in frightening a subordinate. However, at that moment, a peculiar sense of unease stirred within him, akin to how swallows fly low before a storm or how creatures flee before an earthquake, animal instincts sensing impending danger. Who could it be? What could it be? Standing before the mirror in the changing room, Orochimaru gazed at his reflection, a sly smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 62. Will Sarutobi Hiruzen die? The plan for Konoha's collapse in the Hokage's office in Konoha, the words of Tsunade had sparked a flurry of ideas among the gathered individuals, as if they had stepped into a new realm. Various ingenious plans were proposed, from binding Orochimaru and delivering him to them, to sealing his chakra and sending it in a cage, even suggesting rendering him an imbecile before delivery. Countless methods were discussed. However, before they could decide how to handle Orochimaru, they first needed to answer the fifth question correctly. Don't rejoice too soon. Let us first see what the fifth question is. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly, attempting to rein in the growing excitement of Mito Kazuma and Nara Shikaku. After all, Orochimaru is still my disciple. Why are you two so jubilant? Upon hearing this, The two old men exchanged glances and quieted down. Then, please pose the question, Jiraiya said with a smile, addressing Uchiha. The fourth question had initially dealt a heavy blow to Jiraiya, yet Tsunade's suggestion had reinvigorated him, lifting the clouds of despair. It was not that he was particularly happy about capturing Orochimaru. Rather, the spark of inspiration ignited new thoughts within him. If they could wish for Uchiha to erase Orochimaru's dangerous intentions, could he not revert to his former self? Might Orochimaru then return to the village? Recalling Uchiha's ability to erase Sarutobi Hiruzen's memories of the Dragonfire technique during the previous questioning, Jiraiya felt a surge of hope. If he answered the fifth question correctly, he would propose that Uchiha erase all of Orochimaru's harmful memories, allowing him to become the youth he once was. A version of Orochimaru devoid of dangerous thoughts could once again be a ninja of Konoha, could he not? Jiraiya's sudden fervor did not go unnoticed by Tsunade and Minato Namikaze, who exchanged puzzled glances, surprised by his rapid recovery from the earlier setback. Meanwhile, Uchiha, having witnessed the brainstorming session in the Hokage's office, could only chuckle in disbelief. As a traveler from another world, he had not anticipated the indigenous people of the Hokage universe to possess such innovative spirits. The wish function had taken on a life of its own. Yet, whether their ideas could be realized remained uncertain, prompting him to consult the system in his mind. System, if they wish for me to bring Orochimaru to Konoha, is that feasible? The cold, mechanical voice of the system replied. All wishes that fall within the realm of capability can be fulfilled. Sighing in relief, Uchiha understood that as long as it was within the system's power, they could wish freely. Capturing Orochimaru was but a trivial task, within the rules of the Naruto world. Even a wish to deliver Kaguya Otsutsuki as a weapon to one's bed would be an easy feat, provided they answered 5 questions correctly. However, wishes exceeding the confines of the Naruto world, such as becoming a Super Saiyan, summoning Ultraman, or acquiring 2 devil fruits, were unattainable. For such things simply did not exist in this realm. In light of this, Uchiha mused about the remarkable capabilities of the system. He envisioned a day when Minato might discern the truth of history and, upon learning about Kaguya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu, wished to eliminate these extraterrestrial beings through the system. Would that not lead to a definitive conclusion? It would be swifter and more decisive than a kick from Guy, and flawlessly executed. Comparatively, his own lottery seemed utterly inconsequential next to the wish function. A pang of envy coursed through him for Minato and the others, who could make any wish after answering 5 questions, while he, as a mere worker, had to scrape together resources for a lottery. In frustration, he lamented, "When will travelers like us rise up?" With a wave of his hand, a new question appeared on the screen. Question 5. In the plan for Konoha's collapse, why did Orochimaru seek to kill his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen? Answer. Resentment for being cast out of Konoha by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Answer. Resentment for Sarutobi Hiruzen not assisting him in inheriting the title of 4th Hokage. Answer. A desire to prove to Sarutobi Hiruzen that he was the most exceptional individual. Answer. All of the above as the question emerged. A profound silence enveloped the Hokage's office. With a sharp clatter, the pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell to the ground. The old monkey's face turned pale, his expression a tumult of bitterness, confusion, bewilderment, and anger, with his brows furrowed deeply, etched with pain. "Sensei," Jiraiya exclaimed involuntarily. Despite the revelations diminishing his admiration and respect for Hiruzen, he remained one of the few individuals Jiraiya held in high regard. Witnessing his teacher's distressed demeanor was unbearable. However, upon reflection, it was Orochimaru who had inflicted such a blow upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Orochimaru, you fiend!" Jiraiya gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination to wish for the erasure of Orochimaru's thoughts. "That scoundrel! How could he do this?" Tsunade shouted sharply, her voice piercing. "I knew it. I warned Hiruzen back then that Orochimaru was no good. Who would have thought he would turn out to be such a treacherous wolf?" Mito Kazuma coughed repeatedly in anger. Meanwhile, Minato and Shikaku exchanged glances, both sensing the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. "Minato, you noticed it too, didn't you?" Shikaku leaned in, whispering into Minato's ear. "Yes. It seems to have occurred after the Ninetales incident," Minato nodded. They realized that the two of them were striving to maintain a semblance of rationality in the face of the shocking revelations. Noticing the phrase Konoha Collapse Plan in the title, it appears to be related to the event listed, suggesting that the plan's inception can be attributed to Orochimaru. After a brief pause, Minato asked, "Is that correct?" "Indeed," Nara Shikaku affirmed. Their hushed conversation caught Tsunade's attention, prompting her to impatiently inquire, "Minato, Shikaku, what are you two whispering about? If you've made a discovery, please share it." "Yes." With Minato's nod, Shikaku continued, "Earlier, the Hokage and I noticed that the Konoha collapse plan mentioned in the title likely refers to the same event on the list." Chapter 63. The mind of a scientist is always distinct from ordinary people, so, Minato, are you suggesting that Orochimaru's act of killing Master Sarutobi is part of that Konoha collapse plan? Jiraiya's expression darkened, a reaction that was entirely understandable. Anyone would feel a pang of heartache upon discovering that a longtime comrade would one day take the life of their mentor. It is a betrayal of the cherished memories of the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face clouded with concern as he glanced at the 4 possible answers. Yet, none of these answers resonated with him. He felt uncertain. Was it due to his resentment over being expelled from the village? Or perhaps his bitterness over not being chosen as the 4th Hokage's successor? Or was it a desire to prove he was the best choice? Or possibly all 3? Hiruzen felt a wave of confusion wash over him as his recollections of Orochimaru grew murky. Why was this so? It is quite reasonable. For when Hiruzen took Orochimaru and his comrades under his wing shortly after their graduation from the Ninja Academy, they were still young and transparent in their intentions, their every action easily discernible. However, as they matured, Hiruzen found it increasingly difficult to grasp Orochimaru's thoughts. This is a common occurrence. No one can truly see into another's heart. There exists no such thing as mind reading in this world, and relying solely on experience and judgment makes it impossible to fully comprehend another's intentions. Even Naruto, with the chakra of the 9 tails, could only vaguely sense the goodwill and malice directed toward him, especially since Orochimaru excels in disguise and concealment, akin to a serpent lurking in the grass, ready to strike with lethal precision. Unlike now, when he is aged and frail, Hiruzen, in his prime, possessed the confidence to manage any situation without needing to decipher his disciples' thoughts. Yet, with the passage of time, Hiruzen found himself in a state of sorrow as Minato and the others remained focused on analyzing the problem at hand. The reasons behind Orochimaru's act of killing his master indeed posed a perplexing question. One must admit, Hiruzen had never treated Orochimaru unfairly. In fact, he had selflessly provided much. It was one thing for Orochimaru to tread down a dark path and leave the village, but to return and slay his own teacher? It was an even greater betrayal to the village that nurtured him, devising a plan for its downfall. While the specifics of the Konoha collapse plan remained unknown to the group, the name alone suggested it was aimed at the entire village rather than a single individual. As their gazes swept across the 4 potential answers, they seemed equally unappealing for selection. Each appeared plausible, yet each felt incomplete. However, if one were to consider the 3 answers as reasons for Orochimaru's actions against Hiruzen, wouldn't they contradict one another? Minato pondered for a moment but found no clarity, prompting him to speak to Nara Shikaku. "Shikaku, let us discuss this together. This question is indeed quite challenging." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Shikaku nodded in agreement. After a brief contemplation, Shikaku was the first to voice his thoughts. From the 4 answers, while the first 2 may seem superficially distinct, their underlying logic revolves around revenge. Specifically Orochimaru's vengeance against the previous Hokage. This reflects a pure malice, indicating that Orochimaru has entirely abandoned any feelings of respect or affection for Konoha and the previous Hokage, transforming into a true enemy. Shikaku's words resonated with the group, as they collectively acknowledged the implications. Indeed, if Orochimaru's motivations were merely rooted in resentment towards Hiruzen, then the once-admired disciple who had skillfully navigated the 3rd Great Ninja War would have unequivocally become Konoha's adversary. This does not imply that if Orochimaru's true intentions align with any of the answers, he would not be an enemy of Konoha. From the moment he launched his attack, he stood firmly against the village. If there were a means to eliminate him and prevent such tragedies, most present would not hesitate to take action. However, unlike pure vengeance, if Orochimaru's motivations encompassed something deeper, it might evoke a sense of understanding from those who held emotional ties to him, such as Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Oh, so that is the reason behind his actions, they might think, perhaps indulging in a form of self-deception. Expressions among the group turned complex as Shikaku scanned the room. Noting the silence before continuing his analysis, Yet the meanings of the answers remain somewhat ambiguous. What does the phrase "the most outstanding one" signify? The best disciple? The best successor of the Hokage? Or perhaps something else entirely? This answer should be elucidated by the previous Hokage. As for the final answer, if all three of the preceding options serve as reasons for Orochimaru's actions, I personally lean towards this interpretation. Upon reaching this conclusion, Shikaku discreetly observed Hiruzen's expression. But the old monkey appeared lost in thought, oblivious to his scrutiny. Shikaku continued, "The rationale for my choice is not that I believe Orochimaru harbors any vestige of goodwill. Rather, if one of the answers is correct, the other must also be valid. If Orochimaru is indeed vengeful, indifferent to the previous Hokage's past kindness, and unconcerned for the lives of his fellow villagers, then all his hatred should serve as his driving force. It would be contradictory to hold animosity toward one aspect while disregarding another. Thus, if both answers could be categorized as motivations for Orochimaru's actions, the only choice remaining is clear." As he spoke, a sardonic smile graced Shikaku's face, and he remarked softly, If the answer is indeed correct, it seems Orochimaru still longs for the praise of his elders. In his quest to prove himself the best, he invades the village, wreaks havoc, and ultimately kills the very teacher who guided him. How deeply ironic, isn't it? He continued, "How many individuals possess such a convoluted mindset? One could say that he truly lives up to the title of a mad scientist, as his thought processes diverge so significantly from those of ordinary people." Chapter 64. So what does it all mean? At this juncture, Yi-chun was taken aback when the system presented the fifth question. Such a query, even for someone like him, who had viewed the entirety of Naruto and read innumerable fan fictions, left him uncertain of the correct answer. Yet, based on his judgment, he found himself leaning towards one of the answers. It is merely conjecture. Even if he were to choose, he would hesitate. Unexpectedly, after Nara Shikaku's analysis, it appeared quite plausible. One must commend him for embodying the intellect of Konoha no. Regarding the fifth question posed by the system, it is indeed perplexing. However, the complexity does not stem from the question itself, but rather from the enigmatic figure of Orochimaru. In the world of Naruto, Orochimaru is an exceptionally peculiar character. Even readers who have traversed the entire manga and reached its conclusion find themselves unable to classify him as either a hero or a villain. Consequently, in subsequent fan creations, Orochimaru's role remains nebulous. Some portray him as a benevolent figure, often serving as a mentor to the civilian ninja protagonists or leading teams of jonin, allowing the main characters to glean insights from him while simultaneously acting as a tool for scientific endeavors. Such depictions exist, yet they remain relatively scarce within the broader spectrum of fan works. On the other hand, there are narratives that depict him as nefarious, with protagonists typically aligning with the Konoha faction. Many of these are early fan creations, some of which are exceptionally well-crafted. Alas, they were ultimately undermined by Kishimoto Musashi's narrative decisions during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Orochimaru returned to Konoha's side, rendering these tales obsolete. Another interpretation leans towards portraying Orochimaru as a purely scientific entity, devoid of moral dichotomy, inhabiting a gray area. In these narratives, he often facilitates the protagonist's journeys by trading information and resources from their former lives, propelling the plot forward. This perspective is still quite prevalent. Ultimately, Orochimaru's character is shrouded in an air of strangeness. His unconventional thought processes, his unsettling jutsu, and his propensity to abduct youths with tragic backgrounds all contribute to this aura. Despite this, I find it difficult to warm to him. His long tongue is particularly repulsive. Yeching inwardly scoffed, centering his thoughts as he awaited the responses from the others. As Nara Shikaku concluded his analysis, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the assembly. Although I cannot comprehend, I am profoundly astonished. Shikaku, your analysis is rather peculiar. Is Orochimaru's mindset truly that intricate? On one hand, he seeks vengeance against his predecessors, while on the other, he yearns to prove himself to them. I find this difficult to grasp, remarked Minato with a furrowed brow, indicating his confusion. Indeed, who would slay their own mentor to vindicate themselves? Kakashi could not help but interject. He had been silent for many chapters. Since entering the Umbu, Kakashi's demeanor had grown increasingly aloof, fully immersing himself in the atmosphere of the Dark Division. Apart from revealing some emotional fluctuation in the presence of Minato and Kushina, he presented himself as a consummate Umbu tool before others. This transformation left Minato regretting his decision to place him in the Umbu. As Kakashi had once fought alongside him on the battlefield with a semblance of warmth, only to revert to a more detached state, causing Minato considerable concern. You two are still young and do not comprehend the complexities of human nature. I, however, possess a greater understanding. Orochimaru is simply that kind of person, Mito commented. In his view, Orochimaru was indeed a neurotic individual capable of actions resembling schizophrenia, which he deemed entirely consistent with Orochimaru's character. That fellow Orochimaru was always indifferent to human life. In his eyes, the life of Hiruzen was less significant than his quest for self-validation. This is entirely normal, retorted Koharu, voicing her judgment. Koharu, Orochimaru is not as reprehensible as you claim, Jiraiya countered. You know him better than I do. Koharu shot back, prompting Jiraiya to fall silent. Indeed, Orochimaru had long exhibited tendencies of disregard for life, treating the lives of his comrades as mere instruments. During his tenure as a frontline commander, numerous incidents of this nature transpired, each time leaving Jiraiya wounded by Orochimaru's actions, leading to disputes that ultimately bore no fruit in altering Orochimaru's methods. What Orochimaru sought to prove was likely something he had steadfastly pursued throughout the years. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally raised his head and spoke. The old monkey puffed on his pipe, his voice low and somber. From an early age, Orochimaru exhibited a mindset distinct from his peers. I deemed this line of thought perilous and attempted to halt him repeatedly. On the surface, he seemed to heed my counsel, yet such behavior never truly ceased. Hiruzen recalled the day he barged into Orochimaru's laboratory, the indifferent expression on Orochimaru's face piercing his heart. Ah, you've come, sensei. Orochimaru greeted him as if welcoming a guest, a gesture that struck deep. It was only that day he discovered Orochimaru's base, realizing that for all these years, Orochimaru had not abandoned his research. It was my oversight. The assembled individuals were somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding Orochimaru's defection. Knowing that he had engaged in unethical human experimentation, using villagers as subjects, which prompted Hiruzen's intervention and ultimately led to Orochimaru's escape. Little did they realize that Orochimaru had harbored such intentions long before. What exactly does Orochimaru wish to prove? Hiruzen mused, repeatedly referring to that elusive notion of an extraordinary mindset. This vagueness left Jiraiya bewildered, prompting him to inquire further. He had anticipated someone else would ask, but upon seeing the knowing expressions of the others, he realized he was the only one in the dark. It is the crossing of the boundary between life and death. It is the obsession with immortality. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression laden with complexity. The mention of crossing life and death, of immortality, plunged the Hokage's office into a profound silence. After a prolonged pause, Jiraiya's voice broke the stillness. What does it truly mean? In Chapter 65, the commencement of Orochimaru's transformation, the assembly in the Hokage's office stared at the bewildered Jiraiya with incredulity. Good heavens, do you not comprehend human discourse? Spare us the embarrassment. Fool. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, unable to contain herself, and delivered a swift punch that sent the old sage sprawling to the ground. Thud. The old sage lay sprawled on the floor, still attempting to defend himself. What is the matter? Is it forbidden to ask questions? Is reason no longer applicable? Thud. A swift kick landed on Jiraiya's head, causing him to see stars and momentarily quieting him. Yicheng stifled a laugh, finding amusement in the scene. Is this the audacious man who would proclaim, "A dragon must plunge into the sea. The sea shall not welcome me"? Jiraiya, before meeting his end? How utterly ridiculous. Yet, this did align with Jiraiya's character. He was only serious when conducting important matters, often appearing somewhat dim-witted otherwise. At this moment, Jiraiya was still in his prime, displaying a more naive demeanor compared to the elderly version depicted in the main storyline. Tsunade, impatient, glared at the old sage writhing on the floor, refusing to rise. Could her explosive temper endure such antics? She promptly threatened, get up and answer the question, or face dire consequences. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya sprang up, donning an air of nonchalance, a cheerful smile adorning his face. Following Nara Shikaku's analysis and Sarutobi Hiruzen's confession, the answer had emerged, merely awaiting Jiraiya's response. After all, it had been previously agreed that this particular question regarding Orochimaru would be solely answered by Jiraiya. All eyes were fixed on him, Anticipating his reply, yet Jiraiya, scratching the back of his head, queried, "Why are you looking at me? Just tell me the answer." To which Tsunade, exasperated by his foolishness, urged, "The answer is, hurry and respond." "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" Jiraiya retorted, not waiting for Tsunade's ire to escalate, and promptly turned to Yi Chun, exclaiming loudly, "My answer, my lord, is all of the above. Congratulations, your answer is correct." Finally, all 5 questions answered accurately. High-tier prize pool, double rewards, sage body, sage eyes, 10 tails Jinchuriki, truth-seeking orbs, awaiting us in the prize pool. We shall claim them. Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement inside, while maintaining a calm exterior, offering a soft smile to congratulate Jiraiya on his successful answer. The audience, upon hearing the answer, exhibited mixed feelings of joy and melancholy, reflecting on Orochimaru's complex psyche and the tragic betrayal between master and disciple. After all, regardless of his actions, Orochimaru had once been nurtured by Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin, a commander of formidable prowess during times of war. Shall we view the visual material for this question? Yi Chun, eager to return home and redeem his rewards, reminded everyone that the procedure still had to be completed. "Yes," Jiraiya exclaimed eagerly. Since the last time he had witnessed so many vivid scenes, his fascination with such glimpses into others' lives had only intensified, as evidenced by his recent escapades into the women's bathhouse. Without further ado, Yi Chun waved his hand, causing the text on the light screen to vanish and revealing a new scene. The scene depicts a cemetery in Konoha. A small figure with soft black hair and pale skin kneels, holding a bouquet of flowers before a gravestone. "Father, mother." This small figure is none other than the young Orochimaru, appearing remarkably innocent, devoid of the cold, sinister visage that would later define him. At this moment, Orochimaru is merely 4 years old, having lost his parents, as indicated by the location of their grave, suggesting they were commoners, for fallen ninjas are buried in Konoha's martyrs' cemetery. For the young Orochimaru, the loss of his parents was an exceedingly cruel blow. His already shadowy disposition grew even more peculiar after becoming an orphan. In the scene, Orochimaru gently kneels before the grave, gazing at the engraved photographs of his parents, his eyes betraying a hint of longing, yet overshadowed by confusion and unease. What is death, truly? A gentle breeze rustles, and Orochimaru, head bowed, murmurs to himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. He was well aware of Orochimaru's background. As Hokage, it was imperative to thoroughly investigate the histories of the village's children whom he took as disciples. The intelligence he had gathered indicated that Orochimaru's parents were simple merchants in the village. During the First Shinobi World War, they were conscripted to the front lines to transport supplies and ultimately perished at the hands of the ninja from the Hidden Stone Village. Had Orochimaru's parents survived, perhaps he would not have become the person he was destined to be. Hiruzen mused, acknowledging that without such tragic circumstances, Orochimaru may have never found the opportunity to become a ninja, instead learning the trade from his parents and possibly inheriting the family business. That outcome would have been far preferable to the current state of affairs, where Orochimaru had transformed into a figure despised by many. The scene continues, time passing, as Orochimaru graduates from the Ninja Academy, becoming a disciple of Jiraiya and Tsunade, deepening their bonds through learning and missions. The darkly inclined Orochimaru gradually began to change, developing a sense of humanity and understanding the meaning of companionship. However, amidst the tumult of the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru found himself on the front lines. Witnessing the deaths of comrades around him, their bodies grotesquely mutilated, amplifying the childhood questions that had plagued him. The scene reveals a forest resembling an ocean, littered with the corpses of Konoha and enemy ninjas alike. Wounded, Orochimaru approaches a Konoha ninja with whom he shared a good rapport, gently kneeling to close his eyes. At a glance, the battlefield resembled a colossal meat grinder, with both Konoha and Awagakure forces feeding countless lives into its maw, only to have them reduced to blood and remnants amidst the grinding sounds. Is this what life is? Orochimaru suddenly murmurs, a cryptic smile forming on his lips. Chapter 66. The catalyst for the pursuit of immortality. It seems that Orochimaru's transformation began at this moment, Mito Kazumi remarked, observing the peculiar expression on Orochimaru's face in the scene. Indeed, the brutality of battle has evidently left a profound impact on him, Tsunade sighed. The two former Hokage advisors, who had once fought valiantly on the battlefield for Konoha, understood all too well the horrors of war. Years ago, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, perished during a rebellion in the Hidden Cloud Village, leaving Konoha leaderless amid an onslaught from 4 nations. It was the disciples of Senju Tobarama who rose to the occasion, turning the tide and repelling the greedy 4 nations, safeguarding Konoha. Thus, they were acutely aware of the devastation wrought by warfare. An ordinary ninja, even one of gentle and kind disposition, could be irrevocably changed by the trials of life and death on a battlefield resembling a meat grinder. Even those fortunate enough to survive often find their natures irrevocably altered. To this day, many ninjas in Konoha, scarred by the ravages of war, have become bloodthirsty and extreme, unable to adapt to normal life and tasks, resulting in their placement in assassination divisions, with a significant number absorbed by the root organization. Only those who tread the narrow line of survival in assassination units can accommodate such individuals. Hence, after witnessing the scene, both advisors deemed Orochimaru's transformation to be rather reasonable. The scene unfolds further, within a sea of trees, as Orochimaru leads a contingent of Konoha ninjas forward at a rapid pace. Enemies ahead. Suddenly, Orochimaru halts on a branch, raising a hand to warn the Konoha ninjas behind him. Combat is imminent. Utilizing his unique serpent ninjutsu, Orochimaru swiftly dispatches the ambushing enemy ninja, causing the remaining foes to flee in panic. "I'll pursue." A short ninja beside Orochimaru immediately dashes forward. Suddenly, Orochimaru notices the fleeing enemy ninja make a slight movement. Sensing danger, he lunges forward, shouting, "Shinju, get back." Boom. A burst of flames erupts, engulfing the diminutive ninja in a horrific explosion. "Is that Shinju?" Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes widening as he beheld the unfolding scene. The short ninja he recognized was none other than the sole brother of the Senju princess beside him, Senju Shinju, the true heir of the Senju clan. The scene playing out before them was none other than the moment of Senju Shinju's demise. It was not good. Jiraiya silently exclaimed in dismay as he swiftly turned to observe Tsunade. To his surprise, he found her staring blankly at the scene before her, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking her front, as if she had lost her very spirit. "Tsunade, are you all right?" Jiraiya inquired with concern, fully aware of the profound impact that the passing of Hashirama Senju had on Tsunade. After all these years, he wished for her not to revisit the painful memories of her past. "Leave me be," Tsunade said, numbly brushing aside Jiraiya's outstretched hand, her tone frigid. "But you," I said, "leave me be. Can you not hear me?" Tsunade cried out, her voice tinged with a sharpness born of emotion. Her current expression instilled a sense of dread in Jiraiya. It was not the fear of Tsunade's fists. The Toad Sage would never cower before that. Rather, he feared her tumultuous emotions. "Shinju, Shinju, please awaken." Shinju. Amidst the throng, Tsunade's resplendent golden locks, unkempt from the intensity of battle, appeared somewhat dulled. The formidable princess of the Senju, revered as a paragon and source of pride by countless women in her village, now bore an expression of utter desolation and helplessness. She relentlessly employed her medical ninjutsu upon the lifeless, disfigured corpse of SH Tree, but to no avail. Heaven, indifferent to Tsunade's fervent hopes, unleashed a relentless downpour, washing away the traces of ninjutsu amidst the forest and the blood shed by the ninjas. It also erased all remnants of the once vibrant life of Senju SH Tree. The surrounding Konoha ninjas, unable to bear the sight of Tsunade's anguish, approached her with words of comfort and encouragement. Outside the crowd, Orochimaru clenched his fists tightly, his pallid visage betraying regret and frustration, believing that his negligence had led to the demise of Senju SH Tree at the hands of an enemy trap. That night, sleep eluded Orochimaru, and he stood motionless for 2 hours, gazing into the darkness beyond his tent. Upon returning to his quarters, he retrieved a scroll and inscribed 2 profound characters: eternal life. So it was. Is this the opportunity that Orochimaru seeks in his pursuit of immortality? Naruto Uzumaki and Nara Shikaku exchanged a glance, both perceiving the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. However, due to Tsunade's current loss of composure, neither felt it appropriate to engage in direct conversation. Meanwhile, Tsunade took a deep breath, wiping away the traces of tears from her face with her sleeve, revealing once more her icy demeanor. "Are you all right?" Jiraiya inquired softly, only to be met with a frosty glare from Tsunade, prompting him to immediately silence himself. Though it was rather embarrassing, he felt a sense of relief within. This indicated that Tsunade's emotions had stabilized. He fervently hoped that no further unpleasant scenes would unfold. Please, let it be so. Jiraiya harbored a profound yearning within his heart as he spoke. It is still war. A wise adage rings true. People do not revel in peace. Rather, they await the onset of the next conflict. The team led by Orochimaru, having withstood the trials of war, grew increasingly formidable, becoming Konoha's premier elite squad entrusted with executing high-difficulty missions. Tsunade gradually emerged from the shadow cast by the death of Senju Rope Tree, finding solace in a relationship with the village's elite shinobi, Cat Dian. Alas, it seemed as though a curse from the heavens had befallen her. For Dian fell on the battlefield, his neck adorned with the pendant that Tsunade had bestowed upon him. In a hauntingly familiar scene, Tsunade repeatedly employed her medical ninjutsu. Yet she was unable to save the life of her beloved. The tremendous blow led her to develop a phobia of blood, instilling within her a profound terror of the very essence of life. Meanwhile, one fateful night, Orochimaru carried the lifeless body of an enemy ninja into his hastily constructed underground laboratory. The grim surroundings, inadequate surgical equipment, and the rigid corpse, coupled with Orochimaru's fervent obsession, painted a peculiar tableau under the dim light. It was from this moment that Sarutobi Hiruzen observed, his expression a complex tapestry as he gazed at Orochimaru's unfamiliar visage. Jiraiya had been fixated on Tsunade since the instant he saw Dian, yet he noted that aside from her clenched fists and gritted teeth, her emotions remained in check. The others, witnessing Tsunade's composure, felt reassured and embarked on discussions. In light of this, it seemed that Orochimaru's actions were indeed rooted in a deeper rationale. Mito Gate and offered this reflection. Chapter 67. Is it not enough that I have raised a Hokage? The mention of Mito Gate incited displeasure in Jiraiya. Although he outwardly appeared frivolous, with a carefree disposition and an inclination to indulge in voyeurism, particularly in female baths, he was, in truth, an individual of considerable integrity when confronted with matters of great significance. His bond with Orochimaru was undeniably profound. However, his aversion and disdain for Orochimaru's actions were equally palpable. At this moment, upon discerning the underlying implications in Mito Gate On's words that seemed to exonerate Orochimaru, he promptly retorted, "A wrongdoing is a wrongdoing. There is no justification for it. Even if there is a reason behind it, such actions are unequivocally wrong." Mito's sudden rebuttal by Jiraiya elicited a dissatisfied retort. I stated that Orochimaru's actions could be understood given the context, referring to his experiments on the corpses of enemies. However, conducting experiments on one's own comrades is unequivocally unacceptable and criminal. But what is wrong with utilizing the bodies of adversaries? That is indeed the criminal who has invaded our land of fire. Mito Minion's words provoked Jiraiya's ire. The old white-haired sage, with his finger pointed like a sword, admonished Mito Minion with fury, proclaiming, "Scoundrel! Even in the face of an adversary, one should never desecrate their remains. This is the most fundamental principle. How could you possibly utter such words?" Mito Minion was berated by Jiraiya, which understandably left him quite displeased. Ignoring the counsel of Nakakamaru, who urged him to let matters rest, and disregarding the admonishing gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Minion defiantly retorted, "Humph. What do you know? An enemy is an enemy. Every foe daring to invade the realm of fire shall meet a fate most deserving of their audacity. By utilizing their corpses, we have developed a ninjutsu that will benefit the village. Thus, these foes have made the most significant contribution to Konohagakure." With a disdainful expression, Mito Minion remarked, "Since the era of the second Hokage, Konoha has been operating in this manner. Who do you think you are to dictate terms here? Do not forget, you have the potential to become a ninja and master the art of ninjutsu, all thanks to the contributions of the second Hokage. Everything you eat, wear, and use has been exchanged for the efforts of the second generation. Do not be ungrateful." The old man with white hair was utterly enraged by Mito Monin's words. His white locks seemed to bristle with fury, and his face was a canvas of discontent and wrath. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, seizing Mito Monin by the collar and glaring at him fiercely. "Do not use the second Hokage to intimidate me. While the contributions of the second Hokage are indeed noteworthy, what relevance do they hold for you? You are merely a parasitic insect clinging to the leaf, siphoning its vitality. You lack the merit to represent the leaf. In terms of strength, Mito Minyan is certainly no match for the peak-performing Jiraiya. Unable to break free from Jiraiya's immense power, he defiantly raised his chin, his face flushed, and shouted, "If I am a worm, then you are but a fart. I have diligently toiled for several decades for the village of Konoha. What about you? You were nurtured in the village of Konoha, where you grew and flourished. As a result, your strength has blossomed, and your wings have become robust. Yet you departed without a word, venturing beyond the village and not returning. I would rather place my faith in the words of a group of toads proclaiming the destiny of the chosen one than to contribute to the village of Konoha. Konoha nurtured you, and Hizashi educated you. What have you contributed to Konoha? All you do is sneak into the women's bathhouse. Who are you to dare accuse me?" Midorikawa's fiery words sliced through the air, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. "Yen, cease your utterances and regain your composure." As Xiao Chun observed the pallid countenance of Jiraiya, a pang of fear gripped her heart, prompting her to urgently advise, "Jiraiya, please, calm yourself. Let us not raise our voices." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a profound headache, yet he could not refrain from speaking out. "Did I err in my statements? Which of my words is fallacious?" Mito Minyan was quite obstinate, brimming with defiance. In contrast, Jiraiya, though seething with anger, loosened his grip on Mito Minyan's collar. The once boisterous sage appeared utterly deflated, his face a deep shade of anger as he turned away, murmuring, "I understand, it is my fault." Jiraiya was deeply wounded by Mito Minyan's words, which pierced his heart like daggers. Such words struck at the core. But could one claim that Mito Minyan was mistaken? On the contrary, he was entirely correct. Did Jiraiya's actions not align with what Mito Minyan had articulated? Certainly, there was a degree of bias. During the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, Jiraiya had indeed made considerable contributions to Konoha. His record of high-ranking missions placed him among the elite, second only to Orochimaru. Now that Orochimaru had defected, Jiraiya remained the most accomplished among the remaining ninjas. How could one assert that Jiraiya had not contributed? Nevertheless, he consistently felt guilt for his decision to leave the village. Thus, when confronted by Mito Minyan, he offered no rebuttal nor argument. The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence. Once released by Jiraiya, Mito Minyan's rationality returned, and he recognized how perilous his previous actions had been. Not only could he have been crushed by the wrathful Jiraiya, but he had also laid bare the discord between the village and Jiraiya. Ultimately, a rogue yet powerful shadow-level ninja remained a vital asset to Konoha, capable of lending assistance at any moment. If his words had driven Jiraiya away entirely, who would fill the void left by such a loss? Realizing this, Mito Minyan felt a deep sense of regret. I believe Elder Yan's words were somewhat skewed. At that moment, Minato Namikaze stepped forward to voice his thoughts. Silence was not an option. As a disciple, he could not remain passive while his mentor was harshly criticized. The achievements of Jiraiya during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars were still well documented. Not to mention, Jiraiya's record of high-ranking missions remained unmatched. Minato extended his thumb towards Jiraiya, smiling as he proclaimed, "Jiraiya-sensei taught and nurtured me to become Hokage. With me safeguarding Konoha in his stead, is that not sufficient?" Truly, he was a beacon of warmth. Minato's words rekindled Jiraiya's spirit, allowing a smile to return to his face. "Indeed, I, the Toad Sage, may not boast of many things, but my ability to teach my disciples is beyond reproach. The fourth Hokage is my pupil. Who can diminish my contributions?" In a state of elation, Jiraiya reciprocated Minato's gesture. Thoroughly pleased. "Indeed, indeed." Tsunade quickly chimed in. "Yes, Minato's growth into a great ninja owes much to you, Jiraiya." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. "Ah, indeed." Mito Minyan, with a rigid expression, begrudgingly admitted, "I misspoke. Minato has a point. Setting aside the matter of Jiraiya, I must hold you accountable for the disparagement of my grandfather." Mito Minyan. Suddenly, Tsunade's icy voice rang out. Chapter 68. Let Orochimaru atone with the remainder of his life. Cold sweat trickled down Mito Minyan's forehead. Though he dared to confront Jiraiya, he felt intimidated facing Tsunade. Unlike Jiraiya, who might engage in reasoned debate, Tsunade was known for her explosive temper. Quick to strike with her formidable fists. Who could withstand such fury? Mito Minyan, who fancied himself seasoned, certainly could not. Furthermore, Tsunade was a princess of the Senju clan. Although the clan had faded, the name Senju still held immense weight in Konoha. Should word spread of Mito Minyan clashing with the Senju princess, which way would the villagers lean? Not to mention, Tsunade was the granddaughter of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. As Mito Minyen, a disciple of Tobirama, how could he dare to bully the granddaughter of his teacher? Thus, Mito Minyen capitulated. Even as Tsunade berated him, he merely lowered his head in silence, appearing entirely submissive. Witnessing this, Tsunade, her ire unresolved, could only relent. As for Yeching, he was eager to return home to draw lottery tickets and did not wish to linger with these individuals. Observing Tsunade's retreat, he promptly resumed the recording. The content of the recording was best left unsaid to avoid complaints about verbosity. In essence, it detailed Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of immortality through increasingly audacious experiments, from animals to human subjects, ultimately culminating in the abduction of villagers for live experiments. This reckless ambition was facilitated by his collaboration with Shimura Danzo, who had opened many doors for him. Without Danzo's involvement, Orochimaru's progress would not have been so swift. Upon concluding the recording, the occupants of the Hokage's office exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. When Danzo appeared in the footage, they remained remarkably composed, devoid of surprise. This was because, prior to eliminating Danzo and dismantling the root base, all of Danzo's actions had been meticulously documented. His collaboration with Orochimaru, along with a series of experimental records, had been archived at the root base. Those present had, to varying degrees, reviewed this information, so they were mentally prepared. Once the recording ended, Yeching noticed the somber expressions on everyone's faces and cheerfully announced, "Well, you've all seen the information. Now it's time to choose your rewards. You have two options. The first is the wish reward for answering all 5 questions correctly the first time, allowing you to make a wish within the limits of this world. The second is the reward for the second round of questions, which will be doubled. So, please tell me your choices." Just as Yeching finished speaking, Jiraiya eagerly jumped forward, addressing the group. "Listen up, everyone. I wish for this gentleman to erase all of Orochimaru's malevolent memories and bring him back to Konoha. That way, Orochimaru will no longer err. In fact, he can once more become a ninja of Konoha. What do you think?" Jiraiya gazed earnestly at the others, his face alight with hope. Minato momentarily paused, taken aback by Jiraiya's unexpected suggestion. Initially, during their discussions about wishes, the consensus had been to confine Orochimaru and return him to Konoha. No one had considered the possibility of reintegrating him as a ninja once more. After all, the crimes Orochimaru had committed against the villagers and ninjas of Konoha were not easily forgiven. Even when Orochimaru had defected, Konoha had dispatched Anbu to pursue him relentlessly, a clear statement of their resolve. Although the Anbu's strength might not have been sufficient to capture Orochimaru, they would often observe from a distance, reporting back to Jiraiya. This stance was necessary to maintain credibility in the eyes of the villagers. Consider the atrocities Orochimaru had committed in the village, abducting individuals for grisly experiments until he was ultimately discovered and fled. How many had perished on his operating table? 10, 100, 1,000. Those unfortunate souls. Their remains never to be recovered. Can the family of the victim simply let this go? There are ninjas involved. How is it that your disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ruthlessly caused the demise of my family and was allowed to escape without consequence? Is this how it ends? What do you take us for? From the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen let Orochimaru flee, the villagers' resentment has been directed towards him. They pressured him to declare Orochimaru a rogue ninja and dispatch the Anbu to hunt him down. Now, suddenly, you wish to reinstate Orochimaru in Konoha as a ninja? If the villagers were to discover this, it would surely cause an uproar. Jiraiya-sensei, I fear this is unfeasible. Minato Namikaze reflected for a moment and advised, after all, Orochimaru has committed numerous crimes. If we were to let him go so easily, the villagers would never agree. While the blame lies with Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the new Hokage, it is incumbent upon me to shield him from criticism. Indeed, Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, I understand your sentiments, but Orochimaru no longer meets the conditions for returning to Konoha. We must consider the feelings of the villagers. Jiraiya waved his hand and shook his head. That is not what I mean. He gazed earnestly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I propose we erase Orochimaru's memories and allow him to return to Konoha. However, this does not mean we absolve him of responsibility. Rather, he should spend the remainder of his life atoning for his sins, whether in imprisonment or on the battlefield. Simply executing him would serve no purpose. The villagers he harmed are already gone. Why not have Orochimaru protect Konoha with the weight of their memories upon him? Jiraiya had pondered this deeply. He believed, in his heart, that Orochimaru's actions were heinous and unforgivable. Yet he was reluctant to end Orochimaru's life so simply. On one hand, it was due to his feelings for Orochimaru. On the other, he hoped that Orochimaru could atone for his transgressions in his remaining years. The dead cannot be brought back to life, so why not have Orochimaru guard Konoha for those who have perished? Orochimaru. Chapter 69. Let us transform Orochimaru into a good person. You are being too naive. Jiraiya, Mito Minion interjected. A person like Orochimaru, even if his memories are erased, would soon revert to his former self. He is, at his core, a creature devoid of humanity. Mito Minion's disdain was palpable, finding Jiraiya's optimism laughable. Erasing a wolf's memory does not change the fact that it is still a wolf. Indeed, even if memories can be altered, one's nature cannot be changed. Jiraiya. I suggest you contemplate this further, Tsunade also urged. Jiraiya felt disheartened by their rejections. The words of these two elders, while difficult to hear, were undeniably sound. Yet, he still turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping for his support. Sensing Jiraiya's gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. However, he did not immediately provide an answer, but instead spoke of another matter. Do you all remember the last time I answered questions and was punished by having my memories of the Dragonfire technique erased? His sudden reference caught everyone off guard, but they quickly nodded in response. After all, it had only been 3 months since that incident, and it had left a lasting impression on them. After that incident, I returned home and reopened my ninjutsu manual to relearn the Dragonfire technique. In just half an hour, I had mastered it again. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes glimmered with complexity as he surveyed the group. I mention this not to boast of my speed in relearning the technique. Rather, I wish to convey that although my memories of the Dragonfire technique were erased, I had already learned it long ago, making the process of relearning much simpler. It is akin to Orochimaru. While we may erase his past memories, should he choose to tread that path again, he would likely do so with even greater fervor and decisiveness. Do you understand, Jiraiya? Fearing Jiraiya might not grasp the meaning, Sarutobi Hiruzen elucidated in plain terms. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya lowered his head in silence, his expression one of dejection. The act of relearning a ninjutsu and Orochimaru's potential return to his former research paths might appear outwardly dissimilar, but inwardly they were fundamentally the same. Erasing memories is not a permanent solution. As long as the inclination exists, one can relearn. Sarutobi Hiruzen feared this very notion. Given Orochimaru's nature, even with his memories erased, who could predict when he might resume his unethical experiments? Jiraiya-sensei, Minato Namikaze observed Jiraiya's despondent demeanor, feeling a pang of sympathy. He recalled that Jiraiya was typically a carefree individual, often smiling and appearing untroubled. Yet, this discussion had unveiled a more vulnerable side of him. Minato yearned to support Jiraiya as before, but the responsibilities of the Hokage compelled him to remain silent. Fully aware that Orochimaru was a ticking time bomb, how could he possibly agree to allow him to return to Konoha as a ninja? Suddenly, Nara Shikaku, who had been quietly listening, spoke up to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I have a question I wish to ask. Go ahead. Tsunade crossed her arms, suppressing the urge to glance at Jiraiya. She knew that if she saw his pitiful expression, she might impulsively support him. Is it possible for you to erase a person's memories? Nara Shikaku inquired. It is difficult. I have never conducted such an experiment. Most often, I encounter patients who have lost their memories due to accidents, and my role is to help them recover those memories, an area where I possess some experience. Tsunade replied candidly. As the pioneer of Konoha's medical ninja system and the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, if she claimed it was impossible, then no one else could achieve it. However, Tsunade concealed one crucial detail. While erasing a portion of a person's memories was unattainable, she could erase all of a person's memories. This was because a person's memories are an interconnected whole. Altering one aspect could disrupt the entire system. The brain is an incredibly intricate organ with dense networks of neurons. Tampering with even one could result in significant damage. To precisely remove a specific part is a fool's errand. Yet to erase everything? That could be accomplished with a single stroke. Removing the entire brain would naturally eliminate all memories. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. Medical ninjutsu is not that simplistic. Nara Shikaku's inquiry was merely a prelude. He did not genuinely expect Tsunade to perform such an act. He had other thoughts in mind. Lady Tsunade, I understand now. Nara Shikaku nodded and turned to the elders. Mito Minyin, and Tsunade. The concern is that even if Orochimaru's memories are erased, there remains the possibility of recovery. Given Orochimaru's nature, there is fear that, over time, he may once again engage in actions that harm Konoha, correct? Indeed, such occurrences must absolutely be prevented, Mito Minyin affirmed. Then, why not simply change Orochimaru's nature, transforming him into someone who cherishes Konoha and its villagers, willing to sacrifice everything for the village? In that case, Orochimaru would no longer pursue the quest for immortality. Instead, the results of his experiments over the years could be utilized to benefit the village. Wouldn't this serve as the finest tribute to those who have perished? As soon as the words were spoken, the room fell into astonished silence. My goodness, what a unique perspective you have. Jiraiya's face lit up with excitement as he clapped his hands vigorously. Indeed, how did I not consider this? If we could transform Orochimaru into a wholly good person, he would cease his malevolent actions, wouldn't he? Well done, Narashikaku. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up to Narashikaku. Mito Gate and Rune Koharu exchanged incredulous glances. Rendered speechless, though they yearned to counter the argument, it seemed they had a point. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of excitement within, unable to suppress a cough as he hoarsely inquired, is such a thing truly achievable? Wouldn't it be best to pose this question directly to the esteemed individual? Narashikaku turned to Yi-chun and asked, Esteemed one, if I wish for a change in Orochimaru's personality, transforming him into a truly virtuous person, allowing him to atone for his sins and wholeheartedly protect Konoha, could it be accomplished? Chapter 70. If the personality is altered, is he still Orochimaru? Faced with Narashikaku's inquiry, Yi-chun internally exclaimed, what a fascinating proposition. To reshape Orochimaru's persona, instilling a genuine love for Konoha. This is akin to the Uchiha clan's Tsukuyomi, the most potent genjutsu in Naruto. However, at this moment, Uchiha Shisui had not yet made his mark, and the Mangekyou Sharingan was still dormant. According to Naruto's lore, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, requires continuous training to evolve. The prodigious Uchihas unlock and upgrade their eyes through intense emotional turmoil, such as witnessing the murder of parents or the tragic demise of friends. This phenomenon arises because the Sharingan embodies the manifestation of spiritual power, while its counterpart, the Byakugan, symbolizes physical strength. The evolution of the Sharingan relies on the Uchiha clan's emotional upheavals, which cause their spiritual energy to surge, facilitating the Sharingan's advancement. A notable example is Sasuke, who awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan after witnessing his older brother Itachi massacre their entire clan and personally slay their parents, enduring torment in the Tsukuyomi realm. Similarly, the Mangekyou Sharingan is awakened through such intense experiences. However, the threshold for unlocking the Mangekyou Sharingan is considerably high. Most Uchihas, even if they face tragic losses at a young age, would struggle to awaken it. Interestingly, the Sharingan is often referred to as the eye that reflects the soul. Each Uchiha with a Mangekyou Sharingan possesses a unique ocular technique that embodies their deepest desire at the moment of awakening. For instance, Obito Uchiha's unique Mangekyou ability, Kamui, creates a personal pocket dimension to evade foes, stemming from his overwhelming wish to escape reality upon witnessing Rin's death. Meanwhile, Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyou technique, Kodoamatsukami, was conceived during a time of escalating tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's leadership. His intention was to control those intent on inciting war, guiding them towards a vision of peace. However, that time has yet to arrive. Minato Namikaze is actively working to ease relations with the Uchiha, diminishing the likelihood of conflicts. With Shimura Danzo's demise, the probability of Konoha repeating its past mistakes under Minato's leadership is considerably low. Thus, the chances of Shisui awakening his Mangekyou Sharingan seem slim. Even if he did, it would likely manifest as a different ocular technique. With these thoughts in mind, Yi-chun silently inquired of the system. System? Is what they propose feasible? Certainly, it is a straightforward matter. Indeed, if Shisui's Kodoamatsukami can accomplish it, how could the system falter? Yi-chun exhaled in relief, responding to Narashikaku with a gentle smile. Of course, it is quite simple. Wonderful. Jiraiya clenched his fists in jubilation. Sarutobi Hiruzen also displayed a long-lost smile. After all, the old monkey had nurtured Orochimaru for decades, having taken him as a disciple when he barely reached his waist. Over such an extensive period, even a dog would feel like family. Moreover, Orochimaru's talent and intellect had genuinely impressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had invested considerable effort into his development. The joy of these two was palpable, and others in the room felt a sense of relief. Had it been impossible to completely alter Orochimaru's mindset, they would certainly have opposed Jiraiya's request. However, if Jiraiya insisted on proceeding, the outcome might have been dire. Seeing the two elated figures, Yi-Chin suddenly doused their enthusiasm with cold water. However, I must first caution you. Unlike merely erasing memories, if you wish for me to change Orochimaru's personality, the transformed Orochimaru may no longer resemble the one you remember. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The system had specifically alerted Yi-Chin. If Orochimaru's personality were to be reshaped, all of his memories would need to be thoroughly rearranged to accommodate the new persona. Thus, would the reformed Orochimaru still be Orochimaru? Yi-Chin recalled a profound philosophical question from his past life. A ship, aged and weathered, requires new materials to replace its deteriorating hull during its voyage. Over time, every part of the vessel is replaced with new material. Does this ship remain the same as it once was? Similarly, a person is a vessel for memories. An individual's memories from childhood to adulthood shape their entire being, including personality, habits, preferences, and thoughts. If one were to alter the foundation, the entirety of their memories would transform beyond recognition. At that point, the individual would be entirely different from the person they once were. What does this imply? Upon hearing Yi-Chin's words, Jiraiya felt an unsettling apprehension. Could Orochimaru truly become another person? Jiraiya momentarily struggled to process the information. Esteemed Jiraiya, what this esteemed one is suggesting is that should we grant this wish, Orochimaru may indeed become a different individual. Although he would still bear the name Orochimaru and maintain his physical appearance, his personality and memories would have shifted, rendering him an entirely new person, unrecognizable from your recollections. Nara Shikaku kindly elucidated for Jiraiya. But Orochimaru, could he truly transform into someone else? This, I find somewhat difficult to comprehend. Jiraiya's expression reflected his confusion as he grappled with the implications. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, puffing on his pipe. Simply put, if Orochimaru's personality is reshaped, his memories must also be altered. A benevolent Orochimaru would, under no circumstances, harbor any interest in human experimentation. Due to his intrinsic nature, the myriad choices he makes throughout his life would undoubtedly diverge significantly, thereby forging an entirely distinct set of memories. Consequently, the Orochimaru imbued with these memories is no longer the same Orochimaru we once knew. Chapter 71. A transformative revelation. After Hiruzen's elucidation, Jiraiya finally grasped the situation. This outcome left him profoundly dissatisfied, yet powerless to alter it. Erasing memories proved futile and fraught with peril. To mitigate this risk, the only recourse left was to reconstruct the personality. However, if the prospect of personality reconstruction was unacceptable to Jiraiya, then no alternatives remained. Time was of the essence. The moment for resolution had nearly arrived. Yi-Chin, eager to return home for a lottery draw, witnessed Jiraiya's turmoil, his face contorted in distress, and impatiently urged him onward. Tsunade, he sighed, reluctantly directing his gaze toward her. At this point, he himself was at a loss. Instinctively ceding the decision-making power to her, an ingrained reliance cultivated over the years. Since their days as a trio, Orochimaru had always played the role of strategist, while Jiraiya had been the frontline warrior, leaving Tsunade as the ultimate decision-maker among them. What do you want from me? Fool, Tsunade retorted with exasperation, casting Jiraiya a disdainful glance. Please, consider this. I am utterly at a loss regarding my choice. Jiraiya's expression became increasingly complex. On one hand, he was reluctant to forego this opportunity. On the other, a wholly transformed Orochimaru did not sit well with him. Fool, since this is a brand new Orochimaru, you might as well treat it as a fresh acquaintance, Tsunade remarked, her arms crossed, her formidable presence unwavering. The previous Orochimaru was a wretched individual. Simply regard him as deceased. Yet, Jiraiya remained ensnared in his internal conflict. Make haste. If I do not redeem my reward soon, I shall depart. Yi-Chin urged impatiently. Understood, my lord. Nara Shikaku promptly nodded in acknowledgement and implored Jiraiya, Jiraiya-sensei, do not dwell on this any longer. This is already the best possible outcome. Compared to this, would you prefer to maintain the status quo, allowing Orochimaru to continue his unrelenting assault on innocent lives? Remember, according to the intelligence you previously submitted, Orochimaru has plundered countless innocent souls for his experiments. These are lives at stake. Kushina added her voice. Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei. Should Orochimaru persist in his reckless endeavors, there will be no turning back. Hiruzen's voice resonated as he rapped his knuckles on the table, scattering ash from his pipe. Let us proceed, Jiraiya. You can save Orochimaru's life while granting him a fresh start. This is a result we could never have dared to dream of before. Precisely. Hurry, Jiraiya. Mito and Kurenai echoed in agreement. The collective persuasion of everyone in the Hokage office compelled Jiraiya to solidify his resolve. He turned to Yi Chun and, gritting his teeth, declared, "Very well, let it be as you suggest." The wish was granted successfully. Yi Chun nodded, closed his eyes, and assumed an air of mystique and grandeur. This demeanor captivated the onlookers, who had come to know him through their repeated interactions during the third test. Each encounter had elevated their perception of him, continuously redefined by his extraordinary capabilities that exceeded their expectations. As Yi Chun closed his eyes, as if preparing to invoke some monumental technique, the onlookers instinctively held their breath in anticipation, awaiting the unfolding revelation. Yi Chun, of course, was merely feigning this. Such extraordinary feats were the domain of the system. System. Activate now? Understood. Initiating target search, the mechanical voice of the system responded. In the next moment, the familiar Hokage office transformed into a vast geographical representation. Continents and oceans sprawled before him as if he were gazing down upon the earth from the cosmos. The geographical imagery rapidly diminished in size, revealing a clearer view of the land and its features. In the land of Rice, near a prominent underground base adjoining the capital city, a new scene unfolded. Yi Chun observed with clarity as he spotted Orochimaru, clad in new attire, diligently seated at a desk, engrossed in writing. The clarity of the scene allowed Yi Chun to discern the very characters Orochimaru inscribed. Living experiment of impure world reincarnation. Number 778. Purpose of experiment. Good heavens. This is the 778th living experiment for impure world reincarnation. One can only imagine how many more experiments he has conducted with other jutsu. Orochimaru, how many lives have you destroyed? Yi Chun thought, unable to suppress his disdain for what he perceived as a mad scientist, utterly indifferent to human life. Suddenly, Orochimaru sensed a prying gaze, jolting him upright. "Who is there?" he exclaimed. Ding. Target acquisition complete. Initiating personality reconstruction. With a chime, azure light erupted around Orochimaru, coalescing into a robust and intricate chain that ensnared him in an instant. The formidable Sannin was bound before he could react. Personality reconstruction in progress. 1030701000. Completion successful. Memory reconstruction in progress. 1030701000. Completion successful. As the system's mechanical voice delivered its report with unwavering precision, Orochimaru's initial panic gradually subsided, his taut body relaxing. Upon the completion of memory reconstruction, he emanated an entirely different aura. Where once he hunched over his desk like a venomous serpent, now he resembled a domesticated pet snake. Calm, gentle, and exuding an irresistible charm that invited affection. As the azure chains retracted, Orochimaru slowly rose, stretching his muscles, devoid of the former sinister demeanor. Ding. Target modification complete. Shall we proceed with deployment? The system inquired, prompting Yi Chun to appraise the transformed Orochimaru. Good heavens, if this fellow were to be placed in the Hokage office now. Jiraiya and the others would scarcely believe this is the same Orochimaru. A true transformation. Chapter 72. Orochimaru. I supported your ascendancy to Hokage. Deploy him quickly. Let us conclude this matter. Yi Chun waved his hand, eager to expedite his return home for the lottery. The scene shifted once more, revealing the Hokage office, where the assembled crowd awaited with eager anticipation. Very well, the personality and memory reconstruction has been completed. Do you wish to see him now? Yi Chun inquired with a gentle smile. Absolutely, Jiraiya responded. Then let him emerge. With a flourish of his hand, a portal of blue light materialized beside him. As the portal opened, it drew the gazes of all present like a whirlpool. Without the sound of a door creaking, Orochimaru emerged, clad in casual attire. With long hair cascading down his back and a pale complexion, stepping gracefully from the portal, Orochimaru appeared before the crowd, slightly lifting his head to reveal a gentle smile. His eyes gleaming with the joy of a long-awaited reunion, perfectly harmonizing with his expression. It has been quite some time, everyone. Is that really Orochimaru? Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. From the moment Orochimaru made his entrance, Jiraiya's mouth fell open involuntarily, his entire demeanor reflecting sheer shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen dropped his pipe, the sound echoing sharply against the ground, yet the old monkey remained oblivious, appearing as if he had seen a ghost. Mito Monin and Tirun Koharu were equally astonished, one covering her eyes and the other her mouth. Tsunade clenched her arms tightly, her hands digging into her flesh. Minato Namikaze displayed an expression of disbelief. Nara Shikaku widened his eyes, meticulously scrutinizing Orochimaru from head to toe. Only Kakashi Hitaki, at the instant Orochimaru materialized, quietly positioned himself in front of Minato, adopting a defensive stance. The reactions of the crowd amused Yeching. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's remarkable transformation, he anticipated their astonishment but was unprepared for the overwhelming impact it had. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained calm, unfazed by the incredulous gazes directed at him. Instead, he smiled as he assessed the changes in his long-lost acquaintances. Well, I shall take my leave if there is nothing else. Until next time. Despite the novelty of the scene before him, Yeching's excitement for a lottery overshadowed everything else. With a casual wave of his hand, he vanished without a trace, and the barrier surrounding the Hokage's office dissipated into nothingness. You are Orochimaru. After a moment of stunned silence, Jiraiya stammered. What? Have you forgotten me so soon? I've only been away from the village for a little over a year for a mission, Orochimaru retorted, a hint of a pout on his lips. No, I'm just a bit overwhelmed. It has been a long time, Jiraiya stuttered, realizing that Orochimaru's memories had been reshaped, leaving him uncertain about how to engage with him. I have never seen you so excited before, Orochimaru replied with a cold smirk, dismissing Jiraiya and turning to greet Hiruzen. It's been a while, Sensei Sarutobi. I hear you are enjoying retirement. How is your health? Orochimaru's words conveyed the genuine concern of a devoted disciple, devoid of any dissonance. Observing Orochimaru's gentle demeanor, despite his slightly chilly tone, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, nearly moved to tears. This is the disciple I have always desired. When did Jiraiya or Tsunade ever express such concern for me? To his astonishment, the first words of care he heard from a disciple came from Orochimaru. The sight of the transformed Orochimaru brought Hiruzen a rare comfort, and he struggled to hold back tears as he smiled broadly. I am in good health. Thank you for your concern. Have you been taking care of yourself during your missions? You seem to have lost weight. The old monkey's words came out with the tone of a caring elder, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade speechless. Well, look at that. The old man can actually show concern. That has quite something to say. You've lost weight. It was astonishing to hear such words from the old monkey. For the village, enduring some hardship is nothing. I am still young. It is my duty as a disciple to share some of the responsibilities with you. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, his long eyes softening, shedding their previous icy demeanor. Is this truly Orochimaru? Mito Monin was dumbfounded. When did you ever see such a side of him? Responsibility and duty, how terrifying. The power of that individual is truly unfathomable. Koharu remembered how Yeching had merely closed his eyes for a few minutes to locate Orochimaru in the corners of the ninja world, reprogram his mind, and conveniently return him to Konoha. This power surpassed her comprehension, truly frightening. Shikaku, do you discern any issues? Minato observed Orochimaru's every move, but could find no discrepancies. This Orochimaru was entirely a devoted ninja, wholeheartedly committed to the village, exhibiting no hint of fault. None. Surprisingly harmonious, Shikaku replied, shaking his head softly, leaning closer to Minato. The method of reshaping personality and altering memories had been proposed by Shikaku himself, yet he had never anticipated such an impressive outcome. In his initial expectations, even if Orochimaru's personality and memories were altered, his physical and spiritual essence would remain unchanged, inevitably leaving traces of his former self. The remnants of the past and the new changes would necessitate a period of adjustment during which inconsistencies would surely surface. However, the current Orochimaru exhibited a flawless exterior and interior. As the two conversed in whispers, Orochimaru, engaged in conversation with Hiruzen, turned to Minato and smiled. Minato-kun, your child is soon to be born, is it not? What do you mean? Minato instinctively assumed Orochimaru harbored some sinister plot against him, particularly concerning his wife and child. Yet upon meeting Orochimaru's gentle smile, his apprehension dissipated. "Ah, yes, the due date is approaching," Minato responded, scratching his head nervously while revealing his signature sunny smile. "Is that so? How wonderful." Orochimaru nodded gently, his expression drifting into nostalgia. "Time flies. It feels like just yesterday that I supported your succession as Hokage. And now so much time has passed. Your child is about to be born." Chapter 73. You killed Danzo? A job well done. Orochimaru supporting Minato's rise as Hokage? The occupants of the Hokage office were taken aback by this revelation, stunned into silence. They hurriedly lowered their heads, careful not to let their astonished expressions be seen by Orochimaru. What on earth was happening? In the past, Orochimaru had been Minato's fiercest rival for the position of fourth Hokage. At that time, Orochimaru was at the peak of his power, commanding the entire Western Front during the Third Great Ninja War. He had countless admirers within the village, bolstered by his status as a disciple of the third Hokage. His reputation as one of the legendary Three Sannin, and his formidable strength, all of which overshadowed Minato's prominence. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the well-meaning Sarutobi Danzo, the competition for Hokage might have yielded an entirely different outcome. Yet now, in this new Orochimaru's memory, he had supported Minato's ascendance? This was utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, Minato was momentarily taken aback, nearly faltering. Thankfully, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Indeed, I was fortunate to have your support, Lord Orochimaru. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain." To his astonishment, Orochimaru shook his head, uttering words that shocked everyone further. "That is not the case. Even without my support, Minato-kun, you would have undoubtedly become Hokage. After all, there was no one in the village capable of competing with you. Your ideals and charisma had already garnered the support of the majority of the villagers. Even I could not help but cheer for you." As he spoke, Orochimaru directed a warm smile at Minato, as if he were gazing upon a junior he was immensely proud of. Cough, cough. Finally succumbed to a violent fit of coughing. Jiraiya, displaying a rare moment of wisdom, quickly approached to support him, vigorously patting his back while stifling a laugh, inquiring, "Are you all right, old man? Don't choke to death. I've told you time and again to smoke less, yet you never listen." Amidst the patting and conversation, Jiraiya managed to suppress his amusement. Meanwhile, Mito and Konohamaru, arriving too late, could only lean in closer to Sarutobi, turning their heads to conceal their laughter from Orochimaru. "You fool, are you trying to kill Teacher Sarutobi?" Orochimaru, observing Jiraiya's vigorous actions, angrily stepped forward to pull him away, admonishing, "Idiot frog, at your age, you should know better. Step aside." After that, Orochimaru gently assisted Sarutobi, cautiously asking, "Are you all right, Teacher Sarutobi? Do you feel any better?" "Yes, much better," Sarutobi replied, his eyes glistening with moisture, an unusual display of vulnerability for someone of his stature. Yet, in Orochimaru's eyes, this was merely a sign of his severe coughing. Casting an irritated glance at Jiraiya, Orochimaru continued to attend to Sarutobi, leaving Jiraiya awkwardly standing by, forced to offer an embarrassed smile. After a while, once Sarutobi had regained his composure, he felt it inappropriate to impose on Orochimaru's care any longer, thus quickly initiated a conversation. "Ah, Orochimaru, how long do you plan to rest upon your return?" "Rest? Why would I need to rest?" Orochimaru questioned, perplexed. "I intend to continue taking on missions. Staying home is simply too dull." "That won't do. Just after wishing you back, how could we possibly let you go out now? If you were to encounter any trouble, what if you reverted to your old ways?" Though the system's influence had seemingly eradicated any possibility of Orochimaru straying down a dark path again, Sarutobi and the others were unaware of this. They had never witnessed the celestial being and believed that Yi Chun had merely employed some mysterious means. They could not ascertain whether Orochimaru might repeat his past mistakes. So it was prudent for him to remain within the village, where they could keep a watchful eye on him. "Orochimaru, there are endless tasks to undertake. There is no need to push yourself so hard," Sarutobi advised. "You know, Teacher Sarutobi, I have committed grave mistakes in the past, sins that cannot simply be erased." Orochimaru's expression turned serious. "Though you ultimately protected me, I cannot simply dismiss the debts I owe to the villagers. Those innocent lives lost by my hand, I must carry forth their burdens and strive for their sake. Indeed, Orochimaru's memories remained largely intact, with only a few pivotal moments amended for a more rational narrative. Narashikaku's eyes sparkled as he instinctively began to analyze the situation. From the moment Orochimaru exited that luminous portal until now, every word and action replayed in Narashikaku's mind. Konoha, it appears Orochimaru's condition is unexpectedly favorable. His overall recollections align closely with the past, save for adjustments at key junctures, which align with his reformed, benevolent persona, guiding him toward this current path. The capabilities of that esteemed individual are truly astonishing. Upon hearing Narashikaku's remarks, Minato nodded in agreement but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having firmly articulated his stance, left Sarutobi momentarily speechless. Jiraiya quickly interjected, Orochimaru, while missions are indeed important, rest is equally crucial. A lot has transpired in the village recently. Even Danzo has perished. It would be wise for you to stay for a while to familiarize yourself with the current state of affairs. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest as he urgently inquired, What? Danzo is dead. What happened? Who did it? Minato stepped forward to provide an answer. It was I who did it. Well done. Minato, you have done remarkably well. Initially, Minato thought Orochimaru was seeking accountability for Danzo's death, considering their past collaboration. However, he was taken aback when Orochimaru expressed sheer delight and exuberantly praised him. I had long desired to eliminate that scoundrel. His misdeeds were outrageous, arrogant, and unscrupulous. For years, he has committed countless acts that have instilled fear within the village. Had it not been for teacher Sarutobi's protection, he would have met his end at my hands a decade ago. Now, Minato, you have rid the village of this malignant tumor. You truly embody the Hokage I support. Minato found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond adequately to Orochimaru's exuberance, and could only nod in resignation to the accolades. Chapter 74. An attack on Konoha? Orochimaru, absolutely disapprove. The transformed Orochimaru left everyone in the Hokage's office momentarily astounded. Jiraiya stood in a daze, his expression a mix of joy and conflict, whereas Sarutobi's eyes crinkled into a smile, clearly satisfied. Minato, under the scrutiny of Orochimaru's inquiries, recounted the events leading to Danzo's demise. Orochimaru listened intently, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. When Minato mentioned the horrifying records of human experimentation and the psychological manipulation of Roots ninjas at Danzo's base, Orochimaru's fury ignited. I knew that scoundrel Danzo would never abandon such vile pursuits. He gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. When Danzo lured me into assisting with his experiments, I sensed his treachery. Unfortunately, I fell into his trap, my hands stained with blood. Turning to Sarutobi, he scoffed. I warned you then, teacher Sarutobi, that Danzo would not simply relent. Yet you placed your trust in him. Suddenly taken aback, Sarutobi stammered, unsure of how to respond. Enough, Lord Orochimaru. That is all in the past, Minato interjected with a smile to ease the tension. Minato, you are forever so kind, yet oblivious to the wickedness of humanity, Orochimaru sighed, slowly walking to the window to gaze upon the landscape of Konoha. In my years spent outside the village, I witnessed an abundance of malevolence and transgressions. I realized that aside from significant places like the 5 great ninja villages or the capitals of the 5 great nations, order still prevailed. However, the small countries and towns have devolved into hellish realms. Ordinary people struggle in this purgatory generation after generation, with no hope of liberation. As he spoke, Orochimaru let out a long sigh, filled with dissatisfaction and bitterness regarding the state of the ninja world. I have reached out countless times to assist them, yet it has borne no fruit. No matter how powerful one individual may be, they cannot completely change the world. Just like the first Hokage, revered as the god of ninjas, who established the rules of peace, only for greed to overturn everything after his passing, plunging all back into chaos. Listening to Orochimaru's lamentations, the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. However, Orochimaru seemed undeterred, merely wishing to express his thoughts. Thus, even if I cannot alter the entire ninja world, I am willing to exert every effort to save those I can. I have established a small village in the land of rice, populated by refugees and those on the brink of starvation whom I rescued during my travels in the ninja world, granting them a chance to survive. I shall not remain here for long. There are still matters awaiting my attention. Orochimaru's words startled Mito Menyen and T. Koharu. After all the effort to bring you back, you wish to leave already? This cannot be allowed. Mito Minyan exclaimed anxiously. Why? Orochimaru turned to face Mito Minyan, his brows furrowing. What Minyan means is that there are numerous matters in the village that require your assistance. You cannot depart just yet, T.N. Koharu hurriedly clarified. What matters? With Minato and Sarutobi-sensei in the village, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade, what issues could possibly be insurmountable? Orochimaru questioned, puzzled. Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, the four strongest figures in the shinobi world, complemented by an abundance of elite jonin within the village. What could possibly be beyond resolution? T.N. Koharu stammered, her words faltering as she cast a pleading glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old monkey sighed inwardly. From their recent interaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already discerned that Orochimaru had undergone a profound transformation, and allowing him to leave would likely pose no threat. However, he could not ignore Koharu's desperate look. So he reluctantly spoke. It is thus, Orochimaru. We received intel indicating that a formidable foe plans to assault Konoha on the day of Kushina's childbirth, unleashing the Nine Tails to invade the village. To prevent this catastrophe and better protect our home, I have summoned Jiraiya and Tsunade back. Now that you have returned to the village, your assistance would be invaluable. Reluctantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen disclosed the imminent threat posed by Uchiha Obito. Such sensitive information should not have been divulged to Orochimaru, as only a select few within the Hokage's office were privy to the full details. The clan leaders were merely aware of an impending attack on Konoha. Oh, who possesses such audacity? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. In his estimation, only the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages could contend with Konoha. The other great nations, such as the Hidden Sand, had declined since the Third Shinobi World War, their strength utterly depleted. The Mist Village had recently been engulfed in turmoil due to the Blood Mist incident, leaving them incapable of engaging in war. It is my former disciple, Uchiha Obito, Minato Namikaze explained. He possesses the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and can control the Nine Tails, making him a serious threat. Given Orochimaru's status in Konoha and his capacity for intelligence gathering, he must have heard of the Mangekyou Sharingan. The Mangekyou Sharingan? Is it not said that your disciple, Uchiha Obito, perished at the Kanabi Bridge? Orochimaru pondered, recalling information about the Mangekyou Sharingan, sensing it might be quite troublesome. Yet, the Obito he remembered was merely an underwhelming ninja. How could he possess such power? Yes, at the time, we all believed him dead. However, according to reports, Uchiha Obito was rescued by a schemer who brainwashed him, instilling a deep-seated hatred for Konoha. Thus, he plans to strike when Kushina is giving birth, at a moment when the Nine-Tailed Seal is unstable. Minato Namikaze succinctly recounted the sequence of events, omitting any mention of Uchiha Madara, as his existence remained one of the village's most guarded secrets, not to be disclosed to Orochimaru at this time. Is that so? I understand now. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully and stated, very well. I shall remain in the village until we navigate through this crisis. With that, he smiled at Minato Namikaze and added, I might as well take a look at your child to see whether he has inherited your talents and character. Chapter 75, System Upgrade? Can I create my own opportunities? In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru's agreement to stay in the village brought a collective sigh of relief from everyone. This ensured the successful conclusion of the third round of questioning. Each person hurried to assimilate the information gleaned and the transformation of Orochimaru. They then dispersed, agreeing to reconvene the following day for a brief meeting. Orochimaru was also invited by Jiraiya to dine at Sarutobi Hiruzen's home, fostering camaraderie. Meanwhile, Yejin returned to his home, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. System, let us see what rewards await this time. Ding. Congratulations, host. For successfully completing the third round of questioning, you have earned double rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Random high-tier gift package draw X2. Ding. Orochimaru's perfect transformation has produced immeasurable effects, yielding a substantial amount of plot points. Congratulations, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have currently accumulated 145,627 plot points. A cascade of notifications filled Yejin's ears, causing him to feel elated. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain. Orochimaru's reformed personality and altered memories had begun to yield significant narrative changes. Within this brief period, Yejin had already garnered over 40,000 plot points. Furthermore, as news spread and Orochimaru's actions changed, Even more points would follow. Excellent. Let us commence the lottery. Yejin nodded in satisfaction, his anticipation palpable. Ding. Lottery commenced. Current prize pool, high tier. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the reward. All water release techniques. In the next moment, a deluge of knowledge flooded Yejin's mind. From the most basic water clone technique to the unique water dragon bullet technique of the second Hokage, as well as water wall and water blade techniques, everything was included. However, the sheer volume of these techniques nearly overwhelmed Yejin, almost causing a mental overload. Phew, I have finally survived. System, are you attempting to murder me? After a while, Yejin finally digested all the information and could not help but curse. Ding. According to system calculations, there will be no negative effects on the host. Please rest assured. The system's mechanical voice remained indifferent. That may be, but it was quite painful, do you understand? Yejin retorted stubbornly, but the system paid him no heed. The last time he had acquired all the wood release techniques, he had not experienced this sensation. Yet this time, the water release techniques had almost rendered him a fool. This was due to the sheer number of water release techniques, far exceeding that of wood release techniques. After all, only Hashirama Senju possessed wood release, and he alone created all the wood release techniques. Individuals like Yamato, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Madara could only utilize wood release through the implantation of Hashirama's cells. But creating new techniques was an impossibility for them. In contrast, countless shinobi in the ninja world could wield water release techniques. While the destructive power of these techniques paled in comparison to wood release, their sheer abundance was undeniable. How many techniques could Hashirama create in his lifetime? Moreover, he would not waste his time developing low-level jutsu. All his techniques were high-cost, high-impact abilities, the least of which were A rank. This reward is rather mediocre, somewhat lackluster. Yejin contemplated that even if he mastered all the water release techniques, they would ultimately be of little use. Against weaker opponents, the techniques he had previously drawn would suffice. If worse came to worst, he could simply resort to using the 8 gates technique. Yet, when facing true masters, his greatest reliance would still lie in wood release. Thus, the water release techniques fall into a gray area, bordering on the superfluous. It is known that a powerful shinobi, regardless of the number of techniques at their disposal, can ultimately rely on only a few to achieve victory. The legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen was proficient in all 5 elemental natures, akin to a compendium of ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze could conquer the world with merely the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. Between the two, who is truly stronger? Quality over quantity. Forget it. Let us proceed with the second draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a reward from the lottery. System upgrade. The voice of the system left Yi Chun momentarily stunned. What on earth is a system upgrade? Is that truly my reward? Hey. Is this reasonable? I mean, why does your upgrade encroach upon my reward? Yi Chun couldn't help but voice his skepticism. Ding. After the system upgrade, there will be an array of more formidable rewards. And the locations for answering questions will no longer be confined to the Hokage office in Konoha. The ways in which the host can acquire rewards will also increase. After the system's explanation, Yi Chun finally comprehended the situation. To put it simply, the benefits of this upgrade are entirely for Yi Chun himself. Firstly, the quantity of rewards will increase. With each question answered, the rewards will also multiply, alongside an enhanced probability of obtaining high-tier prizes. Secondly, regarding the locations for the question and answer tests. Previously, all 3 tests were conducted within the Hokage office because Yi Chun chose that location the first time he acquired the system. However, before the upgrade, the test locations could not be altered, and even if Yi Chun wished to seek out others for answering questions elsewhere, he was unable to do so. Now, following the upgrade, Yi Chun can freely change locations, whether it be to a Wagakure to find Inoki, Kumogakure to meet A Amigakure to encounter Nagato, or Kirigakure to seek out Uchiha Obito. He could even switch locations within the village itself, going to the Uchiha clan to find Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Just thinking about it exhilarates him. Lastly, after the system upgrade, the methods through which Yi Chun can earn rewards will no longer be limited to answering questions and accumulating plot points. New methods will emerge, though the specifics remain to be discovered once the system upgrade is complete. Understanding this, Yi Chun nodded in agreement. After all, the advantages are all his. Why would he disagree? Ding. System upgrade commencing. Estimated duration, 1 year. Ding. During the system upgrade, the question and answer test function will be temporarily disabled. The question space will remain accessible, and the accumulation of plot points will not pause. Please ensure your safety, host, and retreat to the system space promptly in case of danger. Ding. See you in a year. What? A year? Upon hearing that the system upgrade would take an entire year, Yi-chun was taken aback. Does this mean I cannot seek anyone for answering questions for a whole year? System. Yi-chun anxiously called out, but the system seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving him without a response. The system, which had always been by his side, suddenly felt absent, and Yi-chun found himself feeling somewhat disoriented. Plopping down on his bed, he gazed at the ceiling in a daze, lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly sprang up, exclaiming with excitement, "No! Although the system is temporarily absent, the accumulation of plot points will not cease. I can still create my own opportunities." Chapter 76. Uchiha's young master awakes on time. Uchiha Itachi, the young master of the Uchiha clan, rose promptly. After having breakfast and exchanging greetings with his parents, he prepared to leave for the ninja academy. Before departing, he stepped into his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke's small room, glancing at his brother peacefully asleep on the bed. A warm smile graced Uchiha Itachi's face. 2 months ago, their mother gave birth to Uchiha Sasuke. From that moment forth, he gained a brother. This feeling was extraordinary. Beginning from the very first glance he cast upon Uchiha Sasuke, he resolved to protect this tender life at all costs. Life is indeed the most wondrous phenomenon in this world. Watching Uchiha Sasuke grow, Uchiha Itachi felt himself maturing further. Gently caressing Sasuke's soft hair, feeling the delicate touch beneath his palm, Itachi felt as though his heart was melting. He lightly brushed his brother twice, fearing to wake the sleeping child, and reluctantly left the small room. As he walked through the Uchiha clan's territory, every clan member who spotted Uchiha Itachi greeted him. Whether they wore smiles, were more subdued, or bore grim expressions, he received their acknowledgement. Well, the Uchiha clan certainly harbored many neurotic individuals. Numerous members, accustomed to the battlefield, even struggled to muster a genuine smile. The forced expressions of those who encountered the clan leader's son, the rumored prodigy, appeared rather sinister. Yet, Uchiha Itachi was unperturbed. It is worth noting that prior to this, the atmosphere within the clan had long been tense. Each member was on edge, having little room for levity. To not be met with blades upon crossing paths was considered a stroke of luck. Now, however, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan had begun to ease, shedding its former tension. This transformation can be attributed to the fourth Hokage. Ever since the fourth took office, the higher-ups' attitude toward the Uchiha clan has shifted. Although Uchiha Itachi was still young and did not fully grasp many matters concerning the clan, he could still keenly perceive the changing winds among the higher echelons. For instance, before the fourth assumed his role, when Itachi walked through the village, he would occasionally be met with gazes filled with hatred and anger. Discovering upon closer inspection that they belonged to ordinary villagers, not even shinobi, Uchiha Itachi understood that these sentiments stemmed from the actions of the police force. Previously, the Uchiha clan, under immense pressure, had each member feeling as if they were suffering from paranoid delusions, convinced that the village was targeting and ostracizing them. This led to the police force members, in their enforcement duties, often displaying an unforgiving demeanor, being particularly extreme and arrogant, resulting in significant friction with the villagers. However, the villagers could hardly retaliate against the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and so they bore the grievances in silence. Over time, the villagers' resentment grew, and unable to take revenge against the police force members, they could only express their hatred through glares when encountering the Uchiha children. Yet, such instances had dwindled significantly. "Oh, Itachi-kun, up so early. Would you care for a freshly steamed bun?" The voice of a middle-aged woman from a nearby bun shop suddenly reached him. Turning to look, he saw a plump, cheerful lady standing beside a steaming basket, smiling as she opened it to reveal plump, steaming buns, beckoning to Itachi. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have already eaten at home," Uchiha Itachi replied politely, bowing slightly in gratitude before continuing on his way to school. This is what change looks like. The clan members have sensed the goodwill from the fourth Hokage and have tempered their actions, while the police force has recently seen fewer conflicts with the villagers. The villagers, relieved by this shift, have begun to show kindness to the Uchiha clan's children. This is a virtuous cycle. Of course, the primary reason for this transformation is the downfall of Danzo Shimura. Uchiha Itachi occasionally overhears conversations between his father, Uchiha Fugaku, and other clan members when passing by his father's study. He often hears the name Danzo Shimura mentioned in their discussions. He is a nefarious figure targeting the Uchiha clan within Konoha's upper echelons. The Uchiha clan, subjected to Danzo's intentional exclusion and oppression, had been like a bloodthirsty beast confined within a cage. Yet, the beast's nature could not be extinguished. The more it was imprisoned, the more it raged. One day, it would break free from its cage, and that would be the moment of its primal eruption. Now that Danzo is no more, Minato Namikaze has liberated the bloodthirsty beast named Uchiha, setting it loose in the wilderness. Unshackled, the beast's bloodlust has been tempered by the instinct to survive, and it now exhibits a collaborative spirit. The fourth Hokage is truly a person of profound wisdom. In his mind, Uchiha Itachi replayed the entire transformation of the Uchiha clan, marveling at the wisdom of Minato Namikaze. The previous Hokage merely sought to suppress the Uchiha, whereas Minato understood that mere oppression was insufficient. He opted for a more astute approach. What was he contemplating? The prodigious talent of the Uchiha. Just as Itachi fell into deep thought, a familiar voice suddenly broke through the silence. "It's nothing, let us go." Itachi recognized the voice of Yi-chun. Each day on the way to school, Yi-chun would wait for him at this intersection, and the two would walk together. Thus, Itachi had grown accustomed to this routine. "Are you thinking about your adorable little brother?" Yi-chun teased. "Huh, I didn't expect you to be such a devoted brother, Itachi." Unfazed by Yi-chun's playful jibe, Itachi began to walk towards the school. "Come on, don't be so cold. Do you remember the weighted gear I asked you to help me make last time?" Yi-chun hurriedly followed up with a question. This gear was something Yi-chun had specially sought Itachi's assistance for, hoping to enlist the expertise of skilled craftsmen within the Uchiha clan, rather than relying on the village's ordinary blacksmiths. "I'll have it ready for you in about a week," Itachi replied. "That's great. Thank you, Itachi," Yi-chun responded with a relieved smile. The reason Yi-chun had specifically requested Itachi's help was twofold. He wanted to conserve his funds, knowing that Itachi could likely secure a better deal from their clan. And he believed the Uchiha's blacksmiths would be far superior to those in the village. Itachi shook his head dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Yi-chun, a complex expression flitting across his face. Since 6 months prior, this companion of his had suddenly transformed, exhibiting rapid growth and strength. Previously, he had been an average student, languishing at the bottom of their class. Yet, during their last spar, Itachi had been caught off guard and sent flying by Yi-chun's punch, leaving him astonished for an entire day. Even after Itachi had taken extra precautions in subsequent practice sessions, he found himself repeatedly bested by Yi-chun. Itachi pondered, perplexed, about how this individual had suddenly become so formidable. Before long, the two arrived at school. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy was rigid and monotonous, with Nobuyuki Ueno lecturing daily about the fundamental knowledge required to be a ninja. Yi-chun found himself battling drowsiness. It wasn't he that Ueno's teaching was poor, but rather that Yi-chun had long since mastered this knowledge, rendering further listening fruitless. Prior to acquiring a system, Yi-chun had diligently studied to enhance his strength for self-preservation, channeling the fervor he had during his final examinations in his past life into mastering the fundamentals of ninjutsu. Consequently, he had consistently ranked first in theoretical classes, far ahead of his peers, notably Itachi, who placed second by over 50 points. Now that Yi-chun had completed all theoretical knowledge, he attended school merely to avoid being seen as an outlier. Resting his head on the desk, he drifted into a haze of disjointed thoughts. Ueno, noticing Yi-chun's inattentiveness, chose to ignore it. Why? Because the only time he had called on Yi-chun to answer a question, Yi-chun had been flustered and relied on Itachi to provide the answer. Subsequently, whenever Ueno called on a distracted Yi-chun, he had been able to respond correctly with just a glance. Over time, Ueno had grown accustomed to it. "I say," Itachi Yi-chun could no longer contain himself and leaned closer to Itachi, whispering, "Shall we step outside for a spar?" Yi-chun was determined not to squander time at school. Recalling that Itachi often utilized shadow clones to attend class, while his true self trained relentlessly, he wished to emulate that strategy. "You mean shadow clones?" Itachi, still adhering to convention, had learned the technique but had yet to employ it for school attendance. However, since he had invented the technique, Yi-chun's suggestion piqued his interest. "Let us go," Yi-chun exclaimed, rising with a grin and raising his hand to signal Ueno. "Teacher, I need to use the restroom." Ueno furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing mischief, but knowing he could not prevent a student from needing to relieve themselves. He nodded in acquiescence. Yi-Chin joyfully exited the classroom, with the quiet Itachi trailing behind. Ueno, taken aback, didn't he utter a word. The two made their way to a secluded training ground, one of many in Konoha, provided freely for villagers to hone their skills. Are you ready, Itachi? Don't let me knock you out again. Yi-Chin jested, recalling their first spar when Itachi had been caught off guard and knocked out by a single punch. Unfazed, Itachi drew a kunai and gestured for Yi-Chin to begin. Then let the match commence. Yi-Chin dashed forward, swiftly retrieving a handful of shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and launching them with force. The sound of slicing air echoed as the shurikens formed an iron net, ensnaring Itachi. This technique resembles the Uchiha's throwing style. Itachi, recognizing the similarity to his clan's secret techniques, was taken aback, realizing Yi-Chin had surreptitiously learned it while observing his practice. With a moment of surprise, Itachi deftly blocked the incoming shurikens with his kunai, sparks flying. Water release, water surge wave. Seizing the opportunity, Yi-Chin formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of water toward Itachi. Itachi, momentarily stunned, seemed caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of water. Did I really hit him so easily? Yi-Chin thought, resisting the urge to pursue and instead remaining vigilant for Itachi's counterattack. Indeed, a figure appeared behind him, a kunai glinting ominously as it aimed for the back of his head. Reacting swiftly, Yi-Chin raised his kunai to block the attack. Itachi had executed a substitution technique, the water wave having struck a wooden stump in his place. As Itachi aimed to breach Yi-Chin's defenses, he swept his leg in a low kick from an unseen angle. Itachi, target his center. Yi-Chin anticipated the strike, intercepting Itachi's kick with his leg, deftly maneuvering to pin Itachi's kunai downward. Seizing the moment, he swung his shuriken toward Itachi's neck. Humph. Itachi let out a cold grunt to draw Yi-Chin's attention. Yet, as Yi-Chin raised his hand, he noticed the serious expression on Itachi's face. His Sharingan activated, its tomo spinning ominously. Crap, it's an illusion. Yi-Chin's heart raced as he realized Itachi was attempting to ensnare him in a genjutsu, hurriedly channeling chakra to break free from its grasp. But it was too late. Yi-Chin sought to dispel the illusion, and as a result, his movements naturally slowed. Uchiha Itachi, sensing the success of his plan, lowered his head to evade Yi-Chin's kunai and thrust himself into Yi-Chin's embrace with a sudden force. His cold snort was deliberately intended to draw Yi-Chin's attention, feigning the activation of his Sharingan to cast an illusion, which he had no intention of doing. He created these facades merely to exploit this very opportunity. Uchiha Flowing Sword, Flame. With a reverse grip on the kunai in his right hand, Uchiha Itachi swiped upward. Fiery flames erupted from the kunai, a unique sword technique of the Uchiha clan infused with fire release damage. As the blazing flames reached Yi-Chin's chin, a look of urgency spread across Yi-Chin's face, and Itachi believed he had secured victory, preparing to ease his strength. After all, this was merely a spar. He could not truly strike Yi-Chin's face. Alas, you are far too careless. At that moment, Yi-Chin transformed into smoke, while the sound of Yi-Chin's triumphant laughter echoed from behind Itachi. With a sudden and powerful whip kick, Itachi, caught off guard, was once again sent sprawling to the ground. When did this happen? Itachi raised his head from the dirt, a bewildered expression adorning his face. He had followed Yi-Chin all this way, completely oblivious to Yi-Chin's use of shadow clones. This is my exclusive secret technique. If you acknowledge me as your elder brother, I shall teach you, Yi-Chin teased. In response to Yi-Chin's words, Itachi, expressionless, rose from the ground, pretending not to have heard. Chapter 78. Let Uchiha Obito die in his own beautiful dream. Time flew by swiftly. It had been over a month since Yi-Chin's victory over Uchiha Itachi in their spar. The aloof and proud Itachi, on the surface, appeared unfazed by his defeat. Yet he was secretly training even harder. During this time, Yi-Chin and Itachi attended school together with their clones, while their true selves trained vigorously at the training grounds, both making rapid progress. However, Yi-Chin's advancement lay in experience. He had previously been an ordinary underachiever, but with the sudden acquisition of the system, he gained immense power. Yet, he struggled to wield it effortlessly, needing to absorb and adapt gradually. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, experienced rapid improvement in strength. In the original storyline, Itachi had nearly graduated ahead of schedule, breaking the record for the youngest genin set by Kakashi Hatake. Yet now, with Yi-Chin's companionship, Itachi lacked the same eagerness to advance. In their spars, Yi-Chin always held back. Otherwise, with his shadow-level chakra and would release, coupled with the 8th gate, Yi-Chin's power was already comparable to that of Hokage. Itachi, having barely reached the upper tier of Chunin, posed no threat to Yi-Chin. On this day, after finishing a spar, Itachi sat on the ground, panting heavily and hydrating himself, while Yi-Chin leaned against a tree, admiring the scenery. As he calculated the time, he mused that Obito, that rascal, should be arriving soon. Yi-Chin gazed at the Hokage building towering in the center of Konoha and thought to himself. The original narrative did not specify the exact date of the Nine-Tails incident. However, from his deductions, Yi-Chin felt it was likely to occur within this time frame, and he awaited it eagerly. Notably, due to the first quiz test, Minato, Namikaze, and others had already been informed by Yi-Chin about Obito's impending attack on Konoha. With Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, who had been enhanced by the upgraded version of the Reaper Death Seal. What waves could Obito possibly stir against such a formidable lineup? Not to mention, with Minato's prestige, he could summon members of the Uchiha clan to assist at any moment. Could Obito, surrounded by a sea of red-eyed adversaries, truly escape? Heh, Obito, this is your hell. Yi-Chin chuckled at the thought. Imagining Obito's panic-stricken expression as he found himself encircled by 5 Kage-level powerhouses upon entering Konoha sent waves of excitement through Yi-Chin. Ultimately, Yi-Chin harbored a deep disdain for Obito. His complete lack of humanity. Driven mad by the death of his unrequited love, he sought to obliterate the world. He orchestrated the demise of his own master and mistress, manipulating conspiracies from the shadows to annihilate his own Uchiha clan. Such a wretch could still manage to redeem himself in the end? The absurdity was staggering. In his previous life, each time Yi-Chin witnessed Obito's visage, fervently proclaiming, Rin. I shall create a world with Rin. He felt a surge of nausea. Did he ever consider whether Rin would even reciprocate his feelings? Those familiar with the original tale knew that Rin favored Kakashi Hatake. How could one be so self-absorbed? It was no wonder he was so intent on initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi. He simply wished to hypnotize himself. It was evident that Obito understood full well that Rin did not harbor feelings for him. Even if Rin were alive, she would never choose to be with him. Why then did he not utilize the reanimation jutsu to resurrect Rin? Even without that, there were other means of revival. Why resort to the infinite Tsukuyomi? Obito had made it abundantly clear in his explanation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. It was merely a grand illusion, intended to ensnare the entire shinobi world in a dream, thus eradicating war and achieving everlasting peace. It was akin to being a brain in a vat. Even if Obito succeeded in executing the Moon Eye plan, he would only be plunging himself into his own fantasy. Rin would still be dead. How would this benefit her? It would not. Therefore, at its core, Obito merely sought to lull himself into a dream, akin to his awakened Manjiki Sharingan ability. He aimed to create a world of his own, retreating into it to deceive himself. Humph. A person like Obito should be eliminated without hesitation. He serves no purpose, Yi-Chin scoffed inwardly. Even if he were not to eliminate him directly, ensnaring him in an illusion, allowing him to perish within his own dream, would be the greatest mercy one could afford him. Yi-Chin contemplated this notion. Ding. Detected the host's thoughts. Issuing mission. Allow Uchiha Obito to perish within his own beautiful dream. Mission success reward. 500,000 plot points. Advanced prize pool lottery opportunities. 5 times. What the heck? The system has resurrected. Yi-Chin sat up abruptly, questioning in his mind. System, have you completed your upgrade? Ding. Not yet. The system's core is in the process of upgrading. This is a test trial program. The mechanical voice of the system explained. After this clarification, Yi-Chin understood. The system's core was upgrading in slumber, and prior to its upgrade, it had created a small program. This program could automatically accumulate Yi-Chin's plot points while testing new functional tasks that would appear after the upgrade. Now, the system had detected Yi-Chin's thoughts and issued him a mission. After grasping this, Yi-Chin gazed at the rewards in the notification bar, his heart racing. Good heavens. 500,000 plot points. 5 high-level lotteries. I am destined to become wealthy overnight. After 3 quiz tests, Yi-Chin had amassed a mere 200,000 plot points and 4 high-level lotteries. Now, The reward for a single mission exceeded the total of all 3 quiz tests combined. This system upgrade was truly marvelous. However, I have no proficiency in illusions. How am I to accomplish this? Yichen noted the mission's requirement, to let Uchiha Obito die in his own beautiful dream. It was evident that he needed to deceive Obito with an illusion before delivering the fatal blow. Or perhaps it would be more straightforward to employ a lethal illusion. Yet, Yichen remains oblivious to such notions. His current mastery of illusion techniques is limited to the art of dark movement. What to do now? Under the peculiar gaze of Uchiha Itachi, Yichen rises and begins to pace slowly around the trunk of the tree he had previously leaned against, making circle after circle. What are you doing? At last, as Yichen completes his 20th lap, Uchiha Itachi cannot contain his curiosity. I am contemplating. You may continue your practice. Yichen dismissively waves his hand at Uchiha Itachi. After a while, as Uchiha Itachi takes a break following his training, Yichen clenches his right fist and strikes it into his left palm, a serious expression gracing his face. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Chapter 79. Today, let us settle the score. Teacher Minato in the forest outside Konoha village. A tall ancient tree bears the weight of a figure clad in a black cloak, his face obscured by a swirling mask. He stands in silence, his gaze seemingly penetrating the forest, reaching toward the distant Konoha village. Beside him, a peculiar being resembling a pitcher plant emerges from the tree trunk, half of its body protruding while the other half remains ensnared within the bark. These two are none other than Uchiha Obito and Kurizetsu. Their purpose for coming to the outskirts of Konoha village is, of course, to execute the Moon Eye plan and seize the Nine-Tails Fox. Long ago, Uchiha Obito devised this scheme. According to the information obtained by Kurizetsu, the sealing of tailed beasts is at its weakest during the childbirth of female Jinchuriki. It is during this opportune moment that Uchiha Obito can effortlessly unravel the seal and release the nine tails. Under normal circumstances, the seals on Jinchuriki are quite robust, particularly when considering the lineage of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their sealing techniques, such as Kushina Uzumaki. Were it a typical situation, even had Kushina Uzumaki stood directly before Uchiha Obito, he would have been unable to break the seal on the nine tails. Have you gathered the necessary intelligence? Uchiha Obito's cold voice emanates from beneath the mask. Yes, Konoha's defensive forces have diminished, with a large contingent amassed near a certain residence. That is likely the location of the Jinchuriki's childbirth, Kurizetsu replies. It is worth noting that Kurizetsu possesses one of the most formidable reconnaissance abilities in the ninja world. He can traverse between land and trees with ease, stealthily bypassing Konoha's defenses and barriers to gather intelligence within the village. Just moments ago, he made another trip to Konoha to ascertain the specific location of Kushina Uzumaki's childbirth, facilitating Uchiha Obito's impending ambush. Ordinary ninjas pose no threat whatsoever. Uchiha Obito dismissively responds. He regards the concentration of Konoha's defensive forces around the location of Kushina's childbirth with utter indifference. After all, it would be peculiar if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were to give birth without such protection. However, for Uchiha Obito, who wields the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, no number of ordinary ninjas could ever pose a threat. His Manjiki abilities allow him to evade all harm, and coupled with Kurizetsu's stealth, no amount of defensive forces could hinder him. Where are Jiraiya and Tsunade? Uchiha Obito suddenly recalls something, his brow furrowing as he inquires. They departed Konoha last month. They may be wandering somewhere in the ninja world, Kurizetsu answers. During this recent period, he has been monitoring the area surrounding Konoha. When Jiraiya and Tsunade last returned to the village, he had expressed concern. Unlike the ordinary ninjas of Konoha, both possessed the strength of a Hokage and could pose a significant threat to Uchiha Obito's mission. Fortunately, Kurizetsu witnessed their departure last month and dispatched White Zetsu to tail them. As of now, one is peeping into a women's bathhouse while the other is gambling, entirely unconcerned with the impending childbirth of the Jinchuriki. The arrogant Konoha shall ultimately pay the price. Uchiha Obito scoffs, a hint of scorn evident in his tone. Having originated from Konoha himself, he is acutely aware of the mentality of its inhabitants. Prideful and conceited, they believe no rival exists in the ninja world. Konoha is perceived as the safest haven, impervious to invasion due to the presence of countless powerful defenders. This is the prevailing belief among Konoha's denizens. In reality, from the first to the third Great Ninja Wars, Konoha consistently emerged victorious. Furthermore, the village has never faced a successful invasion. Any foe daring to encroach upon Konoha has been repelled at its borders. This is the source of Konoha's inhabitants' pride. Regrettably, these achievements belong to Konoha's past glory. The current state of Konoha is marked by the decline of its once great ninjas. The legendary Sannin have left the village, and its core forces have suffered tremendous casualties. It is no longer the Konoha of yore. Let us go. It is time for Konoha to awaken to reality. We dwell in a world that is, indeed, a hell. Uchiha Obito's voice carries a bloodthirsty and frenzied undertone as his right eye, visible through the mask, emits a powerful gravitational force, distorting space and drawing Uchiha Obito into it. TCH, you little brat, you better execute the plan flawlessly. Once Uchiha Obito has departed, Kurizetsu suddenly sneers disdainfully before vanishing into the tree trunk. In a hidden room within Konoha village at night, Uzumaki Kushina is in the throes of childbirth, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife and several medical ninjas bustle about, assisting with the delivery. Outside the room, Namikaze Minato stands vigilantly on guard. Not far away, a shadowy figure appears. Clad in a black cloak and wearing a yellow-brown swirling mask, this man casts a chilling gaze upon Namikaze Minato. The only visible eye reveals a Sharingan with 3 tomos swirling within it. This individual is none other than Uchiha Obito, lurking in the shadows and coldly observing the events within the room. His feelings toward Minato and Kushina are complex. He harbors resentment toward Minato, who was absent during 2 pivotal moments, leading to a series of tragic events in his life. The first instance occurred during the battle at the Canopy Bridge. Minato was engaged in another mission, leaving Obito and his team, composed of Kakashi Hitaki and Rin Noara, fighting alone. When a cave collapsed, it buried him beneath the rubble. The second instance transpired when he, having returned from death, learned that Rin was under attack. Rushing to her aid, he arrived only to witness Kakashi's hand piercing through Rin's chest. Once more, Minato was absent. Though Minato's absence can be justified, and all would agree that it is not his fault, Obito's perspective is skewed. He believes that had Minato arrived even slightly earlier, he could have saved both himself and Rin. If only Minato had remained by his side, the tragedies would never have unfolded. Yet he was not there. Thus, he found himself trapped beneath the stones, and Rin succumbed to Kakashi's hand. Helpless to alter reality, Uchiha Obito can only unleash his fury upon Minato, whom he perceives as responsible, revealing the frailty and cowardice within his own heart. Today, let us meticulously calculate this matter, dear teacher Sarutobi. Chapter 80. A surprising reunion with Uchiha Obito at long last. Sarutobi Bawako cradled a newborn infant in her arms. This child, with his golden locks and a visage adorned with the 6 paths whiskers, let out a heart-wrenching wail. The joy of Minato Namikaze was palpable as he rushed into the room, exchanging smiles with Kushina Uzumaki. A maternal radiance illuminated Kushina's face, and amidst her laughter, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Suddenly, a shadow darted by. The smile on Sarutobi Bawako's face froze, and she collapsed, lifeless. The child she had held was wrenched away by the sudden appearance of Uchiha Obito. "Who are you? Release my child," Minato and Kushina exclaimed in shock. With one arm clutching the infant, Obito brandished a kunai threateningly at Minato, declaring, "Fourth Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, I shall end this child's life immediately." Minato shouted urgently, "Wait." Unbeknownst to Obito, a flicker of amusement danced in Minato's eyes as he uttered those words. Reacting instinctively, Obito tightened his grip on the child, bracing for an attack from Minato. It is well known that Minato, revered for his unparalleled speed in the ninja world, could strike unexpectedly. In an instant, Minato moved. Yet his actions took Obito completely by surprise. Instead of charging forward to seize the infant, Minato vanished in a flash of golden light. Flying Thunder God technique. "Where?" Obito exclaimed, his senses heightened as he scanned the surroundings. To his astonishment, the infant in his grasp suddenly erupted. A deafening explosion ensued as numerous explosive tags detonated, sending the entire room where Kushina had given birth soaring into the air, engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, Minato stood outside, wielding the sword of fire, vigilantly on guard. Everything within the room had been a clever ruse designed to ensnare Obito. Aside from his true self, all others, including Kushina, Sarutobi Bawako, the attending medical ninjas, and the swaddled Naruto Uzumaki, were mere shadow clones. Among them, The clone impersonating Naruto was adorned with countless explosive tags. This was all orchestrated to present Obito with a long-awaited welcome gift. Over a month prior, following the third exam, Orochimaru returned to Konoha, wary of potential threats on the night of Kushina's delivery. The participants in this ambush convened for a small meeting. Among those present were 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Mito Kurenai, Nara Shikaku, and Hitaki Kakashi. Of these individuals, only Minato and the legendary three were the actual executors of the plan, as they were among the few elite shinobi still at their peak. Hiruzen, being elderly and frail, refrained from participating directly, remaining in the rear. The others were merely there to signify their support for the impending significant event required to cooperate with the village's operations. Among them, Nara Shikaku held a particularly unique position as the mastermind of this operation. Given that Obito's objective is to attack the Jinchuriki during her delivery and unleash the Nine Tails, we shall exploit this point and set a trap, Shikaku stated calmly, standing before a large whiteboard, scribbling with a black pen. Since Obito's intentions are clear, there will be no alternative choices. Thus, our first step is to inform him where the Hokage's wife will give birth. He wrote Nine Tails on the whiteboard, encircled it, and inscribed Obito's name, connecting the two with a black line. Wait, how can we proactively divulge information to Obito? Jiraiya questioned, his dissatisfaction evident. Before he could finish, Tsunade landed a powerful punch on his head. Be quiet and listen. Beside the whiteboard, Shikaku remained unfazed, his smile widening as he explained, Lord Jiraiya, that is not my intent. When I say we must inform Obito, I mean we shall provide him with misinformation. The true location of the Hokage's wife's delivery will remain undisclosed. Rubbing his head where Tsunade struck, Jiraiya grimaced yet stubbornly inquired, so how do you plan to inform him? Are we going to post a notice that the Hokage's wife will give birth here? Lord Jiraiya, if you were to guard the Hokage's wife during her delivery, what would your first course of action be? Shikaku countered. Naturally, I would amass a formidable force, establishing layers of defense to ensure. Jiraiya began, but mid-sentence. He grasped Shikaku's intent. You mean to say we should use a significant number of troops to guard that false location, luring Obito into our trap? Shikaku nodded with satisfaction, relieved that Jiraiya finally understood. Thus, we must create a fade, leading Obito to believe that the Hokage's wife will give birth at that location, enticing him to reveal himself. He then turned and wrote 3 names on the whiteboard, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Except for the fact that Orochimaru's return to the village had not been disclosed, the whereabouts of Jiraiya and Tsunade were not concealed. Given Obito's audacity to strike Konoha, he would undoubtedly conduct reconnaissance on the village's status. Once he discovered that both Jiraiya and Tsunade were present, he would exercise greater caution, altering his strategies accordingly. Our greatest advantage is our foreknowledge of Obito's operational plans. We must not relinquish this edge easily. Therefore, I ask both of you to temporarily conceal yourselves while I arrange for Umbu ninjas to impersonate you and exit the village, creating a diversion. Shikaku's explanation was straightforward, and Jiraiya comprehended immediately, nodding earnestly. Tsunade, being equally invested in the village's affairs, consented as well. When would it be most opportune for us to appear? Orochimaru inquired with keen interest, intrigued by Shikaku's plan and appreciating his high intellect. The more unexpected the location, the better. A cunning smile flashed in Shikaku's eyes as he resumed writing on the whiteboard. Chapter 81. The Second Trap, Enticing the Guest into the Pot in Konoha Village. The violent explosion stirred up a cloud of dust and debris. Minato raised a hand to shield his eyes, intently observing the inferno that had consumed the wooden structure before him. The explosion undoubtedly caught the attention of nearby Konoha ninjas. Some unaware of the situation and not summoned for the guarding mission rushed to the scene, but they were swiftly intercepted and dispersed by the lurking Umbu. This area was now entirely surrounded by Konoha's defensive forces. 100 meters from the recently exploded house, perched atop a large tree, a Konoha Umbu lay concealed in the shade, as still as a corpse. His stealth techniques were exceptionally refined, rendering him nearly undetectable to those with less keen eyesight. Alas, fate had other plans. With a swift motion, a sharpened kunai sliced through the air, piercing the Umbu's throat in an instant. The hidden Umbu's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a word before succumbing to death. At that moment, the figure of the assailant emerged, a disheveled Uchiha Obito, materializing from a swirling vortex. Damn it! How could Konoha possibly be on guard? Moreover, just moments ago, that shadow clone disguised as a baby attempted to affix the flying thunder god seal upon me. If struck by that seal, the consequences would be dire. Uchiha Obito seethed, his expression dark and menacing, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey. Just moments ago, he had believed he would seize the opportunity and capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki effortlessly. However, to his utter astonishment, the delivery room of the Jinchuriki turned out to be a trap. Aside from the genuine Minato Namikaze, the rest were mere shadow clones. The birthing Uzumaki Kushina, the assisting Sarutobi Hiruzen, the captured Uzumaki Naruto, and several other Konoha medical ninjas. All were illusions. Before Uchiha Obito could even negotiate terms with Minato, the infant in his grasp transformed into a human bomb. How could this be? Such underhanded tactics. Furthermore, the shadow clone impersonating Naruto nearly succeeded in placing the flying thunder god seal upon him. As Minato's disciple, he was well aware of the technique's intricacies. Once marked, that seal was virtually indelible, ensuring a lifetime of vulnerability to Minato's attacks. Just imagine, regardless of distance, as long as Minato remained alive, he could strike with lethal precision at any moment when Obito let his guard down. Fortunately, he had preemptively activated Kamui and retreated to an alternate dimension. Yet, in the haste, the shadow clone laden with explosive tags detonated nearby, and the shockwave still caught him off guard, leaving Uchiha Obito in disarray. Most critically, events seemed to be spiraling towards peril. What could have gone awry? How could my plans have been divulged to Konoha? Uchiha Obito was at a loss. He had consumed the fallen Konoha Anbu with Kamui and transformed himself to mimic their appearance, lying in wait silently. You seem rather disheveled, Obito. A black carnivorous plant emerged from a nearby tree trunk, its gaze fixated on Uchiha Obito with an eerie intensity. Zetsu, how dare you criticize my intelligence-gathering methods? Obito shot back at Black Zetsu, unable to contain his irritation. Oh, what do you mean? Black Zetsu had refrained from joining Obito in the ambush against the Jinchuriki, instead monitoring the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to alert Obito should Hiruzen attempt to intervene. After all, in their view, the true threats within Konoha were these two Hokage. Hence, he had not witnessed the disastrous trap that had ensnared Obito at the hands of Minato. The fourth Hokage was aware of our approach and laid a trap in advance. That birthing Jinchuriki was a shadow clone in disguise, as was the child. That cursed creature, laden with explosive tags, nearly obliterated me. As he recounted this, Uchiha Obito's eyes burned with intensified fury, tinged with a hint of dread. Black Zetsu, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, fell silent for a moment before inquiring. So, what do you plan to do next? Retreat? There was a probing tone to Black Zetsu's question. As one whose ultimate goal was to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, he held little regard for Obito's fate. However, the execution of their plan remained paramount, and Obito's demise here would not align with his aspirations. It cannot be that simple. Zetsu, go and ascertain the true location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's delivery. I shall attempt once more. Uchiha Obito was reluctant to concede defeat. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's delivery represented a rare opportunity. Failing to capitalize on this moment would make it exceedingly difficult to find such an advantageous situation again. After all, who could predict whether Minato would desire a second child? In normal circumstances, a Jinchuriki, particularly one as skilled in sealing techniques as Uzumaki Kushina, would be nearly impossible for Obito to breach. Understood, Black Zetsu nodded, refraining from further remarks as he vanished into the tree trunk. After Black Zetsu's departure, Uchiha Obito turned his gaze towards the distant flames, his expression twisted with malice. You shall not revel in your triumph for long, Minato. Time rewound to the earlier moments within the operational chamber of the Hokage Tower. What if the trap fails to eliminate Uchiha Obito? Jiraiya raised his hand to inquire. From what you've told us, that individual possesses a mysterious space-time ninjutsu. It shouldn't be so easily dispatched, he added. Moreover, the precision required for Minato's flying thunder god seal to strike was considerable. In response to Nara Shikaku's ambush plan, Jiraiya remained somewhat unconvinced. There is no need for concern. Lord Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku reassured. The initial trap primarily aimed to lower Uchiha Obito's guard. Since he dared to assault Konoha, he must be exceedingly cautious. Hence, I did not intend to eliminate him outright with the first ambush. The key lies in the subsequent arrangements. Nara Shikaku pointed to the diagram on the whiteboard, analyzing. Having meticulously planned his attack for so long, Obito will not simply retreat after one failure. Upon realizing that the heavily guarded delivery location is a ruse, he will inevitably search for the true site, aiming to capture the Jinchuriki. Once he discovers the genuine location, his vigilance will undoubtedly wane, presenting us with the true opportunity. Nara Shikaku's words garnered nods of consensus from the assembly. It seemed logical. If the first location was false, then the second must indeed be authentic. In that case, who shall be dispatched to safeguard Kushina's true delivery location? Tsunade interjected, surveying the room. Given that Minato, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and I are all assigned tasks, the only remaining capable protector for Kushina is the old man Sarutobi. However, at his advanced age, can he still manage? As Tsunade's words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened his aged features, asserting, "Tsunade, are you questioning my abilities? Though my years are many, my vigor remains undiminished, and my strength is as formidable as ever. If you doubt me, I can demonstrate my iron fists and prove I still possess the might of my youth." "Ha!" Jiraiya interjected with a chuckle, teasing, "Don't overexert yourself. Old man, it has been years since you last engaged in combat. I doubt you could even best Kakashi now. Best to remain in a supportive role." Sarutobi Hiruzen bristled at Jiraiya's words, slamming his fist on the table in indignation. "Nonsense. Come, follow me to the training ground. I shall turn you into a pig's head." Witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's genuine ire, Minato and the others hastily intervened to placate him, spending considerable time soothing his temper. "Everyone, there is no need for concern. While the Jinchuriki in labor certainly requires protection, does a Jinchuriki in a normal state truly need safeguarding?" Nara Shikaku interjected as silence fell over the room, a playful smile gracing his lips. His words left all present in a state of bewilderment. "Shikaku, what do you mean by that? Is there another Jinchuriki within the village?" Minato queried, puzzled. "No, what I mean is, the timing of the Jinchuriki's delivery is not for us to dictate," Nara Shikaku replied, lightly tapping the whiteboard. He sketched a small house, inscribing the name Uzumaki Kushina within, then circled the house broadly, noting the words Defense Force. The timing of childbirth is inherently unpredictable. Uchiha Obito could only ascertain the date of the Jinchuriki's delivery through the mobilization of the village's defense forces and the movements of the fourth Hokage. Had we been unaware of Obito's impending attack, we would undoubtedly have assembled the defense forces on the day of the delivery to protect the Jinchuriki. Thus, this would mark the second trap. Chapter 82, The Uchiha's Manic Laughter and the Four Companions. Outside the house that erupted in flames, Minato Namikaze awaited the arrival of Uchiha Obito with great trepidation. He was acutely aware that such an explosion would scarcely be sufficient to eliminate Obito. With his peculiar spatial abilities, it was highly probable that Obito had already fled. Furthermore, he was likely scouting the actual location of the Jinchuriki's delivery. Nonetheless, Minato maintained a facade of ignorance and called out, "Kakashi." Present. Kakashi Hitaki, donned in his umbu attire and wearing a cat mask, instantly appeared before Minato. "Disperse the umbu to search the vicinity. We must capture the enemy," Minato commanded. "Understood." Kakashi replied respectfully, nodding before leading the concealed umbu away to search the surroundings. As for Minato, uncertain if Obito was lurking in the shadows, he discreetly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from sight. 100 meters away, Obito, disguised as a deceased umbu, pretended to blend in with the others as they began their search. He felt a gnawing impatience as he awaited news from Black Zetsu. The umbu of Konoha employed unique tactical signals and codes. Should they find nothing, they would swiftly initiate an internal investigation. At that point, Obito's disguise would inevitably be compromised, leaving him exposed. He could only hope that Black Zetsu would soon identify the correct location. On the other side of the village, in a modest residential home, the lights blazed as Kushina Uzumaki lay in bed, wailing in agony, her body drenched in sweat, her trembling brows betraying the pain she endured. Sarutobi Bawako and several female medical ninjas busily assisted in her delivery. Outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking a pipe, remained vigilant, his face etched with concern. It seemed this was indeed the true location of the delivery. The third Hokage stood at the door, recognizing the unmistakable cries of the Jinchuriki. Indeed, it was true. In the darkness of the nearby bushes, a head resembling a carnivorous plant emerged from the earth, stealthily observing the small house. This was none other than Black Zetsu, who had just scoured much of Konoha and finally located the site. He needed to inform Obito post-haste. Upon confirming the location, Black Zetsu hurried to find Uchiha Obito. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that within the house, there existed a partition. Kushina, her belly swollen, leaned against the headboard in boredom and said helplessly, "Biwako, how much longer must I endure? Listening to my own cries is quite unnerving." This was the true Kushina Uzumaki. The one writhing in pain on the bed was merely a shadow clone. "Isn't this splendid? Consider it a rehearsal for the experience of childbirth." Biwako smiled kindly. "Oh, I never anticipated that Obito would turn out to be such a person." Kushina had only recently learned of the details surrounding the impending attack. Due to her pregnancy, Minato had concealed these matters from her, fearing her emotional state might spiral out of control. But now, the truth could no longer be hidden. The plan required Kushina's cooperation. The revelation left Kushina in shock for the entire day. "I used to think he was a decent kid, though a bit reckless and impulsive. He seemed far from being an unfit ninja. Yet, upon reflection, he unexpectedly possessed a gentle side." She recalled the Uchiha Obito who had always sported a silly grin, struggling to understand the transformation he had undergone. Why? How could he have changed so drastically? "He intends to attack Konoha with the goal of capturing me to unleash the nine tails sealed within my body. People do change," Biwako sighed softly. "Just like Danzo, I never imagined he would become such a villain." Biwako had witnessed firsthand the capture and subsequent demise of Shimura Danzo. "But Kushina began, yet found her words faltering. She gently caressed her swollen belly and lamented, "I hope my child can grow up happily and become a good person." Finally, the villainous Uchiha Obito received news from Black Zetsu. Accompanied by Black Zetsu, Obito approached the entrance of the house where Kushina resided. Indeed, this was the true location. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen stationed at the doorway, Obito's face twisted into a sinister grin. "Hurry, Obito," urged Black Zetsu. Minato could arrive at any moment. Following the explosion, Minato had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish. Obito deduced that he had joined the search party, and if he could not be found promptly, he might soon lend support to this location. "I understand. Keep watch for me. If Minato arrives, do your utmost to impede him," Obito instructed before using the body flicker technique to vanish. Outside the house, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly exclaimed, "Who goes there?" "Humph," with a derisive snort. Obito evaded Hiruzen's attack and surged into the small house. "Kushina, I've finally found you." Gazing at the sweat-drenched, bewildered Kushina, a complex emotion flickered in Obito's eyes, soon overshadowed by overwhelming elation. "Come with me." He seized Kushina by the throat and promptly activated the Manjikyu Sharingan's Kimui. The air rippled as a vortex materialized before Kushina, a tremendous force violently tugging at her body, threatening to pull her into another dimension. "Who are you? Let her go?" Hiruzen shouted furiously, brandishing his scissors as he prepared to charge. Biwako stepped back. "Allow me." Hiruzen, surprisingly agile for his age, swiftly pursued Obito, launching himself forward with determination. "Too slow. Too slow." Obito cackled, exuding a sense of triumph. Smack! A resounding clap echoed as Kushina, struggling against Obito's grip, managed to slap his arm. Humph! Obito remained unfazed. Such feeble attempts posed no threat to him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a complex pattern subtly began to form upon his arm. Chapter 83, Uchiha Obito. In peril, Konoha possesses an exceptionally unique and efficient wartime command system, derived from the secret ninja art of the Yamanaka clan, enabling seamless communication among combat personnel. Under the command of the astute Nara Shikaku, renowned for his strategic prowess, the entire system operates with remarkable fluidity, akin to a modern military command structure. This operation similarly employed this system. Shikaku remained stationed within the Hokage building while Yamanaka Shin was at his side, utilizing secret techniques to relay information. Shikaku. Uchiha Obito has made an appearance within the dwelling guarded by the former Hokage. At the moment Obito burst into the room, Hiruzen had already communicated this information to Yamanaka Shin. Indeed, he is unlikely to relent so easily. Nara Shikaku displayed a confident demeanor and promptly issued orders. Shinichi, contact Lord Hokage and the 3 legendary Sannin. We may prepare to activate the barrier. This time, we must ensure he is captured completely. 2 months prior. Within the operational chamber of the Hokage building, Nara Shikaku meticulously elucidated every detail of the battle plan, ensuring that all present comprehended it thoroughly, save for Jiraiya. The essence of Nara Shikaku's strategy was to exploit the disparity in information, ensnaring Uchiha Obito, who remained oblivious to the fact that Konoha had fully discerned his intentions and was prepared for his machinations. The initial trap involved a false location for the Jinchuriki's delivery, bolstered by a substantial defensive presence, including the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to create an illusion that this was the site of Kushina Uzumaki's childbirth, thereby luring Obito into an ambush. Though the first trap failed, it was of little consequence. The second trap would be deployed at the actual delivery site. Upon witnessing Konoha's formidable defenses, Obito would inevitably be convinced that Kushina was indeed giving birth that very night, a moment when the seal on the Ninetales Jinchuriki was most vulnerable. After such extensive planning, he would not easily concede. Thus, the second trap would again utilize shadow clones as bait, with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally safeguarding the location. Once Obito discovered this second trap, his desperation to capture the Jinchuriki would escalate. Hesitation would lead to defeat, while decisiveness could yield success. The moment he burst into the dwelling to seize Kushina Uzumaki, with his guard lowered, would present the prime opportunity. Through a shadow clone of Kushina, the prepared seal could be inscribed upon Obito, allowing Minato to effortlessly transport him into the prepared barrier. Though this was the plan, Jiraiya appeared somewhat perplexed. Why not simply ambush him around the second house? As soon as Obito appears, we could activate the barrier to trap him. Wouldn't that suffice? He questioned. The chakra fluctuations of the three esteemed adults are so potent that Obito would sense them as he approached, easily discerning the trap, Nara Shikaku elucidated. Moreover, Obito's ability to detect the mobilization of Konoha's defensive forces demonstrated his formidable reconnaissance skills, should he uncover the positions of the three adults. The second trap would be rendered ineffective. Tsunade interjected, her irritation evident. Are you daft? Obito is an Uchiha. Are you unaware of the formidable perception afforded by his Sharingan? With our chakra levels, he would detect us long before we could ambush him. It simply slipped my mind, Jiraiya chuckled sheepishly. Well, it's not as if I didn't know that already, Tsunade retorted. Come now, Jiraiya's lack of intellect is hardly a revelation. Let us not berate him. After all, some things are immutable, Orochimaru quipped, wearing a sly smile. Hey, who are you calling dim-witted, Orochimaru? Do you want to fight? Jiraiya rose in indignation, pointing at Orochimaru like a sword. It was curious, since Orochimaru's return, Jiraiya had adopted a youthful demeanor, and their daily banter resembled their school days. Shikaku, please continue. After inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique, what shall we do next? Minato, as a disciple, refrained from criticizing his teacher in front of so many and turned to Nara Shikaku. Given our intelligence, Obito possesses an enigmatic space-time ninjutsu, likely derived from his unique Manjikyu Sharingan. This technique allows him to become intangible, evading all attacks, only revealing his true form when he strikes. Furthermore, it appears he can utilize this space-time ninjutsu to shift his position. Nara Shikaku inscribed several keywords on a whiteboard, encircling them. In terms of direct combat capability, Obito is no match for Lord Hokage. In test scenarios, the Hokage has effortlessly defeated him, even without knowledge of his powers. Now that we are aware of his abilities, our focus should not be on defeating him, but rather on preventing his escape. Nara Shikaku surveyed the group, his gaze landing on the three Sannin. This task must be undertaken by the three legendary Sannin. Obito was enraptured, having finally captured the Ninetales Jinchuriki. The immediate priority was to transfer Kushina Uzumaki to the Kamui dimension before retreating to a secure location to release the Ninetales. The gravitational pull of Kamui intensified, and Kushina's struggles grew feeble. Just as the enraged Hiruzen Sarutobi lunged forward, kunai in hand, Obito grit his teeth, willing to endure a wound to draw Kushina into his grasp. Release her, Hiruzen bellowed, his kunai aimed at Obito's chest, but the latter deflected it with his arm, embedding it into his flesh. With a sudden burst of power, the Kushina Obito held transformed into a cloud of white smoke, leaving him bewildered. It was a shadow clone. In a flash of golden light, a man with golden hair materialized behind Obito, grasping him with one hand and Hiruzen with the other. In an instant, they vanished. Chapter 84. May your soul rest in the pure land. The moment Minato Namikaze appeared, Obito sensed impending peril. Curse be this, another trap. In a brief span, he had unwittingly walked into two meticulously crafted snares, and he found himself at a loss for words. He understood that he had been marked with the Flying Thunder God technique by Kushina's shadow clone, and Minato's sudden emergence heralded a looming crisis. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, thoughts of escape consumed Obito's mind. Or rather, it was a strategic retreat. Unlike Obito's Kamui, Minato's instantaneous movement disoriented him. Kamui. Striving to maintain his clarity, Obito resolved to activate Kamui the moment he touched down. However, his actions could not outpace the Konoha forces that lay in wait. For Crimson Sun's formation, Minato, along with Obito and Hiruzen, teleported to a predetermined location. Aside from Minato, the other four quickly occupied their respective positions, simultaneously chanting the name of the technique. The Four Crimson Suns formation is known as Konoha's most formidable barrier ninjutsu. In the original narrative, it was employed during the Fourth Great Ninja War by the reincarnated Hokage. And when combined with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's techniques, it could even restrain the Ten-Tails for a short duration. Such is the power of this formidable barrier ninjutsu. Yet, power always exacts a toll. The minimum requirement for casting the Four Crimson Suns formation is 4 ninjas possessing shadow-level chakra to collaborate in its execution. Obito's use of the black rods does not count, as the Sage of Six Paths level is beyond consideration. This barrier was previously beyond Konoha's capabilities to wield. With the return of Jiraiya and Tsunade, alongside the reborn Orochimaru, Konoha could finally unveil the long-dormant barrier technique. Damn, it's the Four Crimson Suns formation. Uchiha Obito was taken aback upon hearing the shouts from the four, fully aware of the technique's formidable power from the scroll left behind by Uchiha Madara. For blazing red curtains of light ascended, obscuring the sky and trapping both Obito and Minato Namikaze within, leaving Obito to realize that escape was no longer an option. He lacked the strength to breach the barrier of the Four Crimson Suns formation, and its unique sealing effects rendered his Kamui ineffective against its walls. It seemed he would have to fight with everything he had. Obito's heart raced with anxiety, sensing the immense threat posed by Konoha's shinobi, stirring a long-forgotten feeling of helplessness. After all these years of smooth sailing, he was on the verge of reuniting with Rin. Why must they stand in my way? Why must they thwart my plans? The face hidden beneath his swirling mask contorted in rage, his features twisted as his eyes glimmered with unmasked ferocity and intent to kill. He turned to Minato, locking eyes with the man not far from him, his muscles quivering as if ready to unleash a fierce assault. It has been a long time, Obito. Minato gazed at him with a complex expression, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. What? Obito was startled, disbelief flashing in his eyes. When had he been exposed? How could Minato know his identity? Humph, what are you talking about, Fourth Hokage? For our first meeting, you may call me Uchiha Madara. Obito barely suppressed his surprise, adopting an enigmatic demeanor as he spoke in a low voice. Having masqueraded as Madara for so long, he had become somewhat adept at it. At least, in terms of voice and demeanor, he bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Shura of the shinobi world. Unless one had an intimate understanding of Madara, it would be exceedingly difficult to see through his fade. Stop pretending, Obito. Minato clenched his fists, speaking with grave seriousness. I give you one last chance, surrender now, and I will spare your life. To speak candidly, Minato was reluctant to confront his former disciple. Even in the original timeline, this disciple had brazenly attacked the village he vowed to protect with his life. During the birth of his wife, he had unleashed the Nine Tails sealed within her, leading to her demise. However, as long as the events had yet to unfold, there was still a chance for redemption. Otherwise, what was the point of foreseeing the future? Over there, though Obito did not know how Minato had discerned his true identity, upon reaching this point, with Minato asserting his knowledge, he decided to abandon the charade. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Obito erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, tearing off the swirling mask from his face, revealing a grotesque visage. Half of his face remained relatively normal, but the other half, crushed by a boulder, was disfigured beyond recognition. Only surgery could restore it. Spare my life. Your words still reek of arrogance, Minato-sensei. A manic grin spread across Obito's face, his lips curling upward. His eyes sparkled with dangerous intent as he questioned, do you believe you can easily defeat me? Or do you still see me as that Na'vi Konoha genin you could easily manipulate? How disappointing. I had expected that after becoming Hokage, Your insufferable personality would have mellowed, yet you have only grown more haughty. Obito's words left Minato momentarily stunned. He could not fathom how his image had transformed into something so distorted in Obito's eyes. Pressing his lips together, Minato suddenly lost the desire to speak. Initially, upon encountering Obito, he had hoped to save his former pupil. But seeing the latter's manic demeanor, he understood that this individual had completely morphed into someone else. The disciple he once knew had perished at Kanabi Bridge, leaving behind a deranged specter occupying Obito's body. Hey, Minato, stop wasting time talking and kill him already. Jiraiya, maintaining the Four Crimson Suns formation, was furious upon hearing Obito's words and urged loudly. Let him go to the Pure Land and repent. Someone like him has no reason to remain in this world. I understand. Minato nodded gently, drawing forth the crimson longsword from its sheath, a prize from a lottery. If that is the case, then allow me, as your teacher, to send you off one last time, Obito. May your soul find peace in the Pure Land. Chapter 85. You lost. Obito Minato Namikaze is arguably one of the most complex characters in the Naruto series. He is a born ninja, reaping countless lives on the battlefield like a harbinger of death. He is also a kind-hearted soul, radiating warmth and light to friends and family. Furthermore, he is deeply devoted, unwilling to witness his wife's solitary demise, willing to sacrifice his own life to fulfill her wishes. Minato embodies both a cold, icy demeanor and a fiery passion. Reminiscent of the protagonist in the popular anime Demon Slayer, Tanjiro Kamado. He can empathize with the suffering of demons, shedding tears for their tragic fates, yet without hesitation. He can deliver a swift blow, ending their miserable existence. Ultimately, he can even sincerely pray for the demons who once devoured countless lives, wishing for their rebirth. What does this say? It conveys the duality of a fierce warrior and a compassionate heart, embodying both wrath and mercy. In the Four Crimson Suns formation, Minato, having resolved himself, cast aside all useless emotions and entered a state of combat readiness. Here he comes. Upon sensing the dramatic shift in Minato's aura, Obito felt a chill run down his spine. In an instant, he was engulfed in confusion as Minato vanished from his sight, only to reappear with the fiery blade of the God of Fire. The sword's radiant heat surged forth, seemingly slashing down from the heavens, filling Obito's entire field of vision in a heartbeat. Kamui. Obito immediately entered a phasing state, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Upon missing his target, Minato showed no surprise, swiftly employing the body flicker technique to increase the distance between them. Useless. Before my eyes, all your techniques are futile. Having narrowly escaped death, Obito's heart raced. Yet this did not deter his bravado. This is the power of the Uchiha. This too is a form of psychological warfare, a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. In the original story, every Uchiha who appeared would often proclaim, "Before my eyes." Obito was no exception. He aimed to create an illusion of his Sharingan's inscrutability to mislead Minato's judgment and seize victory. If Minato was unaware of his true capabilities, he might just fall for the ruse. Unfortunately, Minato had done his research. As the battle commenced, Minato Namikaze showed no inclination for idle chatter with Obito Uchiha. He swiftly retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards Obito. These shuriken, crafted by Minato himself, bore his unique flying thunder god technique's mark. Whoosh. 3 shuriken flew in a formation towards Obito. Trying that trick again. I've seen it far too many times to fall for it. Obito swiftly employed the body flicker technique to evade the incoming shuriken's trajectory. He was acutely aware that Minato could utilize the marked shuriken to instantly close the distance to his enemy, so he chose to retreat rather than block. Moreover, he realized that he bore a flying thunder god mark on his arm, allowing Minato to potentially appear at his side at any moment. Would release Hell's Chaos. Obito anticipated Minato's imminent arrival beside him and clapped his hands together. Boom. The ground in front of him shattered, erupting with massive thorny trees that spiraled upward, encircling his body from all sides. Indeed, Obito's assumption was correct. Minato's shuriken had merely served to distract him, while the real threat lay in the flying thunder god mark imprinted on him. Minato teleported behind Obito, swinging the sword of Fire God, unleashing a dazzling blaze. However, the thorny trees emerged too swiftly, and Obito was quicker to act. Before the sword's radiant arc could reach him, it was obstructed by the thorny trees, which, though appearing fragile, possessed remarkable resilience. rendering even the sword's sharpness ineffective. Minato found himself unable to extract the sword of Fire God. An opportunity. Overjoyed, Obito lunged towards Minato's heart. Minato furrowed his brow, relinquishing the sword of Fire God and gathering a brilliant blue chakra sphere in his palm, directing it at Obito's head. This was a gambit to exchange injury for life. Obito aimed for Minato's heart, while Minato targeted his head, allowing the latter's attack to precede Obito's. Surely, he is unaware of the true nature of my Kamui, Obito thought, filled with unexpected joy and confidence. Just as Minato's Rasengan was about to strike Obito's head, Obito activated the phasing ability of Kamui, causing the Rasengan to pass harmlessly through him as if it struck nothing but air. In that moment, Obito's hand was mere inches from Minato's heart. Minato, be careful. Jiraiya, who had not witnessed the initial test, could not help but shout a warning despite having heard Narashikaka recount how Minato had previously defeated Obito. I've won, Obito exclaimed, reveling in his apparent victory upon hearing Jiraiya's shout. Yet, in the next moment, Minato's face revealed a triumphant expression. In a flash, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, reappearing above Obito, leaving him grasping at empty air. Flying Thunder God, second stage. The blue sphere in Minato's hand glowed brightly as a colossal Rasengan descended forcefully upon Obito's back. Boom. The ground cracked as Obito was driven deep into the earth. But Minato was not done. He immediately formed seals and shouted, 8 trigram sealing. He slapped his hand against Obito's back, revealing a black 8 trigram seal that enveloped his entire back. This was a secret sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, recorded in the sealing scrolls after arriving in Konoha. The seal's power was to restrict chakra. Damn it. Despite his exceptional physique, Obito, infused with Hashirama's cells, possessed a vitality akin to that of the Senju clan. Even though he was struck by the Rasengan, he did not sustain grievous injuries. At the moment he was slammed into the ground, he intended to use Kamui to escape into the Kamui dimension. However, Minato preemptively sealed his chakra. You have lost, Obito. Chapter 86. I never expected you to be such an Orochimaru. The hour was late, and the lights in Konoha village were dim. The stars illuminated the earth, and the moon hung askew in the sky. I have failed. The moment the 8 trigram seal was inscribed upon him, Obito recognized his defeat. Not merely in this assault on Konoha, but in the entire Moon Eye plan. Perhaps, most importantly, his desire to eternally be with Rin was now unattainable. Rin, I am sorry. I may not be able to fulfill our promise. Obito collapsed helplessly to the ground, gazing forlornly at the starry sky, murmuring to himself about a promise that never truly existed. Though it was merely Obito's unilateral sentiment, he indeed regarded it as a vow between himself and Rin Noera. Obito, as your former mentor, I can grant you one last chance. Minato stood before the despondent Obito, his expression a mix of complexity and concern. Speak all that you know, all the intelligence you possess. I can take charge and have your chakra sealed, allowing you to live as an ordinary person in Konoha. At present, although Obito had made a dangerous move against Konoha, he had yet to inflict any damage before Minato subdued him. Thus, in this light, Minato was willing to extend an opportunity to Obito, provided he divulged everything regarding the Moon Eye, Kaguya, and Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Obito turned to Minato, his expression blank, before erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha! It seems I have encountered the most ludicrous situation in the world. He could not restrain himself, clutching his forehead with one hand while pointing at Minato with the other, laughing uncontrollably. Hypocrisy. Sanctimoniousness. It disgusts me. Minato, what good does your current act do? What does sparing my life accomplish? I will only harbor a deeper hatred for you, a greater desire to destroy this hypocritical Konoha. Obito shouted through gritted teeth, tears streaming from his eyes as he continued. It's you. It's all of you who caused Rin's death. When Rin is gone, this world has lost its meaning. I, who cannot save Rin, have lost all value in existence. Kill me. Just kill me. Listening to Obito's words, Minato could not help but frown, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from responding. Foolish child, what nonsense are you spouting? Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, unable to contain himself. That girl, Rin Noera, I remember her well. She perished due to a conspiracy in the Land of Water. What connection does that have with Konoha? While Minato remained silent, Hiruzen felt compelled to counter Obito's claims. When Rin died, Hiruzen had not yet retired. He was still the third Hokage. He had received all the intelligence regarding that incident, so he was well aware of the details. You speak nonsense. Obito, like a provoked beast, leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Hiruzen. If it weren't for your mission, Rin would never have died. If he had only been there at that time, Rin would still be alive. Rin was killed by Kakashi Hatake. I saw it with my own eyes. Here, he referred to Minato. At that moment, Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu devised a sinister plot, leaving a curse mark on the heart of Lin Noera. Subsequently, they manipulated the people of the Hidden Mist to release the Three Tails, but at a critical juncture. Kakashi Hatake arrived and pierced through Obito's chest with a Chidori, resulting in his demise. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze was ensnared in another battlefield, unable to arrive in time. Witnessing all of this, Uchiha Obito harbored deep resentment towards Minato. Carrying out missions is fundamental to a ninja's existence. Over the years, countless ninjas have perished during missions, at least 50,000. Does this justify your assault on Konoha and the heinous acts you committed? In the face of Obito's frenzied accusations, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained impassive. Perhaps to the old monkey, the death of ninjas during missions was a commonplace occurrence, devoid of significance. He had no desire to argue with Obito and turned to Minato, urging him, "End his life, Minato. Bringing his corpse back is equally viable. Shinichi's abilities are reliable." Within Konoha's intelligence department, there exists a method to extract information from the minds of deceased ninjas, a secret technique passed down through the Yamashiro clan, specifically designed for this purpose. How could the lofty Hokage comprehend the suffering of those at the bottom? Ultimately, we are merely tools for your regime. Observing Hiruzen's condescending demeanor, Uchiha Obito suddenly let out a cold laugh and said, "To the esteemed Hokage, ordinary ninjas are merely tools, cannon fodder for missions, and their deaths are inconsequential. But I am different." Obito pointed at his own chest, his voice fervent. "To me, missions are worthless. Lin's life is far more precious than any trivial task. Not just missions, but Lin's existence surpasses all of you, everyone in Konoha, and even the entirety of the ninja world combined. For Lin, I would sacrifice everything, even if it meant annihilating this world." Obito grew increasingly agitated, knowing he had no chance of survival this time. Even if there were a chance, he would not surrender to Minato. Clinging to his resolve of certain death, he yearned to express everything in his heart. "Lin." Obito suddenly broke down, cradling his head in his hands, tears streaming down his face as he sank to his knees. Foolish." At that moment, a cold voice echoed, a voice belonging to Orochimaru. Maintaining the four red yang formation, Orochimaru looked at Obito with a deep smirk and disdain, saying, "Even after learning and growing beside a great ninja like Minato, did you not grasp even a fragment? A mud that cannot support itself will inevitably fall, no matter how hard it clings to the wall. The value of life lies in cherishing the memories of the deceased and striving to change this world. If you despise the ruling elite, bring them down. If you pity the ordinary, use your strength to protect them. This is the essence of existence." Chapter 87. The Infinite Tsukuyomi World. Good heavens. This is utterly absurd. Ever since witnessing Yi Chun reshape Orochimaru's persona and alter his memories, combined with over a month of interaction, the group still could not fathom that such noble words could emanate from Orochimaru's lips. Gazing at Orochimaru's impassive face, they seemed to see a beacon of hope. Even those who had acclimated to Konoha were taken aback, let alone Uchiha Obito, previously engulfed in sorrow and anguish. Obito stared at Orochimaru, his expression twisted in disbelief. Is this truly Orochimaru? Could it be that a Konoha ninja is impersonating him? Despite his limited understanding of Orochimaru, Obito recognized that Orochimaru was not the person he appeared to be. Not to mention the rumors he had heard in Konoha about Orochimaru's long-term espionage in pursuit of information after becoming Uchiha Madara's successor. All of this clearly indicated to Obito that Orochimaru was inherently malevolent. How could he now brazenly utter such words? "Who are you?" Obito glared at Orochimaru for a long moment before finally managing to utter this question. He was at a loss for words. "Come on, I'm performing a tragic monologue, and you suddenly throw me a plot twist. Forget it, just kill him, Minato." Orochimaru sighed, his interest waning. He could tell from Obito's reaction that he was merely a selfish individual, capable of harming anyone without remorse for his own feelings. Such a person, Orochimaru believed, was not worth further discussion. "Indeed, let us conclude this swiftly, Minato. My chakra is depleting." Jiraiya similarly regarded Obito with disdain, urging him on. In reality, maintaining the 4 red yang formation did not consume excessive chakra. He was merely seeking an excuse. Wait, Minato-sensei. At that moment, a shadow leaped down from the treetops. Wearing an umbu mask with a tuft of silver hair peeking out, it was Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, why are you here? Did I not instruct you to stay back? Minato asked, frowning upon seeing Kakashi. During the planning phase, Minato had specifically instructed Kakashi that his mission was to ensure the village's safety, not to confront Obito directly. Given Kakashi's complex emotions toward Obito, Minato did not want them to meet, fearing unforeseen consequences. Minato-sensei, Kakashi hesitated, unsure of how to explain. As Minato's confidant and the future leader of the Umbu, he was well aware of the operation's details. Thus, upon noticing the village's tranquility, he realized that Obito had indeed fallen into Konoha's trap, as predicted by Narashikaku. It was purely due to his lingering thoughts of Obito that he had sought him out. Call him Hokage, Minato said sternly. At this, Kakashi's expression darkened. He understood this to be a sign of his teacher's anger. Typically, Minato never demanded Kakashi refer to him as Hokage, always preferring the term teacher. Kakashi, return at once. We are sufficient here. Hiruzen also addressed Kakashi. Ha ha ha, what a touching teacher-student bond. Obito suddenly interjected with a cold laugh, glaring at Kakashi, particularly at his exposed Sharingan. Had I known, I would have killed you first to reclaim my eyes. With a complete Sharingan, victory would have been mine today. The power of a single Sharingan pales in comparison to that of a pair. The disparity is not merely that of 1 to 2. From the original narrative, it is evident that once Obito regained his eyes, the potency of his Manjiki evolved significantly. Meanwhile, the malevolence and intent to kill in Obito's voice struck Kakashi like a thunderbolt. He stared blankly at Obito, seemingly unable to believe the words that had just escaped his lips. TCH, what are you staring at, you murderer? You killed Lin. I wish I could end your life and offer your head as a tribute to Lin. Obito's gaze met Kakashi's complex expression, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of vulnerability. He himself could not articulate the nature of the emotion that compelled him to feign cruelty at that moment. Uchiha Obito, I paused, lifting my hand as if to utter something. Enough, just go away. The sight of you conjures memories of the moment you took Rin's life. Get lost. Uchiha Obito shouted, his voice a blend of bravado and fear. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Killing Rin is the most painful thing I have ever endured. Kakashi Hatake lamented, having personally taken the life of a comrade, a scar he preferred not to revisit. But that does not justify your mistakes. Attacking Konoha, assaulting Lady Tsunade. If Rin knew, she would be heartbroken. She would never want this from you, Obito. Kakashi asserted resolutely. Even as a dear friend, wrongdoings cannot be overlooked. I believe that if Noara Rin were still alive, witnessing this scene would bring her anguish and sorrow. You speak nonsense. You know nothing. At the mention of Rin, Obito was provoked, exclaiming, this is the only way to reunite with Rin. Only through this can a true, peaceful world be established. Once the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, everyone will live happily together for eternity, whether it be Rin, or you, or even Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei. It does not matter if they are gone. They will all be revived in the infinite Tsukuyomi. That will be the true happiness and freedom. The revelation from Uchiha Obito left everyone astounded. The weight of the information was staggering. A vague understanding formed in their minds, yet the truth required further substantiation. Hey kid, what exactly is this infinite Tsukuyomi you speak of? Jiraiya could not contain his curiosity, especially regarding Obito's claim of revival in the infinite Tsukuyomi world. Do you think I would divulge that? Obito, realizing he had misspoken, refused to elaborate further. Chapter 88, Kuratsuchi, Minato Namikaze in danger. Speaking of the infinite Tsukuyomi, this so-called ninjutsu that promises ultimate peace is, in essence, a deception. The infinite Tsukuyomi was conceived in ancient times. The extraterrestrial beings Kagaya Otsutsuki and Ishiki Otsutsuki were dispatched to the shinobi world to plant the divine tree. During this period, Kagaya betrayed and eliminated Ishiki, falling in love with the ruler of the land of ancestors, giving birth to twin sons, the later six-path sage, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and his brother, Hamura Otsutsuki. However, in love, Kagaya faced betrayal. To protect her unborn children, she consumed the fruit of the divine tree, acquiring the power of the Kekkei Genkai. Subsequently, in retaliation against humanity, Kagaya unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi, transforming all humans into white Zetsu using the bodies of celestial bodies as conduits. This is the true nature of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet, Uchiha Madara, whether due to cognitive decline or some other affliction, chose to pursue his own path of peace, believing the distorted information manipulated by Kuratsuchi, adopting the activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi as his conviction. Poor Madara, in his youth, was deceived by his dear friend Hashirama, taking on the burden of unifying the shinobi world, ultimately reaping no benefits and losing the trust of all. He was forsaken by the Uchiha clan upon his departure from Konoha in anger, and he and his friend became adversaries, leading to his forced fake death. In his twilight years, he was further misled by Kuratsuchi, left bewildered. The information Obito received regarding the infinite Tsukuyomi was also a fabrication by Kuratsuchi. Even at the brink of death, he remained oblivious to the fact that the infinite Tsukuyomi, which he had tirelessly pursued and cherished as his lifelong hope, was merely a trap set by Kuratsuchi to resurrect his mother. At this moment, Uchiha Obito clearly had no intention of revealing this information to the villagers of Konoha, fearing they would thwart the Eye of the Moon plan upon discovering it. Despite the villagers pressing him for answers, Obito stubbornly remained silent, appearing wholly uncooperative. In that case, let us eliminate him. Bring his head back for interrogation to uncover the truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, his frustration evident, issuing a final ultimatum. Wait, Hokage-sama. Is it not better to bring Obito back alive? We might extract intelligence more easily, Kakashi interjected urgently. Kakashi, I understand your thoughts, but I urge you to adhere to the principles of a Konoha ninja. Obito is a criminal, guilty of attempting to assault the Jinchuriki of Konoha and is beyond redemption. Moreover, he possesses peculiar space-time ninjutsu. If he were to escape, who would take responsibility? More importantly, he is not alone. His accomplices are lurking in the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished Kakashi. His words held truth. Nearby, the four red sun formation encasing Obito's location had Kuratsuchi half emerging from the ground, quietly observing the situation. This was troublesome. Konoha had clearly prepared for an ambush. If Obito were captured, the Eye of the Moon plan would be jeopardized. Kuratsuchi felt a surge of anxiety. Unable to comprehend why their meticulously prepared assault plan had been known to Konoha, which had laid a trap for Obito to fall into. Now that Obito was apprehended, he would undoubtedly face execution or, at best, life imprisonment, especially since Konoha would undoubtedly seek to extract information from him. At that moment, the Eye of the Moon plan and his very existence would be exposed to Konoha. Such a scenario would be catastrophic. Although Konoha's forces could not possibly eliminate Kuratsuchi, they could obstruct the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki, an outcome Kuratsuchi could not tolerate. He resolved to retrieve Obito, or at the very least, eliminate him, taking his head. A glint of malice flickered in Kuratsuchi's eyes before he stealthily vanished into the ground. Within the four red sun formation, the others remained oblivious to the impending danger. They were aware of Kuratsuchi's existence from the intelligence obtained during their assessments. However, in that intelligence, Kuratsuchi was concealed, while only white Zetsu appeared. Do not waste time. Let us proceed, Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed Namikaze Minato. No, sensei, Kakashi protested. Enough noise. If we are to act, let us do so swiftly. Obito impatiently called out. Minato's expression was complex. He sighed, wielding the sword of Kusanagi, positioning its tip against Obito's neck. The scorching blade heated Obito's skin, yet he remained silent, awaiting his fate. Rest in peace, Obito, Minato declared, exerting force to plunge the sword downwards. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. A large hole appeared in the towering crimson barrier of the four red sun formation, and a shadow surged through the opening. Jiraiya, with keen eyes, immediately alerted the others. What? Minato was taken aback as his sword of Kusanagi was deflected by a long black rod, the force nearly causing him to lose grip. Go. The newcomer, Kuratsuchi, had used a rod crafted from the material of the truth-seeking ball to breach the four red sun formation. After entering the formation, he intercepted the sword of Kusanagi, saving Obito, and swiftly seized him, darting towards the opening like a bolt of lightning. You will not succeed that easily. Wolfing Watergate could not simply allow the two to escape. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and Bluffing Watergate appeared beside them, his sword of Fire God radiating an intense heat as he swung down fiercely. I've been waiting for this. A flicker of fierce light flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. He understood that the Flying Thunder God technique imprinted on Uchiha Obito would remain with him for life, unable to be erased. This meant that as long as Bluffing Watergate lived, he posed a constant threat to Obito. Thus, Black Zetsu prepared to seize this opportunity to eliminate Bluffing Watergate. Only by removing Watergate could he ensure that his plans to resurrect his mother would not be hindered. As a contingency for the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu possessed immense power. In the original series, he defeated Uchiha Madara in a single strike, demonstrating his formidable lethality. It is worth noting that even Might Guy, when opening the 8 gates, could only fracture Madara's bones with his strongest kick, taking advantage of Watergate's moment of vulnerability while he swung his sword. Black Zetsu forcefully hurled Obito through a large hole, then swiftly turned to stab Watergate in the chest with his black rod. Moving at a speed surpassing Watergate's by 2 levels, the black rod surged forth, almost instantaneously reaching Watergate's chest. Despite Black Zetsu's superior speed allowing him to strike first, he clearly underestimated Bluffing Watergate. In the original narrative, Watergate boasted a record of annihilating 50 elite ninjas, all thanks to his nearly unparalleled Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, Black Zetsu's astonishment transformed into disbelief as Watergate suddenly vanished before him, the black rod striking only empty air. In the next moment, Watergate appeared beside the Uchiha Obito he had just been thrown towards. At this juncture, the 4 powerful figures of Konoha, maintaining the 4 Red Suns formation, finally reacted and decisively dismantled the formation, rushing to confront Black Zetsu, who had attempted to assassinate Watergate. "Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your end." Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed in fury. "I will not allow you to succeed." Jiraiya, filled with dread, had just witnessed Watergate nearly pierced by the black rod, igniting a boundless rage against Black Zetsu. Tsunade and Orochimaru remained silent, but were clearly exerting their full strength, intent on crushing Black Zetsu to dust. The 4 of them approached from different directions, surrounding Black Zetsu and cutting off all avenues of escape. Yet Black Zetsu merely wore an enigmatic smile, disdainfully scoffing at their shouts. Instead, he sank into the ground, seamlessly merging with the earth beneath him. Earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. Seeing this, Jiraiya immediately unleashed a jutsu, transforming the ground Black Zetsu had occupied into a vast swamp, hoping to restrict his movements. However, it proved ineffective. Once Black Zetsu submerged, he thrived in the depths and vanished without a trace. Go assist Watergate. The 4 seasoned warriors quickly redirected their efforts towards the location of Bluffing Watergate and Uchiha Obito. Do not struggle, Obito. Watergate teleported to Obito's side with the Flying Thunder God, his expression grave as he spoke. "Return your soul to the Pure Land." With his right hand, he wielded the blazing sword of Fire God, infused with tremendous power, and with his left hand, he gathered a massive orb of chakra, preparing his signature jutsu, the Rasengan. Flame Sky Inferno, Wind and Thunder Dance of Radiant Light. The right hand wielded the sword of Fire God, while the left hand unleashed the Rasengan. Both lethal techniques aimed directly at Uchiha Obito. Damn you! In an instant, Watergate's assault struck Obito. To everyone's shock, Obito's body suddenly became ethereal, causing Watergate's attack to futilely pass through him without inflicting any harm. "Come and see my world, Watergate." Obito twisted his head, his expression contorted with boundless hatred. The crimson pattern of his Sharingan spun wildly, seemingly channeling immense energy to create a vortex of force, threatening to draw Watergate into its depths. Earlier, when Black Zetsu had rescued Obito, he had stealthily undone the 8 trigram seal, allowing Obito to summon chakra once again and utilize his Sharingan abilities. He had bided his time, waiting for the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack on Watergate. As Watergate and Obito briefly crossed paths, he found himself mere inches from the ground. Struggling against Obito's gravitational pull, Watergate planted his left foot firmly on the ground and kicked back with his right foot, resembling a horse rearing. Although it appeared ungraceful, in that moment of desperation, Watergate's maneuver proved effective. Obito, unable to immediately revert to his ethereal state while maintaining the gravitational force, was struck in the chest by Watergate's kick, nearly fracturing his ribs. With a resounding thud, Obito, astonished, was sent flying through the air, unable to suppress the blood that spilled from his mouth. Suddenly, as if 1,000 birds had taken flight, a flash of lightning streaked across the scene. Obito's descent was abruptly halted, as a hand, crackling with electricity, emerged from his abdomen. "Obito, you shall pay for this." The voice filled with boundless fury belonged unmistakably to Hitachi Kakashi. Kakashi had been positioned just outside the four red suns formation, and when the unexpected chaos unfolded, he was in close proximity. However, at that moment, Kakashi's power was evidently lacking compared to the others present, especially in contrast to Watergate's extraordinary speed with the Flying Thunder God. After Watergate's encounters with Black Zetsu and Obito, Kakashi utilized his Chidori, striking upward as Obito descended, delivering a devastating blow. Furthermore, having witnessed the battle unfold, Kakashi had seen Obito attempt to assassinate Watergate, aiming to kill his respected mentor. Though he had felt anger from afar, it paled in comparison to the rage ignited within him upon witnessing Obito's actions firsthand. "Obito, how dare you lay a hand on my teacher, Watergate?" Kakashi withdrew his hand, extinguishing the Chidori, and slammed Obito to the ground. "Now, I cannot forgive you," he seethed. "You brought this upon yourself." Kakashi's eyes burned with fury. Moments earlier, he had pleaded for Obito's sake, but now, the line had been crossed, and he found himself wishing to end the life of his former friend, driven by the betrayal that now defined their relationship. Since the tragic demise of his father, Kajiki Sakomo, Kakashi Hitachi has wandered aimlessly for years. It was only upon joining Minato Namikaze's team that he once again felt the warmth of companionship. In Kakashi's heart, Minato held a position akin to that of a father. "Then come and kill me. I offer you the opportunity. Otherwise, return my eyes." Uchiha Obito's gaping wound bled profusely, his face smeared with crimson, rendering him a ghastly apparition. He bellowed in rage, his Sharingan spinning anew, unleashing Kimui, an overwhelming force enveloping Kakashi Hitachi. Chapter 90. The Obito of the past is no more. In stark contrast to Minato, Kakashi's strength fell short, rendering him less capable of resisting Kimui. In an instant, he was drawn into its pull. "Kakashi!" Minato rushed forward, arm outstretched to grasp Kakashi, but grasped only air. Both Uchiha Obito and Kakashi Hitachi vanished without a trace. Minato's expression darkened. He had not permitted Kakashi's involvement in the plan due to concerns over his inadequate strength and a desire to shield him from recklessness. The Flying Thunder God mark had become undetectable. Minato closed his eyes, attempting to sense the mark he had placed on Obito, but it was utterly absent, as if it had vanished from this world. Was that ocular technique capable of transporting the caster and the target to another realm? Or did it possess a formidable barrier? Otherwise, it would be impossible for his Flying Thunder God technique to lose its mark. Furrowing his brow, Minato contemplated. The marks he inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique could be sensed across the entire ninja world. The current disappearance indicated that Obito and Kakashi were no longer in the ninja realm, or had entered a space with formidable shielding capabilities. "Minato, what has transpired?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade arrived, their faces etched with concern. "He escaped with Kakashi," Minato lamented. Yet as Hokage, he promptly reacted. "What about Black Zetsu?" "He too has slipped away," Jiraiya replied, a hint of shame in his voice. It was indeed unacceptable for the four elite forces of Konoha to be so easily outmaneuvered by a single individual. Had they comprehended that Black Zetsu was the son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had endured for millennia, their spirits might have been somewhat eased. If both these figures had fled, taking with them a future leader of Konoha Zumbu, the village would suffer a significant loss, having sacrificed both personnel and resources. With this thought, Minato furrowed his brow, mentally calling out, "Hachi, relay my message to Kakashi." "Yes, Lord Hokage, at your command," came the reply from Yamashiro Aoi. "Swiftly command all active ninjas of Konoha to guard every exit. Should unfamiliar individuals appear, detain them immediately. If they resist, execute them on the spot." "Understood." "Instruct the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to initiate a thorough search along Konoha's barrier. Report any suspicious targets immediately." "Yes." "Enact a level 1 alert. All villagers are prohibited from leaving. Ninjas must remain on standby." "Understood." As Minato issued his commands, Konoha sprang into action like a well-oiled machine. "Former Hokage, Sensei, Jiraiya, Tsunade, let us also move," he instructed. "Each of you take one of my Flying Thunder God kunai and proceed to the 4 cardinal points of the village. Should any situation arise, call for me, and I will arrive post-haste." Minato retrieved 4 specially crafted kunai from his equipment pouch, distributing one to each. "Be careful, Hiruzen cautioned, while the others nodded in agreement. In an instant, the four vanished, leaving Minato behind, uncertain of where Obito's ocular technique would lead Kakashi. He chose to wait at their original location, knowing that with his flying Thunder God technique, he could swiftly arrive wherever the ninjas might detect Obito and Black Zetsu. Kakashi, Obito, Minato sighed, a sense of melancholy washing over him. As his commands resonated, countless ninjas of Konoha mobilized, while the Uchiha and Hyuga clans dutifully obeyed the Hokage's orders, dispatching their members to search around the village's barrier. Within the realm of Kimui, the air shimmered, and then two figures emerged, Obito and Kakashi. "Where's this place? What do you intend to do, Obito?" Kakashi demanded, breaking free from Obito's grasp and distancing himself. "I have told you, I want my eyes back." Though Obito was bloodied, the flow had slowed, thanks to the cellular integration with Hashirama Senju's cells, greatly enhancing his vitality and healing capabilities. Even the grievous wound in his abdomen was visibly mending. However, the effects of blood loss were undeniable. Obito's face had turned pale, and his movements sluggish. Yet, this did not deter his fierce gaze fixed upon Kakashi. "That Sharingan was a gift from me to you, for I wished for you to protect Rin with it. Yet you took her life." Obito's expression twisted in agony, each word dripping with resentment. "If that eye serves no purpose in your hands, then return it to me. Rin is mine to save and protect." Kakashi's countenance darkened at the mention of painful memories, but he steeled himself to respond. "Your methods are not the means to save Rin. She would never condone your harming others or the village to resurrect her. Repent, Obito. If Rin knew you were harming our sensei and Lady Tsunade for her sake, would she accept it? Would she willingly return to life under such circumstances? Absolutely not. Rin would never accept such a thing." At that moment, Kakashi believed Obito sought to resurrect Rin Noara, unaware that the infinite Tsukuyomi was merely a jutsu to fulfill personal dreams. Had he realized that Obito's actions were solely to live within a dream where Rin existed and loved him, he would likely deem Obito utterly deranged. "Enough with the empty words. You cannot comprehend what I must do." Obito interjected, his voice a thunderous roar. "I will say this one last time. Return it to me." Kakashi hesitated, a flicker of confusion and complexity crossing his face before re-solidifying into determination. "That I was a precious gift from my dear friend, Uchiha Obito. You have no right to take it back, for you are no longer the Obito I once knew. The one before me is merely a demon ensnared in hell." Chapter 91. The battle within Kimui's realm. In the realm of Kimui, former comrades and friends stood face to face in confrontation. "TCH, if you refuse to relinquish the eye, then I shall take it by force." Obito sneered, malice gleaming in his eyes. In response to Obito's declaration, Kakashi felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow wash over him. Why? What could have driven Obito down such a dark path? In the end, the two were compelled to confront each other in battle. Hatake Kakashi felt a surge of anger swelling within him, a profound dissatisfaction and resistance against the current state of affairs. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he was met with the menacing glare of Uchiha Obito. Ultimately, his anger transformed into a sense of helplessness, leaving him uncertain of where to direct his pent-up fury. Drawing a deep breath, Kakashi assumed a defensive stance, forcing himself into a state of combat readiness. "If you remain obstinate, Obito, the final act I can perform for you is to send you to the Pure Land." On the other side, a flicker of complex emotion crossed Obito's eyes, but he maintained a facade of disdainful laughter. "You dare to utter such grandiose words? Kakashi, allow me to measure your worth." In an instant, both figures leaped forward, charging at one another. The sound of kunai clashing rang out incessantly as Kakashi and Obito engaged fiercely, sparks flying from their weapons. In terms of sheer power, Obito, with his Sharingan and the cells of Senju Hashirama coursing through him, had the upper hand. However, Kakashi had previously inflicted a grievous wound on Obito, forcing him to expend a portion of his chakra to mend his injury. Severely injured, Obito found his physical techniques hampered, as any abrupt movements would aggravate his wound. For a time, the battle remained evenly matched. Kakashi's techniques were bold and forceful, his motions swift and agile as he attacked Obito from various angles, seeking an opening. In contrast, Obito, unlike his earlier brashness, adopted a cautious and conservative approach to his defense. Yet, Kakashi's eagerness to succeed led him to overlook his vulnerabilities, unwittingly providing Obito with an opportunity. Seizing a moment of weakness, Obito delivered a powerful kick to Kakashi's chest, sending him sprawling. He quickly formed hand seals. His chest swelling, fire release, great fireball technique. The signature fire technique of the Uchiha clan erupted from Obito's mouth. A massive fireball hurtling toward the airborne Kakashi with searing heat. The great fireball charged forward with an overwhelming force, uprooting the ground beneath it. Realizing the danger, Kakashi swiftly steadied himself and formed hand seals to counter. Earth release. Earth wall. As his hands struck the ground, a colossal earthen wall surged upward, barely intercepting the great fireball. However, the wall crumbled under the assault, flames and smoke obscuring Kakashi's vision, momentarily concealing Obito's position. This is bad. Kakashi's vigilance heightened as he heard a sharp sound slicing through the smoke. Swish! A kunai shot through the haze, hurtling toward Kakashi. He quickly sidestepped to evade. But the ground beneath him cracked open, and a hand emerged. Earth release. Inner decapitation technique. It was Obito, who seized Kakashi's ankle, channeling chakra into it, and injecting it with the spores of wood release. All of this transpired in a heartbeat. Obito flashed a malevolent grin at Kakashi, and without hesitation formed hand seals, shouting, "Wood release, cutting technique." Kakashi's trapped ankle suddenly sprouted a multitude of sharp wooden spikes, threatening to pierce his body. Boom! Kakashi's form dissipated into a cloud of white smoke and shadow clone. Not only had Kakashi's vision been obscured, but Obito had also lost sight of him, failing to notice the use of the shadow clone technique. Earth release, hell swamp. From the smoke, Kakashi's true form emerged, slamming his hands onto the ground, sending a wave of chakra that transformed the earth beneath Obito into a sticky mire. "You have lost, Obito," Kakashi declared as he saw Obito ensnared in the swamp. "Too naive," Obito retorted, a smirk creeping onto his face. Yet, from behind Kakashi came another shout from Obito, accompanied by the sound of a projectile slicing through the air. "What? Another shadow clone?" Kakashi gasped, swiftly turning to defend himself, only to see a kunai aimed directly at his forehead, with Obito closely following, wielding another kunai aimed at his own heart. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi made a split-second decision, twisting to avoid the most lethal kunai, extending his hands to grasp the one coming from Obito. Thud! The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed as Obito's kunai pierced Kakashi's palm, blood gushing forth. Elated, Obito attempted to withdraw the kunai for another strike, only to find it firmly grasped by Kakashi. Bang! At the cost of his pierced hand, Kakashi seized Obito, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The force of the blow sent Obito reeling, momentarily dazed. Kakashi pressed his advantage, relentlessly pummeling Obito's head, blood splattering in the air. "Get lost!" Obito roared, twisting violently with the kunai still in his grip. Kakashi's already injured hand bore the brunt of the sudden movement, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain, momentarily halting his actions. Seizing the opportunity, Obito delivered a swift kick to Kakashi's chin, propelling him into the air, lifting him several feet off the ground. "It's over," Obito declared, gripping the kunai tightly as he aimed it at Kakashi's chest. Yet Kakashi, reeling from the blow, bore a look of determination. He bit his tongue to rouse his dulled senses, with his right hand rendered useless. A gaping hole in his palm severed his nerves, rendering him incapable of forming hand seals or even moving a finger. Ultimately, he could only raise his left hand, gathering a sphere of blue light in his palm. Chapter 92. A deal, Mr. Fugaku. Meanwhile, outside, the village of Konohagakure stood on high alert. All exits from the village were heavily guarded. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans, both renowned for their ocular techniques, dispatched numerous members to form several teams, thoroughly searching the area surrounding the village's barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade each took command from 4 strategic positions, leaving no stone unturned. Among those responsible for this situation, Kagaya's Black Zetsu lurked in the shadows, revealing only his head as he coldly observed the events unfolding. The heavy guard and meticulous searches of Konoha did not faze him. For Black Zetsu, there was no one in the ninja world capable of detaining him whenever he wished to escape. Having stirred chaos in the ninja world for over 1,000 years, he had encountered countless dangers. The current situation in Konoha was hardly formidable. However, what of Uchiha Obito? To be fair, Obito's significance to the Moon Eye plan was undeniably high. It was indeed rare to find another who so ardently supported the infinite Tsukuyomi, willing to go to any lengths to realize it, and who also possessed considerable strength. Black Zetsu had labored for over a millennium to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki, and now, he found a rare opportunity with this generation's reincarnation of Indra, easily manipulated, illuminating the path to victory. The goal of resurrecting Mother is within reach, and at this moment, it is truly impossible to persuade him to abandon it. Thus, after Black Zetsu extricated himself from the four powerful shadows, he did not immediately depart from Konoha village. Instead, he lay in wait, biding his time to leave with Obito Uchiha. After all, Obito's Kimui is not as convenient for spatial displacement as Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique. The reason Minato's technique instills fear in enemy nations is its rarity and its ability to disregard distance. As long as the target with the Flying Thunder God mark exists in the ninja world, Minato can instantly teleport to the vicinity of that mark upon sensing its coordinates. The number of teleports and the distance covered depends solely on Minato's chakra reserves. Conversely, Obito's Kimui requires him to first enter the Kimui dimension before he can move to a predetermined location. The drawback of Kimui lies in the necessity to enter the Kimui space to effectuate the transfer to the target destination. Moreover, Minato's Flying Thunder God marks are virtually limitless. He could inscribe them across the entire ninja world if he so desired. In contrast, Obito's Kimui coordinates are limited in number, and each use consumes significant ocular power and chakra, rendering them unusable in succession. Most critically, Obito's Kimui coordinates can easily be obstructed by barriers. For instance, the protective barrier surrounding Konoha village, along with similar barriers in other ninja villages, can sever the chakra signals of coordinates set for such space ninjutsu. Barriers inherently possess this function. The Four Crimson Rays formation employed by the Four Shadows was also designed to confine Obito, leaving him no chance of escape. Thus, every entry and exit from Konoha village saw Black Zetsu accompanying Obito. Now, as Obito entered the Kimui space with Kakashi Hatake, it is certain that, without Black Zetsu's assistance, he would not be able to leave Konoha village. This evening, many awaited the outcome of the battle within the Kimui dimension. Black Zetsu lurked in the shadows, anticipating Obito's emergence to depart Konoha together. Minato stood at the location where the two had vanished, hoping fervently that Kakashi would remain unharmed. Our protagonist, Yi-chun, was also present in close proximity to Minato. Despite the short distance, Minato remained oblivious to Yi-chun's presence, as he was concealed within the answering space. As previously mentioned, the answering space is bound to Yi-chun, and apart from the initial answering point set within the Hokage building, it can only be bound to those near him. This significantly enhances Yi-chun's safety. After all, possessing a space to retreat into when confronted by formidable foes is invaluable. Should anyone dare to intrude into this space, no matter how powerful they might be, they would ultimately have to kneel before Yi-chun. At this moment, Yi-chun also awaited the outcome of the battle in the Kimui dimension. However, unlike Minato, who hoped for Kakashi's safety, Yi-chun wished for Obito's well-being. After all, if Obito were to perish, Yi-chun's mission would inevitably fail. The task assigned to Yi-chun was to ensure that Obito Uchiha met his end within a splendid illusion. If Obito were to die at Kakashi's hands prematurely, how would Yi-chun continue his mission? It would be absurd to cast an illusion upon a corpse, and moreover, Yi-chun lacked the ability to conjure such lethal illusions that could ensnare the target in a beautiful fantasy and lead to their demise. Thus, upon receiving the mission, Yi-chun directed his thoughts towards the Uchiha clan. One day, after concluding their daily training, Itachi Uchiha bid farewell to Yi-chun and set off for home. Unbeknownst to him, the one he had been in contact with all along was merely Yi-chun's shadow clone. The real Yi-chun had transformed into a kunai, concealed within Itachi's ninja tool pouch. Oblivious to this fact, the Uchiha heir returned to the Uchiha clan's grounds with a light step and a joyful heart. Upon entering his home, he first rushed to the nursery to check on the adorable little Udu. Enjoying the soft texture of Udu's fur, a rare smile graced the normally stoic face of the Uchiha heir. Not wanting to disturb Udu's slumber, he left after a brief moment. Responding to his mother Mikoto Uchiha's greeting with a simple nod, he proceeded into his father's study. "I am back, father." As the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha was kneeling at his desk, attending to various clan affairs. Upon hearing his son's voice, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. It was an ordinary day until Yi-chun made his unexpected appearance. In an instant, the answering space enveloped Fugaku's study, a blue barrier manifesting to seal the doors and windows, isolating the sounds from within. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Fugaku Uchiha. Let us strike a deal. Chapter 93. The Bargaining Chip. The Manjiki Sharingan inside the study of the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku. Yichin's sudden appearance startled both occupants. The blue barrier that enveloped the room signaled an ominous intent. Although Fugaku was unaware of the barrier's specific capabilities, he sensed that the visitor did not come with peaceful intentions. In his view, Yi-chun had stealthily concealed himself within Itachi and deceived the clan's guarding ninjas to reach his home. The moment Yi-chun revealed himself and conjured an unknown barrier, it was clear he did not harbor friendly intentions. Regarding any potential deal, Fugaku had no interest in the terms and was even less inclined to engage in negotiations with Yi-chun. My lord, if you wish to discuss a transaction, might I request you release my son? Fugaku inquired, noting the pressure exerted upon Itachi, which rendered him immobile. Despite Itachi's calm demeanor, the concern etched on Fugaku's face compelled him to speak. Of course, Yi-chun, having transformed into the guise of an elderly man through the system's capabilities, waved dismissively, releasing his grip on Itachi's shoulder. He had never intended to use Itachi as leverage against Fugaku. As soon as Itachi was freed, rationality prompted him to rush to his father's side, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Turning to face Yi-chun, Itachi was engulfed by a sense of confusion. How could he have been infiltrated by a mysterious enemy who had led him into his own clan's compound? Damn it, Itachi lamented, recognizing that his carelessness had thrust his father into a passive predicament. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret and blamed himself for this oversight. However, it was hardly his fault. At his age, Itachi possessed only the strength of a nin, and with no forewarning of Yi-chun's intentions, he had simply been caught off guard. Shielding the young Uchiha behind him, Fugaku exhaled deeply. If his eldest son remained in Yi-chun's grasp, Fugaku would be unable to exert his full strength due to the fear of repercussions. He cast a penetrating gaze at Yi-chun and spoke, My lord, within the Uchiha clan's grounds, our members patrol constantly. Should they discover any abnormalities here, you shall face the unending wrath of the Uchiha, especially after 30 minutes. The elders of the clan summoned me for a conversation. If I were to be absent at that time, it would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. Therefore, if you choose to withdraw now, I shall hold no grudge. What say you? Uchiha Fugaku was seething with anger, wishing he could simply annihilate Yi-chun. After all, both Yi-chun's intrusion into the Uchiha clan's territory and his abduction of Uchiha Itachi had crossed Fugaku's red line. In the entire village, who would dare to invade the Uchiha household and seize the clan leader's son? However, it was evident that Yi-chun had come prepared, as his study had been enveloped by an unknown barrier. Acting recklessly could endanger Uchiha Itachi. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku preferred to endure the humiliation rather than risk severe repercussions. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun smiled and waved his hand, adopting a voice that conveyed age and wisdom. Why must you threaten me, clan leader Fugaku? Since I have arrived at the Uchiha clan, I shall not leave empty-handed. Moreover, the transaction I propose would be beneficial for you as well. In a trade, both parties gain. Is that not delightful? Fugaku furrowed his brow, genuinely disinterested in conversing with Yi-chun, especially as Yi-chun feigned a benevolent demeanor, which incensed Fugaku even further. Suppressing his rage, he brusquely gestured, I am not interested in your so-called transaction. Please leave. Yi-chun replied with a smile. Clan leader Fugaku, at least allow me to finish speaking. I believe my proposition will pique your interest. Is this never-ending? Fugaku's anger flared as he observed Yi-chun's relentless demeanor, realizing that a confrontation was imminent. He adjusted his expression, feigning interest, and queried, Oh, there are many things in the ninja world that could entice me, yet most already have owners. What could you possibly offer for a trade? And what precisely is the content of your proposal? Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Yi-chun assumed he was intrigued and raised his gaze to meet Fugaku's eyes. Smiling as he said, Of course, look into my eyes. Before Yi-chun could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Fugaku's thunderous shout, instinctively glancing towards Fugaku's eyes. There, he beheld Fugaku's gaze transformed into two blood-red Sharingan, each adorned with 3 spinning black tomo. It was an illusion technique. Fugaku, incensed by Yi-chun's persistence, feared that a conflict between them would endanger Uchiha Itachi. Initially, he intended to resolve the matter peacefully by allowing Yi-chun to depart. However, Yi-chun's relentless pursuit left him no choice but to act. He feigned interest in Yi-chun's words, luring Yi-chun's attention. then unleashed a fierce shout to disrupt Yi Chen's concentration, compelling him to face his own Sharingan illusion. This tactic was a reliable strategy among the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was no ordinary opponent. Upon making his appearance, he had already activated his system space. The blue lines forming the barrier on the study's walls were manifestations of his answering space. In this realm, Yi Chen was invincible. Not even Fugaku's illusion could affect him. Nor would techniques like Uchiha Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami, Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami, or even the infinite Tsukuyami unleashed by Uchiha Madara stand a chance against him. Thus, when he heard Fugaku's shout, he merely paused momentarily. Upon realizing it was an illusion, he thought, "Oh, an illusion, and then what?" With a blink, Yi Chen smirked, "Clan leader Fugaku. Why such hostility when I am here with sincere intentions? If my unexpected arrival has offended you, I apologize." As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes, revealing a mysterious smile and lowering his voice intentionally. "However, is it not unwise for you to dismiss my offer without even hearing the details? After all, my proposition involves the Manjiki Sharingan." Chapter 94. Our Uchiha clan holds no illusion. You seek the mention of the Manjiki Sharingan left Uchiha Fugaku unable to maintain his composure, his face betraying astonishment. One cannot fault him for his lack of restraint. After all, the Manjiki Sharingan was a closely guarded secret of the Uchiha clan. Only the clan leader and elders were privy to such information, and even his son, Uchiha Itachi, was unaware. How could this mysterious stranger know? "Who are you? How do you possess knowledge of our Uchiha clan secrets?" Fugaku demanded, his tone darkening. The leakage of such confidential information was a significant blow to him as clan leader. This sensation was akin to a high-ranking official suddenly discovering that someone had accessed their top-secret files. Fugaku's mind raced as he pondered how the stranger came to know about the Manjiki Sharingan. Could it be that an insider had divulged the information? Or had the stranger pilfered the clan's hidden scrolls? Cursed be whoever it was. I shall ensure they pay dearly. Fugaku's expression turned grim as countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Yi Chen smiled slightly and replied, "There is no need for agitation, clan leader Fugaku. I chanced upon this information elsewhere. In fact, your clan may not be fully aware of its significance. Are you suggesting that you know more about the Uchiha Sharingan than we do?" Fugaku nearly laughed, impatiently retorting, "Do not deceive yourself. Hand over all your information and reveal who disclosed this to you. It may grant you a sliver of mercy. Otherwise, the wrath of the Uchiha shall be upon you." Just as Fugaku continued his tirade, Yi Chen abruptly waved his hand, and an invisible wind blade swiftly sliced through Fugaku's left arm, severing it entirely. "Father!" Uchiha Itachi, who had been quietly observing, gasped in horror, his youthful face filled with dread. What was happening? One moment they were conversing, and the next, violence erupted without him even perceiving how it transpired. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through, and his father's arm was gone. Blood gushed forth, splattering across a wide area, some even staining Itachi's face, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. "Clan leader Fugaku, can we converse civilly now?" Yi Chen shook his head in dismay, stepping closer and slightly leaning down to speak softly. He truly could not fathom why these natives were so obstinate. Previously, Kakashi Hatake had acted impulsively in an effort to protect Hokage Minato Namikaze, which was somewhat understandable due to his youth. Yet here was Uchiha Fugaku, an elder and long-standing clan leader. How could he lack such discernment? Could he not allow me to finish my words? Was there truly no patience within him? "Get away from my father," Uchiha Itachi interjected, stepping forward with arms outstretched to shield Fugaku, his innocent face marred by fury. "Step back, Itachi." Uchiha Fugaku felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he witnessed his eldest son unhesitatingly shield him with his own body. Panic surged within him, and he cried out in alarm. Here he was, an old father utterly devoid of the strength to defend himself, caught off guard when his arm was severed. "What are you doing charging into danger? Are you seeking death?" Meanwhile, Yi Chen found himself in a quandary upon seeing Uchiha Itachi rush forward. He genuinely regarded Itachi as a friend, though their bond was not profoundly deep. After all, Itachi was the only friend he had in the entire Hidden Leaf village. The act of severing Uchiha Fugaku's arm before Itachi was a desperate measure, driven by necessity. Concealing his identity allowed Yi Chen to maintain a light conscience. However, if compelled to act against Uchiha Itachi, it would be a line he could not cross. Thus, he chose to disregard the seething resentment emanating from the Uchiha heir and turned to Uchiha Fugaku, saying, Clan leader Fugaku, may we converse? As a form of compensation, I can restore your arm to its former state. Within the realm of this questioning space, Yi Chun was indeed capable of such a feat very well. Please speak. Fugaku replied, bowing his noble head in a tone barely above a whisper. Yet, humiliation and fury gnawed at his heart like relentless ants. He was, after all, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Let us discuss the terms of our exchange, Yi Chun remarked, paying no heed to Fugaku's expression. After all, this guise would be discarded once its purpose was served, and Fugaku was free to seek vengeance on whomever he pleased thereafter. The actions of a mysterious elder bear little relevance to me, Yi Chun thought. I hope, clan leader Fugaku, you can provide me with an illusion technique. This technique's ability would be to ensnare the target within a dreamlike fantasy, leading them to a slow demise. The Uchiha clan, with its millennia of heritage and numerous skilled practitioners, must possess such an illusion, correct? When Yi Chun received the task of ensuring Uchiha Obito perished within a dream, he pondered extensively on how to fulfill it. After all, he had mastered but one illusion technique, the signature technique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, known as the Dark Technique. Relying on this method, he could not possibly ensure Uchiha Obito's death in a dream. It would be absurd to activate an illusion, strike Obito in the dark, and then wait for him to dream before finishing him off. Thus, upon seeing Uchiha Itachi nearby, Yi Chun immediately turned his attention towards the Uchiha clan itself. No, the Uchiha clan does not possess such an illusion, Fugaku stated without a moment's hesitation. Even if it did exist, he was unwilling to entrust it to Yi Chun. Oh, do not be so hasty, clan leader Fugaku. Do you not wish to hear what I offer in exchange? Yi Chun, anticipating Fugaku's reluctance to willingly part with what he desired, maintained a cheerful demeanor. Regardless of your offer, our Uchiha clan simply does not have such an illusion, Fugaku insisted. What of the evolution method of the Mangeki Sharingan? Would that be negotiable? A light comment from Yi Chun caused Fugaku to raise his head in shock, staring at him in disbelief. Chapter 95. Uchiha Obito's reflection. Looking at the Uchiha clan members who unlocked the Mangeki Sharingan, we find Uchiha Madara, whose awakening time remains uncertain, yet is believed to stem from years of warfare, both physically and mentally transformed through relentless trials. Uchiha Izuna, Madara's brother, shares a similar fate. Following the establishment of Konoha, Uchiha Kagami awakened his Mangeki Sharingan for reasons that are unclear, but likely also linked to war. Subsequently, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi all unlocked their respective Mangeki Sharingan due to the dual pressures of internal and external turmoil, leading to extreme emotional states. Uchiha Obito's awakening was prompted by witnessing his dear friend, Hatake Kakashi, kill the girl he loved, Rin Noara. Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes under the combined pressure of Itachi's death and the truth revealed by Obito. In summary, the ability of the Uchiha clan to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan is predicated on sufficient emotional strain, whether from the ravages of war, the loss of a beloved, or the harsh realities of life. These external pressures ignite the spirit of the Uchiha, culminating in a conflagration that births a pair of eyes embodying both profound love and profound malevolence, a paradoxical union. For when love reaches its zenith, so too does the potential for unspeakable evil. This is the intrinsic character of the Uchiha clan. However, it must be candidly acknowledged that such a mechanism is excessively extreme. The death of a beloved or the incessant toll of warfare are experiences that would be intolerable for any ordinary individual. Most Uchiha would prefer not to exchange the loss of their beloved for the power of a Mangeki Sharingan, given the choice. This holds true for Uchiha Fugaku. After completing the transaction, Yi Chun departed without further ado, leaving Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi to exchange bewildered glances. Father, that person. After a long silence, Uchiha Itachi broke the stillness, his youthful face bearing a complex expression. Initially unaware of what the Mangeki Sharingan entailed, Itachi became worried upon learning about this so-called ultimate bloodline limit of the Uchiha. He feared that his father might stray down a dark path due to the information disclosed by Yi Chun. For Itachi himself, life was currently satisfying. The relationship between his clan and the village was steadily improving, his strength was gradually increasing, and he had gained a lovely younger brother. Thus, he found Yi Chun's assertion that one must sacrifice a beloved to unlock the Mangeki Sharingan utterly distasteful and unworthy of interest. In fact, he was quite repulsed by it. as it sounded inherently sinister, lacking any semblance of righteousness. Itachi, do not speak of today's events to anyone, do you understand? Uchiha Fugaku instructed his son with a serious expression. Yes, Itachi obediently nodded, grasping the gravity of the situation. All right, Fugaku affirmed, gently ruffling Itachi's hair with his rough hand, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The revelations of the evening were overwhelmingly shocking, and he needed time to process them. Moreover, the truth of Yi Chen's words remained uncertain. He needed to confer with others. Returning to the present, within the Kamui dimension, the final exchange between the two had inflicted grave injuries upon them both. Hatake Kakashi had been pierced in the chest by a kunai held by Uchiha Obito, though he had managed to turn slightly to avoid a direct strike to the heart. He was still losing a considerable amount of blood and lay on the ground, gasping for breath as blood flowed from his wound, pooling beneath him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito had taken a direct hit from Kakashi's Rasengan to the face, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Despite the remarkable regenerative abilities granted by Senju Hashirama's cells, the damage inflicted by a Rasengan to the face left him sprawled on the ground, motionless, resembling a lifeless body. After all, ninjas are professions characterized by high offense but low defense. Even with Hashirama's cells, one cannot become impervious to harm. Time slipped away, and Kakashi, having lost copious amounts of blood, appeared terrifyingly pale, lying on the ground and seeing stars before his eyes. He was acutely aware that this was the result of excessive blood loss. If he did not stop the bleeding and receive treatment soon, he feared he would not last much longer. As a flicker of thought crossed his mind, Kakashi Hatake managed to lift his left hand, pressing it against his wound. Channeling the scant remnants of his chakra, a surge of electricity emanated from his hand, crackling with intensity. The searing heat of the electric current cauterized the wound, staunching the flow of blood and dulling the pain through the numbing effect of the shock. Having accomplished this, Kakashi regained a modicum of strength, straining to support his body as he turned his gaze toward Obito Uchiha. At that moment, Obito, who had lain motionless for what felt like an eternity, finally spoke. Kakashi, what do you believe the shinobi world truly is? His sudden inquiry startled Kakashi, plunging him into contemplation. What kind of place is the shinobi world? What does this question imply? Kakashi, severely injured and disoriented from the electrical shock, struggled to articulate a coherent response, ultimately muttering. The shinobi world is a place where everyone lives. Indeed, it is a domain inhabited by all. Strangely enough, Obito affirmed Kakashi's reply, his voice muffled as he remained face down. If that is the case, then why does war exist? If the shinobi world belongs to everyone, why are there so many nations? Great nations, small nations. Large shinobi villages, small shinobi villages. Powerful countries exploit and plunder the weaker ones. The strong oppress the weak. Sickness, suffering, hunger, death, an unending cycle. Since the Warring States period, for a millennium, humanity has been embroiled in conflict, ceaselessly at odds. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha established the shinobi villages and delineated the 5 great nations, achieving a fleeting peace. Yet, after Hashirama's demise, war returned as expected, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd. It is foreseeable that there will be a 4th, 5th, 6th, an unending saga. The insatiable greed of mankind ensures that war becomes merely a means to satiate their desires. The people of Awagakure buried me beneath a boulder. The denizens of Kirigakure sealed the 3 tails within Rin's body, and you killed Rin. I yearned for vengeance. I sought retribution. I exterminated every Kirigakure ninja I encountered, and then I came to Konoha to exact my revenge. I also wished to kill you and reclaim your eyes. However, no matter what I do, I cannot bring Rin back. In that moment, when Rin perished, I lost my sanity. Do you understand, Kakashi? I adored Rin. Intensely, profoundly, exceedingly. With a sudden shift in tone, Obito confided in Kakashi. I know, Kakashi silently nodded, fully aware of Obito's affections for Rin after spending such a considerable time together. Yet, I never dared to confess my feelings to her. I couldn't even dare to show how deeply I cherished her. Obito's voice was laced with regret and helplessness, perhaps truly lamenting his own timidity and cowardice. Indeed, Kakashi acknowledged with a nod, though internally he thought, you have already made your feelings abundantly clear. Anyone could discern them. Perhaps you merely believe that others remain oblivious. From the very first moment I laid eyes on Rin, I fell for her. Eventually, the 3 of us formed a team and became Genin under Minato-sensei. I was ecstatic to be in the same class as Rin, to be her comrade. I trained diligently, striving to enhance my strength solely to protect her. Obito recounted his emotional journey. However, my talent was limited, no matter how hard I tried. I felt myself drifting further away from you. Countless times, I envied you, succumbing to negative thoughts, yet it was Rin who enlightened me, urging me to regain my resolve. Clearly, Rin cared for me as well. That is what I believe. As Kakashi listened to Obito's narrative, memories of that fateful day resurfaced in his mind. During the Third Shinobi World War, at the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge, Obito had been buried beneath a boulder by the Iwagakure shinobi. Kakashi had told Rin, Obito loves you very much. He entrusted you to me. Therefore, I will protect you, even at the cost of my life. At that moment, Rin's expression was complex. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Then, Kakashi, my feelings too. Rin had intended to confess her feelings to Kakashi, but she was interrupted. I was once a scoundrel who wished to abandon you, implicitly suggesting that loving me would yield no results. It is clear that Rin harbored feelings for Kakashi, a truth he understood. However, in the conclusion of the animation, Rin's spirit appeared during the climactic battle, telling Obito, I have always been watching over you, waiting for you. An utterly nonsensical scenario. It is known that even the mighty Hashirama Senju, in death, could only linger in the Pure Land, devoid of a sense of time. Upon resurrection, it feels as though only a fleeting moment has passed. What makes Rin's spirit so extraordinary? How could it linger in the mortal realm like a guardian spirit, observing Obito? Thus, either Rin was feigning comfort for Obito, or it was Obito's self-deception. Setting aside Kakashi's internal musings, Obito continued, Kakashi, in truth, I am a coward, paralyzed by fear. That day at the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, I was trapped beneath a boulder. The sensation was excruciating. It remains vivid in my memory. In that moment of despair, I knew I would not survive. Yet, Rin was right before me, and I did not wish for her to witness my weakness, so I feigned bravery. I entrusted you with my eyes, asking you to look after Rin, appearing gallant and courageous. Ha. As Obito recounted this, he suddenly laughed, then his voice softened. Yet, after you all departed, I wept inconsolably. I knew I was dying, and I did not wish to die. I longed to remain by Rin's side, to walk with her into the halls of matrimony. I envisioned having a multitude of children with her, watching them grow. As he spoke, tears streamed down Obito's face. Though he faced away from Kakashi, the tears fell to the ground, catching Kakashi's attention. I initially believed I would perish just like that. However, Madara Uchiha saved me. Upon hearing the name Madara Uchiha, Kakashi's expression shifted. He recalled the moment during the first test when he witnessed Obito being rescued by Madara. Yet he remained silent, listening intently to Obito's account. It was in a dark cavern. Madara appeared aged beyond recognition. At first glance, I did not recognize him. Upon awakening, I immediately wished to return to you all, but my body was uncooperative. Madara instructed Zetsu to tend to me, nurturing my recovery until my body gradually improved. I was infused with cells from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, granting me the ability to wield Wood Release. Wood Release? You obtained it through the injection of Hashirama's cells? This was new information to Kakashi, and he quickly committed it to memory. Afterward, I spent some time in that cavern, and as my body healed, I felt immensely empowered. This is the Wood Release of the first Hokage. Since his death, it has been extinct in the shinobi world. I was overjoyed, constantly envisioning my return to Konoha. Back to Rin's side, where I could showcase my newfound strength and triumph over all of you who had always looked down on me. Possessing the Wood Release, I believed I was finally worthy of Rin. That was my thought at the time. No, the moment you returned to Konoha and displayed your Wood Release, you would be seized and subjected to dissection. Kakashi Hitaki recalled the gruesome human experimentation documents he had discovered in Danzo Shimura's basement, a chill running through him. A ninja with Wood Release, especially one bearing the Uchiha name, would surely be taken by Danzo under various pretexts, even forcibly captured, and then brought to the basement for inhumane experiments. Uchiha Obito continued. Suddenly, news arrived from White Zetsu that you and Rin were being pursued by ninjas from the mist. At that moment, my heart raced, yearning to fly to your side. Obito was completely immersed in the memory, his voice tinged with urgency as he recounted. Without a second thought, I left the cave, hastening toward your location. Yet, when I arrived, the scene before me was beyond belief. You killed Rin. Your Chidori pierced her chest. Even in her final moments, she wore a warm smile. and in that instant, despair engulfed me. Chapter 97. Thus, I shall fulfill the infinite Tsukuyami. As Obito spoke, tears streamed down his face, yet his voice was chillingly calm, exuding a frosty aura. Kakashi, reminded of the past by Obito's words, displayed a look of regret. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but was hastily interrupted by Obito. Do not speak, Kakashi. Let me continue. A bitter expression crossed Kakashi's face. At that moment, it was as if darkness had fallen, shrouding the world in a veil of obscurity. I, an Uchiha ninja with the Sharingan, how could I suddenly see nothing? I reasoned that it must be because this scene was a fabrication, this world was a mere illusion. Something within my eyes surged forth, leaving me dizzy. It must be a nightmare, I mused. A world where even the gentle and kind Rin could perish must surely be a nightmare. As Obito spoke, his tone took on an eerie quality, as if he were in a trance. Thus, I must awaken from this nightmare. I yearn to escape this grotesque world of cannibalism and murder, to return to Rin's side. As long as I am with Rin, that is sufficient. Everything else pales in comparison and can be sacrificed. Yet before that, I must exact my vengeance. Obito's voice turned cold, revealing immense killing intent. I awakened my Manjiki Sharingan and slaughtered every mist ninja in that place. Those repugnant, grotesque beings. Just moments before, they had flaunted their power, inflicting harm upon Rin. In the next instant, they were reduced to mere insects before my might, trembling on the ground, begging for my forgiveness. Their faces streaked with snot and tears, pleading for their lives. But how could I allow that? Those who dared to harm Rin must die. Not a single one shall be spared. Not just them. The entire Mist Village must bear the consequences of harming Rin. I will send them all to hell. The Mist Village? Obito sought revenge against the Mist Village? Kakashi felt a surge of surprise, coupled with an unbidden thrill. He harbored no affection for those who harmed Rin Noera, and had contemplated annihilating them as retribution. However, due to the interests of the village, he had refrained from action. After all, as a Konoha ninja, to take the initiative to kill Mist ninjas would be viewed as provocation, a signal of war. And Konoha could not afford the risk of conflict at this time. The blood and corpses of those wretches lay before my eyes, the crimson liquid staining the ground, saturating the earth. I suddenly felt as if I were trapped in an unending nightmare, the world becoming increasingly surreal. Have you ever considered this, Kakashi? Is the world we inhabit truly real? Obito suddenly inquired. However, he seemed uninterested in Kakashi's response, continuing on his own. It must not be real. Otherwise, why would Sensei Minato not be by our side? Why would Rin be captured by the mist and have the three tails sealed within her? Do you not find it all too coincidental, Kakashi? It feels as if it has been deliberately orchestrated. Upon reflection, Kakashi couldn't help but nod, recalling the circumstances at that time. It was indeed peculiar that Minato had been on another mission, leaving just himself and Rin. Such occurrences were rare, but not unheard of, so it was still acceptable. However, the sudden appearance of the Mist Ninjas to capture Rin and seal the three tails within her was indeed strange. Each village meticulously selected the Jinchuriki for the tailed beasts. Typically, the next Jinchuriki would be chosen while the previous one still lived. Nurtured until the former could no longer bear the burden, at which point the tailed beast would be transferred to the new host. Moreover, the physical constitution required for a Jinchuriki was extraordinarily rare. Rin Noera, being a Konoha ninja, lacked any justification for the Mist to select her as a host. Why would the Mist choose a Konoha ninja for such a role? Furthermore, the Mist not only sealed the three tails within Rin, but also urged her to flee toward Konoha. Clearly, their intention was to unleash the tailed beast upon Konoha, to wreak havoc. At first glance, this plan seemed reasonable, attacking Konoha with a tailed beast. Yet, upon further contemplation, it was riddled with flaws. First, given that Rin had been sealed with the three tails in such haste, whether she could survive long enough to reach Konoha was highly questionable. Second, while the destructive power of the tailed beasts was undeniable, who would willingly send their ultimate weapon into the enemy's lair? Wouldn't that be tantamount to delivering it to them? To carry out such a task, one would need several powerful ninjas to oversee the operation, guiding the tailed beast and ensuring its return after achieving their objective. Otherwise, it would be as if the Mist was handing the three tails to Konoha on a silver platter. Whether the three tails were sealed by Konoha or killed was a cost the Mist Village could never accept. How could they possibly send just a handful of Umbu to accomplish such a hellish task? Were the leaders of the Mist Village devoid of reason? The more Kakashi contemplated, the more he felt a sense of unease, as if a thick fog obscured the truth. Meanwhile, Obito recounted his experiences upon returning to the cave. Kakashi, from the moment Rin died, I too perished. What remains in this world is but a shell. The purpose of this shell's existence is to enable me to reunite with Rin. Obito spoke softly. Thus, upon returning to the cave, I accepted Madara Uchiha's mission. I shall fulfill the plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi, no matter the cost. For it is only through the infinite Tsukuyomi that I can return to Rin's side. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can eradicate this wretched world, allowing all to attain peace. This is not only Madara Uchiha's wish, but also mine, Uchiha Obito's. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, momentarily setting aside his thoughts of Rin and the mist as he stared incredulously at Obito. Chapter 98. Kakashi, are you deceiving me? As if sensing Kakashi Hataki's astonishment, Obito Uchiha let out a disdainful scoff. Humph. You wouldn't understand. Infinite Tsukuyomi is a magnificent plan. At that moment, Obito seemed to have forgotten his previous reluctance to reveal the existence of infinite Tsukuyomi. He was overwhelmed with emotions, especially when facing his only remaining friend in this world, Kakashi Hatake. Despite their current positions as adversaries, fighting for their lives, Obito believed that infinite Tsukuyomi was a genuine scheme capable of bringing peace to the entire world. The greed and desires of the human heart are insatiable and cannot be quelled. Countless lives have been lost over the years due to greed and desire. Yet no one has ever paused to reconsider. Hashirama Senju attempted to restrain desire through balance, but upon his death, that equilibrium was shattered. Thus, such balance was merely a moon reflected in water, fragile beyond measure. As he spoke, a look of yearning crossed Obito's face. But infinite Tsukuyomi is different. Do you know why I attacked Kushina, Kakashi? Obito suddenly inquired. Is it for the Nine Tails? Kakashi replied. Indeed, it is for the Nine Tails. Moreover, not just the Nine Tails. All tailed beasts are integral to the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. We must gather all the tailed beasts, merge them, and uncover the powers once held by the Sage of Six Paths. Then, with the aid of the moon, we shall draw every soul in the ninja world into the vast illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi. Within this illusion, everyone can have their desires fulfilled. Each individual can possess everything they yearn for. In infinite Tsukuyomi, the homeless can reside in splendid palaces. The starving can feast on delicacies daily. The lonely can be reunited with family. Even murderous warriors can indulge in slaughter within their dreams. Greedy nobles can revel in boundless wealth. Foolish feudal lords can reign for eternity, while ninjas can lead the lives they desire. You could resurrect your father, Tsukumo Hatake, and I could bring Rin back. Even if we were to kill Kushina, she could awaken in Minato's dream. Everyone would have their wishes granted. Everyone would see their dreams come true. Is this not preferable to the harshness of reality? Is this not the true reality? Let us obliterate this grotesque, wretched hell known as the ninja world. As Obito spoke, his emotions became increasingly fervent. His voice surged with excitement as he conveyed his vision to Kakashi. He struggled to prop himself up, rolling over to face Kakashi, his disfigured visage brimming with fervor as he urged, "Look, Kakashi, what a marvelous new world this could be. Join me. Together. Let us strive to create a brand new world for the ninja realm, a world of peace. Will you?" Kakashi could see that Obito genuinely wished for him to join his cause. In truth, Kakashi himself was captivated by the world Obito had painted. Yet, regrettably, that world was but an illusion. Furthermore, Kakashi recalled the intelligence he had received during the first test, and he spoke softly. "Obito, you have been deceived." "What do you mean? What are you saying?" Obito responded, momentarily taken aback. "I mean, you have been tricked by Black Zetsu." The information from the test space was a closely guarded secret of Konohagakure, known only to those who participated. Moreover, Obito, who had committed the crime of attacking Konoha, should not have been privy to it. However, Kakashi realized that Obito had fully divulged the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, and he was utterly enraptured by that false dream. At that moment, if Kakashi did not reveal the matter regarding the test space, it would be impossible to sway Obito. After a brief hesitation, Kakashi continued, "Listen to me. Obito, about 8 months ago, I, along with Minato-sensei and Jiraiya, encountered a mysterious individual in the Hokage's office. This person revealed many future events to us through a series of questions. Among them was the revelation that you would attack Konoha and that you had been deceived by Black Zetsu." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito's expression was one of confusion. I sincerely invite you to join me. And you think I'm a pawn? What are you talking about, Kakashi? If you don't wish to join, there is no need to deceive me with such a feeble lie. Obito's irritation was palpable. He felt Kakashi was dismissing him entirely. Let me finish, Obito. Kakashi waved his hand, signaling for Obito to listen. During that test, we acquired much intelligence regarding your attack on Konoha. The topic of that test was called the Nine-Tails Disturbance. The Nine-Tails Disturbance? Obito paused, maintaining a stoic expression but refraining from interrupting. There were 5 questions in that test. The first asked, did Minato-sensei confront the Nine Tails? The answer was affirmative. The second asked, did high-ranking officials of Konoha not participate in the Nine Tails Disturbance? The answer was Danzo Shimura. The third question was, did a Hokage perish during the Nine Tails Disturbance? The answer was Minato-sensei. At this point, Kakashi glanced at Obito, but the latter remained unresponsive, prompting Kakashi to continue. The fourth question asked, did Minato-sensei die because he used a sealing technique on the Nine Tails? The answer was the dead demon consuming seal. The fifth question asked, which answers are not the reasons for your attack on Konoha? The options included revenge against Minato-sensei, capturing the Nine Tails, executing the Moon's Eye plan, and being manipulated by Black Zetsu. Which answer do you think it is? After speaking, Kakashi looked at Obito, hoping he would arrive at the answer himself. However, Obito remained dismissive, showing no sign of belief, coldly replying, in such a short span, you concocted all this. It's just like you, Kakashi. Please, stop deceiving me. With that, Obito closed his eyes, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Seeing Obito's reaction, Kakashi felt a surge of anxiety. Why was he so unwilling to listen? Chapter 99, Obito. You can wish to resurrect Rin. The answer to the fifth question is that you were manipulated by Black Zetsu, with no other recourse. Kakashi continued to express his thoughts. Afterwards, the mysterious individual offered us a chance to make a wish, and we wished to understand the reasons behind your attack on Konoha. Then, we witnessed everything. Upon hearing this, Obito scoffed, everything? Then do enlighten me. Kakashi's heart leapt with joy as he eagerly recounted the details he had witnessed during the first test, narrating the events from Obito's rescue by Black Zetsu, his awakening to find Madara, and culminating in his awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan to eliminate the ninja from the hidden mist, sharing many details Obito had previously omitted. Hoping to persuade him, Obito, listening to Kakashi's unbroken stream of words, was taken aback to hear the very scenes from his time in the cave, yet he remained skeptical. Based on what I just revealed, you've managed to deduce all those details. You truly are impressive. I speak the truth, Kakashi exclaimed, his heart swelling with hope. How well did he understand Obito? Although he appeared outwardly skeptical, Obito Uchiha's reaction betrayed him, revealing to Kakashi Hatake that Obito was indeed filled with doubt. Seizing the moment, Kakashi elaborated on Obito's conversation with Madara Uchiha in the cave, detailing the exchanges with Kagaya's manifestations, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, with remarkable clarity. After relaying this information, Obito fell into silence. This should not be the case. Logically, at that time in the cave, Madara was still alive, and Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were constantly surveilling the area, making it impossible for anyone to approach, let alone record their dialogue. Could there truly be someone in the shinobi world with such extraordinary capabilities? Observing Obito's silence, Kakashi pressed on, stating, not only this instance, but we also encountered 2 additional questioning sessions afterward. Did you see the Sword of Fire in Master Minato's hands? That is the reward from the second questioning session. The Sword of Fire? Obito paused. Is that the long crimson blade? It was a reward? Indeed. Otherwise, how could Master Minato wield a sword? He never uses one. Does he? Obito nodded, recalling that as Minato's disciple, he had never seen him use anything other than kunai. And there is something even more significant. Orochimaru, you encountered him. Did you not? Kakashi revealed his final piece of information. You mean that Orochimaru? Obito hesitated, uncertain if that individual was truly Orochimaru, for he appeared vastly different from the cold-hearted figure he once knew, someone who viewed human lives as mere trifles, now espousing benevolence and morality. It was utterly disconcerting. Precisely. Do you know why he has transformed into this? Kakashi countered. Is it because of that wish reward you mentioned? Obito, not foolish, inferred the answer under Kakashi's insinuation. Correct. That was the reward from the third questioning session. Lord Jiraiya wished for a mysterious entity to reconstruct Orochimaru's personality and alter his memories, thus forging this entirely new Orochimaru. The information divulged by someone wielding such incredible power must be authentic. Kakashi's gaze bore intently into Obito's, compelling him with a firm voice. Awaken, Obito. Black Zetsu is undoubtedly deceiving you. He has ulterior motives. Do not place your trust in him any longer. Obito's mind waged a fierce battle, torn in turmoil. Rationally, he was reluctant to accept Kakashi's words. After all, it seemed implausible for a mysterious figure to suddenly appear in Konoha and divulge future intel. Furthermore, claiming that Black Zetsu had deceived him was illogical, as Black Zetsu was merely the manifestation of Madara's will. If anyone had deceived him, it would have been Madara, not Black Zetsu. However, emotionally, witnessing Kakashi's earnest demeanor instilled in Obito a profound sense of conviction, leading him to believe that every word spoken was genuine, devoid of any deceit. This presented a perplexing conundrum. Could such miraculous occurrences truly transpire? However, he thought to himself, Kakashi, you may not comprehend that Black Zetsu is the embodiment of Madara's consciousness. If I have been deceived, it is Madara who has misled me, not Black Zetsu. This was the crux of the issue. He found it impossible to trust Kakashi. After contemplating, Obito shook his head in response. Kakashi's hopeful expression morphed into disappointment. Yet he felt powerless. After all, if he had not experienced such a bizarre occurrence himself, he would not have believed anyone who claimed that a mysterious individual revealed the future. Thus, silence enveloped them, both ensnared in their thoughts within the Kemui dimension, until Kakashi suddenly brightened with a revelation, exclaiming, Obito, do you trust me? What do you mean? Obito responded, taken aback. I mean, if you believe in me. I can guarantee with my life that you too may partake in a questioning session. When the truth is laid bare before you, will you not understand? The more Kakashi pondered the proposal, the more feasible it appeared. What grandiose claims you make. The moment I step out of this Kemui dimension, I will be slain by the people of Konoha. Do you not realize? The third Hokage and Jiraiya were just itching to kill me. Remembering Minato's resolute gaze and unyielding actions from earlier, Obito felt a wave of despondency wash over him. I am here. As long as you sincerely repent, Master Minato will grant you an opportunity. Kakashi asserted with unwavering determination. You know Master Minato, he is not a heartless man. If he could avoid it, he would not wish to take your life. Obito shook his head, still unwilling to confront Minato. Stop it, Kakashi. Speaking of such things is absurd. You can resurrect Rin. Kakashi suddenly shouted. As long as you answer all the questions correctly, you can wish for Rin's revival. Bring her back to your side. Would that not be splendid? Obito froze, his mind racing as he processed Kakashi's words, feeling as if struck dumb by their significance. Revive. Rin? Is it truly possible to bring her back? Chapter 100. I will use this blade to send you to hell within the Kemui dimension. After Kakashi spoke of reviving Rin, Obito fell silent. Revive. Rin? He mulled over the phrase, as if it possessed an immense allure, drawing him in. Obito, Rin is here for you. In the village of Konoha, a gray-haired grandmother called out from inside the house. Apologies. I shall be there shortly. Obito hurriedly slipped on his shoes, his voice tinged with urgency. I long to meet my great-grandson soon. Obito, the grandmother said kindly, her eyes filled with anticipation. But grandmother, I am only 5 years old. Isn't that a bit premature? Obito replied, lifting his head in resignation. Hurry, hurry. It is about to begin, Obito. Rin exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, urging him on. They soon arrived at a training ground, where a youth ninja competition was being held by the villagers. Those who could perform powerful jutsu and defeat their opponents would earn a beautifully crafted kunai. Wow, how exquisite. Rin admired the kunai encased in a box, her eyes sparkling with envy. Humph, with these opponents, I am certain I will win that kunai. Obito surveyed the crowd, noting that they were all ordinary villagers, which bolstered his confidence. Fear not, Rin, I shall secure the prize for you. Obito resolved within himself. Go for it, Obito. Rin cheered from the sidelines, invigorating him with her support. Just watch me. Obito declared, performing the fire release, great fireball technique. He formed the necessary seals, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled a few small flames. Oh no. The villagers expressed their disappointment, yet Rin continued to applaud with unwavering enthusiasm, bringing comfort to Obito's heart. Nevertheless, among the ordinary villagers, despite the half-success of his great fireball technique, Obito ranked first. Yosh, this victory is assured. Once I claim that kunai, I can gift it to Rin on her birthday. Obito's mind raced with visions of handing the kunai to Rin, imagining her blushing and smiling shyly while he scratched his head and laughed heartily. The allure of fantasy is exquisite, yet it is marred by the presence of a silver-haired boy with a stoic expression leaping forth. Kakashi Hitake. Obito Uchiha reminisced about this moment from the past, a faint smile gracing his features as he quietly addressed Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi, do you remember the scene from our first meeting? The first meeting? Kakashi was momentarily perplexed by Obito's words, but upon reflection, his memories were hazy at best. He managed to respond, I cannot recall. I only remember that I was playing with you all before entering the Ninja Academy. Obito, unfazed by Kakashi's forgetfulness, chuckled softly. Indeed. The first time we played together was kick the can. I had to be it for an entire day. When I returned home, my grandmother thought I had fallen into the water, as I was completely drenched. Ha ha. Obito's laughter was infectious, easing the tension within Kakashi. However, the next moment, Obito's words pierced through the lightheartedness, causing Kakashi to stiffen. But, I must apologize, Kakashi. I have known Rin since childhood. From a young age. She has left an indelible mark on my world. Since then, no matter what I do, my heart is always with her. I long to see her happy, to be by her side. Rin is so wonderful, embodying all the beautiful words in the world. Through her, I learned that not all girls are weeping nuisances who gossip behind your back. Girls like Rin represent bravery, diligence, wisdom, and kindness. She is the very essence of all that is beautiful, like a bird in flight, a shooting star, the gentlest breeze of summer. As long as she is here, I find the world to be real and beautiful. As Obito spoke, tears shimmered in his eyes, yet a fervent smile remained. She is so magnificent, like an angel. But how can an angel exist in this hellish world? This grotesque and repulsive realm is unworthy of her descent. If I were to resurrect Rin, she would be sullied by this tainted world, and that I cannot abide. I must create a beautiful world, a paradise deserving of Rin. I will not revive her, Kakashi. I will not. With this resolute declaration, Kakashi was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in silence. Gradually, he felt his eyes redden, two streams of clear tears cascading down his cheeks as he trembled, asking Obito, Obito, can you truly not reconsider? I have already told you that you were deceived. Do you still refuse to turn back? Tell me, Obito. Tell me. Obito bit his lip tightly, closing his eyes in silence, his attitude unmistakably clear. Kakashi felt a bitter pang in his heart, emotions surging violently within him, as if they might explode. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the Sharingan in his left eye began to spin rapidly, transforming into the shape of a triangular shuriken. His kaleidoscope Sharingan had awakened. Then let us bring this to a conclusion. As a ninja of Konoha, the leader of the Umbu, the captain of the Hokage's bodyguard, and a member of Minato's team, I hereby issue my final ultimatum. I shall pierce your heart with this blade passed down from my father. Rest in peace, Obito. Kakashi drew forth the small tanto that lay against his back, one of the few legacies left by his father, Tsukumo Hitake. After Minato acquired the sword of the fire god, Kakashi had been inspired to hone his skills with the white fang blade, and now, he was far beyond his former self. Obito opened his eyes, fixing his gaze intently upon Kakashi, silently gripping his kunai. With a flash, the two figures surged towards one another, colliding fiercely. Obito. Kakashi's white fang blade pierced through Obito's chest, while the shuriken in Obito's hand fell to the ground. In his final moments, he had held back. Chapter 101. The Death of Obito Uchiha? Obito. You. Kakashi's eyes widened in anguish, tears streaming down his face as he cried out helplessly. Kakashi, I'm sorry, Kakashi. Obito disregarded the tanto that had pierced his chest and embraced Kakashi tightly, both of them weeping in shared pain and regret. I know you are right, and I know that what you say is true. Kaguya is indeed a problem. I have recognized it long ago. But I cannot return. Kakashi, I cannot return. Obito rested his chin on Kakashi's shoulder, his tears and mucus soaking Kakashi's clothing. From the moment I wished to harm my teacher and his wife, I knew I was no longer the Obito I once was. To achieve my goals, I have transformed into someone entirely different. Cold-blooded, heartless, and unscrupulous. Would Rin ever love someone like this? Even if I were to resurrect her, she would surely despise me. Rin would undoubtedly hate me. I cannot bear the thought of her looking at me with disdain. In that moment when Kakashi had mentioned reviving Rin, Obito's heart had stirred. Yet, upon reflection, he realized the depths to which he had fallen. If Rin were indeed revived, would she embrace the person he had become? The Rin who cherished the village, loved its people, and respected Minato-sensei, and Kushina-sensei would surely be enraged and confounded by his actions. Kakashi, I'm sorry. Obito's tears flowed freely, his hands gripping Kakashi's back tightly, his knuckles turning white. I have loathed you for killing Rin, knowing full well that it was beyond your control, that you suffered too. Yet now, I have compelled you to kill me. This is terribly unfair to you, Kakashi. Stop talking, Obito, please. Kakashi trembled, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Do you recall when I asked you about our first meeting? That day, Rin and I attended the young ninja competition. I believed I could win first place and gift the kunai to her. But you appeared and snatched my victory away. Since then, you have defeated me time and again. And I have never bested you. I was so envious of you, Kakashi. Obito forced a smile, though it was more sorrowful than joyful. But this time I have won. Kakashi, I must go find Rin first. You must live well. After I have spent a century or two with her, you can come find us. By then, we might have a house full of descendants, and you will be but a guest. Coughing violently, Obito began to spit blood, staining Kakashi's shoulder and soaking his attire in crimson. Obito, please, don't say any more. Kakashi's face twisted in agony, his heart wrestling with despair, utterly at a loss for what to do. Listen carefully, Kakashi, I will only share this information with you once. Uchiha Madara possesses a pair of legendary eyes known as the Rinnegan, which wield unfathomable power. Currently, they reside with a man named Nagato in the Land of Rain. That was the contingency plan for the resurrection of Uchiha Obito. One day, when the time is ripe, that Nagato will unleash a forbidden jutsu known as the rebirth of the Samsara technique to resurrect Uchiha Obito and fulfill the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Kaguya is a monster, possessing the most formidable stealth abilities in the entire ninja world, making him exceedingly difficult to detect. You must exercise caution in the future. Ugh. Uchiha Obito is spitting blood again, his face ashen, teetering on the brink of death. All right, Obito, please refrain from speaking for now. Let me tend to your wounds. Once you recover, you can relay your message to us, yes? Kakashi Hitaki, devoid of any murderous intent, focused solely on preventing Obito from succumbing to death. Kakashi, I must entrust you with a task. Uchiha Obito, trembling, reached out to place his remaining Manjiki Sharingan into Kakashi's palm. This eye, please bury it next to Rin's grave. I fear that after my death, I may not find her. With this eye, perhaps I can be guided to her. Kakashi held Obito's Sharingan, feeling as if his very heart were being gripped tightly, struggling to breathe, his complexion turning a ghastly hue. Kakashi, I have one more favor to ask. In the darkness that enveloped him after losing his eye, Obito endured excruciating pain, yet managed to smile peacefully. Please apologize to Sensei Minato for me. I have not been a worthy disciple. I have repaid none of his kindness and care, and instead, I have harmed him. Also, convey my apologies to Kushina-sensei. I am less than a beast for having laid hands on her. I do not dare to expect their forgiveness, for were I in their position, I could never forgive such a self. I only wish to ease their hearts. Obito's breath grew increasingly shallow, his life force waning. And Kakashi understood that he had given up on any further attempts to save his friend, recognizing that Obito had resolutely embarked on his final journey. Rin, forgive me for my tardiness. As his strength dissipated, Obito's hands fell limply, his head resting weakly on Kakashi's shoulder, devoid of any vitality. At that moment, violent fluctuations occurred within the Kemui space, an independent realm created when Uchiha Obito awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. In this space, only Uchiha Obito himself and those he willingly absorbed could reside. Others, even if they managed to enter, would be expelled by the will of the space. Now, having relinquished his Sharingan, Kemui space ceased to receive chakra, perceiving both Obito and Kakashi as intruders and seeking to expel them. The air trembled violently, and a vortex of energy formed, abruptly transporting the unsuspecting Kakashi and the ailing Obito out of the Kemui space. Kakashi, unable to resist, could only shield Obito with all his might. In the next instant, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Ah, you have finally arrived. Chapter 102. It is indeed Uchiha Obito's conspiracy. Yi-chun had been waiting patiently for nearly 2 hours. On this balmy night, with the gentle breeze, it was the perfect time for slumber. Who would linger in the woods if not for this mission? Finally, after enduring the wait, Yi-chun's heart soared with joy upon the arrival of Uchiha Obito and Kakashi Hitaki. He swiftly activated the answering space, enveloping both of them within. Just as Kakashi was processing what had transpired, he was met with a familiar blue light, numerous azure lines intertwining to form a square mysterious barrier surrounding them. It is that esteemed individual, Kakashi thought, startled, recalling the scenes within the answering space. This barrier looked unmistakably alike. But why had that esteemed individual appeared here and drawn them into the barrier? However, these thoughts were rendered insignificant as Kakashi, realizing Yi Chen's presence, exclaimed in delight. Esteemed one, please save him. Save Obito. I beg you. Even without Kakashi's plea, Yi Chen would not allow Uchiha Obito to perish so swiftly. There remained unfinished tasks. And should Obito succumb, the mission would be irrevocably lost. Thus, Yi Chen waved his hand gently, smiling softly. Do not fret, as long as I am here. He cannot die. As he spoke, a beam of blue light enveloped the unconscious Obito. Subsequently, the wounds on Obito's body began to heal miraculously, and his heart, which had nearly ceased its rhythm, began to beat strongly once more. Kakashi, thrilled, reached out to touch Obito's breath, only to find Obito had opened his eyes. Kakashi? How come? I thought I died. Are you dead too? The ninja world is a peculiar place, inhabited by the Sage of Six Paths. And Nagato also possesses a technique named after the six paths of reincarnation: Deva Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Animal Path, Azura Path, Hell Path, and Human Path. According to Chinese mythology, the significance of the six paths of reincarnation is to allow souls to be reborn, maintaining balance in the mortal realm. However, in the ninja world, all souls return to the Pure Land. The moment one dies, their consciousness halts, remaining eternally suspended. In the original narrative, when Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were summoned through impure world reincarnation, their consciousness lingered at the moment of their death, devoid of memories from the Pure Land. Thus, the so-called Sage of Six Paths is merely a hybrid being of extraterrestrial origin and ninjas, merely a title, ultimately just a more powerful entity. The terms Sage and Six Paths are but names, devoid of any tangible essence. Obito, you are not dead. This esteemed individual has saved you. Kakashi joyfully informed Obito. I am not dead. Why was I not allowed to die? Why save me? Obito retorted, discontent, having resolved himself to embrace death. Because you have been chosen, young man. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, clapping his hands together. This time, it is not a formal questioning. There are merely 2 questions. So there will be no reward for completing 5 questions. However, should you answer these 2 correctly, I can grant you a small reward. I am not interested. Obito, having recounted his past and concluded his life's narrative within the Kimui space, felt no attachment to life, yearning only to reach the Pure Land and reunite with Rin. Thus, he exhibited a disinterested demeanor. Let us first see the questions, Obito. Kakashi urged him, then turned to Yi Chen with a respectful nod. Esteemed one, we are willing to answer the questions. Then let us begin. This round of questioning is rather straightforward. Simply listen to my words. Question 1. The death of Rin Noara was orchestrated by a hidden force. Who is it? Answer: Uchiha Madara. Answer: Minato Namikaze. Answer: Danzo Shimura. Answer: Yagura. Upon hearing this question, Obito's face contorted. The previously lifeless expression transformed into one of fury, his eyes wide open as he gritted his teeth, shouting, What did you say? Someone manipulated events from the shadows to cause Rin's death? Who is it? Tell me, who is it? As Obito attempted to rush forward to threaten Yi Chen for the answer, he found that within the answering space, he was powerless to intimidate Yi Chen. With a mere wave of Yi Chen's hand, Obito found himself face down on the ground. Hurry, tell me. Tell me. Uchiha Obito felt an overwhelming force suppressing his entire being, rendering him unable to move even a finger. Yet, he stubbornly attempted to lift his head to gaze at Yi Chen, embodying a relentless resolve. Do not move, Obito. Do not offend this esteemed individual. Kakashi Hitaki exclaimed in alarm, recalling the moment he had lost an arm in the blink of an eye during his first test. He rushed forward to restrain Uchiha Obito and raised his head to address Yi Chen. Esteemed one, he did not mean it. Please spare him this once. Yi Chen paid no heed, merely reiterating the question and instructing, please answer promptly. Seeing that Yi Chen was unrelenting in his pursuit of Obito, Kakashi was compelled to contemplate the answer to the question, reassured that Obito, though pinned to the ground, appeared uninjured. Who was manipulating events from the shadows, leading to Rin's demise? Minato-sensei was certainly the first to be excluded. Shimura Danzo had the potential to orchestrate such a deed, but he had no incentive, gaining nothing from the entire affair. This left Uchiha Madara and the third Mizukage, Yagura, as the only remaining suspects. Both were indeed possibilities. However, it was implausible that a leader of a great ninja village would place the Three Tails within a Konoha ninja's body, directing her to attack Konoha without dispatching formidable ninjas for protection and retrieval of the tailed beast. Thus, my answer is Uchiha Madara. Kakashi pondered for a moment and arrived at this conclusion. The ninja from Kirigakure manipulated events to seal the Three Tails within Lin's body, inciting conflict between Kirigakure and Konoha. At the critical moment, Uchiha Obito witnessed Lin's death, leading to his descent into darkness. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara was the one to benefit. What? You say it's Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito was taken aback, casting a doubtful glance at Kakashi's answer before turning to Yi-chun, eager to hear his verdict. Congratulations, you are correct. Yi-chun affirmed Kakashi's answer with a gentle nod. Chapter 103. Uchiha Obito's Demise. What? The mastermind behind Lin's death was Uchiha Madara? Obito's mind was reeling, staring blankly at Yi-chun in disbelief. Indeed, Obito, it was Uchiha Madara and Kagaya who have deceived you all along. Kakashi's expression twisted with fury as he shouted at Obito. A deep-seated hatred surged within him towards Uchiha Madara, the one responsible for Lin's death. Yes, otherwise, what a coincidence it was. The people of Kirigakure abducted Lin, sealing the Three Tails within her body, sparking conflict with Konoha. I happened to arrive just in time to see you kill Lin. Everything was a conspiracy orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. Obito murmured to himself, increasingly convinced of this grim reality. His eyes reddened as he clenched his teeth and shouted, Uchiha Madara, you shall perish. In the face of the frenzied Uchiha Obito, Yi-chun remained unfazed. Instead, posing the second question, Question 2, is Kagaya truly Uchiha Madara's split personality? The options were true or false. Kakashi Hitaki, bewildered by the question, was unaware of the specific implications of a split personality. False. It's false. Obito suddenly cried out. How do you know? Kakashi inquired, perplexed. Ha ha. Obito disregarded Kakashi's question, bursting into wild laughter. Yi-chun smirked and declared, Congratulations, you are correct. Ha ha. Uchiha Madara is such a fool. He was deceived as well. Ha ha. Obito laughed until he gasped for breath, his face contorted in sheer ecstasy. After a moment, he finally calmed down, breathing heavily. How did you know the answer, Obito? Kakashi could not suppress his curiosity, even though he was confident the answer was right. I don't know the answer. I guessed. Obito replied succinctly, I simply thought. If Kagaya is not Uchiha Madara's split personality, it proves that old man was also deceived by her. Ha ha. What moon's eye, what infinite Tsukuyami, what ultimate peace. That ancient fool took the lies of others as his lifelong belief. In the end, everything is false. Obito erupted into another fit of laughter, but amid his mirth, tears began to flow. False, it's all false. Lin, what have I done? Lin. Obito's emotions were a tumultuous blend. The revelation that Uchiha Madara was deceived by Kagaya brought him immense satisfaction, as he had just learned from the first question's answer that Lin's death was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara himself. This filled him with hatred towards Madara. Seeing him trapped in Kagaya's deception, clinging to the hope of realizing his dreams until his last breath, made Obito laugh uncontrollably. Yet on the other hand, Obito reflected on his own past. Not long ago, he too was a victim of Kagaya's manipulation. In pursuit of the so-called infinite Tsukuyami, he had disregarded the kindness of his mentors, attacking Konoha on the day of his mentor's wife's childbirth. Such heinous actions, if justified by infinite Tsukuyami, allowed him to comfort himself with the thought that even if his mentor's wife died, she could be revived in a dream world, living an even happier life. But Yi-chun had clearly told him that Uchiha Madara was deceived. If Uchiha Madara was deceived, then infinite Tsukuyami could not be real, and Kagaya must be plotting some grand scheme. This shattered all of Obito's mental defenses. Now, having answered 2 questions correctly, you are entitled to a reward. Yi-chun observed the tearful Uchiha Obito, a thought suddenly striking him. If he spared Obito's life, would the one who knew of Kagaya's schemes seek to eliminate her and prevent Uchiha Madara's resurrection? Wouldn't this render the entire narrative even more chaotic? Consequently, he would earn even more plot points as a result. With this in mind, Yi-chun deemed the task of eliminating Obito in a beautiful illusion to be less significant compared to the potential rewards of eliminating Kagaya. Thus, He no longer held a resolve to kill Uchiha Obito. Instead, he smiled and addressed him. I can heal all your physical injuries and restore your eyes. Do you agree? The second part of this statement was directed at Kakashi Hatake. Just as Kakashi was about to nod in agreement, Uchiha Obito cried out desperately, No, I do not want this reward. I beg you, kill me. Please. What nonsense. I had just set aside my intention to kill you, and now you seek death again? Ichin scoffed without responding. Obito, please do not seek death. If Kaguya is indeed the orchestrator of all these conspiracies, should we not work together to eliminate her? Would it not be a noble act to avenge Lin? Kakashi urged anxiously. Enough, Kakashi, Obito replied, his face stained with tears as he pleaded with Kakashi. I am already so very weary. In a world where all meaning has been erased, I find myself unwilling to linger any longer. Please, allow me to meet Rin. I beg of you. When Uchiha Obito learned that the infinite Tsukuyomi was a fabrication, he was utterly shattered. His heart had perished the moment Noera Rin lost her life. What remains in this world is but a hollow shell. The purpose of this shell is to fulfill the infinite Tsukuyomi, to create a beautiful world where he can reunite with Rin. However, when this dream was shattered, Obito could no longer find a reason to continue living. Not even his hatred for Black Zetsu could be summoned. He was genuinely weary. Are you certain? Ichin raised an eyebrow, indifferent to the situation. Whether it involved eliminating Uchiha Obito to complete his mission or allowing him to return to confront Black Zetsu, both outcomes bore advantages for him. One promised immediate reward while the other was a distant gain. Yes, I am certain. Please. Hatake Kakashi's expression was complex. He felt Obito's resolve to embrace death. Yet he could not bear to watch his dear friend march towards demise. Do not agree to this, my lord. If you wish to die, what reason do I have to deny you? Ichin shook his head and retrieved a scroll from the system space, one acquired through a transaction with Uchiha Fugaku, containing the Uchiha clan's Genjutsu. Illusion, fleeting life. As Kakashi's anxious expression grew, Obito felt darkness engulf him. Obito, why have you fallen asleep? A melodious voice broke the silence, one that was achingly familiar to him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in Konoha. His body reverted to that of his childhood. This child always sleeps so soundly. Rin has called you several times. An elderly woman with gray hair entered, carrying a tray of fruits. Rin, please partake. Rin, a bit shy, nodded in gratitude and delicately picked up a piece of watermelon, savoring it slowly. Obito stared at Rin, as if still in a dreamlike state. What are you staring at? Silly, are you still asleep? Rin chided playfully. I'm a bit dazed. Obito scratched the back of his head, offering a sheepish smile. Come on, eat up, it's quite sweet. Rin rolled her eyes yet gently handed him a piece of watermelon. Okay. Obito took the watermelon, biting into it, and was delighted by its sweetness. This is delicious, he praised. At that moment, Obito's previous memories began to fade, while his childhood recollections became increasingly vivid, his expressions and emotions growing more natural. See, you are always so careless. Rin noticed watermelon seeds on his face and carefully wiped them away. Hee. Obito smiled foolishly, feeling an immense sense of comfort. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting Rin's hair, revealing her beauty. Obito's story has reached its conclusion. Let us celebrate. I anticipate some readers may be dissatisfied with Obito's demise, yet it was inevitable. As I have written, Obito would surely crumble upon discovering the truth about the infinite Tsukuyomi. Everything he did, all that he stood for, was for that illusion. Thus, this conclusion, at least in my view, is a fitting end for Obito. Once this tale concludes, I might pen additional chapters, such as Obito's rebirth at age 5, triumphing over Kakashi, and so forth. Haraha. Chapter 104, A Whale Falls. All things emerge. Having completed his task, Ichin departed, leaving Kakashi to cradle Obito's lifeless body, his expression one of profound sorrow. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, who had been waiting nearby, rushed over the instant the barrier surrounding the QA space dissipated, concernedly asking Kakashi, Are you all right, Kakashi? I'm fine. Kakashi replied with a gentle shake of his head, though tears streamed down his face. But Obito is gone. Minato furrowed his brows, glancing at Obito's body in Kakashi's arms. Though his wounds had been healed by Yi-chan, bloodstains and remnants from his battle with Kakashi remained, his clothing tattered. Strangely, Obito's face bore an expression of tranquility, even hinting at a faint smile. Please, explain what transpired. Did that lord appear? I saw the familiar barrier. When Yi Chen's QA space manifested, he could choose to conceal it or not. Given that maintaining the hidden mode was cumbersome, requiring Yi Chen to exert mental energy to remain invisible, he rarely utilized it, except on that fateful night when he infiltrated the Uchiha clan. Thus, when the QA space appeared, Minato witnessed it firsthand. Yes, Kakashi recounted in fragmented sentences, narrating how Obito had drawn him into the Kimui space. Their intense struggle culminating with Obito intentionally holding back, wishing to perish at Kakashi's hands. After exiting the Kimui space and entering the QA realm, he relayed all the information regarding Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu to Minato in a torrent of words. The sheer volume of information left Minato in contemplation for some time. Once composed, he spoke. I never anticipated the truth would unfold like this. Kakashi, I must summon the Hokage and the legendary three to disseminate this intelligence. Please wait a moment. With that, he activated his communicator, addressing Yamato, who had been on standby. Yamato. Yes, came the respectful response. Please notify the third Hokage and the legendary three to assemble in my office. We have critical information. Understood. Yamato replied dutifully, promptly setting out to contact the others. Minato then transported Kakashi and Obito's body, using the Flying Thunder God technique, to his office. Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi recounted the information he had gathered, eliciting gasps of shock and disbelief from the assembly. What? Uchiha Madara seeks to resurrect himself, exclaimed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is it possible that Uchiha Madara could be so easily deceived? This is unfathomable, Tsunade remarked, seemingly forgetting that the one who had been most thoroughly deceived was her own great-grandfather, Hashirama Senju. Black Zetsu appears to possess a far deeper conspiracy, Orochimaru mused, his brow furrowed, acutely aware that Black Zetsu's machinations were far from simple. Nagato. The Rinnegan was bestowed upon him by Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya gasped in astonishment, realizing that Nagato had been a pawn in Madara's grand scheme. Nagato. You mean that red-haired child from the Rain Village? Tsunade recalled Jiraiya's earlier exclamation, recalling the 3 children Jiraiya had taken in during the war, one of whom was indeed named Nagato. Do you know this Nagato? What is the situation, Jiraiya? Hiruzen demanded, his voice firm. Nagato is one of the 3 disciples I took in from the Rain Village. Possessing the Rinnegan, Jiraiya inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure as he responded succinctly. Why did you not report such a significant matter to the village? You didn't even inform me? What is your intention, Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of anger. How could you conceal such vital information regarding the Rinnegan? Do you not regard me, the Hokage, with any respect? Lord Second, he interjected. Now is not the time for disputes. Our immediate priority is to summon Jiraiya-sensei to bring back Nagato, the one who possesses the Rinnegan, from the Rain Village, to prevent any unforeseen events. If Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected, it would spell disaster. Konoha's Minato Namikaze interrupted Hiruzen's ire with a decisive plan of action. Indeed, I concur with Minato's assessment. Such a dangerous entity as the Rinnegan must not be left outside the village. Orochimaru nodded in agreement with Minato's decision. Subsequently, Minato issued 2 commands. 1. To reconstruct Konoha's defensive barriers and security systems, ensuring that Kagaya's influence cannot infiltrate our village easily. 2. To dispatch the Umbu to likely locations of Kagaya's presence, capturing or eliminating at all costs. Minato, what could that individual who appeared so suddenly possibly want? Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Minato issuing commands, feeling increasingly assured of Minato's capabilities as Hokage, yet he voiced his concerns. Lord Second, we cannot ascertain anything about that individual for now. They vanish without a trace, making it impossible to gauge their intentions. Minato shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter of Yekian. In his view, Yekian's presence was beneficial to Konoha, thus it was unnecessary to categorize him as a threat, which would be counterproductive. Very well, what about Uchiha Obito's body? Allow me to lay him to rest. Hatake Kakashi had been silent until then, and now he felt compelled to speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Minato, for only this Hokage could make the final decision. After a moment of hesitation, Minato resolutely replied, Obito's body will be entrusted to the intelligence division. Once the information extraction is complete, it will be handed over to Kakashi for burial. Hiruzen nodded and reassured Kakashi, rest assured, I will instruct them to preserve Uchiha Obito's remains intact for you. That night, the ninja of the intelligence division worked tirelessly through the night, finally completing the extraction of information from Uchiha Obito's mind and transferring the body to Kakashi. Kakashi brought Obito's body to the memorial stone of Konoha, excavating the previous grave to inter the remains. At last, Obito's gravestone was complete. "Obito, have you found Rin?" Kakashi softly inquired, his voice laden with exhaustion. "Here, take this eye back. I hope it aids you in finding Rin, as she might not appreciate you being one-eyed." With a resolute heart, Kakashi extracted his own Sharingan and placed it alongside Obito's in the coffin. There was no worry that the Sharingan would be stolen by Kaguya, for even a Sharingan would perish without a special preservation vessel once removed from a body. "May you and Rin find happiness. I must now forge my own path. Farewell, Obito." Kakashi sat against Obito's gravestone as the morning sun rose, a ray of light illuminating his silver hair, sparkling like a beacon. From that moment onward, Kakashi embarked upon a wholly different journey. Chapter 105. "Father, I shall restore your renown with Minato Namikaze's command." Konoha returned to a state of tranquility. The ninjas, who had labored throughout the night, returned to their homes. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans felt a hint of dissatisfaction, yet none dared to voice their grievances. After all, to toil all night only to find nothing was indeed frustrating. In the morning light, Minato, weary from his endeavors, returned home. Meanwhile, Kushina Uzumaki, having anticipated his return, remained awake, waiting for him. "I'm back," Minato softly announced as he gently opened the door, wary of disturbing her slumber. "You've finally returned, Minato. Have some tea," Kushina replied. As Minato stealthily entered the room, he was greeted by Kushina sitting at the low table, propping her chin on her hand, her eyes half closed in a semblance of sleep. She keenly heard his voice and opened her eyes, a joyful smile gracing her face as she hurriedly poured him a cup of barley tea. "Thank you," he said, gratefully accepting the tea and taking a sip while sitting beside her, feeling her warmth ease his fatigue. Once he finished the cup, Kushina inquired, "Minato, how did it go?" She referred, of course, to the fate of Uchiha Obito. After Obito had fallen into the second trap and was taken by Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique, Kushina, along with Sarutobi Bawako, had been moved to safety by Konoha's Umbu, closely guarded until Minato announced the mission's conclusion. The Umbu had hastily withdrawn, leaving Kushina unaware of the final outcome of the confrontation with Obito, leading her to worry and seek answers from Minato. Minato understood the concern in Kushina's words. He gently pressed his lips together and replied, "Obito has been interred at the memorial stone, and Kakashi performed the burial." He refrained from stating that Obito was dead, as it felt too cold. Upon learning of Obito's tragic fate, Minato felt a profound sense of sorrow and regret toward his former pupil. As a teacher, he felt he had failed in his duty, allowing his student to descend into darkness. Though everyone knew it was not his fault, he couldn't help but think that had he known the truth sooner, he might have saved Obito. "Minato, this isn't your fault." Kushina sensed her husband's despondence and reached out to hold his hand, offering comfort. "You have done enough." Feeling her concern, Minato nodded and placed his hand gently on Kushina's prominent belly. "Kushina, do not blame Obito. His actions were merely a result of deceit." He then recounted how Obito had been rescued by Uchiha Madara on the battlefield and manipulated into believing Rin's death was orchestrated by them, ultimately leading him to darkness. Initially, Kushina had felt anger. As Obito's mentor, she had provided him with considerable care throughout his growth. Such sudden betrayal and assault would leave anyone with a heavy heart. However, upon hearing the full account of Obito's plight, her emotions surged, and she lamented, so that as how it was, Obito truly suffered. Madara and Kaguya deserve condemnation. Minato nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will avenge Obito. I swear." At the Hokage residence, Kakashi returned home from Konoha Hospital after receiving a standard eye transplant performed by Tsunade herself. His eyes were bandaged and would require a lengthy healing period. Earlier, at Obito's grave, he had extracted the Sharingan that Obito had given him, intending it to accompany him in death. This gesture was a wish for Obito, hoping the eye would assist him in finding Rin. It was also a severance from his past self. Hitachi Kakashi was about to embark on a brand new path. As he pushed open the door, he was met directly with the spirit tablet of his father, Tsukumo Hitachi. Kakashi approached silently, kneeling slowly before his father's spirit tablet. "Father, I finally understand. You were always right." Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hitachi, had once faced scorn and condemnation from the villagers for failing a mission while trying to protect his comrades, ultimately leading to his tragic demise. At that time, Kakashi was profoundly affected. For a long while, he viewed the completion of missions as the highest calling, burdened by the weight of his father's perceived sins, a heavy load for one so young. Had it not been for Kakashi's remarkable talent, he might have succumbed to the pressure long ago. However, this mindset gradually transformed him into a cold and reclusive individual, an impenetrable fortress to those around him. It was only after becoming a disciple of Minato Namikaze and teaming up with Obito Uchiha and Rin Noira that he began to experience a change. Father, I now realize that comrades are what truly matter. I finally comprehend your words. Please bless me in the Pure Land. I will strive to uphold your will. It is only through loss that one truly understands the preciousness of life. At the moment of Obito's death, Kakashi attained profound clarity, grasping his father's steadfast beliefs. He withdrew the short sword he had borne on his back and placed it before Tsukumo's spirit tablet. This blade had been Tsukumo's weapon during his lifetime, a tool through which he had once claimed countless lives on the battlefield. Unfortunately, this sword had been broken during the battle at Kanabi Bridge and had remained at home ever since. It was only today, as he prepared to confront Obito, that Kakashi decided to don it once more. In the morning light, the white fang sword reflected the sun's rays, still as sharp as ever. Father, I shall restore this blade and use it to revive your legacy, Kakashi declared resolutely as he gripped the sword tightly. At that moment, within the Pure Land, a soul lingering at the threshold of the human realm seemed to hear something, breaking into a genuine smile. Chapter 106, The Lottery. Another opportunity for shadow-level chakra. Outside Konohagakure, Black Zetsu traversed the earth beneath, his expression dark and foreboding. This operation to assault Konoha had been nothing short of a failure, costing them the life of Obito Uchiha. Damn you, Minato Namikaze. How could they have known our plan? Black Zetsu was baffled as to how the strategy he had devised with Obito could have been revealed. After all, the plan to attack Konoha during Kushina Uzumaki's labor was known only to the two of them. Having not leaked any information, and with Obito dead, it was inconceivable that their plan could have been compromised. Could it be that Minato possessed the ability to foresee the future? How infuriating. The loss of Obito meant that the Moon Eye plan was now without a capable executor. Obito had been a tool meticulously cultivated by both Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu himself, existing solely to facilitate the completion of the Moon Eye plan. With Obito's demise in Konoha, Black Zetsu wondered where he could find another individual of such strength and unwavering belief in the Moon Eye. While Black Zetsu possessed cells from Hashirama Senju, allowing him to potentially recreate a competent tool by acquiring Obito's Sharingan. He had previously observed Kakashi burying Obito and even witnessed him extracting his own Sharingan to place in the coffin. Black Zetsu had nearly seized that pair of eyes, but his keen sense of danger had alerted him to the presence of Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the legendary three ninjas, and numerous elite Konoha shinobi lying in wait nearby. They were clearly prepared to lure him out using Obito's body. Grateful for his instincts, he had promptly retreated from Konoha, leaving Minato and the others disappointed in their failed entrapment. For now, he would head to Nagato's location. With Obito gone, the only backup plan left for Madara was Nagato Uzumaki. Black Zetsu intended to seek him out, hoping to manipulate him into becoming another tool. At the home of the Yuichiro family in Konoha, Yuichiro-chun reveled in the notifications from his system assistant, feeling as if he were hearing celestial music. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a task. Reward: 500,000 plot points, and 5 chances to draw from the high-tier prize pool. Ding! Due to the death of the significant character Obito Uchiha, the plot will undergo substantial changes. Reward: 10 million plot points. Ding! The death of his dear friend Obito has altered Kakashi's beliefs, resulting in significant plot changes. Reward: 2 million plot points. Ding! Due to Minato and others learning of Madara's plan in advance, the plot will experience major alterations. Reward: 1 million plot points. A series of system notifications left Yuichiro grinning from ear to ear. Oh no, do not stop. More, please. I am ascending. As he gazed at the dramatic increase in his plot points, he was overjoyed. When tallied from highest to lowest, the rewards amounted to a staggering total: 10 million from Obito's death, 5 million from Danzo Shimura's demise, 2 million from Kakashi's change, and 1 million from Minato's foreknowledge of Madara's scheme. Altogether, these rewards exceeded 18 million points, and with some additional minor bonuses, Yuichiro's plot points soared past 20 million, reaching 20,541,584. Such an abundance of plot points was sufficient to exchange for a wood release technique at the level of Hashirama. Just imagine. With a clap of his hands, wood release, flowering tree world, wood release, wooden man technique. He would gain a geographical advantage in a forested terrain and summon wooden beings. Then, unleashing wood release, wood dragon technique. He could engage in combat atop a towering figure, reveling in the exhilaration of battle. However, he pondered whether it was wise to exchange for Hashirama-level wood release when he already possessed the technique. Would there be any discounts for upgrades? Yuichiro reflected on having already drawn wood release, and spending another 20 million on Hashirama-level wood release seemed like a minor loss. This is ridiculous. I should be frugal when the time calls for it. Yet here I am hesitating. Ding. The system is currently upgrading. The assistant is unable to provide discount offers. Damn. You are utterly useless, Yuichiro grumbled. He yearned to make a purchase but felt it would be unwise. Staring at the Hashirama-level wood release in the system store, he finally decided, let us proceed with the draw first. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward. All fire release techniques. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward. Shadow level chakra. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward. An inexhaustible ninja tool pouch. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward. Disguise masks. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward. Memory enhancement. What a bountiful harvest. Yuichiro gazed at the results of this round of drawing, feeling as though he had struck gold. The complete collection of fire release ninjutsu. He had learned every known fire release technique in the shinobi world. Except for those requiring special bloodline limits, he could now utilize them all. Even the techniques he could not yet wield had been learned, and with conditions met, he would be able to employ them in the future. Shadow level chakra was self-explanatory. It was a tremendous boon. It also carries the effect of improving one's physique. Yi-chun had previously acquired shadow level chakra, and now, with another instance, he possesses double the shadow level chakra, making him the strongest in Konoha. An endless supply of ninja tools. After feeling the enhancement of his body, Yi-chun turned his gaze towards the two items he had obtained. Ding. The endless ninja tool pouch allows the host to continuously extract ninja tools from it, including shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, sealing scrolls, etc. Remarkable. A mobile armory. Yi-chun examined the pouch, noting that it appeared unremarkable from the outside. Could it be said that I could continually extract explosive tags, sell them, and become wealthy? Yi-chun suddenly had this thought and asked excitedly. Ding. Not quite. The ninja tools generated within the pouch rely on the host chakra. Once the host chakra is exhausted, the pouch will no longer produce ninja tools. It requires my chakra? Yi-chun questioned, then reached in and successfully pulled out an explosive tag. It seems to consume about 1,000th of my chakra. Yi-chun carefully assessed his chakra and concluded that it was somewhat lacking in value, considering that his chakra was now equivalent to that of 2 shadow-level ninjas. The consumption of 1,000th for a single explosive tag was quite significant. Typically, an explosive tag costs around 300 ryo, meaning he would need to exhaust all his chakra to extract 1,000 tags, worth only 300,000 ryo. However, for a ninja of Yi-chun's caliber, whether executing tasks in the village or exchanging for gold, he could easily earn a minimum of 1 million ryo from a single mission, highlighting the impracticality of the pouch's profit potential. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Yi-chun casually strapped the pouch to his waist and picked up the disguise mask. How does this work? Ding. The disguise mask, when worn on the face, can simulate a face and body according to the host's thoughts, achieving a flawless likeness to a real person. Incredible. This is an essential tool for a mastermind. Yi-chun chuckled as he looked at the mask in his hand. Until now, he had relied on the capabilities of the question-answering space for disguise. Now, with the mask, he no longer needed to keep the question-answering space active at all times. Lastly, there was the memory enhancement. Yi-chun tested it, and the results were surprisingly effective. Goodness, I can even recall lines from the fairy tales I read in my childhood. The knowledge from university has also resurfaced. Yi-chun exclaimed, feeling as if he had developed hyperthymesia, with all memories from his past flooding back, devoid of any ambiguity. With this newfound clarity, my methods for mischief have multiplied. Chapter 107. Exchange. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This was quite the bountiful harvest. Yi-chun finally experienced the joy akin to that of Europeans. Accelerate. With the disguise mask, I can leave the village without revealing my identity. However, my identity in Konoha still holds value, so I must purchase that. After some contemplation, Yi Chun made a decision. As the system was set to hibernate for a year, he knew he had to venture out for opportunities, regardless of the dangers lurking outside the village. Previously, he had repressed his desire for mischief out of fear of exposing his identity, as relying solely on transformation techniques could lead to complications. Now, with the disguised mask, he no longer needed to worry about being recognized. System, I wish to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique. Yi Chun thought, knowing that with the disguised mask, he could manage events outside while keeping an eye on village affairs. After all, the Uchiha heir would demand daily practice sessions with him. Using just one shadow clone would quickly deplete his chakra, necessitating a return for recharging, which would be counterproductive. Thus, he opted to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, with shadow clones carrying the Flying Thunder God kunai, he could easily return whenever needed, providing unparalleled convenience. Ding. Does the host confirm the exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique? Required plot points, 5 million. The Flying Thunder God technique. The very technique that allowed Minato Namikaze to dominate the ninja world without defeat requires 5 million plot points. However, to be honest, it is worth it. Mastering this ninjutsu can transform an ordinary ninja into an exceptional one. Furthermore, possessing this technique means that, as long as the enemy does not unleash world-ending attacks, escaping becomes remarkably easy, ensuring a high survival rate. Confirm the exchange. Yi Chun gritted his teeth and nodded. Subsequently, a stream of information flowed into his mind, enabling him to grasp all the techniques and nuances of the Flying Thunder God technique immediately. But that was not all. Yi Chun continued. I also wish to exchange for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. With 20 million plot points, after acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique, he still had over 15 million left. So he decided to spend it all on the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This would dramatically elevate his prowess. During the period when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fell, he would have no rivals in the ninja world. Of course, excluding Might Guy who opened the 8 gates. Ding. Confirm exchange for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Required plot points, 15 million. Confirm. Ding. Please choose the ocular technique for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Available templates, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Shisui. The system provided a list of Uchiha clan members who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan for Yi Chun to choose from. Can I customize the ocular technique myself? Yi Chun had thought he could design his own, as he had many excellent ideas from his previous life. Numerous authors had crafted intriguing and powerful Mangeki techniques in fanfiction. Ding. Customization requires additional payment of 5 million plot points. Ding. Insufficient plot points for customization service. Damn. Is this discrimination against the poor? Are you charging me extra? Yi Chun shed tears of poverty. However, there was nothing he could do. Being poor was simply a fact. He had to select from the options provided by the system. I'll go with Sasuke S, as he is the main character and can continue to evolve, offering the greatest potential. Ultimately, Yi Chun chose Uchiha Sasuke's Mangeki technique. Left eye Amaterasu, right eye Kagutsuchi, with Susanoo taking the form of a bow and arrow, which could evolve after absorbing tailed beast chakra to unleash the more powerful Indra's arrow. Sasuke's ability to use Indra's arrow likely stemmed from his possession of Indra's reincarnation chakra. Although Yi Chun lacked this chakra, the system's offerings were guaranteed to be of the highest quality, perfectly resolving the issue and allowing his Mangeki Sharingan to evolve similarly to Sasuke's. Now he was completely broke. His 20 million plot points had evaporated in an instant, leaving him with a mere few 100,000. Well then, it's time to test the power of my new abilities. Yi Chun eagerly opened the system space and began experimenting with his newly mastered skills. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Yi Chun's eyes had been fully transformed by the system. Upon opening them, 2 blood-red 6-pointed stars were etched into his gaze, resembling Sasuke Uchiha's Amaterasu. Yi Chun exclaimed, and a burst of black flames erupted from his line of sight. Although Amaterasu appeared somewhat lackluster in the original narrative, it was still a formidable ability. Nevertheless, the ultimate fire release, the Eternal Hellfire, remains undeniably formidable. With the power of the Kagaya clan, Yi Chun adeptly manipulated the black flames conjured by Amaterasu, transforming them into a protective black shield before him. The ability of the Kagaya clan allows for the alteration of the black flame's form and the extinguishment of Amaterasu's inferno. Susanoo. A low exclamation erupted as a colossal chakra energy materialized around Yi Chun, gradually taking on a shape reminiscent of human ribs, enveloping him within. As Yi Chun intensified his ocular power, the form of Susanoo underwent yet another transformation, evolving from the rib-like structure into a torso, sprouting a head, arms, and legs, ultimately manifesting as a towering warrior clad in armor, wielding a longbow. What a thrilling sensation it is to unleash such power. Yi Chun maneuvered his body, remaining at the head of the fully realized Susanoo, witnessing a breathtaking vista. Following this, Yi Chun endeavored to fuse the complete Susanoo with the Kagaya clan's black flames, amplifying their potency. Phew! The energy expenditure was indeed substantial. Had it not been for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, repeated use would have rendered his eyes useless. Yi Chun deactivated the fully realized Susanoo, feeling a sharp sting emanating from his eyes. What remained was the desire to experiment with that technique. The image of Uchiha Madara, just resurrected, flashed through Yi Chun's mind. Mimicking Madara's stance, he swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, great fire annihilation. Yi Chun sensed a tremendous chakra surge from within, gathering at his throat before he unleashed an immense torrent of flames, akin to a tidal wave of fire. How extraordinary! This technique is simply exhilarating. Yi Chun beamed, unable to contain his joy as he beheld the magnificent flames he had conjured. In his view, while Amaterasu bore the illustrious title of the highest fire release ninjutsu, its portrayal in the original work left much to be desired. Conversely, the Great Fire Annihilation, being Madara's debut post-resurrection, was nothing short of breathtaking. The experiments were nearly complete. Next, he would craft some Flying Thunder God Kunai before preparing to depart the village. His first destination would be the Akatsuki organization. The following day, at the entrance of Konoha village, Jiraiya and Orochimaru set forth, watched by the gate guards as they exited. Jiraiya, anxious for his disciples' safety, hastily embarked after a day's rest. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had longed to leave. He had a multitude of tasks awaiting him at the base in the Land of Rice. It remained uncertain how the personnel at that base would react upon seeing him. Orochimaru, this time, I entrust you with this task. Next time, I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal. Jiraiya's journey would lead him to the Land of Rain, a territory under the influence of Hanzo, whose name as a demigod resonated powerfully. Thus, in consideration of Jiraiya's safety, Minato requested Orochimaru to accompany him, assuring that once Jiraiya successfully returned with Nagato, Orochimaru could pursue his own endeavors. Not at all. I too am eager to witness your disciples. I have heard that their Akatsuki organization has developed remarkably well, and I find their ideology quite intriguing.